Actually recommend you don't take part. Zhang Ye nodded. I know. Zhang Xia sighed and said, it's too risky. Chapter 1548. The list for the finale battle of the Grand Champions. Chapter 1548. The list for the finale battle of the Grand Champions. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 2 days went by. The other Grand Champions officially announced their intention of joining. The 5th season's Grand Champion of I Am a Singer, Chu Dong. The 4th season's Grand Champion of I Am a Singer, Qi Liang. The 3rd season's Grand Champion of I Am a Singer, Hai Fei. Although the 2nd season's Grand Champion had declined the invitation due to poor health, he recommended the female first runner-up from his batch of singers, Guan Shui, to participate in his stead. Guan Shui had received a similar amount of votes as the Grand Champion during that season's Grand Finals, so she could also be considered a very acknowledged and popular singer to the audience. The Grand Champions from the 5 seasons had nearly assembled. Only the singers from the 1st season did not respond to the call for them. Being the earliest season of I Am a Singer, and also the opening class of this phenomenal variety show, none of the people from this generation of participating singers made a sound. Among them, those who had aged, and those who have retired had retired. For some of them, they suffered from vocal injuries, while others were embroiled in contract issues with their talent agencies. Everyone was caught up in all kinds of different problems. On Weibo, Chu Dong is prepared. Supporting Hai Fei, Qi Liang is definitely gonna win. In terms of popularity, Chu Dong is definitely the most popular one. After all, he was the winner of the latest season of the show. In terms of singing skills, it should probably go to Qi Liang. He hails from a musical family, after all. Has anyone from Season 1 come forward yet? The 1st season's Grand Champion is Zhang Ye, right? Hasn't face-smacking Zhang come back? Can he still sing? Who knows? I guess that fellow will probably not be taking part. Isn't he busy filming a drama? And besides, it's been such a long time. Actually, even the 2nd season's runner-up, Guan Shui, does not have that much of a presence in the music scene these days. She's slowly getting marginalized from the industry. Grandma Zhang was really popular back then. Well, that was back then. Seasons 2 to 5 have already sent out their participants, so all there is left now is for someone from Season 1 to respond. But they should send someone to participate no matter what. Hurry up. At Zhangxia. At Chengwang. Everyone. Guess who will be chosen to represent the class of Season 1? The people were in an uproar. In the end, even the hot, young male stars started speaking up. On Chu Dong's personal Weibo account, he mentioned many of the singers of Season 1, saying humbly, back when the 1st season of I Am a Singer was shown, I was still a part of the audience. At that time, I hadn't even debuted yet, and was a fan of all our seniors on the show. Years later, I am standing on this stage myself, so I really hope that I can get the chance to have a friendly competition with my predecessors. Following that, Qi Liang also posted on Weibo, I'll do my best starting now to prepare for the battle of the Grand Champions finale. I look forward to meeting with the seniors to exchange tips with them. On the surface, it sounded like they were asking for guidance from their predecessors. But in reality, challenge was in their tones. A competition between different generations of singers. A battle between the old and new singers. Beijing Television's gimmick was well-crafted. Back when they were pitting the singers against each other, the viewership was already at a high figure. But with the impending battle of the Grand Champions, all of the people's appetites were whetted again. Over the past few days, a lot of attention was given to this show on the news, media, and internet. Rumors said that the grand finals of this Grand Champions battle would be held live as well, which made the anticipation even greater. A lot of people clamoring and couldn't wait to watch it. Even before the competition had begun, a fiery atmosphere arose between the different fans of the male idols. In a group chat, this was a very old chat group from years ago. In it, the group members consisted of the singers who appeared in Season 1 of I Am a Singer. There hadn't been any activity in here for many years, and it was one of the so-called dead groups that people commonly called them. But today, this dead group was resurrected. Many of the chat members had emerged from their slumber. Chen Guang, 1111. The Princess of Love Songs, Shui Kaiki, 2222. The Prince of Love Songs, He Huan Ha. Zhang Xia. Amy. Oh, the dead group has come to life. Xiaodong, what's going on? Chen Guang. Someone's challenging us. What do you guys feel about it? Xiaodong. I don't feel anything. Chen Guang. Amy. Old Chun, go for it. Don't embarrass us. Chen Guang. My voice hasn't been that good for some years. I can't reach the high notes anymore. He Huan. Amy, why don't you go and spar with them? You're one of the younger ones around here. Amy, I don't have any good songs that I can sing. The songs that people like these days are different from what we used to like. I don't even know what it is that they like anymore. Shuikaiki. You guys go ahead. I've retired from the scene. He Huan. I still have an issue with my contract, so I can't go even if I wanted to. Xiaodong. Grandma Zhang. What's that fella up to these days? Zhang Xia said him. He just finished filming his show and should be idle. Chen Guang. Damn, why don't he go participate then? Amy. Yeah, he has to step up no matter what. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be for us? Even if we know that we will lose, we cannot do nothing about it. Shuikaiki. At Zhang Ye, come on, go do all of us proud. He Huan. At Zhang Ye, it has been so many years. Can you still write new songs? Xiaodong. He can always stick to singing his old ones. Chen Guang. If no one is going, I guess I have no choice. At night, back at home, Zhang Ye was carrying his daughter and eating dinner. His mother was asking from beside him. So who's going to participate in the competition? His father asked. Don't tell me you'll be the one going. Zhang Ye smiled. I'm still thinking about it. His mother rolled her eyes. What's there to think about? I Am a Singer is no longer the same. They've already finished broadcasting the 5th season. Even though the results are supposed to be determined based on singing skills and should be assessed on whether a song is performed well, the actual outcome still depends on how popular one is. The real competition is on who has a bigger fan base, while singing skills are a secondary concern. You should just take it easy. What if you end up in last place after deciding to go on stage? How embarrassing would that be? In that case, you might as well not join at all. Zhang Ye said in amusement. That's what the staff at my studio says as well. Just how little confidence do you all have in me? His mother said. That's what you get for being away for so long. Zhang Ye looked at his wife. Old Wu, what do you think? Wu Ziqing smiled. Decide by yourself. I'll support you no matter what. Zhang Ye rubbed his daughter's head and asked, My dear, do you think that Daddy should join? Daddy should join. Daddy is the greatest, Cici said loudly. Zhang Ye jutted out his chin. See, it's still my daughter who is the most confident in me. Cici shouted. Daddy will win for sure. His mother pouted. His father suggested, Think about it again. The calls kept coming in one after another. His friends called to ask about the situation, and Beijing television called him to harry him for a decision. Only a few days remained until the battle of the grand champions began. In fact, Zhang Ye had still not formally met with everyone since the announcement of his comeback. The people had only heard about this news through the media, and he had not come face to face with everyone through his activities so far. Therefore, he wanted to say many things to them. Should he join? To take to the stage of I Am a Singer once more? So that he could let everyone know that he was back, not through the media or over Weibo, but by telling it to them face to face? Chapter 1549. The 5 contestants gather. Chapter 1549. The 5 contestants gather. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On this day, at Beijing Television, in the program team office of I Am a Singer. Today was the day when the program team would finalize the list and also hold the initial meeting for the competition's contestants. From early in the morning, the staff were getting busy everywhere. Just a moment ago, Beijing Television had announced the rules and competition format for the Battle of the Grand Champions. The show would continue using the stage of I Am a Singer, and it would be held live. There would be a total of 5 grand champions or their stand-ins representing each of the 5 seasons winners, and everyone would have to perform their songs in turn. The format was very brutal, with only 2 episodes dedicated to the entire competition, and each episode consisting of 2 elimination rounds. The contestant with the greater number of votes would not get ranked, while the one who received the lowest number of votes would have their names announced and eliminated without being allowed to advance to the next round. That was to say, within the first 2 rounds of the first episode, 2 grand champions would get eliminated from the competition. The second episode will also see 2 more grand champions being eliminated, leaving the last surviving contestant as the glorious greatest champion of I Am a Singer's finale battle of the grand champions. The citizens would be allowed to vote in real time for their favorite contestants. Each contestant would be allowed to perform one song per round, and one person would be eliminated afterwards. Regardless of whether it was in terms of the show's quality, intensity, or scale, this competition was truly an unprecedented one in history. This was going to be the most brutal battle between the famous singers of the music scene. The outside world was abuzz with discussion. The program team was busy preparing for the upcoming battle. We're going to have song rehearsals today. Is the band here yet? They'll be here right away. What time are the contestants arriving at? We've asked them to come at 8 a.m. Who is going to be the representative for the first season? I don't know. I haven't received any updates on that yet. Logically speaking, it should be Grandma Zhang Xia who is coming. Yeah, even though everyone acknowledges Zhang Ye to be the deserved winner of the first season, and even Grandma Zhang Xia herself said so in the media, the official grand champion of the first season is still Grandma Zhang. If Grandma Zhang decides not to participate due to her age, there will surely be someone to take her place. Who do you guys think will come today? I can't guess at all. At this moment, the executive director arrived. Everyone immediately greeted her. Director Lu. Director Lu, good morning. Sister Lu, you've arrived? Xiao Lu nodded calmly. Maturity, reliability, authoritative. After several years, a lot of people were no longer the same. Following close behind, the grand champions also arrived. The first to step into the team office was the fourth season's grand champion, Qi Liang, and his agent. Other than that, he also brought along two assistants. Qi Liang hailed from a music family and was young and handsome too. Without any scandalous gossip affecting him, he was one of the more popular male idols at the moment. Qi Liang wore a very brisk smile, and his voice was very crisp. Director Lu, am I the first to arrive? Xiao Lu smiled back politely. Yes, the others aren't here yet. Qi Liang smiled and said, all right then, I'll wait. Xiao Lu acknowledged, have a seat. Soon after, the first runner-up of the second season, Guan Shui, arrived with the third season's grand champion, Hai Fei. They had probably run into each other downstairs before heading up together. Guan Shui waved and said, Director Lu, long time no see. Xiao Lu said, yeah, it's been 2 to 3 years since we saw each other. Hai Fei asked in concern, Director Lu, which senior will be coming to represent the first season's participants? Has it been decided yet? Xiao Lu shook her head. I'm also waiting to find out who it will be. Qi Liang stood up. He said, even you're not sure who it will be? Xiao Lu said, yep. Behind them, the fifth season's grand champion arrived with his team. Chu Dong had only arrived slightly after them. However, there were really too many people with him in his entourage. Not mentioning his agent, there were 4 other assistants who came along with him. It was obvious just how important this battle of the grand champions meant to him, since he had nearly moved out all of his staff. For this, although Chu Dong and Qi Liang were considered to be at the forefront of the Chinese A-list rankings and were highly rated by the media as the most hopeful candidates to replace Heavenly Queen Su Mylan as the new generation of S-list superstars, I Am a Singer was still a very important show that these male idols would fight hard to win. After all, they also needed to gain the honors of winning such a prestigious competition and the popularity that would come along with it. As such, every one of them treated Xiao Lu very politely as they understood she had the final say on all aspects of the show. Chu Dong greeted, Director Lu. Xiao Lu replied, oh, you're here. Chu Dong's agent went up to her to shake her hand. Director Lu, you've grown prettier since I last saw you a few days ago. Xiao Lu smiled, but didn't carry on the conversation. Chu Dong's agent didn't mind and asked, can I check if you have a quieter waiting room somewhere around here? Our little Chu just got off the plane, so he's pretty tired, you see. Can you make arrangements? Xiao Lu said, let's wait for everyone to arrive first. There's a lot that I need to brief you all on. His agent smiled and said, oh, never mind then. Hai Fei asked, Director Lu, is there a smoking area somewhere? Xiao Lu looked at him. Beijing television has banned smoking in the entire compound. Hai Fei gave a slightly derisive smile. All right then. Xiao Lu didn't talk much with them and did her work. The 4 celebrities started chatting. Chu Dong said, Sister Guan, your new song is pretty good. Guan Shui said, you've heard it? Qi Liang replied, I've listened to it as well, and I think it's nice. Guan Shui said, it's nothing compared to you guys. My song didn't even make it into the top 10 of the charts. Hai Fei said, I heard that Grandma Zhang Xia won't be coming. Chu Dong replied. Grandma Zhang might be a veteran singer, but she's at that age, you know. Qi Liang said. I wonder who will be coming as the replacement. Guan Shui wondered. Could it be big brother Qin Guang? Hai Fei said. We'll find out soon enough. Chu Dong said. Why isn't he here yet? Qi Liang said. We are scheduled to begin at 8. There are still a few more minutes to go. The 4 of them were confirmed as contestants. The only thing they were unsure of was who the first season's contestant would be. They were also very concerned about who their opponent was, and were hoping that it would be a weaker one since all of them wanted to win. Everyone here knew how valuable the title of the greatest champion was, and it was unlikely that there would be another chance to earn an honor like it in their lifetimes. Winning this competition would likely help bring their popularity to a new high as well. Zhang Xiao? Chen Guang? Amy? He Huan? Or would it be Zhang Ye? At 8 a.m. sharp, Xiao Lu looked at her watch with a frown. Chu Dong and the others knew that Director Lu had been angered. We're not waiting anymore. Xiao Lu took out some documents and handed them out to everyone. Let me briefly explain the competition format and point out some things to take note of. The live broadcast this time is mainly. Behind her, the door opened. A man wearing sunglasses slowly walked in. When he noticed that Xiao Lu did not see him, he walked up to her with a smile and stretched out a hand. Under the startled gazes of Chu Dong, Qi Liang, Guan Shui, Hai Fei, and everyone else, he placed a hand on Xiao Lu's head and noogied her. I had to send my daughter to school this morning and was held back by her form teacher. Am I late? Xiao Lu turned around in shock. Zhang Ye took off his sunglass and grinned at her. Comrade Xiao Lu, long time no see. Xiao Lu let out a weird shriek. She laughed and pounced on him, giving him a bear hug. Director Zhang. The other members of the program team also got excited. Director Zhang. Director Zhang. Director Zhang, you're finally back. A lot of people rushed up to him. The program team erupted into a frenzy. Zhang Ye looked at all of his old friends and greeted all of them by name. They were all colleagues that Zhang Ye had worked with. Some of these people had only worked under Zhang Ye once, while others worked under him from the day he joined Beijing Television until the day he left. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Don't keep addressing me as Director Zhang. Director Lu is the one who is our boss now. Xiao Lu grinned cheekily. Are you teasing me? Wasn't I brought up by you in the first place? Zhang Ye said happily. Where's Ho Gu and Ho Di? And Da Fei? Xiao Lu said. They've all been promoted. Zhang Ye said. Well, all right, lunch is on them then. Xiao Lu said. No problem, I'll go and arrange it. Zhang Ye looked at her. Did you grow taller? Xiao Lu rolled her eyes. What age am I? How could I possibly have grown any taller? But it looks to me like you're still a child. Zhang Ye laughed. Chu Dong stared at Zhang Ye. Qi Liang and Hai Fei looked at each other. When Guan Shui witnessed this scene, she smiled bitterly. Director Lu's attitude towards Zhang Ye was completely different from how she treated them. They couldn't help but think about how Director Lu was behaving like a child in front of him. Qi Liang said politely, Senior. Zhang Ye looked over. Hello? Excuse me, but I've only just returned to the entertainment circle, so I'm not very familiar with everyone. How should I address you? Qi Liang smiled. My name is Qi Liang. Hai Fei put his hand out. My name is Hai Fei. Zhang Ye shook his hand. Hello. Chu Dong also introduced himself. I'm Chu Dong. Zhang Ye said hello. Guan Shui smiled. Teacher Zhang, it's been a long time. Zhang Ye said with a sigh. Yeah, it has. You're also taking part this time. Guan Shui gave a wry smile. I didn't expect that you'd be the one joining. Zhang Ye threw his hands up. I didn't have a choice. Grandma Zhang refused to come, and that Chen Guang kept pushing the responsibility around. He Huan has a contract issue with his talent agency and was frozen by them. In the end, only I could come. Zhang Ye knew Guan Shui a little as he had met her during an awards ceremony 4 or 5 years ago. At that time, Guan Shui was not popular. Although they weren't exactly close, and he didn't have many dealings with her, the two of them were still celebrities from the same generation. But for Qi Liang, Hai Fei, and Chu Dong, Zhang Ye did not know them at all. They were all newcomers who had emerged only after Zhang Ye had been sent to jail. Back when Zhang Ye first debuted in the industry, these 3 people were probably still in school. Right now, all 5 of the contestants had gathered. The Battle of the Grand Champions was about to begin. Chapter 1550, My Spirit is Still Full of Fight. Chapter 1550, My spirit is still full of fight. Translator, leg editor, leg. Later that afternoon, the news spread. The list for I Am a Singer's finale battle of the Grand Champions was finally confirmed. On Weibo, have they announced it? It's gonna be Zhang Ye? Asterisk faints asterisk, why is it him again? It's been so many years. Can he still sing? Hard to say. This fellow should have lost most of his popularity, right? Hi, being away for 4 years is basically a death sentence for a celebrity. I wonder how the progress of the TV drama that he's making is going. Can the good old face-smacking Zhang rise once more? We'll know after watching. This will be his first time on stage since his comeback. I'm just afraid that this fellow will be the first to get eliminated. Chu Dong's fan club. In a group chat. Why is it him? I know this Zhang Ye. He's such a cheat. Yeah, his works are all over the language textbooks. His essays are so damn difficult to memorize that I'm sick of him. Me too. I felt like vomiting when I was made to memorize Ode to Young China. My parents were both his fans in the past. I just don't get what's so good about him. He's not handsome at all and is totally lacking compared to our Chu Dong. Supporting Xiu Tiu to win as the greatest champion. Qi Liang's fan club. In a group chat. There's nothing about Zhang Ye to be afraid of. Yeah, our biggest opponents are Chu Dong and Hai Fei. Zhang Ye might have been awesome in the past. I believe anyone would admit to that. But there's no room left for him to stand in the entertainment circle. Our Chi Chi is the most handsome of all. As the most notorious and infamous hacker in the world, Zhang Ye still has the cheek to join this battle of the grand champions? Isn't he a little too thick-skinned? That's right, this person has such a tainted history. The people these days like idols who are clean-cut and handsome. He's only average-looking and has so many blemishes to his reputation. Celebrities, like that, are already slowly getting marginalized. Chi-Chi will definitely be victorious. Kick that tainted celebrity out. Back at home, Zhang Ye's mother said, that kid really went to join the competition. His father said, if he wants to go, let him go. Do you think that you can still control him? His mother said angrily, I'm just afraid that he'll lose. That would be so embarrassing. At his eldest younger sister's house, his 3 sisters had gathered to catch the show on TV together. Wow, our bro is participating in the competition. It's true, I'm so looking forward to it. Bro, you can do it. Defeat those hunks. At Zhang Yuanqi's house, her phone rang. Hello, Wei Hong. Sister Zhang, have you seen the news? I haven't been paying much attention to the entertainment circle's news for the past 2 years. All I get is you calling me to tell me about what's happening every day. What's the matter now? Did something happen again? Haha. Teacher Zhang has really gone to join the competition. The battle of the grand champions? Yeah, they just announced the news. I knew that he wouldn't be able to sit idly by. Somewhere. The former Spring Garden group. Although their group had disbanded, Xiaodong, Amy, and Li Xiaoxian still met up regularly. Look at this. Teacher Zhang has been confirmed as the representative of the first season of I Am a Singer. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Can he win? Who knows? I only know that this has gotten much more interesting to watch. There are already signs of Chu Dong and Qi Liang's fans scolding him on the internet. Uffed. Teacher Zhang has been away in jail for so many years, yet his social relations are still as crappy as ever. At Zhao Wuliu's house, old Zhao, Zhang Ye went to join the competition. Really, they've already announced it. Hopefully he can help us win back some dignity. At the studio of a heavenly king, he's really going to participate? Zhang Ye is still as ballsy as ever, huh? But what he doesn't realize is that he's no longer the heavenly king from before. Could he be thinking of reclaiming his throne as a heavenly king? Times have changed. How could it be that easy for him to make a comeback? In this battle of the grand champions, he might end up becoming the first person to get eliminated. In Zhang Ye's fan group, number 37, someone sprang out in this previously dead group. Big Saber Bro, brothers and sisters, how many people are still in here? Give me a shout out if you are. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Immediately, 7 or 8 people responded. Big Saber Bro. I haven't seen Big Saber Bro in several years. Is it the real Big Saber Bro? Where have you been for the past few years? Big Saber Bro, it's me. I've been restricted from using the internet for the past few years. But now, I've finally regained my freedom. I'm currently gathering people by giving a shout out to everyone in different groups. For those of you who see this message, please pass it on. Tell our brothers and sisters from years ago that Teacher Zhang has returned, and that I have returned as well. How many of you are still willing to follow Teacher Zhang to take on the industry again? Hi. There aren't that many of us left from back then. Yeah, we used to have a full 1,000 members in each group in the past. Right now, there are at most 100 or so people left. Many of them have quit the group, and there are many who are just lurkers. It will be very difficult if we want to gather everyone back together again. Big Saber Bro, gather up however many people you can. Our friendship from years ago and the stories from that time, I'm sure that everyone wouldn't forget it just like that. It's only because a long time has passed, and some people have gotten married or had children, so they're busy with their own matters, that's all. Teacher Zhang will be taking part in the Battle of the Grand Champions very soon. This will be his first time appearing in public since his comeback, and it's going to be an elimination round competition as well. We've been slapping the faces of others all our lives, so it had better not become us who gets slapped this time. Hurry, gather everybody. Get as many people as you can so that we can show Teacher Zhang we're still around. Sure, understood. In the Celebrity Goof group. Back then, this was the most important celebrity group in the entertainment industry. The people who were added into this chat group were either heavenly kings and queens, or at least A or B-list superstars. But right now, most of the members in this group were washed up or retired from the scene. The chat group was deserted and no longer lively. Su Milan, at Zhang Ye, make sure you don't lose in the first round. Li Shaoxian, Teacher Zhang, bring out your abilities and show them what you're capable of. Ning Lan, at Zhang Ye, damn, so you really ended up joining? Xiaodong, wasn't it you guys who urged him to join? Shu Han, we were only saying it for fun. Chen Guang, haha, Zhang you better seek your own blessings. Fan Wenli, Zhang all of us will be supporting you. Go show those young guns what real singing is all about. That is, provided you can still sing. Amy, Teacher Zhang can't sing anymore. Fan Wenli, I don't know. I haven't heard him sing since he got back. Ning Lan, we didn't get to hear him sing either. Su Milan, why does it sound like the chances are getting lower the more I hear about it? I'm about to fall off the S-list rankings, so I was hoping that Teacher Zhang could shield me from that for a while longer. If he can get into the limelight more, the popularity of those male idols won't increase so quickly, and they won't be able to catch up to me so soon. Otherwise, I doubt I can stay in this seat for much longer. Ning Lan, then I guess you better not pin your hopes on him. Let's place our bets on how many rounds Teacher Zhang can last. Chen Guang, he should be able to last for at least 2 rounds, right? Amy, I estimate he'll last only 1 round. Ning Lan, 1 round, agreed. Xiaodong, don't joke around. Teacher Zhang will be so saddened if he sees this. Everyone, ha ha ha. After several years, the group was still as joyous and fun as ever. At around 9 p.m., Zhang Ye had finally returned home from Beijing television. When he turned on his phone to have a look, he saw many messages from his friends. Chen Guang, if I had not had surgery on my vocal folds during these 2 years, I would have gone instead. I'll leave the responsibility to you then. Don't disappoint the first season's class of I Am a Singer. You're not only representing yourself, you're also representing the entire lot of our old generation of singers. It's all up to you from here. Amy, Teacher Zhang, you can do it. Xiaodong, defeat all of them. Big Saber Bro Fan Ing Yun. Teacher Zhang, I'm back as well. The incident from 4 years ago lifted the lid on some of my past misdeeds, like the matter of helping you to delete your Weibo posts and hacking into the official websites of the other celebrities. Later on, those idiots even banned me from using the internet. I've finally had the restrictions lifted, so I'm trying to gather up the people of the fan club again. Wait for my good news. After Zhang Ye read through every one of the messages, he smiled to himself. Anxiety, anticipation, excitement. He realized that he was feeling those emotions all at once. Zhang Ye was very happy because he discovered that he still hadn't changed. Although he had taken many detours along the way, had a lot of bumps in the road, and undergone difficult trials and battles, he was still the same person he was before. 10 years of icy drinks. Can't cool my impassioned soul. Diving back into the struggle tonight. My spirit is still full of fight. Chapter 1551. The Battle of the Grand Champions begins. Chapter 1551. The battle of the grand champions begins. Translator, leg editor, leg. On this day, it was the day of the battle of the grand champions. In the afternoon, at a kindergarten. Cece, over here. Daddy, my daddy is here. Come on, let's go home. Daddy, carry me. Her, you clingy little girl. At the front gate of the kindergarten, Zhang Ye had come to pick Cece up from school. The teachers were all very surprised to see him. Next to them, quite a few of the other children's parents crowded around them. They couldn't understand why Zhang Ye was in the mood to come to school to fetch his daughter. His daughter's form teacher asked anxiously, "Aren't you taking part in the competition tonight?" Zhang Ye was carrying his daughter and said with a smile, "Yes, it's happening tonight at around 8 p.m. Then why are you still so leisurely coming around to pick your daughter up?" One of the children's parents asked. Another teacher asked dumbfoundedly, "Don't you have to prepare for the competition tonight?" Zhang Ye replied, "Of course I'm going to prepare for it, but I can't forget about my child either. Her, no matter how important work may be, my daughter is much more important to me." He then lowered his head and gave Cece a peck on the cheek. "Right, my dear?" Cece nodded hard. Yes, Cece is the most important. Everyone could only take their hats off to him. They suddenly felt that Zhang Ye was no longer the same person. For a moment, everyone felt even more pessimistic about Zhang Ye's battle tonight. Being tied down with a family, how could Zhang Ye possibly win? Could he still press forward without a care like the younger male idols of the entertainment industry these days? On Weibo, what time does it start? There are still 2 more hours to go. Let's see who will be the first to perform. Haha, my Tsiu will definitely sweep everyone aside. Chi will definitely be victorious. Hai is the best. Supporting Zhang Ye. Previous poster, get lost. What does a band artist have against the might of our older brothers? When Teacher Zhang was famous, those hunks weren't even around yet. That's such old news, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Who isn't more popular than Zhang Ye now? He will surely be the first to get eliminated. At Beijing television, there was 1 hour left until the live broadcast began. Although Zhang Ye was already running late, he still walked over at a leisurely pace. The other contestants had already arrived. Immediately, all of them looked at him. Xiaolu was panicking badly. "Brother Zhang, my dear brother, where on earth were you? I even had to call you twice before I could get through." The live broadcast is almost starting. Zhang Ye smiled. "I was cooking dinner, so I must have missed your call," Guan Shui said in a speechless manner. "You cooked dinner today?" Zhang Ye said calmly. "I even picked up my daughter from school. That's why I got delayed for a bit." Xiaolu facebombed. "I really have to give it to you." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I'm not the same as you. Having been separated from my family and home for those few years, I have a lot of regrets. So I can only slowly make it up to them." Qi Liang looked at him. Chu Dong was at a loss for words. Hai Fei was also rather taken aback. Pick up his daughter? Cook dinner? Don't you know what day it is today? This is I Am a Singer's Battle of the Grand Champions, the culmination of the 5 seasons of the show. Whoever wins this honor would surely be sent directly to the top of the Chinese entertainment circle to stand alongside the big brothers and sisters. Xiaolu quickly said, "We're going to begin immediately. I'll brief you once more. Regarding the procedures, everyone will first have to draw lots. Then, she went through the instructions very quickly. Zhang Ye nodded. Understood. Xiaolu subconsciously said, "You must bear that in mind." After saying that, she suddenly realized who she was speaking with and couldn't help but blush in embarrassment. She tried to cough it off. This show itself was thought up by Zhang Ye in the first place, and it was he who successfully produced and directed it. When Zhang Ye was doing the live broadcast arrangements back then, Xiaolu was just a member of his team. So when she finished saying those words, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed about it. But Zhang Ye said, "Okay, I'll remember it." Xiaolu chuckled and said, "Come off it. I had better stop all that bullshit in your presence." Zhang Ye smiled. "You're the executive director now, so of course I have to listen to you." In fact, Xiaolu was very nervous today. She had served as the executive director of I Am a Singer for 2 years now. Previously, it had always been Hu Fei who was in this role. But when Hu Fei was promoted to become the deputy station head, Xiaolu couldn't have expected that brother who would hand over the star show of the station to her. She could still remember the exact words that brother who said to her at that time. He told her that this show was left behind for them by Teacher Zhang, so she mustn't screw it up and disappoint him. Those words remained very clear in her. mind. So when she learned that Zhang Ye was going to join the finale competition of the show, she couldn't help but feel perturbed. She felt even more nervous than when she first took over the reins as the executive director of the show. This was because she wanted a hand in the best possible answer that she could to Zhang Ye. She wanted to let him know that the show he had brought into this world had not been screwed up by her, and that she had not disappointed him. The scheduled time was fast approaching. The preparations for the broadcast were all in order. After Xiao Lu had arranged everything, she suddenly went to Zhang Ye on her own and said to him, "Teacher Zhang, there's something that I've always found very regretful." Zhang Ye was startled. "What is it?" Xiao Lu looked at him. "Back on the first season of I Am a Singer, you didn't win as the grand champion because we had forced you to save the day after the role of the host was vacated. But as the executive director of the show, and for the sake of the station, you made many sacrifices on your part. We at Beijing TV, as well as the people, all of us owe you the title of grand champion. You're not the executive director today, and you don't have any responsibilities for Beijing TV either, so you can finally sing as you like. It's time that you took home the title of grand champion. It belongs to you anyway, or at least, you should have been crowned as the grand champion 4 years ago." Zhang Ye smiled and patted her head in response. The grand champion was voted on by everyone, and nothing should ever be taken for granted. In this current day and age, do you still think that I can become the greatest champion? Xiao Lu said, "Of course." Zhang Ye shook his head and laughed. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, the whole family had gathered in front of the television. "Has it started yet?" "It's beginning soon." "Bro, you can do it." Old Chen's house. Chen Guang and Fan Winley were both sitting quietly before their television. "It's about to start. I'm feeling a little nervous." "Why would you be nervous?" "I'm nervous for Zhang, of course." At Yao Jinsai's house. "Dad, hurry up. It's starting. It's blown up all over the internet. Today's viewership ratings of I Am a Singer are gonna be heaven-defying." At old Wu's parents' courtyard house, Wu Changhe and some members of his family had gathered around to wait in front of the television. Will little Yi be able to do it? Who knows? I wonder how popular he still is. Dong Shanshan's house. Several of their old classmates had gathered here today. "Comrade Yuingyi, why have you only arrived?" I was caught in traffic." Shanshan, increase the volume of the TV. "What song do you guys think Zhang will sing today?" "It's probably going to be an old song. He's not writing songs anymore. Who knows if he can still write them? Having spent so many years in jail, his talents might have dried up." "Hi, I feel such pain for our Zhang." At home, Wu Ziqing was carrying Cici and sitting down on the sofa. "Mommy, where's Daddy?" "Where's Daddy? Daddy will be out soon." "Mommy, can Daddy win?" "If your daddy wants to win, he will not lose. It's been like this in the past, and it will be like this in the future." The countdown started. 3, 2, 1. The live broadcast began. Chapter 1552, Taking to the Stage. Chapter 1552, Taking to the Stage. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On TV, the live broadcast was being shown. The host was someone called Cui Na. Ever since Dong Shanshan stepped down from her role as a Beijing television host, Cui Na took over the hosting responsibilities of I Am a Singer. She was one of the new generation of popular hosts. The host said, "Hello everyone. This is Beijing TV, and welcome to the finale competition of I Am a Singer. Today, we've invited the representatives of the past 5 seasons contestants to hold a never-before-seen battle of the grand champions in the music industry. The 5 contestants are all very talented singers of the music scene, and they'll be coming together on the same stage for a versus competition in a bid to be crowned the greatest champion of the show. I believe that all of our viewers watching TV and the live audience at our venue cannot wait. Now then, we're only 10 minutes away from the official start of the competition. Everyone, follow me to the backstage to have a look at the drawing of lots. Who will be the first contestant to take to the stage today? Let's take a look." Backstage, there were a total of 5 waiting rooms. Room 1 was Zhang Ye. Room 2 was Guan Shui. Room 3 was Hai Fei. Room 4 was Qi Liang. Room 5 was Chu Dong. The room order was based on which season the grand champion had emerged from. The female host came to the door of the first room. She spoke excitedly to the camera with a smile. "We'll be knocking on the door of room 1 soon. I'm quite nervous. The teacher in there was once a legend of the entertainment circle. as well as my school senior. Returning to the industry after so many years, he has once again stepped onto the stage of I Am a Singer. This is a phenomenal stage that he had helped to build back then, so I believe his mood is a little different. Knock knock. A voice came from the inside. Who is it? The female host cautiously tried to push the door open. Senior, we'll be starting the competition soon. How are your preparations coming along? The man on the inside said, SOSO, I guess. The female host pushed at the door a second and third time, then said, why is it locked? The man laughed and said, I'll see you guys later on stage. The female host whispered into the camera, I believe a lot of people are quite curious about how Teacher Zhang looks like now. Has he gained weight? Or did he become thinner? Ever since Teacher Zhang's return, I haven't met him. The last time I saw him was 4 or 5 years ago when I was still in my 4th year of university. It was a lecture that Professor Zhang had given at Media College, so Teacher Zhang is an industry senior, a school senior, and also a teacher to me. Since Teacher Zhang wants to leave his first meeting with everyone until he gets on stage, we'll respect his wishes. Come on then, let's go to the second room to have a look. Knock knock. Room 2's door opened. Sister Guan, I'm here. Nana, today is the first round of the competition. Are you confident? No, I have no confidence at all. The youngsters these days are too strong. I can only do my best and hope that I won't get eliminated in the first round. Room 3. Teacher Little Hai, are you nervous? I am, in fact. What song have you prepared? Can you reveal it to us? That. I have to keep a secret. Room 4. Teacher Liang, we haven't met in a long time. Sister Nana, you've gotten prettier again. Thank you. We'll be drawing lots soon. What order would you like to appear on stage? I don't ask for much, but it would be good if I were to appear 3rd or 4th. Room 5. Teacher Chu, you're the favorite to win as the greatest champion. A lot of people are very optimistic about your chances. Besides, as we know, you've just won as the grand champion half a month ago on the 5th season of I Am a Singer. So are you going to make a push for it as well this time and take the title of the greatest champion of the 5 seasons? Of course I would like to win, but everyone is very strong too, so it won't be easy at all. We're looking forward to your performance. All the best. Thank you. The interview ended. The highly anticipated drawing of the lots began. On Weibo, it's starting. Let's see who'll be the first to take the stage. Who's gonna draw lots first? Qi Liang is drawing first. Wow, it's number 3, not bad. Hai Yifei is going first. Hai won't fear that. He tends to sing the more powerful type of songs, so going first is an advantage for him. Guan Shui is going second. Chu Dong drew 4th. Why hasn't Zhang Ye revealed himself yet? There's no need to do that. Everyone else has drawn their lots. He's going to appear last. I haven't seen Guan Shui in 2 years. It seems like she's put on weight. Yeah, I wonder what Zhang Ye looks like now. It doesn't matter what he looks like now. He wasn't handsome in the past. Our Xiu Xiu and Chi Chi are still the most handsome. Hai is also quite good-looking as well. I've already decided to give my vote to Xiu Xiu. Damn, they haven't even started performing yet. Perform what? Who cares as long as they're handsome? For the old generation of singers, just leave them to be forgotten in time. Zhang Yuanqi's house. Ninglan said, Zhang Er's luck is quite good. Zhang. Yuanqi said indifferently, that won't help. Ninglan said, true, it still depends on what song he sings. At Yao Jinsai's house, Yao Jinkai said, it's starting soon. Yao Mi replied, I've already told my classmates to vote for Uncle Zhang. How many people did you get? It's depressing. Only 2 of them responded positively to me. The others are all saying that they will be voting for Qi Liang and Chu Dong. To think that they graduated from Peking University. How could they forget how much they liked Uncle Zhang back then? People change. At Zhang Xiao's house, her daughter asked, is Teacher Zhang already in grave danger in the first round? Zhang Xia said, yes, everyone is saying that he'll likely be eliminated in the first round. Her daughter said, then what's going to happen? Zhang Xia said, that depends on him. Her daughter said, do you believe in Teacher Zhang? Actually, I don't know either. I haven't heard him sing in many years. The drawing of lots ended. There were only 5 more minutes before the competition began. The host had returned to the stage to mingle with the audience. Backstage, all of the staff and contestants were getting ready. On Weibo, in the forums, in everyone's moments. Today, at this moment, everyone was crazily posting and checking out the news online. The trending popularity of I Am a Singer's finale battle of the Grand Champions kept growing. An increasing amount of people were turning on their televisions to catch the live broadcast, and there was a continuous stream of people going on to Weibo to cheer on their favorite singers. The topicality of the show had shot through the roof. From the looks of it, it could only be imagined how glorious the viewership ratings would turn out. The entertainment circle had experienced a generational change. Many of the old variety shows from 4, 5, or 6 years ago were no longer around. For example, King of Masked Singers, talk show, as well as Do You Remember? Only I Am a Singer had firmly survived the changing times, and it even managed to become more popular. At the venue, the countdown was getting closer and closer. The audience was screaming in excitement. Hi hi. Hi hi, you can do it. Hi hi is the best. Supporting Hi hi. Glow sticks and LED light boards were being waved around by Hi Yifei's fans at the venue. The next moment, when the stage lights dimmed and the spotlights focused onto the moon gate, the crowd blew up. Countless people stood up and started shouting. He's coming on. Hi hi is coming on. Ah, he's so handsome. Hi hi, I love you. Come on. The competition began. Hi Yifei was the first contestant to take the stage. He bowed and gave his thanks. Amid the applause of the crowd, the music played. A song from Hi Yifei's album that came out last year played on stage. Don't say you love me. I've always tried to hide, not knowing how to face you. I've always tried to leave, recalling the past's melody. Don't say you love me. I can only be silent. Don't say you love me. I know it was my fault. Today, Hi Yifei had uncharacteristically belted out a love song. It was very tender. It was very touching. Quite a few people in the audience looked like they were enchanted by the performance. When this song finished, the applause and screams nearly brought the roof down. The faces of several young ladies were streaming with tears. Their voices had all gone hoarse from shouting. Online. Let's vote. I already did. It's too good. Hi is great. Backstage. There was no camera set up in Zhang Ye's waiting room. He was alone and watching the live performance from the venue on the television. So this was a hot, young male star of this world, and he wasn't even the most popular one? Even if it were the heavenly kings and queens of his previous world, they would probably just be able to attract this level of screaming and shouting that was heard here. This was the first time Zhang Ye had come face to face with the popularity and appeal of the young studs of this world. No wonder his old friends were so pessimistic about his chances. No wonder his parents had not wanted him to join the competition. No wonder the people and netizens all felt that he would get eliminated in the first round. This was an era where the explosive popularity of male idols was unstoppable. Everyone had witnessed similar situations like this happening countless times in the past few years, and all of them were already used to it. No one could understand why Zhang Ye would choose to come here. Everyone felt that Zhang Ye was asking to be humiliated. They had such a high level of popularity and such passionate fans supporting them. Some of these fans could even have been his fans in the past. However, people changed, people moved on. It really wasn't going to be easy to seek what he had lost. Zhang Ye, how will you respond? Can you continue standing on a stage like this? Chapter 1553. The Ordinary Road. Chapter 1553. The Ordinary Road. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The second contestant came on. Guan Shui quietly went on stage amid scattered applause. Compared to Hi Yifei's on-stage appearance, it was an entirely different reaction. A melodious voice floated out. Where is the piano? Where does the sound drift? To the heavens, maybe? Can this be fate? Guan Shui sang with all that she could. She hit the high notes. She sang in falsetto. She incorporated portamento into the song. She was constantly switching between different techniques. But not many people in the audience was taking her seriously. Online, the voting window had opened. Even before some of the singers had taken the stage to sing, the fans were already voting crazily for them. Hi shall be victorious. Damn, let me give my vote to Chi first. I've already voted for Chu Dong. He hasn't even performed yet, big sis. So what? I'll just vote first. Guan Shui sang quite well too. Yeah, I've voted for her. Has everyone already voted? Why aren't you all saving your votes until they finish singing? There are still 3 more contestants. Zhang Ye is in real danger. It was expected that he would be the first to get eliminated. Actually, a lot of people here were Zhang Ye's fans in the past, but there really aren't too many of them left. No matter what, he's still a former heavenly king. How can he get eliminated in just the first round? That would be so embarrassing. He asked for it for not admitting that he has become old and insisting on coming to compete with the honks. Actually, I really want to know what song Zhang Ye will sing. On the stage, Qi Liang went on stage. The cheering was deafening. Qi, Qi Liang, let's go. He's so handsome. Qi, I'll love you forever. Many girls started crying the moment they saw Qi Liang. The extent of chasing after a star like that could only simply be described as feverish. Today, Qi Liang had chosen an English song to sing. It was also a genre that he was very adept at performing. The moment he opened his mouth, many people in the audience stood up. Compared to Hai Yifei, he had even more fans. Qi Liang's popularity was much higher than Hai Yifei's. Backstage, in room 1, an employee knocked on the door and entered. The employee said, "Director Zhang, Teacher Chu Dong will be going on stage next. Please get ready for your turn." Zhang Ye laughed. "Don't address me as Director Zhang anymore." The employee scratched his head in embarrassment. "Hi, I'm used to calling you that. I'm ready and can go at any time," Zhang Ye said. The employee said, "All right then, have some water. We'll bring you over in another 2 minutes." Zhang Ye nodded and figured that he might as well turn off the television. The room was suddenly plunged into silence. Although the shouting from where the stage was could still be heard, there wasn't a lot of time left. He then lowered his head to look at his hands and discovered that they were actually trembling. It had been 4 years without meeting the audience, 4 years without standing on a stage to perform. Will they still acknowledge me? Can my voice still move them? Zhang Ye did not know. He only knew that he had a lot of things that he wished to say to them. He really had a lot to say. "I'm back. But are you still here for me? Do you guys still remember my story?" The employee said, "Teacher Zhang, let's go." "All right." Zhang Ye stood up and went with him. As they got closer to the stage, the shouting in the venue became clearer. Chu Dong was still singing. Zhang Ye was in the holding area now. From where he was, he could see a portion of the audience and the stage. It was a very familiar sight and something that he missed greatly. This was the same stage as the one he helped to design. After 5 seasons, there wasn't too much change. For a moment, Zhang Ye lost his focus. He suddenly remembered many things, such as the explosive popularity of Small Apple, how plaza dancing took the country by storm, and his finale song, The King of Karaoke. All of that was part of his story on this stage those years ago. After 4 years, he was back. Time really went quick. All of a sudden, thunderous clapping and roars pulled him back to reality. Chu Dong, Chu Dong, Chu Dong. The onstage performance had ended. The audience couldn't contain their excitement. Madness, screams, yells. All of the applause was for Chu Dong. Zhang Ye knew that it was time for him to go on stage. On Weibo, Xiu Xiu is invincible. This song was performed in such a godly manner. Chi-Chi's song was quite good too. The greatest champion of the 5 seasons can only be a fight between Qi Liang and Chu Dong. Even if the others can sing in such a fantastic way, there isn't much hope of them winning. Yeah, their popularities are entirely different from these two. Who's the next singer? It should be Zhang Ye's turn, right? Next is the last one. I don't hold any hope for him. He shouldn't have joined at all. I don't even feel like listening to this blacklisted artist perform. Right, with such a tainted history, he thinks that he can challenge Chi-Chi and Xiu Xiu? He's probably gonna get eliminated in the first round. Old Chen's house. Chen Guang was startled. It's Zhang Ye's turn. Fan Wenli actually became nervous. Will he be alright? Let's watch, Chen Guang said. Fan Wenli said he had better not get eliminated in the first round. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his cousins were making a ruckus. It's our brother's turn. It's finally our brother's turn. This is suffocatingly tense. What song will our brother be singing? I don't know. It's probably going to be an old song. At old Wu's parents' courtyard house, Wu Chang'e asked, "Hi, why have some people started leaving their seats?" Li Qinxin said, "I don't know." Wu Imo said, "Damn, this is so uncalled for." Li Qinxin said, "Yeah, why are the audience members leaving right now?" At Chudong's studio, there are people standing up to leave. They probably want to visit the bathroom after watching the performances for so long. go to the bathroom when it's Zhang Ye's turn. His social relations are god-awful then. His current popularity is really no longer the same as before. Back at home, Zhang Ye's mother roared. What's the meaning of this? His father was stunned. Why would they visit the bathroom right now? His mother said angrily. I told him not to join the competition. See, what did I tell you? Dong Shanshan's house. What the hell? Zhang Ye is in a dangerous position. Yeah, judging by the atmosphere, it really doesn't seem like he stands a chance of going through. Let's see how Zhang Ye will handle this. Can he turn the tide? Who knows? At the live venue, in the audience, a lot of people were leaving their seats. It's been an hour already. Yeah, let's make use of Zhang Ye's performance to quickly use the bathroom. Yeah, there's still the second round to go after this. I'll be looking forward to seeing Xiu Qiu's performance in the second round. Qi Liang is very good too. Haha, they're both quite good. Our ears are going to have a feast today. Look, Zhang Ye has come out on stage. He seems like he has put on some weight. That's because he was too thin in the past. It's been so many years since I've seen him. Let's go to the bathroom first. We'll see how he performs after we get back. Over a dozen people were joking and laughing as they casually left their seats. At this moment, on camera, Zhang Ye had walked out of the moon gate. Some people were about to leave, while some remained seated. There was no applause. There were no cheers. The executive director, Xiao Lu, looked solemn. However, she was panicking badly on the inside. How did it end up like this? Why wasn't there any applause? Have you all really forgotten about Teacher Zhang? Zhang Ye slowly walked out and stopped in his tracks. He stood quietly on stage and looked into the audience, looking at those people who were leaving their seats without even giving him a look. He did not say anything at all. There was nothing he could say anyway. All he did was hold his microphone as he slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, the entire nation's viewers were watching this scene on their televisions. The entire nation's viewers were staring at him curiously. Backstage, Qi Liang, who had finished performing, was shaking his head. Sitting beside him, Guan Shui let out a small sigh. This was a scene they had anticipated. The music played, but what no one expected that everyone would be stunned when Zhang Ye opened his mouth. The spotlights were focused on Zhang Ye. The melody of the music was gentle and melancholic. Then Zhang Ye opened his mouth. Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Ye gripped the microphone with his eyes closed. Standing on this stage that he helped build 4 years ago, he lightly sang. This was his first time singing a song in an official setting since his return. There were no high notes. There were no techniques. He was just singing one in a calm and quiet manner. As you waver on the pathway, will you move forward? Via. Fragile, arrogant. That's how I used to be as well. In the audience, the people who had left their seats froze. Zhang Ye sang gently, impassioned, apprehensive. Where are you going? Via. Silent as a puzzle. Are you listening to my story? The people who were leaving stopped in their tracks. They looked at Zhang Ye in surprise. Xiao Lu was stunned. The live audience members were dumbfounded. The people watching TV were staring in shock at their screens. Zhang Ye opened his eyes. He looked at the stage. He looked at the audience. He looked at everyone. He sang, I've traversed mountains and the seas, and cut through crowds of people. Once upon a time, I had it all. But it was all gone in the blink of an eye. I'd lost and was beyond hope, and even lost all direction. Until I saw that being ordinary was my only solution. Listening this, Xiao Lu's eyes reddened. At Yao Jinsai's house, he can still write songs? It's a new song. Old Zhang's house. This fellow is amazing. So he can still sing. Dong Shanshan's house. How has Zhang Ye been living his life these past few years? To have a home that he couldn't go back to have a child that he couldn't see. Just tell me, how did he live through all of that? At the venue, Zhang Ye sang lightly, while you are still fantasizing about your future, via. Will it improve or worsen? For me, it's just another day. The crowd fell silent. The people who hadn't been paying attention to him earlier were now dumbfounded. Zhang Ye reached out and clutched his chest. His grip tightened as he sang. I once destroyed everything I held dear, so I had to leave for good. I once fell into endless darkness. I struggled but failed to get out. I've been like you, like him, even like weeds and wildflowers. I'm desperate and yearning. I cry and laugh, but stay ordinary. This was Zhang Ye's story. These were his experiences over the past 4 years. At Zhang Ye's parents' house, his mother was crying. Son. His father's eyes were a deep red. Back at home, Cece asked, Mommy, Mommy, what's wrong? Wu Ziqing said, Mommy's fine. Mommy, don't cry. Okay, Mommy won't cry. On stage, Zhang Ye sang, Move forward, keep going, even if you were given over. Move forward, keep going, even if you were robbed. Move forward, keep going, even if you miss out. Move forward, keep going, even if you. I've traversed mountains and the seas, slash and cut through crowds of people. I've asked all around the world, slash, but have never gotten an answer. I'm just like you, like him, even like weeds and wildflowers. As I face the unknown, this is the only road I will take. Xiaolu was crying. Many of the Beijing television staff were crying. Zhang Ye's old classmates were crying. Fan Wenli was crying. When many of the audience members at the venue realized it, tears were already dripping from their eyes. They couldn't even wipe them dry or get them off their faces. Zhang Ye lowered the microphone. Then he raised it again. Time flies by, and just like that, tomorrow is here. Via via. The wind blows, the road ahead is still long. How far am I into my story? The song ended. There was still no applause. There were still no cheers. There were still no screams. But Chu Dong froze. Qi Liang, Hai Yifei, and the others also found it a little unbelievable. They discovered that many of the staff and audience members at the venue were crying. Those who had stood up to leave their seats. Those who did not anticipate listening to Zhang Ye sing. All of them had thought that after so many years, Zhang Ye would have become a memory to them. They had thought that even after seeing Zhang Ye again, that passion in them from years ago would not get stirred up. They believed that they had all grown up and changed, that all of them had already moved on. But they didn't expect that when faced with Zhang Ye again, upon hearing him sing again, they would still burst into tears. His story from years ago had appeared in front of them once again. Chapter 1554. The contestant to be eliminated in the first round is. Chapter 1554. The contestant to be eliminated in the first round is. Translator, leg editor, leg. The singing stopped. The music stopped. When the live audience was finally able to react, Zhang Ye was already quietly retreating from the stage. All they could see was his receding figure. In the audience, a child asked, Mommy, why are you crying? His mother wiped away her tears and said, Mommy doesn't know either. The child asked, Who is that uncle? His mother looked in the direction of Zhang Ye's departure. He was Mommy and Daddy's favorite celebrity in the past. A wife was wiping her tears away. Teacher Zhang's got wrinkles on his face. Her husband made a noise in acknowledgement. The wife said, Hubby, have the times changed, or is it us who have changed? The husband replied, Maybe it is everything that has changed. But I realize that I still like him. Hubby, what about you? Do you still like him? The husband did not answer. The wife turned to look at him and was stunned by what she saw. She discovered that her husband was crying too. After so many years, a person from the past had returned. The ordinary road brought tears to countless people. Many memories flooded through in an instant. Zhang Ye, who fought a Korean celebrity to stand up for the average person. Zhang Ye, who went bankrupt in order to save his fan by lending her money to treat her disease. Zhang Ye, who typed out the words, Whoever offends the mighty nation of China, however distant, shall be destroyed for his country. He was back. That fellow who had caused them to fall madly in love with him. That fellow who had left them gnashing their teeth in anger. That fellow who had made them howl with laughter. He was back. He had changed. His hair had become shorter, and he had several more wrinkles on his face. However, he could still sing like before. That was an indescribable sense of nostalgia. A lot of people at the venue and watching television were lost in their thoughts at this moment. At old Yao's house, Yao Mi broke down crying. Yao Jinkai sighed. It has really not been easy on Zhang these past few years. Yao Mi sobbed, Uncle Zhang. Dong Shanshan's house. Why isn't anyone clapping? What's with everybody? Have they really forgotten all about Zhang? There were so many events, so many memories. How can they just forget him like that? At Zhang Xiao's house. Mom, Teacher Zhang can still sing. Yes. But will everyone acknowledge him? Little Zhang is back, and he's still the same little Zhang that we knew. But I wonder if the people are still the same. Zhang Yuanqi's house. The ordinary road. This fella has made me cry again with his singing. He has changed quite a bit. In the holding area. When Zhang Yi got back here, he bumped into Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu was crying. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye smiled and went up to give her a hug. What are you crying for? Did I not sing well? I thought it was quite satisfactory, as I've managed to sing out what I wished to tell everyone. It was pretty good. But the audience, Zhang Ye said, it's fine. Backstage, the contestants who had finished performing had returned here. Zhang Ye was the last person to arrive. Guan Shui stood up. Teacher Zhang. Qi Liang also stood up. That was a good performance. Chu Dong also complimented him. How many years had Zhang Ye been in the entertainment industry? He could easily tell who was being sincere and who was not. He simply returned a smile and said thank you to them. Actually, Chu Dong, Hai Yifei, and Qi Liang were all very surprised that so many people had cried after hearing Zhang Ye sing. In their opinion, The Ordinary Road had a very flat melody, without any high notes, and didn't require any techniques to sing it well. Although they had never heard this song before, possibly because it was a newly composed song by Zhang Ye, the song still had the vibes of an old song and had a completely different melody and rhythm from the contemporary pop music they were used to. Furthermore, be it the singing or technique, there was nothing special about Zhang Ye's performance. So why did the audience react in such a way? Instead, the only normal thing was the lack of cheers and applause from the audience at the beginning and the end of his performance. From this point alone, they knew that Zhang Ye would definitely be out of luck for this first round of competition. If there were no surprises, he would surely be the first one to be eliminated. They had never seen such a peaceful performance before, a performance that didn't even get applauded. So how many votes could he possibly get? It looked like it was just as everyone had expected. Zhang Ye would be the first person to lose his qualifications to become the greatest champion of I Am a Singer, and in that, they would have one less opponent. Zhang Ye's fan group number 7. Teacher Zhang. Damn, I'm crying. I cried too. I feel so terrible. Is there no one supporting Teacher Zhang anymore? There wasn't even any applause for him. Motherfucker, vote. Right, let's quickly vote. Where is everyone? Where did everyone go? Teacher Zhang has returned. Where have all of you gone? Where? Are there only the few of us left? After listening to this song, how can you guys sit still or do nothing? Stop shouting. They won't hear you. Hi. The people from back then have gone their separate ways. Wait. Admin, what's the matter? What the hell? All of a sudden, several of the administrators were stunned. DDD. Notifications of people applying to join the group exploded. Group number 7. Group number 8. Group number 15. Group number 37. All the formerly dead fan groups of Zhang Ye's blew up with alerts. Little Grass 55 reporting in. To our dear admins of Zhang Ye's fan group number 9, I'm back. Shishi is back. Old Chu 520 is back. Open up, I'm back. Zhang Ye fan number 55 is back. I'm sorry, I left the group due to some family issues. But I'm back now. Motherfucker. Now that Teacher Zhang is taking on the industry again, how can I not be a part of it? I've been busy with work, and my wife is really strict with me. I wasn't supposed to come in here, but when I heard Teacher Zhang's song today, motherfucking hell, I decided to check in again even if it means my death. Drifting Snow is back. Hijala is back. Familiar faces. Familiar nicknames. 10 people. 100 people. 1,000 people. The eyes of the group administrators welled up. Big Saber Bro scolded everyone the moment they entered the groups. You bunch of idiots, why did you just respond? Hurry up and vote. Spare us, Big Saber Bro. We'll immediately vote. My cell phone has been confiscated by my wife. I can't vote. Old Knife, why are you still so afraid of your wife? Damn, I won't let you say that about me. Watch how I take my cell phone back. Old Knife, you can do it. He's risking his life just to vote, ha. Ha ha ha. At the venue, watching TV, everyone was getting very anxious as they waited for the final result. The host, Cui Na, had come back out onto the stage. The first round of voting has ended. I believe that everyone has used the most practical of actions to show their support for the contestants they like the most. But unfortunately, of the 5 contestants in the first round, one of them will have to leave our stage. The voting results are in my hands. I won't be announcing the rankings of the first round. However, I will be announcing the name of the contestant that has been eliminated. So then, the contestant who will be leaving us in the first round of the culmination battle of I Am a Singer is. The crowd fell silent. It was all quiet in front of the televisions. In the contestants' zone backstage, no one made a sound. Cui Na looked at the camera and recited, Guan Shui. At this moment, a lot of people were dumbfounded. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. Ah, our brother has advanced into the top 4. Ha ha ha. Old Chen's house. The kid has made it, huh? He actually advanced. Dong Shanshan's house. That scared the hell out of me. I was so scared too. I thought that Zhang Ye would become the first contestant to leave the show. Yeah, there wasn't any applause earlier. Backstage, Qi Liang was surprised at this result. How? Chu Dong was shocked. Shouldn't it be Zhang Ye? Hai Yifei was also astonished. Zhang Ye managed to remain in the competition? How was this possible? There wasn't any applause. How did he manage to stay on? Just how on earth did he manage to stay on? Were people still supporting him? What spot did he take? Zhang Ye was also startled. But Guan Shui wasn't surprised at this result, nor did she reveal a disappointed look. Instead, she just smiled, stood up, and gave a hug to every contestant to bid farewell. Hai Yifei said, Sister Guan, I can't bear to see you go. Guan Shui smiled and said, I'm leaving now. Do your best, everyone. With the camera around, everyone was exchanging pleasantries. It was only when Guan Shui hugged Zhang Ye that she whispered, All the best. Do be careful in the second round. I hope you can go all the way and give us something to cheer about. Zhang Ye only said one word in reply. All right. Chapter 1555. A song called Immense World. Chapter 1555. A song called Immense World. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On TV, the live broadcast continued. Guan Shui had been the first contestant to get voted off the stage. However, no one was lamenting this as the second round of the Battle of the Grand Champions was about to take place immediately. Another contestant was going to get voted off. That would cut down the number of competing singers for the culmination battle to 3 people. The drawing of lots began. Who would stay on? Who would advance to the top 3? Who would get a chance to compete for the title of Greatest Champion the following week? It would all depend on this next round. Backstage, the staff had already brought out the little balls representing the order of appearance. Many people were watching the proceedings nervously on TV. Hai Yifei picked a ball. Qi Liang picked a ball. Chu Dong casually picked a ball as well. The remaining ball was given to Zhang Ye. Opening them up, the order of appearances was determined. Zhang Ye was going to sing first. Hai Yifei was next. Chu Dong would be third, and Qi Liang would go last. Seeing this outcome, the trio of Qi Liang, Hai Yifei, and Chu Dong heaved sighs of relief. When Zhang Ye didn't get eliminated, they were all rather surprised. Neither could they understand why that had happened, just like how the people of Zhang Ye's generation could not understand how this era belonged to the hot, young male stars, and vice versa. Furthermore, being so well-known back then, and with so many legends about him in the industry, they were naturally more wary of Zhang Ye. This time, with Zhang Ye performing first, there was clearly no chance that he could compete with them. Only with this arrangement did they feel relieved. It looked like the climactic battle of the Grand Champions next week was going to be a fight between the 3 male idols. In their opinion, this was how it should have been in the first place. But Zhang Ye didn't seem to mind, and was looking rather indifferent on camera. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his 3 sisters were all getting anxious. Oh no, our brother is going to perform first. This is not good. Dong Shanshan's house. He didn't draw a good lot. This is the worst order of appearance for him. Zhang Ye has just finished singing and didn't get enough rest. Yeah, and his remaining opponents are all honks. In Zhang Ye's fan groups. What the hell? Old Zhang is too unlucky. Did he not wash his hands before drawing lots? He's in danger this time. Old Chen's house. He just made his comeback, and his popularity hasn't recovered. It's indeed a very difficult situation for him to be performing first. I wonder how many fans he still has left at this point. No one knows. At Xiaodong's house, the remaining contestants are all male idols. How is he going to fight this battle? Come on, Teacher Zhang, show us if you've really become old. On TV, the host, Cui Na, said, Next, we'll be going into the second round of the performances. Everyone watched intently. Countless people were holding their breaths. The lights flicked off and the moon gate was illuminated. The figure of a person slowly walked out. The audience was still as quiet as before, just like how it was when Zhang Ye appeared on stage earlier. Some people had raised their hands to clap, but they suddenly put them down again. Some people were already standing up and getting ready to shout, but they sighed and sat back down again. Nobody knew how they should be reacting. Right now, everyone was experiencing very complex emotions. They were all still intoxicated from the earlier song and by their memories of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's return had come too suddenly. The war between humans and machines. Announcing his comeback. Producing a television drama. Taking to the stage of I Am a Singer. A lot of people were not mentally prepared for this, and they didn't know how to face this man they had nearly forgotten about, whom they had once loved and hated so much. Time could be terrifying things sometimes. Just a few years were enough for them to forget about many things. Back at Zhang Ye's final concert, many of them had shouted and declared that they would wait for Zhang Ye to return, that they would always support him. But it wasn't until now that they realized they hadn't fulfilled their old promise. Shame, regret, guilt. It was extremely quiet at the venue. Many of these people were gritting their teeth. Many of their eyes had reddened. Many of them were balling up their fists. Then the strings of a guitar disrupted the silence. Rock. Was this rock and roll? They looked in shock at Zhang Ye, who was on stage. They realized that he was looking back at them. He was looking at everyone in the audience. He raised his microphone. Zhang Ye sang one. Are you tired yet? Will you put out your hands? If you want a hug, how can you clench your fists? We still have a lot of dreams to achieve, and many tomorrows to travel. We want to let the world hear our song. In the audience, a married couple suddenly started crying. They couldn't control their emotions anymore. Qi Liang was stunned. Hai Yifei was stunned. This song. Zhang Ye looked at everyone and sang. Are you ready yet? Time doesn't flow back. There's no reason for wanting to fly. The ends of the world may get lonely, but you will have me by your side. All of a sudden, his voice went higher. We've said before that it doesn't matter how immense the world gets. That's right. They had said it before. That they would stay with him all the way. That they would support him forever. Why had they forgotten? Why? A young stood up in tears. A young woman stood up with her fists clenched. Zhang Ye sang loudly. Let's fly to the place highest, furthest, and freest. Embrace in the most beautiful moment. I want to see who will stay friends with me to the very end. You are the one I hope seeing the most. I am back. I know that you all are still around. I know it. It has been 4 years. I am standing on this stage today because I want to tell all of you that I am back. Perhaps this is a little headstrong of me, but all those stories that we haven't finished writing, I really hope that we can complete them together. This journey that we haven't completed yet, I really wish that we can try again to complete it together. Will you guys come along with me? Are you still willing to accompany me on this final journey? Zhang Ye clutched his chest and sang loudly. We can get into trouble, stay quiet, and walk together. We can soar together and land together. Please let me see all of you again. Please let me hear all of you again. I can still fight. I can still sing. My passion hasn't cooled. But what about you guys? Have you turned cold? He opened his eyes and clutched his chest tightly. He shouted, stay with me no matter how immense the world gets. Stay with me and roar together. At this moment, the crowd erupted with excitement. At this moment, everyone watching television could feel their pulse racing. A commotion followed. All of the audience members shot to their feet. They crazily stretched out both their hands and shouted out like crazy. Xiaolu had her right hand held up high. Tears were streaming from Han Qi's eyes. A lot of people were crying and singing with him. Screams, shouts, howls. They had all gone mad. Everyone was in a craze. The entire stage seemed to have combusted. Zhang Ye howled. Let's storm to the place highest, furthest, and vastest. Let's finish singing the most touching song. I won't let go without seeing that immense world for myself. Because I have friends that I really want. The music stopped. The accompaniment stopped. 1 second. 2 seconds. Zhang Ye sang lightly. You are the friend that I want the most. With that, he put down the microphone and looked at the audience. Seeing those passionate and excited faces, he smiled. He smiled, grinned in delight, almost to the point of tearing up. Hello, everyone. I trust you've been well. Chapter 1556. The eliminated contestant of the second round. Chapter 1556. The eliminated contestant of the second round. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Zhang Xiao's house. Mom. Teacher Zhang He's amazing. Yeah, I'm so pumped. that kid is amazing. Dong Shanshan's house. The old classmates were clamoring. He's so fucking awesome. Those high notes, those vocals. That's what you fucking call singing. My blood is racing with excitement. What should I do? At Xiaodong's house. Xiaoxian, why are you crying again? I can't help it. This is the real Zhang Ye. He's really come back. I wonder how many people are still willing to accompany him on his journey. At a male idol studio. How could this happen? He's still so good at singing. Hasn't he been in jail all these years? At an entertainment company. Who said that he can't write songs anymore? I don't know. Someone claimed so on the internet. Utter crap. I have a hunch that Zhang Ye will start something big again now that he's back. Surely not, right? Everyone admittedly knows that the entertainment industry is now in the age of the male idols, right? Ning Lan, Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Xia, Yao Jiankai. All of them have already taken a step back, haven't they? But he's not the same. How is he different? Because he's Zhang Ye. Even if it's him, in this day and age, he can't win against the male idols, right? Who can say for sure? Backstage, in the respective rooms of the three hot, young male stars, there was applause all around. Well done. This is such a nice song. What a great song. Cameras had been placed in all of their rooms. However, their mood right now couldn't be in a more tumultuous state. So this is Zhang Ye. This is the most legendary celebrity of that era? When Zhang Ye was calling the shots years ago, they hadn't even debuted yet. Naturally, they knew who Zhang Ye was, had listened to his songs, and watched his variety shows, and even read his novels and poetry as well. But to deal with him face to face, this was really a first. Honestly, they were all quite shocked. If they were a little unsure because of Zhang Ye's first song, then his second song had truly scared them. It was truly amazing. For the celebrities of that era, none could emerge from the rest of the competition without having some real skills. However, they still did not think that the current Zhang Ye could compare on this stage with them. After all, the level of popularity between him and them was too different. They were very popular currently, while Zhang Ye had been away for too long and was in the twilight of his popularity. Zhang Ye might enjoy a greater popularity than Guan Shui, who was also a has-been singer. At her peak, Guan Shui was only a domestic A-list frontrunner, while Zhang Ye had peaked at the summit of Asia once before. If they thought about it that way, all of this would feel more acceptable. But compared to them, Zhang Ye's current popularity was clearly far from theirs. The three of them and their teams, as well as their talent agencies, all firmly believed it to be that way. An employee entered. Teacher Little Hai. Yes. It's your turn. Okay. Hai Yifei took a deep breath and gave a confident smile before he strode out of the room. Zhang Ye came backstage. He was the first to finish performing in the second round, and he was alone in the room. He sat down and had a drink, then looked up at the television as he slowly waited for the other contestants to take the stage. He had already done all that he could do. He had no regrets. All he was waiting for was the results. It wasn't because Zhang Ye placed a great importance on winning or losing, but that he wished to know how many people were still willing to accompany him for the rest of his journey after listening to his song. That was much more important to him. That was way more important to Zhang Ye. On the live broadcast, Hai Yifei's singing drifted out. On Weibo, Hai Yifei's fans were canvassing for votes from wherever they could. Let's vote. Vote for Hai Hai. He sings great. Wow, he even rapped in his song. This is the critical period where only 3 out of 4 will advance. Hurry up and cast your votes. Next, it was Chu Dong's turn to perform. It became even more boisterous on Weibo. What the heck was Hai Yifei singing? I still find Xiu Tiu to be a better singer. Don't listen to Zhang Ye and get cheated of your tears. Give your votes to Chu Dong. Haha, surely our Xiu Tiu doesn't need our canvassing of votes, right? He has so many fans, so even if only 2 out of 10 fans were to vote for him, he would still have more votes than the other contestants, right? Yes. I was actually thinking of voting for our Xiu Tiu too. But when I heard Zhang Ye perform his song just now, I don't know what came over me, and I ended up giving him my vote instead. Fuck me too. The previous 2 posters, can you get a hold of yourselves? We know we were at fault, but Zhang Ye sang really well. Finally, Qi Liang took to the stage. Chi-Chi's performance today is so awesome. Yeah, his singing has always been among the best in the music industry. Indeed, it's really awesome. But I still gave my vote to Zhang Ye. What? Shui, you're a senior member of Chi-Chi's fan club. How could you? Asterisk cries asterisk actually. I was Zhang Ye's hardcore fan 4 years ago. When I heard those 2 songs by Teacher Zhang today, I just couldn't hold back my tears anymore. Niels, please forgive me. This is so depressing. Shui has betrayed us. Can't blame Shui for that. I also gave my vote to Teacher Zhang. There are some things I thought I had forgotten about, but when I saw Teacher Zhang again, I realized that I wouldn't be able to forget those things all my life. The second round of performances came to an end. Hai Yifei, Chu Dong, and Qi Liang had all returned backstage. Hai Yifei smiled and said, Teacher Zhang, I'll have to seek some pointers from you in the future. Zhang Ye smiled back. Sure. Qi Liang also said, Brother Hai, you sang really well. Hai Yifei said, Thank you. Chu Dong said, This is so stressful. Hai Yifei said, What's there for you to be stressed about? I should be the one who's stressed. Zhang Ye didn't really say anything. It was mainly the 3 young men who were exchanging pleasantries. At least on the surface, it looked like they all had mutual respect. But as for what they were thinking, only they themselves knew. But from this exchange, one thing could be verified. The 3 of them still acknowledged each other, while there was some level of subconscious ostracizing of Zhang Ye. Perhaps they had judged early on that Zhang Ye wouldn't qualify for the culmination battle of the Grand Champions next week. The contestants gathered and sat waiting for the final result. They were all looking at the television. The live audience was looking at the host. The viewers were also staring fixedly at their TVs. Host Cui Na stepped out onto the stage. Cui Na said, I hereby announce that the voting for the second round of I Am a Singer's Battle of the Grand Champions has ceased, and the final results have been sent to this tablet in my hand. So then, let's have a look. She lowered her head to take a look and was slightly taken aback. Very quickly, she hid her expression and looked up again. Next, I'll be announcing the name of the contestant who will be leaving in the second round. Unfortunately for him, he will also lose the qualification rights to take part in the culmination battle next week. It was quiet. A lot of people did not even dare to breathe. In the media, among the celebrities of the entertainment circle, at the various celebrity studios, at the entertainment companies, among the public, countless people pricked their ears up. They heard Cui Na say, the contestant that will be leaving our stage after the second round is. With a long pause, she finally read out the name. Hai Yifei. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his 3 sisters were jumping with joy. Oh, our brother has won. Ha ha ha. Dong Shanshan's house. Holy fuck, Zhang has advanced into the top 3. Heavens, this fucker has actually defeated one of the young guns. Chen Guang's home. Holy shit, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? No, you didn't. Hai Yifei has been eliminated. Zhang is too fearsome. At Xiaodong's house. Awesome. This is so awesome. This is the first time I've heard of a celebrity from our time defeating a male idol. Yeah, this is the first time it's happened. Teacher Zhang has really advanced. Hai Yifei's studio. How is that possible? This. How can Hai possibly lose to Zhang Ye in terms of popularity? How is that possible? Online, countless netizens were also dumbfounded. Wasn't Zhang Ye supposed to be the one to get eliminated? How can this be? Just how many fans does Zhang Ye still have? That is too surprising. That's one of the most popular hunks around. And he actually won against him. Chapter 1557, Predicting the Champion. Chapter 1557, Predicting the Champion. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Monday. In the morning, the rebroadcast from that day was replaying on television. So then, with the final list confirmed, the 3 contestants who will be competing for the title of the greatest champion of I Am a Singer's culmination battle are Chu Dong, Qi Liang, Zhang Ye. Let us look forward to their performances next week. Let us look forward to the finale night of the Battle of the Grand Champions. Who will get crowned as the greatest champion? Please stay tuned and catch us again next week at the same time. There was also a bombardment of news. I Am a Singer's viewership ratings are out. I Am a Singer once again takes first place in the nationwide viewership ratings. I Am a Singer breaks the variety viewership ratings record again. Zhang Ye fights his way out of a predicament. Zhang Ye advances as the final 3. Experts express incredulity. Hai Yifei is unexpectedly eliminated. At the entrance of the kindergarten, Zhang Ye's car arrived. Instantly, over a dozen reporters sprang out and rushed over from nowhere. It was as though they had just appeared out of thin air. They came out from behind the doors, the bushes, and every nook and cranny to surround Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, I am from the Beijing Times. Teacher Zhang, can you please take an interview from us? Did you make a comeback this time to take back your spot on the Heavenly King's throne? How confident are you of becoming the overall grand champion of I Am a Singer's culmination battle? Do you think that you can really win against the fresh meat celebrities? Teacher Zhang, please give us an exclusive interview with you. How have you made it through all these years? What was life in prison like for you? The male reporters and female reporters were all pushing their cameras and microphones up at him. When Zhang had just announced his comeback, no one paid any attention to him at all. But overnight, after I Am a Singer was broadcast, Zhang Ye's name was once again being tossed up by everyone. The media reporters also came in droves to wait for him. It was too unexpected, and they found it really surprising. No one could have expected that a has-been celebrity like Zhang Ye would actually be able to stand up so well against the most popular contemporary fresh meat celebrities. He had actually advanced into the finals of the competition. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Will you all please let me drop off my child first?" A female reporter asked anxiously, "Please say a few words to us before that." Zhang Ye smiled. "Actually, I don't know what to say either." That female reporter chuckled and said, "With that mouth of yours, all of us here wouldn't be able to out-talk you at all. If even you are not sure of what to say, then the entire world's population should just be dumb and mute." Zhang Ye was amused. "Sister Zhou, I have just returned to the industry, but you're already making fun of me so soon?" That female reporter exclaimed, "Oh my, you still remember me? We're already such old friends. How can I forget?" Zhang Ye looked at the others and saw that there were two of them whom he remembered as well. "Old who, old son? How long has it been already? Why are you all still out on the front lines doing field reporting?" The few of them laughed in embarrassment. "I guess that's our lot in life." Zhang Ye quipped, "It's because you all keep ambushing me like this that you're unable to get a promotion." The few of the reporters puffed. "Is that how it is?" All of the reporters were amused when they heard that. However, Zhang Ye's words warmed their hearts up. As a former Asian heavenly king who had bid farewell to the entertainment industry for the last 4 years, he was still able to recognize every reporter who had interviewed him back then and could even affectionately call them by their names. They were willing to bet that no other celebrity could do what he had just done. Zhang Ye was truly different from the others. He was really different from the other celebrities of the entertainment circle. On this point, for years on, this feeling was further reinforced. A lot of reporters hated Zhang Ye. For years ago, it was so. For years later, it was still the same. A lot of reporters liked Zhang Ye. For years ago, it was so. For years later, it was still the same. Zhang Ye carried his child and spoke with the reporters for quite a while before heading into the school. In the kindergarten, the teachers and parents of the students were all thrilled to see him. "Io, Teacher Zhang is here. You sang so well. Those 2 songs which you performed yesterday had really left me in tears." "Me too. It has been so long since I've heard anyone sing like that." "Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. What are you planning on singing this week?" "Yeah, reveal a little bit to us. I'm so looking forward to it." "You can do it, Teacher Zhang." Zhang Ye said gratefully. "Thank you. Thank you." Cece was feeling so proud that she walked around with her head held up really high. In the morning, at the studio, it had been a long time since Zhang Ye dealt with the media, and he was almost unable to cope with handling them anymore, having become quite unfamiliar with how to deal with such situations. When he pushed open the studio's door, he got yet another fright. Bang! Bang! The confetti streamers came flowing down. All of the staff at the studio were cheering and clapping. "Director Zhang, you're so awesome. Congratulations on winning your opening battle, Director Zhang. You won it so beautifully that day. You left me crying so raucously at home." Ha Chi gave him the thumbs up. Zhang was also laughing out heartily. They were all really happy for him from the bottom of their hearts. Back then, when they knew that Zhang Ye was going to participate in the competition and challenge the fresh meat celebrities, many of them objected to it. They really did not want Director Zhang to start a war against those people so quickly upon his return. Some things just wouldn't stand up well to comparisons, and that applied to one's popularity as well. But who could have thought that Director Zhang would be so fearsome? He had actually managed to stay on until the finals. Even though he was at such a disadvantage, although Hai Fei was not the most popular one amongst those three, although he was still a level below Qi Liang and Chu Dong, it still left everyone extremely surprised. Zhang Ye had been away from the entertainment circle for 4 years prior to this. At this moment, there was the sound of knocking on the door. At the next moment, the door was pushed open by someone. A man and a woman both walked in with a smile. "Where's Zhang?" Zhang Ye turned around to look at them and was stunned for a moment. Then, he broke into a smile and said, "We've rare guests." Ha Chi said, "Teacher Qingguang." Zhang Zhuo was surprised to see them as well. "Teacher Fan Wenli? What rare guests?" Qingguang went up to give him a hug. "Kid, you didn't even treat us to a meal since you came back, and we had to come here personally to look for you?" Zhang Ye laughed and said, "I was busy." Fan Wenli waved and said, "Hi, Director Zhang." Zhang Ye waved back. "Old Fan, you still look the same." Fan Wenli gave a bitter smile. "I've become older already." Zhang Ye glanced in the direction of Qingguang and said, "He does look much older now, but not you." Qingguang rolled his eyes. "Get lost." "Haha." Zhang Ye said, "How's your throat?" Qingguang casually played it down and said, "Just like that. It's no big deal." But Fan Wenli explained on his behalf, "He can still sing, but he can't hit the high notes as strongly as before anymore. Otherwise, he would surely have grabbed at the chance to appear in this culmination battle of I Am a Singer. Do you think he'd have pushed it to you?" Qingguang laughed and said, "It was the correct decision to let Zhang go. Hurry up and bring the trophy back for our first season's class of singers. Everyone is waiting for your victory report." Zhang Yi smiled. "That will be difficult." Qingguang said, "You so talented, how could anything hinder you?" On Weibo, a lot of netizens were making their predictions about this week's battle of the Grand Champions. The live broadcast of the competition this time had garnered a much higher viewership rating than the grand finals of I Am a Singer's 5th season. So just imagine how it was like. Almost everyone was watching it and discussing about it. It had already become the grandest occasion of the music industry. In the end, even the media and the entertainment circle's industry insiders joined in the discussion. From the participants' singing skills to their popularities, an in-depth analysis was carried out. Zhang Ye is really such a dark horse. We've witnessed the glory of a heavenly king again. The overall grand champion should be Qi Liang, right? Get lost, it will surely be our Chu Chu. It's possible that Zhang Ye might win too. Zhang Ye has the least chance of winning it. Hai Fei's elimination was purely accidental. This sort of surprise wouldn't happen again, or that would be abnormal. It just wouldn't be logical at all. I admit that at the peak of Zhang Ye's popularity, Qi Liang and Chu Dong would both not be a match for him. But he has already been away for the past 4 years, so there's no reason why his popularity wouldn't have dropped. In any case, I wouldn't believe that to be the case. Let's just wait for the finals this week to find out whether he's a mule or a horse. Qi Liang, Chu Dong, and Hai Fei's popularity are absolutely on a different level from Zhang Ye's. Don't underestimate Teacher Zhang. We have all witnessed his capabilities before 4 years ago. Exactly, that was 4 years ago. Chapter 1558, The Same Moonlight. Chapter 1558, The Same Moonlight. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 1 day, 2 days. Time went by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the competition again. But on this morning, there was a subtle change in the atmosphere. Zhang Ye's past deeds and dirt were suddenly dug out again by someone. The Japanese hotel incident. The flying kick to the Korean star. Being held at the police station. The scolding battles. The comics getting castrated. One after another, some people were listing the incidents. Someone was clearly instigating them. Soon after, some male idols Zhang Ye did not know stepped forward. Yanhan's Weibo openly declared, "Brother Qi Liang, you can do it. We're at the final stage, so, everyone, please show your support. Thank you." Little Shin's Weibo. This is the final push in I Am a Singer's climactic battle. Everyone, don't forget to give your votes to Tsiu Tsiu, my little god brother. Big C's Weibo, the battle is about to begin, and this is going to be the final one. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone's support for Chi Chi and Tsiu Tsiu in the live broadcast. These two youngsters haven't had it easy at all. They've been practicing their songs until early in the morning every day, so much so that the dark circles under their eyes are getting more and more pronounced. Hardworking artists who are willing to suffer like them are decreasing these days. 5, 10, 20. The fresh meat celebrities were all calling for support and pulling votes for their friends. There was really a good sense of team spirit going on. The netizens were talking about this as well. Yan Han is pulling votes for Qi Liang. Little Xian has spoken as well. There are so many big names canvassing for votes for them. Chu Dong and Qi Liang have so many friends. Yeah, they're both extremely popular big names, so of course they'd have a lot of friends. Isn't this against the rules? The competition hasn't even started yet, and they haven't even performed their songs, so how can they be campaigning for votes now? Are they still competing and singing this way? Isn't this more like a popularity contest? Yeah, it's a little too much to do it like this. This is where Zhang Ye loses out. Yeah, that guy's social relations have always been terrible. Didn't Zhang Ye's friends help him canvass for votes? His friends are all from the previous generation of artists and are either has-beens or retired. Even if they were to canvass for votes on his behalf, how great of an effect would it have? The finals are too dependent on one's popularity. Then Zhang Ye doesn't stand a chance. I wonder how many people are still willing to accompany him on his journey. At night, at the recording venue of I Am a Singer, the audience had already arrived and gotten seated. Chen Guang is here. Zhang Xia too. And there's also Zhao Wuliu, He Huan, Shui Kaiki. There are so many contestants from the first season of I Am a Singer here today. Over there. The contestants from the 4th and 5th seasons are here as well. Beijing TV must have invited them to cheer the contestants on. This is going to be interesting. In the front row, Chen Guang, Zhang Xia, and a few others were chatting. Did you all see what's happening on Weibo? Yeah, little Zhang is at a huge disadvantage. They're campaigning for votes so fiercely on there. I wonder if little Zhang can hold on if it carries on. Should we help him to get votes too? Forget that. Don't you guys know Zhang Ye's temper? He would never want us to do something like that. That's true. At old Wu's house, in the villa, the entire family had gathered here today. Wu Ziqing, Zhang Ye's parents, Wu Changhe, Li Qinqin, and the rest of the family were all sitting around the television, watching as they waited for the event to begin. They all knew how important this day was for Zhang Ye. Mommy, where's Daddy? Daddy will be appearing very soon. There are only 3 contestants left. Let's see which spot he manages to pick. The further behind, the better. Yeah, the situation is very unfavorable to little Yi. In the music industry, at a party. Has it started yet? Soon. Let's talk while we watch. Who does everyone think will win? Teacher Zhang should have been eliminated already. That might not be true. Those 2 male idols can't compare when it comes to singing. But the problem is that Zhang Ye isn't popular enough, isn't it? The real competition today will be on their popularities. At a media outlet, it was past working hours, but several reporters had gathered together in the office to watch the show. It is the final battle today. Do you all think that Zhang Ye can still call the shots like he used to? Who knows? I think this is where it ends for Zhang Ye. I do feel some sympathy for him as well. Leaving the industry for so many years and coming back to find out that it is no longer the same is such a terrible feeling for anyone. Online. It's starting. They're about starting drawing lots. Let's see what order they will perform in. Chu Dong is going 3rd. Qi Liang is 2nd. Zhang Ye is going 1st again. This fellow is so unlucky. Looks like it's truly over for Zhang Ye then. The live broadcast began. The first segment was drawing lots to decide the order of appearances in the 3rd round. Zhang Ye did not even move and just left it to the 2 youngsters to go ahead with picking their lots. Whatever remained would be his lot, and unfortunately, he was going to be the first to perform again. The order was determined. Zhang Ye smiled and got up to head to the holding area. Over at the live broadcast stage, the host was interviewing the various groups of guests. Everyone, do you have any words of encouragement or something that you'd like to say to the contestants? Season 5's class of singers. Come on, Xiu Xiu. You must win as the champion. Bring the trophy back for our class of Season 5. Season 4's class of singers. Chi Chi, don't be nervous and sing well. Of course we hope that it will be Qi Liang who takes the title of greatest champion. Chi Chi is the representative of our Season 4 singers. We are all very confident in him. At this moment, the microphone was handed over to Season 1's class of singers. Chen Guang did not know what to say and handed the microphone to the next person. Shui Kaiki shrugged and passed it on again. Zhao Wulio didn't even take the microphone and pretended not to have noticed. Eventually, the microphone came into Grandma Zhang's hands. Grandma Zhang Xiao laughed for a bit, took the microphone, and said, "I don't think there's much for us to say. Little Zhang knows what he needs to do, so there's no need for us to say anything." There was no canvassing for votes. There was no unnecessary banter. Chuina gave an awkward cough before taking the microphone back and handing it to the 4th and 5th season singers. They were unlike the class of singers from the first season and were more fond of showmanship and talking. When the microphone was in their hands, they couldn't stop chattering. "Brother Chi, win it and treat us to a meal. Xiu Xiu, prepare yourself well. We're all here to cheer for you. It's all up to you today." The title of the greatest champion will definitely be won by our Season 4 representative. Go away, it will be our Season 5 representative who wins it. Everyone, please remember to vote. Both of the group's guests were happily bickering with one another. Their groups mainly consisted of other male idols who were also very young. They had a very strong sense of variety and knew how to speak well. A few minutes later, Chuina announced, "Next up, the 3rd round of performances will begin. Let's welcome the first singer onto the stage." The crowd fell quiet. The TV viewers also hushed up. The spotlights focused onto the moon gate. Zhang Ye had been waiting there for a long time and heard everything that was being said on stage from where he was standing. Without saying anything, he slowly walked up onto the stage. Everyone was looking at Zhang Ye. They wanted to know what song he would be performing today. There are all kinds of unfavorable news about you online. Your opponents have also been canvassing for votes from everywhere. This is no longer your era, so how can you still compete with them on popularity? The entertainment circle is no longer the entertainment circle where you used to call the shots. So what more can you do? Zhang Ye nodded at the band. The band members nodded back in acknowledgement. In the next moment, the sounded. The audience's eyes were all on him. The guests were looking at him. The executive director, Xiao Lu, had her fists clenched. The TV viewers did not blink at all. Zhang Ye raised his microphone and sang one in a low voice. "When did my childhood friends distance themselves from me? When did the people close to me become unfamiliar? The push and pull of the crowd increased the distance between us. In the land of silence, I silently weep into the quiet night." The class of Season 4 was stunned. The class of Season 5 was shocked. Zhang Ye averted his gaze from them. He continued singing in a low voice. "When did the croaking frogs and buzzing cicadas become memories? When did our hometowns turn into these crowded places? Skyscrapers tower over everything. Rainbows of neon have sullied the night sky with blemishes. It had been 4 years. Everything was different. A lot of the old alleys had disappeared. A lot of old friends had left." Zhang Ye did not like the current crop of celebrities. Zhang Ye did not like the current state of show business. He sang, "Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Is it we who changed the world? Or is it the world that changed you and me? Who can tell me? Who can tell me? Is it we who changed the world? Or is it the world that changed you and me? The same moonlight shines upon the lands as usual. The same winter brings icy rain as usual. The same dust clouds accumulate in the wind as usual. Inhibited, low-spirited, melancholic. A lot of people were affected by the mood of the song. All of a sudden, the audience transformed. Many audience members reached up and held out LED light boards spelling out Zhang Ye's name. This instantly lit up the area where the audience was. 1, 10, 100. Everyone was on their feet. Everyone was proudly holding up their LED light boards with Zhang Ye's name. The expressions on those faces were spelling out either determination, calmness, tearfulness, or excitement. The cameras quickly panned over. This scene was earth-shaking. Xiao Lu was stunned. Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Qi Liang was shocked silly. Chu Dong was also startled. The contestants from Seasons 4 and 5 all looked back in surprise. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Behind them, there was an incredibly dense showcase of Zhang Ye's name. Zhang Ye also saw it. He smiled. His eyes reddened. He sang with even more might. The same smiles. The same tears. The same days. The same you and me. Qi Liang and Chu Dong's fans were sitting in the audience as well. But when they saw the crazed crowd of people holding up Zhang Ye's name, they also felt very shocked. Oh my God, why are there so many of them? Why? Just what is with all of these? Zhang Ye sang loudly. The same smiles. The same tears. The same days. The same you and me. Chen Guang was smiling. Zhang Xia was smiling. He Huan and Shui Kaiki looked at each other in astonishment and also broke into smiles. They had not expected to see something like this. Nobody had expected this. For years had passed, but this fellow still had so many fans around. Chapter 1559. Who will win it all? Chapter 1559. Who will win it all? Translator, Leg, Editor, Leg. It had been 4 years. The smiles were still the same. The tears were still the same. The stage was still the same. And the crowd was still the same. In the outside world, many of those who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. The scene that unfolded before their eyes did not feel unfamiliar. On the same stage several years ago, they had witnessed something similar. That crazed crowd, that radiant singer, they had seen it all before. And on this day, a few years later, when Zhang Ye once again stood on the stage of I Am a Singer, no one had expected that the scene would appear again. Back at home, his mother was dumbfounded. What's going on? Li Qinxin said in surprise. They're all holding up little Ye's name? Wu Changhe said. Damn, has this kid really lost any popularity? Wu Mo said in amazement. That's a ton of people. At Ninglan's house, the few friends' jaws had dropped. What's with this situation? Who knows? Who said that he's no longer popular? This is kinda scary. At a newly crowned Heavenly Queen studio, the room full of people were all frowning. This shouldn't be happening. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. On Weibo, my God, am I seeing things? It's already been 4 years. How can there still be a scene like that? Qi Liang and Chu Dong's fans have totally been outnumbered. What the hell? This is too amazing. Could Zhang Ye really have turned the tide? On the live broadcast, it was Qi Liang's turn to go on stage. The moment Qi Liang stepped on stage, his heart was pounding. This was because he suddenly realized that everything had changed. The audience was still applauding and cheering for him, but it was somewhat different from what he had experienced the week before. He discovered that the audience's applause for him was actually less than what they had given Zhang Ye. What did this mean? Qi Liang was afraid to even think in that direction. Did most of the audience members today happen to be Zhang Ye's fans? Did a lot of his fans happen to be here today? Qi Liang could only think in this way. Over there, the music was already playing. Qi Liang knew that he had no choice but to bring out his trump card. This was a song he had prepared for over a month, and was also the song that he could sing the best and was most confident about. The reason he decided to bring it out today at the grand finals was that he badly wanted to become the greatest champion. He started singing. He hit the high notes. He sang with an abundance of emotion. There was nothing to nitpick. When he heard the thunderous applause afterwards, Qi Liang could finally heave a sigh of relief. He smiled and bowed before exiting the stage. Then it was Chu Dong's turn. Chu Dong was also a mixed bag of emotions right now. Regarding Zhang Ye's return, Chu Dong and many of the other newly minted celebrities of the entertainment industry were actually not very bothered by it. In their opinion, Zhang Ye was a has-been and did not have much popularity left. There was no way he could compete against the currently popular celebrities like them. But the facts had left Chu Dong and many others quite terrified. The scene that happened earlier left them in utter disbelief. They couldn't take it easy anymore. The stakes were real now. Chu Dong's fighting spirit became stronger in response. He nodded at the band to signal that he was ready. The music started playing. Chu Dong started singing. He was going all out. Today, Qi Liang and Chu Dong gave it their all. In the audience, the guests gasped. Season 4's class of singers. He's really giving it his all. Brother Qi has pulled out all the stops for his performance. Yeah, it was precisely that tenor that led him to win as the grand champion of Season 4. His tenor is so unique. No one else in the music scene can sing in the same way as him. Season 5's class of singers. Brother Chu has used his ultimate move. Great showing, that's really good. Right, he will definitely advance to the next round. But Qi Liang's performance was very good too. I'm still more optimistic about Chu Dong. This song was in his first album when he debuted. His fans will surely be convinced. Season 1's class of singers. Chen Guang breathed a sigh of relief. They've finally finished performing. He Huan smiled and said, "So what do you think of this?" Chen Guang said, "You mean their singing skills?" He Huan said, "Who do you think sang better?" Chen Guang laughed. "You're asking the obvious. Who else?" Shui Kaiki said, "In regard to singing skills, Even Grandma Zhang isn't a match for him. This fellow is a natural-born singer. If there's a need to compete on singing skills, there's probably only Zhang Yuanqi who can match him. But now that Sister Zhang has retired from the scene, there isn't another person who can fight him in singing. Zhang Xia said, I'm just afraid that this isn't a competition of singing. Chen Guang smiled. The results will be out soon. We'll know for sure this time. Just how much popularity our genre has got left. Let's wait and see. He Huan said. Qi Liang and Chu Dong sang very well too. Chen Guang acknowledged that too. The youngsters these days are truly amazing. The performance ended. Online, the fighting had descended into a crazy state. Give your votes to Qi Liang. Vote for Xiu Xiu. Everyone please vote. The voting will close soon. Vote for Zhang Ye. Get lost, previous poster. Don't vote for Zhang Ye. The fans of the contestants were tussling. Quite a few fans from the other fan bases also came to mess around. Everyone had a celebrity they supported, and there were countless people pulling for votes as they tried to fight for their idols to get the last 2 places in the grand finals. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The voting ended. The fans were getting nervous. The media was in a state of anxiety. The people from the entertainment industry were looking forward to seeing the results. Who will it be? Who will be the one who gets eliminated in this round? Qi Liang's heart was pounding. He wanted to win. He really wanted to win. Chu Dong looked very calm on the surface, but he was in turmoil on the inside. He kept thinking back to his performance. Were there any mistakes? There shouldn't have been any mistakes. It all depends on how everyone has voted. Surely Zhang Ye isn't going to last any longer, is he? There's no reason why he still remains in the competition. Qi Liang and himself had not given Zhang Ye any chance. On TV, Cui Na had already stepped out onto the stage. For a moment, everyone was staring fixedly at her. The atmosphere became very tense. Cui Na could also feel everyone's gaze on her. She took a deep breath and smiled. The voting results of the 3rd round have been sent to me, but I haven't looked at them yet. In fact, I'm as nervous as you. I dislike the arrival of this moment as well, because it means that another contestant has to leave us. But this is unavoidable. That's what a competition is about. With a pause, she said, Now then, I'll be announcing the results. She then lowered her head to look at the outcome of the voting that had been sent to the cell phone in her hand. Cui Na was startled for a moment before she looked up again. Honestly speaking, this is a little unexpected to me. The crowd was going crazy with anxiety. Tell us already. Who is it? Who has been eliminated? The TV viewers were also on the edge of their seats. Your sister. Announce it already. Has Zhang Ye been eliminated? Then they heard Cui Na announce. The contestant who will be leaving us in this round is Qi Liang. That means Chu Dong and Zhang Ye will be heading into the final matchup of this culmination battle. Chen Guang jumped to his feet. Zhang Xia gave Zhang Ye a thumbs up. Shui Kaiki looked happily surprised. He Huan's jaw dropped. The singers from season 4 and 5 were also shocked. Qi Liang. It's Qi Liang? How is that possible? There was an uproar at the venue. Qi Liang's heart sank to the pit of his stomach. He sat backstage, stunned for 2 seconds, but still couldn't react. I've lost. It's me? Chu Dong was also startled. Although he had advanced to the next round, he realized that he didn't feel happy about it. It wasn't because he sympathized with his opponent, Qi Liang, but that he had been frightened by how popular Zhang Ye was. If the atmosphere in the venue earlier did not clearly explain this, then the voting result was the most direct reflection of it. This couldn't be falsified as the votes were cast by the people. Zhang Ye had actually defeated Qi Liang. Chu Dong knew that even if Qi Liang's popularity ranking was 2 places below his, their popularity couldn't have been too far apart. What the hell? Just what the fuck is this outcome? However, there was no time for him to keep thinking about this. Chu Dong and Zhang Ye's final round was going to begin immediately. The greatest champion of I Am a Singer would soon be revealed. Chapter 1560, Fleeting Time. Chapter 1560, Fleeting Time. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It blew up in the outside world. The industry was in chaos. The public was in chaos. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. Our brother has won. He has won. This is too exciting. He managed to stay in the competition. Qi Liang has been defeated by our brother. At Yao Jinsai's house. This fellow is defying all common sense. Uncle Zhang is almighty. Let's see what song he'll sing for his final performance. At a party in the industry. Hi, who said that he has become old? Don't tell me he might really walk away as the greatest champion? If that happens, it would get really interesting in the entertainment circle. He doesn't really stand a chance there, does he? Who knows? At a music company, Zhang Ye is still hanging on. No one could have expected this. Qi Liang actually lost. Fuck. For years. It's already been 4 years since he left. It's going to be their last songs next. Let's see how they perform. Back at home, they're going to start drawing lots. The performances will be beginning soon. Will little Yi be able to win? Daddy will win. On TV, the 2 contestants were drawing lots. Only 2 small balls were left to be picked now that only the 2 of them remained. Zhang Yi still did not pick a lot and left it to Chu Dong. Chu Dong took a deep breath and put in his hand to draw out a ball indicating number 1. Chu Dong shrugged. Zhang Yi looked very calm. Chu Dong had a sip of water before standing up to head towards the holding area. On the stage. Applause. Cheers. They were coming from all around the stage. The music playing. Chu Dong's singing rang out. It was a rock song. It was a rock song which Chu Dong had prepared for a very long time. The air has changed. The world has changed. This is our time. A brand new era. This world is a blank canvas. Let's embrace it with pride. This song was called Our Time, and it was a very popular song in these past 2 years. Chu Dong had made some rearrangements to the song and used his own style to reinterpret the melody and emotions. It felt as though this song was being sung for Zhang Yi to hear. Chen Guang narrowed his eyes. Zhang Xia gave a look to Chu Dong, who was on stage. At this moment, Zhang Yi arrived at the backstage holding area. When he heard this song, he gave a slight grin. In his heart of hearts, he also admitted that the times had indeed changed. But so what? What could he do about that? I'm still the same as before. I haven't become old yet. Chu Dong finished performing and left the stage. It was Zhang Ye's turn to take to the stage. The lights dimmed. All of the spotlights focused onto the moon gate. Zhang Ye strode out and appeared on stage. Thunderous applause rang out from the audience. Many of the audience members were looking at him in surprise. A lot of them were still in a state of disbelief at the results of the voting. In the days since Zhang Ye announced his return to the entertainment industry, there were too many doubting voices about him. There was an overall mood of pessimism surrounding his comeback, so no one could have expected Zhang Ye to make it so far on the stage of I Am a Singer. From advancing into the top 4, to the top 3, then to the final 2, Zhang Ye had pressed on until now. Could he still go further? Could he keep it up? Would he make it past this final step? In the audience, Chen Guang stood up. Zhang Xia stood up. Even before Zhang Ye had started singing, a lot of the audience members were on their feet. This was going to be the final performance of the competition. Zhang Ye had a lot that he wanted to say, and all of it was going to be said with this song. At this very moment, he wasn't nervous in the slightest. Recalling the events of the past few years and the people that he came across, he was deeply moved. He felt his blood pumping with excitement. He wanted to keep fighting. He wanted to keep scolding. He really wanted to keep battling. The music played. Everyone had their eyes on Zhang Ye. It was like this for those watching TV and at the venue. Zhang Ye raised his microphone. I don't know how long I can keep persevering, even though it won't last beyond this lifetime. He clutched his chest and sang steadily. To prevent all this filth from staining my heart, to prevent all this shame from breaking my spirit, I sit on this patch of land and gaze into the distance. While I try to be an upright, stubborn person, while my stubborn heart tries to learn to be strong. Oh, fleeting time. What can you do? Chu Dong was stunned. The guests were stunned. Xiao Lu was stunned. The entire venue was stunned. Zhang Yi smiled and sang. I don't know just how much persistence I have. Although I'm nothing but the velvet among steel. Not gonna let fate come between my aspirations. Not gonna drag out my life just cause the world sucks. For years, those were the hardest 4 years Zhang Yi had to go through in his life. To his wife, child, parents, family, friends, and fans, he had disappeared for that entire period of time. None of them knew where Zhang Yi had gone. Meanwhile, however, Zhang Yi knew exactly where they were. He could see them on TV, he could hear about how they were doing from others, but he couldn't see them. He had been completely isolated from the outside world. He had no one to care about him. Yet he made it through. He had endured and made it through all of that. He was still smiling. He could still laugh. Zhang Yi sang loudly. I stand on this stage looking back on my journey, as a stronger person laughing at my mistakes, while my mistakes intensify my soul's desire. Oh, fleeting time. He thumped his chest. What can you do? Some people started crying. Some people were screaming. Some people were howling. Many people were hit right in the feels. It hit them so hard that they were caught off guard. They had no way to fight back. Zhang Ye sang loudly. I sit on this patch of land and gaze into the distance. While I try to be an upright, stubborn person, while my stubborn heart tries to learn to be strong. Chen Guang gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Xia stood up and gave him a thumbs up. He Huan, Shui Kaiki, and the others also gave a thumbs up in the direction of the stage. The entire audience was on their feet. The TV viewers at home also stood up in shock. Zhang Ye pointed at the sky and shouts sang in a higher register. Oh, fate. What can you do? Oh, fleeting time. What can you do? Chuina went up on stage. The voting window has closed. The final results are out. So then, the contestant who will be crowned as the greatest champion is 1 second, 2 seconds. Chuina said loudly. Teacher Zhang Ye. Back at home. He won. Greatest champion. Little Yi has won. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. Holy shit. Damn, it's our brother. Our brother has won. At Ninglan's house. Oh my god, he really pulled it off. This fellow is amazing. At Yao Jinsai's house. Good showing, little Zhang. Uncle Zhang, well done. Within the industry. How could this be? Chu Dong lost. Zhang Ye is the greatest champion? On Weibo. Oh, it's Zhang Ye. This is too fucking unexpected. Yeah, how could it possibly be him? In the forums, the greatest champion has emerged. This is so awesome. The Heavenly King has returned, and his ways are still as glorious as ever. The media was stunned. The industry was dumbfounded. The public was astonished. The whole nation was shocked. Fleeting time sent Zhang Ye to the summit of the music industry. Once more, it wasn't the music industry of 4 years ago, but the music industry 4 years later. For years. A whole 4 years. Oh, fate. What can you do? Oh, fleeting time. What can you do? Chapter 1561. That old song. Chapter 1561. That old song. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The champion was crowned. The winner of the 5 seasons culmination battle was crowned. A new king of the Chinese music industry had emerged. Or to better phrase it, the former king had returned. Zhang Ye's sorrow. Zhang Ye's determination. Zhang Ye's smile. Zhang Ye's pride. Zhang Ye's obsession. All of that had exploded with his last performance. He had taken a detour. He had stayed quiet. He had suffered. He had cried. He had laughed. He had felt lost. He had waited for 4 years. This was a song that he was singing for himself, a song that he was singing for the world, and also a song that he was singing to the heavens. Today, Zhang Ye had shown brilliantly. Even after the song had ended, even after the music had come to a stop, even after the competition was over, everyone could still hear the final cry of Zhang Ye's ringing in their ears. The last line sent a lot of people into a craze, made them shed tears, and even made them shout out in excitement. Oh, fleeting time. What can you do? Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. The audience was crazily shouting his name. Chen Guang, Shui Kaiki, and the others rushed over. He Huan put his arms around Zhang Ye. You were awesome. Chen Guang gave him a bear hug the moment he went up to him. Ha ha ha. I knew you still had it in you. Zhang Xia said. Well done, boy. Well done. Shui Kaiki said excitedly. You've really done us proud. The class of Season 1 all huddled together. Xiao Lu, the executive director, also came running over. Director Zhang. Zhang Yi gave her a hug. I did it, it's done. Xiao Lu cried. I knew you could do it. The program team staff approached from every direction. The live broadcast was still happening. If it were anyone else, the people would have had a feeling that something wasn't right. After all, if the program team's director and staff members were also celebrating the win, it would reveal a certain bias on the show's part and how they were anticipating Zhang Ye to be the greatest champion. However, since that person was Zhang Ye, no one said anything when they saw this scene. None of the people felt that anything was wrong with their behavior. Because, as everyone knew, it was Zhang Ye who created this entire show by himself years ago. These people had all worked under Zhang Ye. That was why Zhang Ye had chosen this place for his first stage appearance after coming back. It was because this place held extraordinary significance to him. They cheered. They celebrated. They had not expected Zhang Ye to actually win. No one could break them up, because everyone knew that this moment of glory belonged to them. When the singers of Season 4 and 5 saw them behaving like this, they could only give each other wry smiles before standing up to clap as well. They were helpless in these circumstances. There was nothing they were dissatisfied about. After listening to this song, they were also extremely shocked. They couldn't help but admit that they wouldn't be able to compose a song like that ever in their lifetimes. Zhang Ye was amazing. He had never needed any gimmicks in his songs, nor make his performances very showy. His songs had always been about his feelings and his story, which he then told with his performances. His story was very touching. They felt their blood surging just listening to it. They looked over to Chu Dong, who seemed like he still couldn't accept the result, and sympathized with him. This former heavenly king was truly a freak of nature. This was clearly no longer his era, yet he still managed to fight his way through the combined siege of the male idols, Chu Dong, Qi Liang, and Hai Yifei, and even ended up winning as the greatest champion. Before tonight, this was something no one had expected him to be capable of achieving. The media couldn't have expected it. The people couldn't have expected it. The industry couldn't have expected it. Was this really the entertainment industry's legend from years ago? Chu Dong had suffered a huge setback. He still looked stunned and couldn't understand why or how he had lost. This was impossible. How could he still have fans? How many fans did he still have? Fleeting time couldn't do anything about him. Fate couldn't do anything about him. This shouldn't have been the case. This was supposed to be our time. There shouldn't be any place left for him in the present time. Then, right at this moment, a scene that would shock the entire country's viewers took place. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. The shouting gradually came to a stop. All of a sudden, someone stood up. It was a woman who strained her throat and sang in a high register one. I gently looked back on the nights we belonged to each other. A young also stood up and followed with, "You are still the rosy, bright sun that warmed my heart." Then countless people stood up together. I hope you can understand and forgive me if I shed silly tears. Chen Guang was stunned. Chu Dong was stunned. Zhang Xia was stunned. Xiao Lu was stunned. Zhang Ye was also stunned. One person, 100 people, 200 people. More and more voices were heard. Everyone had gotten up from their seats. Some of them were crying. Some of them were shouting. Some of them were howling with emotion. As our separation nears, I realized the allure of grief. All because of you, I made many lasting memories. When and where can we meet again, just like tonight? Let's gaze into each other's eyes and see where our mutual feelings stand. Xiao Lu sang along. The staff of Beijing television sang along. Countless people watching TV started singing along as well. When the raindrops tap on your windows. When the wind blows your thoughts into chaos. Can you take the time to remember my familiar face? Even if someday thousands of romances get blown into my path and land. Even if someday thousands of stars shine brighter than the moon tonight, they still won't compare to this evening's beauty. Nor could they wash away my memories of tonight. 'Cause I don't know when I'll be able to sing with you again. Zhang Ye smiled. His eyes reddened. He couldn't be more familiar with this song. This was the last song that Zhang Ye had left behind for this world 3 to 4 years ago. They hadn't forgotten. All of them still remembered. Today, they were singing loudly together. This sight shocked countless people. On Weibo, I'm in tears. Damn, I'm crying too. That old concert is unforgettable. The moon that night, the songs that night, I'll definitely remember them my entire life. So there were that many people who were still waiting for Teacher Zhang. At a celebrity dinner party. This sight is so stunning. It's gonna get messy in the entertainment industry again. Hi, he's really returned. If he has the same popularity, these peaceful times won't last for a lot of people. At the studio of a heavenly king. How could this happen? Zhang Ye has really returned. Everyone better be careful from now on. A change might be coming to showbiz soon. Hi, this is too big a change. At a media outlet, face-smacking Zhang hasn't changed one bit. Yeah, he either doesn't make a single move, or he does it with an earth-shattering effect. Those young guns, newly crowned heavenly kings and queens, and A-list superstars all have something to worry about now. They might just get a taste of how Zhang Ye operated when he was competing to get to the top. Online, back at home, on the news, in the industry, Zhang Ye's name was getting mentioned everywhere at this moment. On this night of Zhang Ye's return to the stage, a lot of people were destined to lose sleep. Chapter 1562. Spring Garden wants to make a comeback? Chapter 1562. Spring Garden wants to make a comeback? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, the media was still abuzz. I Am a Singer comes to an end. The viewership sets an astonishing record. Zhang Ye defies all odds to take the crown. The most popular male idols suffer a collective defeat. A night that will shock anyone. Last night, in the town squares, bars, and restaurants, tens of thousands of people sang along to thousands of songs in unison. Zhang Ye's return. Oh, fleeting time, what can you do? Zhang Ye's song in the grand finals engulfed the updates on moments. All four of Zhang Ye's new songs storm into the top Chinese music chart. On Weibo, the viewership ratings have been published too. That is such a frightening figure. Yeah, this is a viewership figure that has never been seen before. I'm afraid that there won't be any variety shows that can exceed this viewership even in the future. At least it's not likely to happen for the next 10 years. This is such a perfect ending. I Am a Singer was created in the hands of Zhang Ye, and it came to an end in the hands of Zhang Ye. Perhaps it was fated that he would become the greatest champion upon his return. I love him. Me too. I was initially supporting the hunks, but I turned traitor on their fanbase the moment I heard Zhang Ye sing. I was also reminded of many past events. What a nostalgic feeling. It's such a pity that we're gradually seeing less and less of the people from the past generation. Sister Zhang has retired. Chen Guang hardly makes an appearance anymore as well. Old Chen had surgery done on his vocal cords. Yeah, and Spring Garden has disbanded too. Zhang Ye's victory had a very significant effect. He had triggered the memories of a lot of people regarding past matters and people of yesteryear. Back at home, Zhang Ye was shaken awake by his daughter. Daddy, Daddy, wake up. Daddy, Daddy, what is it, my dear? Daddy is on TV. Is that so? Don't you think Daddy is cool? Daddy is cool. Daddy, carry me. Zhang Ye crawled out from under the covers and picked his daughter up to give her a kiss. This little girl had become his #1 fan. He could hear the television coming from the first floor of the villa, and there was indeed mention of his name on the news. For a moment, Zhang Ye even imagined that he had been transported 4 years back to when news of him dominated the headlines. Buzz, buzz. His cell phone was vibrating without stop. He didn't know how long it had been ringing for. After being woken up by his daughter, Zhang Ye couldn't get back to sleep. He yawned and turned around to grab his cell phone from the nightstand to answer the call. It was from Ha Chi-Chi. On the other end of the line, it was extremely noisy. Director Zhang. Sister Ha, what's the matter? Don't come to the studio today, no matter what. Our entrance is packed with reporters. There are people everywhere. Whoa, surely not, right? You're saying that because you aren't seeing this. The building's elevator is on the verge of breaking down from all the human traffic, and the reporters and TV station vans are all camping out in the yard and perimeter of the neighborhood, waiting for you to arrive to give them an interview. Turn them all away. I understand. You better not go out onto the streets without your sunglasses either, at least not for a while. All right, I understand. I'll leave it to you guys then. Don't worry, we can hold down the fort. Soon after, his cell phone rang again. It was famous Director Li Ku. Director Li. Director Zhang. The investors have changed their minds. About the role I reserved for you. They would like you to play the part. The pay this time is quite hefty too. Forget it. My drama will be broadcasting soon anyway. I knew you wouldn't want it, but I just thought I'd inform you. You've become highly sought after now, and many companies have their eyes on you. No one expected you to become so popular again. Congratulations. Haha, thanks. Yao Jinkai, Ning Lan, Hu Fei, his cousins. Calls from his family and friends arrived without a break. After Zhang Ye had arrived home yesterday, he immediately went to sleep and couldn't be contacted by a lot of people. As such, the congratulatory calls only started coming in today. A lot of them found it hard to believe and even found it difficult to accept that Zhang Ye had won on the show. Zhang Ye was kept busy with taking calls for the rest of the day. At night, Amy's call came. Hi, Amy. Teacher Zhang, you've totally defied all common sense. Haha, not really. However, isn't this call from you a little late? Are you blaming me for not congratulating you earlier? Of course not. It's good as long as I get a congratulation from you. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, Teacher Zhang, there's actually something I'm looking for you for. What is it? Well, speak up. What's the matter? Amy stammered, unable to express herself. Then another voice came from the other end of the line. You're so slow. I'll tell him. It was Xiaodong's voice. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Sister Dong? The two of you are together right now. Yes. Zhang Ye said, Didn't Spring Garden disband? Xiaodong rolled her eyes. The group has disbanded, not our friendship. Zhang Ye said, Fair. Then Xiaodong said, There's something we're looking for you for. Just speak, Zhang Ye said. Xiaodong replied. Actually, we wanted to solve this matter by ourselves, but we couldn't resolve it for the past 2 years. We thought of many ways and sought out many people we thought could help, but none of it worked. So we have no choice but to approach you. Zhang Ye laughed. So what is it? But Xiaodong said, I won't talk about it yet. Let's rewind to the time when you held your final concert. Didn't you promise to invite me, Amy, and Xiaoxian to perform? Zhang Ye was taken aback. I guess so. And you even said that you wanted to sing metal with us? Zhang Ye coughed and said, I think I did say that. But in the end, you invited none of us. Was there something like that? Zhang Ye exclaimed. That's because I got into big trouble at that time. I figured I shouldn't drag you guys down with me. But do you admit to not inviting us to perform? Zhang Ye gave a dry laugh. I'll admit to that, Xiaodong said. Then you must help us out with this problem. Zhang Ye laughed and said, All right, shoot. Only then did Xiaodong say, It's about Amy's contract with the talent agency. This matter has been left hanging for the past 2 years without getting resolved. The talent agency has basically shelved her and isn't helping her find any work or allowing her to leave, which is good as freezing her. Amy has always wanted to leave the agency and go solo, but she can't. They're not letting her to leave no matter what. Even if we let her contract run out, it'll still be some time before that happens. By that time, Amy's popularity will have dropped even further. Zhang Ye asked, You're requesting that I help Amy settle her contract dispute. On the other end, Amy finally spoke. I just need to cancel the contract. It doesn't matter even if I have to pay compensation. Zhang Ye said in amusement. Why did you guys think of approaching me? He heard Li Xiaoxian speaking this time. Because you have a lot of influence. Xiaodong said. Teacher Zhang, we're depending on you to help us out with Amy's contract issue. Zhang Ye could understand there was something going on here. He couldn't help but ask, Sister Dong, aren't you holding a solo concert soon? Why are you in such a rush to deal with Amy's contract? There was silence over there. Then they said something shocking. Xiaodong, Amy, and Li Xiaoxian said in near unison, We're hoping that our spring garden can make a comeback. Zhang Ye was stunned and then chuckled. All right, I'll help you out with this for sure. Chapter 1563, Zhang Ye handles the matter. Chapter 1563, Zhang Ye handles the matter. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At Xiaodong's house, the trio were getting extremely worried. Amy said, Will Teacher Zhang be able to handle it? Li Xiaoxian said, There isn't much time left. Xiaodong said, I only wonder if it can be dealt with before the concert happens in a few days. Li Xiaoxian said, I guess we can only leave it to Teacher Zhang. Amy said, I'm only afraid that they wouldn't even give face to Teacher Zhang. The three of them had gone solo for nearly 2 years now. Ever since Spring Garden was forced to disband over a contract dispute with their talent agency, their days have not been smooth sailing. They were one of the most famous girl groups in Asia, and every member had their own fan base within the group. However, since going their separate ways, their fans followed suit and went their own ways as well. With the impact from the male idol effect, their appeal fell as their popularity dropped by leaps and bounds. As a result, the name of Spring Garden became a memory of the people. Seeing how Zhang Ye had returned and took victory at the competition, they felt really envious of him. They wanted to get back together and be like Zhang Ye, to battle again in show business as the three sisters. Perhaps their futures were not guaranteed. Perhaps there wasn't going to be any glory, but they still wished to try. They really did. Monday, in the morning, after sending his daughter to school and his wife to work, Zhang Ye parked his car at the curb. He took out his cell phone to call the number Amy had given to him. Do. The call connected. On the other end, it was a woman who answered. Hello, this is Tiana Entertainment. I'm looking for CEO Li. You are? I am Zhang Ye. Ah, I'm looking for CEO Li regarding some business. Can I make an appointment? CEO Li has gone on a work trip and will probably be back on. Please help me to get in touch with him. All right, I'll pass along the message. After hanging up, Zhang Ye gave a sneer. Work trip? Amy clearly told him that CEO Li was in the country. Zhang Ye understood that the other party did not wish to see him. When he thought of that, he turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator, heading straight for the headquarters of Tiana Entertainment. At the company entrance, Zhang Ye stepped on the brakes and parked, got out of the car, and headed straight in. When several of the security guards and staff saw him, they were stunned. Oh my God, Zhang Ye. What is he doing here? Seeing him here, everyone became terrified. They obviously did not think that their Tiana Entertainment could have possibly signed Zhang Ye under its wing, since it was well known that he had never signed with any talent agency before. So when Zhang Ye appeared here, everyone could sense that something bad was about to happen, especially when it was also common knowledge that Amy's relationship with the talent agency had soured. A male idol had just come down from upstairs. It was Haifei. He was a member of Tiana Entertainment as well. Haifei was also taken aback. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye did not look at him and went straight into the elevator. The security guards had wanted to stop him, but in the end, none of them dared to make a move. Everyone had heard of Zhang Ye's notoriety. Even after 3 to 4 years, no one dared to provoke him. A security guard said, "Something bad is going to happen." The receptionist said, "Quickly call upstairs to inform them." Ding. Upstairs, the elevator arrived. When Zhang Ye stepped out, he was greeted by the sight of a female secretary running over in panic. "Teacher Zhang, why are you here?" CEO Li is not around, he's. Judging by her voice, she was definitely the woman who had answered his call. Zhang Ye ignored her and walked forward with narrowed eyes. The female secretary was getting anxious. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, what are you doing? The office was just up ahead. Zhang Ye didn't even bother to knock before pushing the door open. A middle-aged man was sitting at his desk and taking a call. When he saw Zhang Ye, he was startled before immediately saying to the person on the phone, "Old Chu, something has cropped up over here. I have to hang up." Zhang Ye smiled. "Seoli, you're back so soon from your work trip?" The female secretary looked very embarrassed, but CEO Li put on a smiling face. "Well, if it isn't Teacher Zhang, please come in." Zhang Ye did not keep harping on this. "CEO Li, sorry for coming uninvited today. You're always welcome here. I've been thinking about buying you dinner ever since you came back, but I couldn't find an opportunity to do so." CEO Li asked, "Is Minister Wu well?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "She's pretty good." The two of them were not friends, but neither were they strangers. Although Zhang Ye didn't have a particularly good network, he still knew quite a lot of people in the entertainment industry from back then. The two of them sat down. The female secretary served him tea with a bitter smile. CEO Li asked, "What brought you here?" Zhang Ye didn't beat around the bush. "Amy's contract. Please try to resolve it." CEO Li looked troubled. "Oh, that matter?" Zhang Ye said. They were the most successful girl group in the country with no one else coming close. Now that they've disbanded, only Amy remains contracted to your company, yet you're not giving her any support or giving work to her. She still has to make a living, doesn't she? Since that's the case, wouldn't it be better to just let her go? We're all industry insiders and can't avoid seeing each other. It won't do any of us any good by making matters the way they are now. How about this, CEO Li? I won't make things difficult for you. Just treat it like I owe you a favor. Sever her from her contract and name the compensation amount. I'll pay on Amy's behalf." CEO Li did not say anything. The female secretary suddenly said, "That won't do. Amy's matter is very complicated." Back then Zhang Ye gave her a look. "I'm speaking with Teacher Zhang here. What business is it of yours?" CEO Li interrupted his secretary. The female secretary shut her mouth. CEO Li looked at Zhang Ye. "Teacher Zhang, since you're putting it like that, all right, I'll do it for your sake. We won't even mention the compensation since that would be disrespectful." He then instructed his secretary, "Get in touch with the legal department. Terminate Amy's contract by the end of today." The female secretary replied, "Yes, sir." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Thank you very much, CEO Li." Within 10 minutes, Zhang Ye left. CEO Li heaved a sigh of relief. The female secretary also came back at this time. CEO Li asked, "Is it done?" The female secretary said in an agonized manner, "It's done. The contract has been sorted out." We just need to wait for Amy to get here. The contract can be terminated at any time after that. All right, CEO Lee said. The female secretary asked out of curiosity, why did you agree to his request? Several of the deputy CEOs also came in after knocking. CEO Lee, Amy has been released from her contract. But why? You didn't even ask for any compensation? CEO Lee threw his hands up. Enough, stop talking about this. Let's just leave it as that. He sighed and said, Zhang Ye came calling, so we have to give him face. When everyone heard that, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. CEO Lee said, it isn't easy to get Zhang Ye to owe us a favor. His wife is in a high place, so there will surely be an opportunity to get his help someday. Moreover, it's not like you all don't know what Zhang Ye's temper is like. Now that he's back, my guess is that the entertainment industry is going to turn chaotic again, so let's avoid being the bird that sticks our head out first. Hi. With Zhang Ye on the right and Minister Wu on the left, we better not rile them up. Everyone looked at one another. That's right. One was a hooligan. The other was a minister. Who could they afford to offend? Outside, Zhang Ye called up Amy. Teacher Zhang, the problem has been resolved. You just need to come down to Tiana Entertainment to finalize things. What? Hurry up and come over to terminate the contract. Damn, I love you to death, Teacher Zhang. On at the other end of the line, Amy, Xiaodong, and Li Shaoxian cheered. It had really been dealt with? Amy had regained her freedom? Teacher Zhang was truly influential. They couldn't hide their excitement. They were overjoyed at the outcome. 2 years. It had been a whole 2 years. Their Spring Garden group was finally able to make a comeback. Xiaodong immediately said, Teacher Zhang, for the concert that is happening soon, we're now officially inviting you to be our concert's guest to support us with your singing. You have to come no matter. What, all right? Amy shouted. Yes, yes, yes. You definitely have to come. Zhang Ye was very happy for them too. He said with a hearty laugh, Sure, for this important occasion, I will definitely be there. I'll write you 3 another song. So let's have fun together. During the concert that I held in Olympic Stadium, I gave you all my promise that we'd perform together once more. In the end, I stood you up, so I'll have to make it up to you this time. Treat it as a gift from me. Li Shaoxian yelled. That's great. Amy shouted. Lord Zhang, what a loyal friend. Xiaodong said. Ha 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 ha. Let's get all our friends from back then to attend the concert. We can all have fun together. Chapter 1564. Years of Friendship. Leaves the venue in tears. Chapter 1564. Years of Friendship. Leaves the venue in tears. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. Many days later. On the day of the concert. The name of Xiaodong's solo concert had been changed a few days before the tickets went on sale. It was now called Spring Garden's Comeback Concert. The industry was shocked. The country was shocked. Asia was shocked. There wasn't much publicity, nor any promotions. With just the name of Spring Garden alone, it was more than enough to create hype. This was one of the most popular girl groups in Asia a few years ago. A legendary group that had accompanied a lot of people in their teenage years. At the venue, the audience had already entered. The tickets are too difficult to get. I only managed to get one because I got lucky. I think the tickets were sold out within a day. I'm still in disbelief. Yeah, have they really decided to reunite? This came too suddenly. Wasn't the contract issue still unresolved? Don't you guys know? I heard that the matter has been dealt with. That can't be. Tiana Entertainment has publicly argued with Amy and Xiaodong before. How could they possibly let her go so easily? Apparently, Zhang Ye personally went down to the company on Amy's behalf. Zhang Ye. Damn, no wonder. So it was because of him. Zhang Ye's got huge influence, doesn't he? It's not his influence, but his notoriety. Ha 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 yeah. Back then, when those entertainment companies issued that industry-wide boycott on him, how many of them got hit by Zhang Ye's actions on the backswing? He's got such a bad reputation. So now that he's back, I'm sure none of the entertainment companies would want to offend him again. I am a hardcore fan of Spring Garden. Me too. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is so cool. I thank you on behalf of Spring Garden. He's such a loyal friend. I heard that there's a mystery guest today. I heard about it too. I wonder who's going to come and be the supporting act. I'm so looking forward to it. Screams. Yells. The concert had not started yet, but the audience was already in a frenzied state. On Weibo, is there going to be a stream? I couldn't get tickets. There's a live stream. It's gonna start soon. That's great. I haven't heard them sing in so long. How nostalgic. I'm getting so emotional. Within the industry, Spring Garden has made a comeback. Yet another one has returned. Zhang Ye's comeback has affected the entertainment circle quite a bit. Ning Lan has made a comeback in acting. Grandma Zhang Xia has made a comeback in singing. And now, even Spring Garden has reunited and made a comeback too. It was time. The stream began. The concert venue was suddenly dazzling with lights. The audience screamed even louder when they saw this. Xiaodong, Amy, Xiaoxian. Everyone was shouting their names. Some fans even started crying. 2 years. They had been waiting for this day for far too long. All the onstage lights were extinguished. Then some words flashed across the big screen. Years of friendship. The music played. The moving melody silenced everyone. A spotlight shone down onto the stage. Xiaodong was already standing in the spotlight. Xiaodong closed her eyes and sang lightly one. Wasted time scatters into the wind. A second spotlight shone down at the other end of the stage where Li Xiaoxian was. She closed her eyes and sang, as if unable to face it again. A third spotlight shone on Amy, who was revealed next. The three of them suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other. Their eyes were brimming with tears. Our roving days. You followed along. Let fate reunite us. Many of the audience members who listening to these lyrics could not bear it any longer. They bawled their eyes out. Watching TV, a lot of people also started crying. At the next moment, another spotlight shone down. Zhang Hanwei was on stage as well. Innocent voices have died down. Yet another spotlight shone down. It was Chen Guang who appeared this time. We separated for our own goals. The next beam revealed Fan Wenli, gazing at the night sky, who in the past. Another spotlight revealed Ning Lan. Understood my tired heart. Finally, the last spotlight lit up. Zhang Ye made his appearance on stage. He looked at the tearful Xiaodong, then at Amy and Li Xiaoxian who were sobbing hard. He smiled as he gripped his microphone and walked over to them. Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Zhang Hanwei, and Ning Lan also walked over. They gathered around and stood together, hugging, giving each other high fives, crying, or belly laughing. Let's forget our mistakes. Let's cherish the past. Once we get through these troubled times, there will be joy. No way is it hopeless. There's no hesitation. Competing in our dreams. Keep forging ahead every day, running in the storm. Unruly, drunk, and awake. All our stories seem to have drifted into years gone by. The winds blown past and quieted. Who should I return my kindness to? Let my tears take away the night's worries. The audience members were wiping away their tears as they stared dumbfoundedly at the stage. A lot of people were up on their feet and screaming like crazy. Zhang Yi smiled and raised a fist. Chen Guang raised a fist too and gave him a fist bump. Ning Lan put her arms around Amy's shoulders. Fan Wenli hugged Xiaodong. Xiaodong sang in tears. Let's forget our mistakes. Li Xiaoxian's voice was hoarse from crying. Let's cherish the past. Amy sang loudly as she sobbed. Once we get through these troubled times, there will be joy. At present, all of them were standing shoulder to shoulder with their arms around the person next to them. They looked at one another, then looked at the audience and sang in unison. No way is it hopeless. There's no hesitation. Competing in our dreams. Keep forging ahead every day, running in the storm. Unruly, drunk, and awake. All our stories seem to have drifted into years gone by. The winds blown past and quieted. Who should I return my kindness to? Let my tears take away the night's worries. The singing was thunderous, and it was making everyone's blood race with excitement. Those familiar faces from years ago. Those familiar voices from years ago. The audience members also shouted until their voices went hoarse. Ning Lan, Old Jiang, Chen Guang, Fan Wenli, Zhang Ye. Spring Garden's old friends were all here. The friends they gone through adversity with were all here. What song was this? Who was the one who wrote this song? On stage, Xiaodong held her microphone with a lot of emotion. Her hand was trembling as she said loudly while crying. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for composing this song for us old friends. Thank you to our friends who came here today to sing together with us. Thank you to those of you who are attending the concert today. Thank you to all of you who are watching the live stream on your computers. And thank you to everyone who has not forgotten us. I hereby declare that Spring Garden has officially returned. Her voice trembled as she said. Sorry that we had to make you all wait 2 years. Sorry for being away from everyone for the past 2 years. But now, at this moment, Xiao Dong, Amy, and Li Shaoxian interlaced fingers and yelled together, "We're back." The three of them were crying and laughing. The audience was shouting for them. The crowd at the concert blew up in an instant. Spring Garden, Spring Garden, Spring Garden. Chapter 1565. The Shit Stirrer Makes His Move. Chapter 1565. The Shit Stirrer Makes His Move. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On this day, at the studio, everyone came together for a meeting. Our popularity has clearly started picking up again. Yeah, although director Zhang's name hasn't been relisted in the popularity rankings yet, we can still get a clear sense of the signals from the news and internet. Director Zhang's songs were fucking awesome. Years of Friendship has charted to first place on the top Chinese music chart as well. That's right. Our comeback has gone perfectly. All that's left is to see how the TV series performs. Hi. I really can't get a feel of how that might do. When will it be broadcast? They'll determine the dates today. Director Zhang is in talks with Beijing TV right now. Let's hope that we get a good date. We don't need the anti-corruption drama to be popular as long as it can reach the 1% viewership ratings mark set by the Central Publicity Department. 1% is already a heaven-defying figure, so there's no need to think about anything higher than that. If this drama is successful, Director Zhang might really be able to get back to the peak of his popularity and return to his position as a domestic heavenly king. On Weibo, the netizens were also having a discussion about television dramas. There haven't been any good TV series recently. Yeah, the ones they've been showing these past few months are not interesting at all. There are 2 blockbuster series coming up. Yeah, Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms will be showing soon. I'm anticipating them so much. Go Li Xiao. I think Qi Hao can take the step to become a heavenly king this time. Their popularities are about the same, and both are ranked in the top 5 of the A-list, so it's still unclear who will end up winning. It all depends on how well their series perform. With their appeal, there wouldn't be a need for the series to be good. Even without asking, the viewership ratings will exceed 1.5%. You guys are really underestimating the appeal of a young hunk by too much. Those two are going to start battling now. Yeah, this is going to be a fight to the death. It's a fight to become a heavenly king. We're really in for a show this time. Their 2 series are scheduled for the same day. If either one of them holds off the other, that person's status as a heavenly king will be assured, and Su Mylan would drop off the S-list rankings. In that case, the old generation of heavenly kings and queens will finally become a thing of the past. The future of showbiz will then be dominated by the hunks. There's still Zhang Ye. Has Zhang Ye finished filming his TV series yet? I doubt Zhang Ye can make a splash. He's just messing around by taking on the project. A political drama spearheaded by a government department. What sort of viewership ratings could that get? I believe he took on the production only because he didn't receive any offers for work in the days when he first made his comeback. He probably did not take it seriously either. What's more, the actors cast in the drama are all has-beens, and the invested sum isn't large either. So how can it possibly take on the current professional production teams and actors? You people are expecting too much from him. If Zhang Ye's drama can get popular, I'll fucking eat my computer. What was it called again? I think it's called In the Opinion of. The name or something like that. Huh? Is that what it's called? What opinions could a name have? Damn, I forget what it was called as well. At a restaurant, the production crew of Heavens of the Gods was holding a get-together. Li Xiao, we're depending on you this time. Director Wu, what's your estimate for our drama's viewership ratings? It's not easy to give hard figures now, but it won't be bad for sure. We've spent 4 months working on this production and put in so much blood, sweat, and tears, so it will definitely be good enough. We only have one opponent in Age of Kingdoms. They must be crazy, right? Why would they choose to broadcast on the same day as us? They're obviously trying to challenge us. If so, then let's find out who is better. Yeah, who's afraid of who? At Qi Hao Studio. It won't be long. Let's shoot down Heavens of the Gods. Right, Teacher Qi Hao will definitely take the step to the top this time. We've spent more than half a year on this series, from the preparations to the filming. It has been meticulously polished to the point of being impeccable, so I don't believe it can't outdo Heavens of the Gods. Chu Dong, Qi Liang, and Hai Yifei have all been knocked down a peg, so it's a good chance for us. They were unlucky to run into Zhang Ye. That fellow might not be good at other things, but he's invincible at singing. The battle for the Heavenly King's spot will be between just us and Li. Xiao. Everyone, let's put in a bit more effort. We are going to bring down Su Milan. Online, Li Xiao and Qi Hao's fans tangled with each other. Qi Hao's worth a fart. Li Xiao's worth shit. What ya looking at? So what if we're looking at you? Look again, we dare ya. Oh, we dare. The public was watching intently. The production crews were creating hype for their series. The media was also helping with the publicity. After several days, the topicality of Zhang Ye's comeback victory had faded. The entertainment industry returned back to its previous state as the media, news, and internet started clamoring over the male idols again. This sort of atmosphere and attitude was clearly not something that a few songs or people could change that easily. The male idols fans would not leave their idols overnight. After all, they were still the most popular artists in show business at the moment, especially in the field of television and film. The overwhelming popularity and appeal they had was unparalleled. Yet someone had to come to mess things up. No one could have expected that someone would come and cause trouble at such a critical juncture. In the celebrity goof group, Su Milan appeared. I'm in danger, Xiaodong quickly replied. All the best, Sister Lan. Amy, supporting Sister Lan. Li Ku, their time hasn't arrived yet. Ning Lan, right, their popularities are still a way off from yours. Su Milan sent a smiley face in the chat group. They're not that far off anymore. Amy said dejectedly. Are the artists from our generation really becoming irrelevant? Fan Wenli. The younger generation has to be feared. Competing with the young guns in popularity is just impractical. Li Xiaoxian. But teacher Zhang managed to do it. Chen Guang. He's a freak, so don't compare us to him. Out of the blue, Zhang Ye appeared and said cheerfully, Sister Lan, your little bro will aid you. Aid her? What did he mean by that? Su Milan, Ning Lan, and the others were taken aback and did not understand what he meant. But the next second, when the news was revealed online, all of them were dumbfounded. Su Milan, what? Amy, fuck. Xiaodong, damn. Li Ku, what the hell? Ning Lan, your sister. Jiang Hanwei, Zhang Ye, your grandpa. Chen Guang, that guy is crazy. The news broke. The media pissed their pants. The public pissed their pants. The industry pissed their pants. Zhang Ye's new TV series, In the Name of the People, had quietly completed its post-production and was even given a time slot for broadcast on Beijing television. When they saw the time slot for the drama's premiere, the entire country's citizens were stunned. Heavens of the gods. Age of Kingdoms. In the Name of the People. They were all going to be broadcast at the same time slot on the same day. Countless people utterly horrified. In the industry, that madman. What is he trying to do? He completed the filming in just 10 days? Fuck your sister. Are you a motherfucking machine gun? It's even scheduled to broadcast on the same day as them? That fella must be drunk, right? The public. Yours is just a fucking shitty, low-budget 30 million renminbi production. Why didn't you schedule it for some off-peak time slot and get it over with? Why would you even try to challenge Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms? Zhang Ye is crazy. When has this fucker ever been normal? Isn't he trying to start trouble? Buffed, this troublemaking shit stirrer. He really can't stay idle for a day. Those two are fighting it out to become a heavenly king. So what is this fellow messing around for? At the Central Publicity Department, we're done for. This series has as good as doomed. Ours is a political drama. How can it possibly challenge their commercial dramas? Heavens of the Gods production crew. Everyone was tongue-tied. Is he drunk? What the hell does this have anything to do with him? It's a fight between our dramas, so why is he throwing in his lot? Where did he get the courage? At Qi Hao Studio. How dare he broadcast on the same day as us with that shitty drama of his? Jesus, what on earth is that fellow thinking? Could it be a coincidence? Coincidence, my ass. That Zhang guy is clearly doing this on purpose. If it were anyone else, it might have been a coincidence. But since this was Zhang Ye, they knew to rule out that possibility. All of them knew that Zhang Ye must be doing this on purpose, because he had pulled something similar a few years ago by broadcasting on the same day as another show, even though he had nothing concrete to back it up with. Further, it had happened on more than one occasion too. This fellow seemed to enjoy doing such things. Chapter 1566, A Godly Drama, is about to appear. Chapter 1566, A Godly Drama, is about to appear. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. With the revelation of this news, the details surrounding the activities of In the Name of the People were unearthed. The production cost, the production period, the cast list, and so on. Zhang Ye and this drama had been pushed into the headlines. In the car, on the way back to the studio, Zhang Ye's cell phone was blowing up with calls. Ning Lan, Jiang Hanwei, Xu Han, Yao Jiankai, and the main cast members of In the Name of the People all looked for this fellow in outrage. Zhang, do you want to die? Haha, what's the matter? What do you think is the matter? Why are you pitting our drama against theirs? Didn't I already tell you guys that our new drama will be broadcasting at the same period as those two young guns? Didn't you already know? The same period is not the same as the same day. Wasn't that quite close to what I said? I'm gonna faint. That's way off, all right. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Your sister, Olive, them wanted to vomit blood. They had been looking forward to the drama quite a bit before this. Although the production's investment wasn't large, although it was the director's debut TV series, although the cast did not feature even a single hot, young male star, this group of out-of-time celebrities still cherished the rare opportunity to act. This was especially true when many of them were personally invited by Zhang Ye to join the cast. Even people like Ning Lan, who had long since retired, were convinced by him to make a return. But look at this. This bastard actually decided to take on two of this year's most anticipated commercial drama productions? Isn't this as good as jumping into hell? Others can't wait to steer clear of them. How many directors and TV series are looking to avoid broadcasting at the same time slot as Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms? But you? Not only are you not attempting to avoid it, you even chose to fucking take it head on. Just how confident do you have to be to do something like that? Do you really think that this low-budget political drama can possibly make a challenge on those commercial drama productions? How is that possible? If the viewership ratings get apportioned out to the point where we don't even hit 0.2%, that would be such a huge slap to our faces. How will we answer the central publicity department then? Up ahead, he had reached the studio. The moment Zhang Ye got back here, he spotted Ha Chi-Chi and the others, handling a group of reporters. The news hadn't even broke for half an hour, but the media reporters were already swarming the place. There was a surprised expression on every one of their faces, and he could clearly see that the news had shocked them too. Ah, Zhang Ye is here. Director Zhang, for your first drama production, why did you choose to broadcast it at this time slot? Do you intend to fight the male idols? What opinion do you have about your own TV series? What sort of a TV series is it? The reporters were all pointing their cameras and microphones at him. Having hardly received any interviews lately, Zhang Ye said confidently, "This production is led by the Central Publicity Department, and it's an unprecedented anti-corruption drama. We suffered a lot during the filming process and encountered many difficulties along the way, but I have to thank the cast for being so awesome. They were great, so we overcame a lot of hardships that were beyond our imagination. So I hope that everyone will look forward to our drama. I believe that the premiere episode's broadcast will surprise everyone." The reporters rolled their eyes upon hearing that. Suffering? Hardships beyond imagination? For a drama production that wrapped up filming in 10 days, what fucking hardships beyond imagination could there be? If this could be considered as hardships beyond imagination, then how would it be for those people who had to fucking film their dramas for 1 to 2 years? The interview footage was broadcast. The netizens responded to it with contempt. This fellow is too shameless. His skin is so thick. Beyond imagination. Your sister. 10 days? Are you on drugs or something? Just how shoddy is this production? This fellow is still as efficient as always. Yeah, he's fast at recording shows, he's fast at composing songs, he's fast at writing novels, and he's even so fast when filming a drama that the process is described as a matter of days. In the entire entertainment industry, I've never encountered a faster worker than him. To be honest, I'm already starting to look forward to it. Me too, motherfucker. I'd like to see just how this fellow's debut TV drama will turn out. If Zhang Ye's drama can get above 0.2% viewership, he'll have to thank the gods. I doubt it will even hit 0.2%. He's asking for it. The central publicity department will probably hold him responsible when the time comes. Back when Zhang Ye first announced his comeback, there wasn't much attention given to the drama. A lot of people knew that he was shooting a drama, but they couldn't even remember its name. But with this hubbub, In the Name of the People sent the country into an uproar. All of a sudden, a lot of people found out about it, and it even grabbed the limelight from Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms. Everyone was talking about it. At Li Xiao's studio, Li Xiao was hopping mad. He can even steal away the headlines of our drama this way. This Zhang Ye is full of heinous tricks. So this is the legendary Heavenly King from years ago? I finally understand why this fellow made so many enemies back then. He's totally not sticking to convention with how he does things. At Qihao Studio, bring it on. Who's afraid of who? Right? It makes no difference competing against 1 or 2 dramas. Does Zhang Ye still think that he's the Asian Heavenly King from back then? I don't believe it. How can a shitty drama that you finished filming in just 10 days possibly challenge us? In the Name of the People's actors also cast Zhang Ye aside as they came together and scolded him. That dumbass. If I ever accept a role in a show that he directs again, I'll spell my name backwards. Yeah, my heart can't take this. How unlucky to have encountered a director like him. I no longer hold any hope for the viewership ratings of the drama. I can only hope that our drama doesn't perform too badly. That's all. It seemed like Zhang Ye was born with a hatred halo over his head. It was so for his foes. It was so for the disinterested. And it was so for his friends. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. It was getting closer to the day of the premiere episode's broadcast. The 3 drama productions were keeping pace with one another as their news constantly came up in the media. The premiere episode is nearing. Experts predict the viewership ratings. 2 more days to D-Day. Who will end up victorious in the battle for a Heavenly King's throne? A TV drama that wrapped up filming in 10 days shocks the industry. Experts claim Zhang Ye doesn't understand the TV industry at all. He's only here to make trouble. Zhang Ye was very happy. This was exactly the effect that he wanted. It was a different time now. With the male idols holding sway and commercial productions dominating the industry, everyone's attention was focused on them. It was a situation that was very difficult to turn around. So Zhang Ye thought of a way to stand out and diverted everyone's attention to In the Name of the People. As long as there was attention given to it, as long as no one ignored it, he believed that this good drama production would not get buried. As for Heavens of the Gods, as for Age of Kingdoms, Zhang Ye didn't care about them at all. It wasn't because he was arrogant, nor that his confidence was inflated. If it were any drama production other than In the Name of the People, he would have judged his opponent first to see how much they had invested and what their scripts were about. But there was no need for that, because this was In the Name of the People they were talking about. No matter who the opponent was, no matter how many of them there were, none of that mattered. Whoever crashed head-on with it would get utterly destroyed. Come, I'll show you all the godly drama that swept away everything. In its path back in my previous world. Chapter 1567. In the Name of the People's premiere episode. Chapter 1567. In the Name of the People's premiere episode. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Friday. On the day of the scheduled broadcast. It was getting lively on Weibo. Come, place your bets. My bet is on Heavens of the Gods. I'll place my bet on Age of Kingdoms. Count me in. I'll put my money on Heavens of the Gods. Damn. Ching, aren't you Zhang Ye's diehard fan? Yeah. Why did you place your money on Heavens of the Gods? I'm a fan of Teacher Zhang's music, not his shows. He's never even shot a drama before. So which TV series does everyone intend to catch today? I reckon more people will watch Heavens of the Gods. All their broadcast times clash with one another, so I can only choose one to watch first. Haha. I intend to watch In the Name of the People first. I would like to see just what kind of surprises a shit stirrer like Teacher Zhang can come up with. I'll catch Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms later when they get uploaded. I'm also waiting to see how face-smacking Zhang will die. Haha. Face-smacking Zhang is finally going to be face-smacked. I get excited just at the thought. It was a public holiday today, and everyone had knocked off from work early. Some people had even pushed back their business engagements to get home earlier so that they could wait for this grand feast of dramas to begin. In recent years, there hadn't been such a boisterous mood in the TV industry for quite a while. Two highly anticipated blockbuster dramas would be starting their premiere episodes at the same time. And oh, there was also going to be the premiere episode of one terrible drama as well. All of the attention from the media, the industry, and the public had virtually been pulled over here. Many people couldn't wait any longer for the broadcasts to begin. Meanwhile, at Zhang Ye's studio, inside, the aroma from the cooked food was attacking the nose. Alcohol had also been brought out to the tables. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhang Ye personally went to open the door. Outside, Ning Lan, Yao Jiankai, Dong Shanshan, Zhang Xia, Jiang Hanwei, Shanshan, as well as the rest of the production crew's staff had arrived. Zhang Ye had called all of them over to the studio today to watch their drama's premiere episode together. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Come in, quick. Dinner is almost ready." Ning Lan rolled her eyes. Jiang Hanwei put on a stern face. Shu Han did not show Zhang Ye a welcoming attitude either. Zhang Ye said in amusement, "Yo, what's wrong with all of you?" Dong Shanshan laughed and said, "We've already discussed things. If the viewership ratings turn out to be terrible, we'll chop you up into 8 pieces, so you better be prepared for it." Yao Jiankai added, "You're too good at causing trouble." But Zhang Ye said, "Really? I haven't even gone all out yet." Shu Han said, "You still haven't gone all out? I nearly got a heart attack because of your antics." Jiang Hanwei said, "Didn't you read what they're saying online? Everyone is waiting for us to make a fool of ourselves." "All right, whatever, just get seated. The dishes are ready." Zhang Ye greeted everyone with a smile and ushered them to take their seats. "We have food and drink, so please help yourselves." The stove in the open kitchen was turned off. Wu Ziqing, who was wearing an apron, carried over the last dish to the table and served it. "All right, let's eat." When everyone saw her, they stood up in panic. "Io, Minister Wu, why is it you who's cooking?" Everyone was overwhelmed. Wu Ziqing smiled. "Have a taste of the food. I hope it suits everyone's tastes." Zhang Ye was bragging. "Let me tell you all this. My wife's cooking is particularly good. Most people don't even get the chance to try it. If you've tried it once, you'll ask for seconds." Wu Ziqing chuckled. "Don't listen to his nonsense." Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhua, and the others also got seated. With Wu Ziqing around, nobody dared complain about Zhang Ye. They hurriedly lowered their heads and got down to eating. The moment they tasted the food, everyone was pleasantly surprised and praised it to no end. This shredded pork with garlic sauce is delicious. The braised pork belly is amazing. Director Zhang, you're such a blessed man. It smells so good. For most of the people here, it was not their first time seeing Wu Ziqing. Several years ago at Zhang Ye's wedding, they met her. But no matter how many times they met her, they were always speechless in her presence. They could not understand why such a beautiful woman who could cook so well and had such a good temperament would throw her lot in with a spitfire like Zhang Ye. She was even such a high-ranking official as well. They just couldn't wrap their heads around this at all. Slowly, the time passed. Zhang Ye suddenly said, "Little Wang, it's about to start." Little Wang responded, "All right, I'll turn the television on." The television was turned on. Everyone watched it. In fact, no one other than Zhang Ye had seen the final cut of the drama. Although all of them had filmed every scene of the show together, no one knew exactly how the shots had turned out and what kind of effects it had. Their hearts were beating fast, and they couldn't help but feel nervous to watch the finished product. It's starting. It's starting. At Zhang Ye's parents' house, his parents were already waiting around the television. It's starting. Turn up the volume. At his eldest younger sister's house, his 3 sisters had gathered. It's starting. Oh, there's our brother. On TV, Beijing television, the opening theme song was playing. Executive producer, Zhang Ye. Project director, Zhang Ye. Supervising producer, Zhang Ye. Art director, Zhang Ye. Screenwriter, Zhang Ye. Editor, Zhang Ye. Executive director, Zhang Ye. The production credits stunned a lot of people. Zhang Ye, who was self-directing a television series for the first time, had taken multiple roles in the production team as well. His name filled nearly every possible role of the production. Then the story began. Whistling came from the television. This was one of Zhang Yuanqi's songs that a lot of people had listened to before. Beijing. In a neighborhood. In the car, someone's hand was fiddling with a cell phone. "Chief Ho, why don't we take action right now? We've been waiting for almost 2 hours already." "Exactly. What if his wife and child don't leave the house tonight?" Then the owner of the phone spoke. They will. She normally brings her kid out for tutoring at 5 p.m. Let's wait a little longer. You still want to wait? Hang on. Chief Ho, do you realize the times are strange now? Jumping out has become commonplace. I'll give you a friendly reminder. This Chief Zhao we're looking for, he lives on the 4th floor. All of a sudden, the man sat up straight. Zhang Ye's face appeared on screen at this moment. Captions appeared. Department Chief of the Investigation Department of the Anti-Corruption Bureau of the Supreme People's Procuratorate 1. Ho Liangping. He smiled and said, this Chief Zhao we're looking for has countless reasons to want to live on. In just a simple scene, with just a few short exchanges of words, a thrilling anti-corruption operation was about to begin. At Zhang Ye's studio, many of the people gasped. The premiere broadcast today consisted of 2 episodes without any commercial breaks in between. It cut to a scene of Zhao Dahan eating mincemeat noodles with soybean paste. The scene of the provincial leadership holding a meeting was next. Then the scene in which the mastermind disposed of the SIM card came. Yao Jinkai played Secretary to Li Dacom. Jiang Hanwei played the role of Bureau Director Qi Tongwei. Dong Shanshan was cast as Louis Ku. One by one, the actors were introduced. The money that was stashed away in a fridge. That hoard of cash that was revealed when the bedsheets were pulled aside. The piles of money that were hidden behind a large painting on the wall. It was too shocking. The scenes that were unfolding gave Ning Lan, Yao Jinkai, Shu Han, and the others watching goosebumps. Inside the studio, there was only the sound of Zhang Ye eating and drinking. Meanwhile, the rest of the people had put down their chopsticks at some point in time. They were all staring at the screen in astonishment and gasping with every scene. Did they shoot this? This was what they had filmed in those 10 days. Chapter 1568, An Intense Battle. Chapter 1568, An Intense Battle. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Meanwhile, Heavens of the Gods was also broadcasting its premiere episode. It was a very magnificent scene on television. Dongfang, are you really going to do this? I've already decided to. Are you going to give up on Sangxing just like that? I don't wish to give up on others, but they have given up on me. Li Xiao appeared. Another popular male idol was guest starring in the episode. A lot of people were constantly getting surprises as they watched. This was because the visuals of such quality were rarely seen. Just one look and you'd know that a huge investment had been poured into the production, with the venues and scenes easily described as grand. Although some of the technical details in the scenes were still unseasoned with some slight flaws observed, there really weren't too many television series that could reach such a level in China. On Weibo, Li Xiao is so handsome. He's really suited for a period drama role. Heavens of the Gods has already won. The investment in this production shouldn't be lower than 300 million renminbi. How awesome, how enjoyable. This drama is gonna explode in popularity. I wonder how Age of Kingdoms looks. It's definitely not as awesome as Heavens of the Gods, of course. I don't suppose there are still any doubts that Li Xiao will get an S-list ranking after this drama has broadcast. On the other channel, Age of Kingdoms premiere episode, there were also a lot of grand scenes. It was a similar-looking period drama. Compared to the special effects of Heavens of the Gods, Age of Kingdoms had obviously put more thought into its details and portrayal of battles. The scenes were magnificent as well. In the forums, it's good. Chi Hao's so damn suave. This is the must-follow drama of the year. My Chi Hao will definitely reach the S-list summit. The quality is really good. There are hardly such attractive TV dramas these days. We finally have something to look forward to. Heavens of the Gods seems pretty good too. Zhang Ye is done for. Yeah, he's going to be edged out of the competition. Showing the premiere episode at the same time as these 2 blockbuster dramas, any other production would be wiped out as well. Of those who had watched Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms, almost no one believed that Zhang Ye's new drama could survive. But unbeknownst to them, the viewers who were watching in the name of the people were also stunned to the same level. This shock wasn't something that could simply be described in a few words. Online, everyone was bursting with excitement. Why is Zhang Ye heading all of the roles in the production crew? Just how many roles has he taken? The way that actor ate the noodles, that was such an awesome scene. That actor looks really familiar. I think he's a big name in the theater scene. His acting was too fucking good. Yeah, This is the first time I've realized that eating a bowl of mincemeat noodles with soybean paste can even be done this way. His expression and movements were all amazingly portrayed. Heavens! A wall full of money. What a shocking scene. My Dong Shanshan has appeared. Teacher Shanshan's role is really distinctive. There's nothing to nitpick on Jiang Hanwei's acting as well. Zhang Ye seems like he's just acting as himself this time, right? Monkey Sun 1. This fellow is as much of a shit stirrer in real life as he is in the show. He can be so reckless in the drama too. The plot is packed with so much tension. I can't stop watching. Is this really his first time directing a TV series? It was filmed in just 10 days? How is that possible? They're clearly a bunch of has-been actors. How could the end result be something like this? Is this what acting skills are about? They're too fucking good. The first 2 episodes of In the Name of the People finished broadcasting. But a lot of the viewers were left wanting more as they couldn't wait to find out what would happen next. At this moment, the ending theme song started to play. Zhang Xia's thick vocals drifted into the credits. Everyone pricked their ears up and listened to that song. They dropped whatever they were doing and fell silent. They listened. They thought. They were suddenly overcome by a sense of awe. Zhang Xia sang too. With whom I fought, to shoulder the duty. Hearing the leaves fall and bloom. Seeing the clouds break the twilight. Right here and now, I have a close friend beside. With whom I lived, for our shared perseverance. Listening to childhood stories. Gazing at the starry, twinkling sky. Right here and now, love continues to keep us close. You're bestowed with the name of the people. A life of honor, dedicated to rights. Like a ship going full steam ahead, a soaring cyclone. Your words show an embodiment of righteousness. You're entrusted with the name of the people. With the scepter's weight, the significance of the badge. When all the dust has settled, retired from the bustle. You've returned home and begun on a brilliant tale. No one else could sing this song. Jiang Hanwei couldn't sing it. Zhang Yuanqi couldn't sing it. And even Zhang Ye could not sing it. This was one of the few rare songs that Zhang Ye had brought over to this world, but was unable to sing. Instead, he had to find someone else to perform it. Grandma Zhang Xia was the most suitable candidate. Be it her age, her vocal weight, or the emotions she sang with, she was impeccable. Hence, Zhang Ye had gone to look for Grandma Zhang before filming began to convince her to come out of retirement. It was all for this drama's ending theme, which he hoped Grandma Zhang Xia could help bolster the drama with. At Zhang Ye's studio, everyone silently kept their eyes on the television. It wasn't until the last line of the song finished, and the song had come to an end that everyone turned to look at Zhang Ye in unison. Zhang Ye looked at his wife and said with a smile, "It wasn't too bad, was it?" Wu Ziqing smiled. "It's very good." Zhang Ye said, "Is this what the Central Publicity Department expected?" Wu Ziqing nodded. "I'll always rest easy as long as it's you handling things." "That's good then." Zhang Ye chuckled. Shu Han said in a daze, Is this really the drama we filmed?" Zhang Ye said happily, "Of course. Who else could have filmed it?" Shu Han still hadn't regained her composure. She said in surprise, "But didn't we follow a very tight schedule and rush through the filming of scenes one after the other? So how did it end up like this?" Zhang Ye said, "It might have been a little rushed, but I know what I'm doing. I considered all of the angles and shots beforehand, so all I had to do was piece them up together in post-production." Ning Lan immediately said, "I want to see what happens next." Yao Jiankai said anxiously, "I want to watch what happens next as well. Do you have the source footage?" Unsurprisingly, Zhang Ye said, "That won't do." Ning Lan stared with wide eyes. "Even we're not allowed to watch it." Zhang Ye said in a bureaucratic tone, "About that, I can't just pass it around carelessly. It's too dangerous. What if the footage gets leaked? Beijing TV is broadcasting it daily anyway, right? Just watch it on TV." No matter what they said, Zhang Ye didn't want to show it to them. Finally, Zhang Ye even instructed Wu Ziqing, "Go and inform the SARFD to have them pay more attention to it. They had better not let the source footage leak out, or I'll take it up with them." Take it up with the SARFD? Only Zhang Ye would dare to say something like this. But they knew that Zhang Ye was truly capable of doing so. However, they could not understand why Zhang Ye was being so wary about the source footage. Only Zhang Ye himself knew. Back in his previous world, the original footage of In the Name of the People was leaked to the public. But even so, its viewership ratings still managed to break records and hit an astonishing figure. As a result, He would like to see just how high that figure could go in this world where the source footage hadn't been leaked. This was the reason for his extreme cautiousness. All that was left was to wait for the viewership ratings. Whether it was a mule or a horse would be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 1569. The viewership ratings get published. Chapter 1569. The viewership ratings get published. Translator, leg editor, leg. The next day, there was a constant stream of news online. Countdown to the viewership ratings release of the premiere episode broadcasts. Heavens of the Gods receives extremely high praise. Age of Kingdoms getting good reviews. Li Xiao and Qi Hao to welcome an all-out battle. Countless people were waiting for the viewership ratings to be announced. Although viewership ratings weren't everything, the reputation and influence of these figures were still critical factors for a drama series. To a lot of people, viewership ratings were still the overall most intuitive and comprehensive indicator of a TV series. It directly reflected the popularity of the drama, the popularity of the director, and the popularity of the celebrity cast members. Shanghai Television. Is it out yet? Not yet. The name of Heavens of the Gods must get off to a good start. Producer, don't worry, it definitely won't be a problem. Producer, I've watched In the Name of the People yesterday. It seems like what? It seems like the praise surrounding it is especially good. Ignore that production. It's just a serious political drama, so of course there would be more praise surrounding it than a commercial drama. There's nothing to compare. Beijing TV isn't going to be a match for us. True that. At Qi Hao Studio, the viewership ratings list still hasn't been published yet. It should be out soon. Is there any movement from Li Xiao's side? Not yet. Keep a close eye on him. If he takes any actions, we'll respond immediately. Do we need to get ready for Zhang Ye's side? Zhang Ye? Who cares about him? I've seen the online reviews of In the Name of the People. It seems like they're not bad. A political drama that the country is using as a project to fight corruption. How could the reviews be bad? Reviews are just reviews, but viewership ratings are viewership ratings. No one ever thought that drama was an opponent. Understood. At Su Milan Studio, the staff had taken on event after event. Sister Lon, there are 7 events to attend today. It will be a little tight. It's fine. We'll take it one by one. You've been pushing too hard recently. Do you want to take a short break? Teacher Zhang has just made his comeback. Why don't you meet up with your old friend and take it easy? The youngsters these days are too amazing. If I don't give it my all, I'll get replaced very soon. More than one person has their eyes on the spot that I'm in now. So how can I not put in more effort? Uffed. Didn't Teacher Zhang say he will help you give them some trouble? Don't listen to him. Who knows what he's thinking? You shouldn't just dismiss him like that. Lord Zhang's shit-stirring ability has always been world-class. If Teacher Zhang makes a move against them, I believe they'll surely be given a lot to deal with. At the Central Publicity Department, everyone was having a fervent discussion on the matter. The viewership ratings will be out soon, right? Will Teacher Zhang be able to do it? I've watched In the Name of the People. It's so wonderful. I've watched Heavens of the Gods. It's also wonderful. Teacher Zhang is fighting with his back to the wall. That's true. He shouldn't have much popularity left, and with those has been celebrities in the cast, a low production budget, and also it being his first time crossing over into the TV industry. All the odds are stacked against him. There's no need to compare with the commercial dramas. It will already be quite good if it can get 1% in the viewership ratings. That's right. Our boss's goal for the drama was also 1% in the viewership ratings. At Beijing Television, Ning Lan, Yao Jiankai, and the others had come to the station for an interview today. This was in conjunction with their promotions for the new drama. Before the interview even started, they were very anxious backstage. How long before the viewership ratings get released? I don't know. My heart is in my throat because of this. Although I found the drama to be quite good, I still can't get a feel of how it might do. Let's wait a little more. It will be published soon. I'm just worried that we might really get dealt a slap to our faces by those male idols. It's only ever been Director Zhang smacking the face of others. Since when have you guys seen Director Zhang getting slapped by others? That was 4 years ago. 4 years has passed, so who can really say? On Weibo, place your bets. We're into the final hour. I'm betting on Heavens of the Gods. I'll bet on Age of Kingdoms. Supporting Age of Kingdoms. Crazily supporting Heavens of the Gods. Fuck. Why isn't anyone supporting In the Name of the People? Do you think we're stupid? Even though that drama was really good, it's still a political drama. Its main aim is propaganda. So how could it possibly compete with a commercially motivated drama? Zhang Ye is indeed very capable. In just 10 days, he was able to film a low-budget political drama with such quality. There's really no one else who can do something like that. You can only blame him for accepting the project without thinking it through in the first place. If he had taken a commercial drama instead, he probably could have challenged blockbusters like Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms. However, a political drama's target audience is just too niche. There's absolutely no chance it will do well. If Zhang Ye manages to one-up those two blockbuster commercial dramas with a political drama and a cast of has-been stars, this fellow will really be too fucking godly. Haha, that's right. If that happens, there really won't be anyone left in this world who can curb him. Fuck, surely what you said won't happen, right? I'm just kidding. Of course it won't be possible. 10 minutes. Half an hour. The outside world was chattering in excitement. Almost everyone was debating the issue of the viewership ratings. But at this moment, there was only laughter at Zhang Ye's parents' house. Old Wu was working overtime today, so Zhang Ye brought his daughter over to his parents' place to play. Daddy, come and catch me. Boo, here comes the big bad wolf. Daddy, you can't catch me, you can't catch me. Sister Qinchin, come and catch me. Haha, I'll catch you together with your sister Qinchin. Catch me, come and catch me. Zhang Ye, why are you so childish? Cici ran. Zhang Ye chased after her. Qinchin was also here, and she gave them a look of contempt. She was completely uninterested in playing with them. But Zhang Ye kept chasing after Cici happily, without feeling tired. His parents watched helplessly. His mother said in annoyance, "Why are you so nonchalant?" Zhang Ye said, "Huh?" His mother face-bombed. "Shouldn't you be more concerned about the viewership ratings of your new drama? Just look at what everyone is saying online. They're arguing and saying that your TV series is gonna fail big time." Zhang Ye continued chasing after Cici and said with a laugh, "Just leave them be. When the viewership ratings is released, they'll most likely be surprised." That is the kind of face-smacking that this bro likes to give. His father was taken aback. "Do you really think that your drama can take the top spot?" Zhang Ye remarked, "Just about." His mother curled her lips. "Would it kill you not to brag for once?" Qinchin cut in, "Definitely." Ring, 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 ring. It was a call from Beijing television. Only then did Zhang Ye finally stop in his tracks. "My dear, Daddy needs to take this call. I think the viewership ratings are out." He then put his phone to his ear. "Brother Hu, what is it?" Hu Fei said excitedly. "It's out. The viewership is out." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "So how is it?" "You're too freaking awesome." Zhang Ye said, "So how much is it?" Hu Fei mentioned some numbers to him. But Zhang Ye blinked. "It's that low." When he put down the phone, Qinchin giggled. It failed. His mother gave him a look. "Go on, keep bragging." Zhang Ye smiled, but ignored them. At this moment, his father lowered his head to look at his cell phone. "The news is out. The viewership ratings." Qinchin immediately walked over. His mother also went over to take a look. When they saw it, all of them were dumbfounded. Qinchin said angrily, "Zhang Ye, why are you always lying?" His father was stunned for a while. "How is this possible?" His mother cursed. "Damn." Chapter 1570, A Crazy Viewership Ratings Figure. Chapter 1570, A Crazy Viewership Ratings Figure. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Shanghai Television. It's out. Heavens of the Gods viewership ratings for the first and second episodes are 1.43%. That's acceptable, but it's a little off from our expected results. Yeah, I thought that we would be able to get more than 1.7% for the premiere broadcast. I wonder what went wrong. I don't know. Our drama was very highly praised. The viewership must have been taken by Age of Kingdoms. I guess there's nothing we can do about that. For two blockbuster commercial dramas to premiere together, there will surely be some splitting of the viewership. It's unavoidable. Oh yes, what is the viewership ratings for Age of Kingdoms? Let me see. It's 1.42%, very similar to ours. But it's still lower compared to us. It's good as long as we were able to win against Age of Kingdoms. Right. Let's not get into the details of beating them by how much. It's good as long as we get first in the nationwide viewership ratings. Wait, damn it. What's the matter? Guys, quickly take a look at In the Name of the People's viewership ratings. At Chi House Studio. The viewership has been announced. We got 1.42%. This is bad. Heavens of the Gods has taken the top spot from us. Their viewership is only 0.01% higher than ours. God damn it. How could this happen? It's such a pity. We were so close. It's fine. We still have a chance later on since we're only at the starting line. It doesn't matter much even if they top the nationwide viewership ratings at first. Holy shit. Old he, what's the matter? Heavens of the Gods isn't first in the viewership ratings. What did you say? How is that possible? Oh my god. Quickly check out the viewership ratings of Zhang Ye's new drama. Online. The viewership ratings were announced. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Number 1. In the Name of the People, 1.62%. Number 2. Primordial Grand Heavens, 1.43%. Number 3. Age of Kingdoms, 1.42%. It was at this moment that the jaws of countless people across the country dropped as a chill ran up their spines. This news caught them completely by surprise. At the Central Publicity Department. What? What the heck? This. We're in first place. A political drama has held off 2 commercial dramas. Heavens. Minister Wu's husband is defying all common sense. Is this for real? This is totally illogical. It doesn't make any sense at all. At Li Xiao's studio, everyone was startled and surprised. Motherfucker. What's with this situation? I'd let it slide if it were Age of Kingdoms that got the top spot, but why is it a political drama? What sorcery did that Zhang guy use? A bunch of has-been celebrities in a low-budget political drama. How could it possibly compare to a commercial drama? How did they manage to achieve it? Is that Zhang guy on steroids or something? At Beijing Television, director Zhang is so fearsome. He's soaring to the heavens. I knew it. I knew director Zhang still had it in him. Who said that director Zhang has become old? Who said that director Zhang can't do it anymore? Fuck whoever said all of that. So what if 4 years have passed? Zhang Ye is still the same, old Zhang Ye. Awesome. This is so awesome. I'm stunned. This is even more shocking than director Zhang winning as the greatest champion on I Am a Singer. This is only director Zhang's first foray into directing a television drama. It's just his debut drama production. In the media, holy motherfucking hell. This is too amazing. We got it totally wrong this time. Everyone has got it totally wrong this time. Zhang Ye is really still the same Zhang Ye. I should have known. How could this guy possibly be slapped by others? It's always been him slapping the faces of others. This slap of Zhang Ye should have smacked everyone in the face. On Weibo, your sister, Teacher Zhang, are you crazy? Even Li Xiao and Qi Hao combined couldn't defeat you. I'm going crazy. Just what the fuck is going on? They're both the most popular hunks around. Those two are practically the closest to reaching the status of an S-list heavenly king. If even they can't stop Zhang Ye, who can stop him? This fellow is truly a shit stirrer. This pile of shit must be driving Li Xiao and Qi Hao mad. I feel like it won't only be them. I'm pretty sure that everyone is going crazy over this right now. Zhang Ye is amazing. He's indeed the king of crossovers. At Su Milan Studio, Sister Lan, what's the matter? The viewership ratings are out. Teacher Zhang, he's taken the top spot in the nationwide ratings. What? We're safe. Teacher Zhang has really delivered on his promise. He's really done us a big favor. Li Xiao and Qi Hao are probably dazed from this defeat. He's really used a political drama that no one was optimistic about and destroyed 2 blockbuster commercial drama productions. Teacher Zhang is too godly. In the Name of the People's cast members looked at one another. They were suddenly overcome by a blood-coursing sense of excitement. Holy fuck, director Zhang really did it. Yeah, Zhang has really achieved it. Are we gonna become popular now? Ha 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 ha. I knew that it wasn't the wrong decision to act in his TV production. Damn, Sister Ning. Didn't you say before this that you would never take part in director Zhang's dramas again? What? Did I say that? At the studio of a heavenly king, there was silence. Everyone in the room was quiet. So that's Zhang Ye? So that's the legendary former heavenly king? He is too fearsome. He even managed to make a political drama with such quality? I suddenly realized just how great the pressure must have been for those artists who were active at the same time as Zhang Ye. Back at home, his mother said angrily, "You call that low?" "Low my ass." Zhang Ye smiled and said, It was lower than I expected. His father said in surprise. How much were you expecting then? Zhang Ye remarked. It's only the beginning. We'll see how it turns out later on. Chen Shun said angrily. Zhang Ye, can you stop bragging? Zhang Ye chuckled. Let's wait and see then. This low viewership figure doesn't interest this bro one bit. Daddy, Cici said anxiously. Did you win? Zhang Ye smiled and picked his daughter up to giving her a kiss. Of course I did. When has your daddy ever lost? The country was shocked. The media was shocked. The industry was shocked. The public was shocked. The 1.62% viewership ratings of In the Name of the People wasn't actually considered high in the field of television series in recent years. It wasn't like there were no series that exceeded 2%. Just a year ago, a blockbuster drama starring a hot, young heavenly king had reached an astonishing 3% in the viewership ratings and sent shockwaves across the industry. Compared to a viewership ratings figure of 3%, 1.62% was really not much at all. However, that wasn't the case in reality. This 1.62% viewership was only for the premiere broadcast. It was only the figure for the first and second episodes of In the Name of the People. That drama that starred heavenly king Guan Zhaohua did not even hit 1.62% for its premiere broadcast. It had only gotten around 1.6% as well. And what was even more unbelievable was that the blockbuster drama production in which Guan Zhaohua had taken part in did not have such fierce competition in the same time slot when it was shown. But for In the Name of the People, there was Heavens of the Gods, an Age of Kingdoms too, yet it had still gotten a viewership ratings figure of 1.62%. This was an entirely different concept to speak of. Chapter 1571, The Fearsomeness of Zhang Ye. Chapter 1571, The Fearsomeness of Zhang Ye. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the same day, the news spread like wildfire. Astonishing turnaround. In the Name of the People bucks the trend to take the top spot. A double win in both reputation and viewership ratings. The biggest dark horse appears in the TV industry. Has springtime arrived for political dramas? Shock. Commercial dramas unable to beat a political drama? Back at home, Zhang Ye's phone was exploding with calls. Su Milan called. Zhang. Hey, Sister Lan. Thanks. Haha, you're welcome. Oh, you're great. Congratulations. Soon after, Supervisor Ko from the Central Publicity Department also called. Teacher Zhang, have you seen the viewership ratings yet? I've already seen it, Supervisor Ko. It's amazing. No one expected that the viewership ratings would be so high. Great work, Teacher Zhang. The higher-ups are praising this production of yours non-stop and giving it their affirmation. We knew that it was definitely the right move to choose you as the director. It was nothing. You all put in the money while I put in the effort. It's only fair. Xiaodong called. Teacher Zhang, hurry up and tell me about what happens later on in the story. I can't do that. It's a secret. Aya, you're making me so anxious. Haha, the next episodes will be broadcasting tonight. In the evening, In the Name of the People, Heavens of the Gods, and Age of Kingdoms' third and fourth episodes broadcast again at the same time. The three dramas were facing off against one another once more. In the Name of the People's third episode, Beijing, Daijinjuan Villas. On the wall, under the blanket, there were stacks and stacks of money. Chief Ho, everything is here. I was too scared to spend a single cent. Does your wife know about this house and all this money? She doesn't. No, I didn't tell her about it. I was afraid that she'd worry about me. Chief Ho, do you think I'll get leniently dealt with? My son is still young. What would happen to them if I went to jail for this? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? You've only been chief for 4 years, but you got greedy. Just how much is this? 266, 576, 440 yuan. You remember it perfectly, don't you? I kept accounts. I recorded every single transaction, but I was too afraid to spend it. Not even a single cent. Meanwhile, a few of the supporting cast members of In the Name of the People gathered together. This is so impactful. The plot is so tense. The storyline is very good too. It's amazing. It didn't feel like this when we were filming it. It felt like a very ordinary shoot at the time, with us changing the shooting venue after every few scenes were completed. It was a very rushed process, like we were on a guided tour. So how did it end up looking so good? It was the case for yesterday, and today's 2 episodes as well. That's why Teacher Zhang is the director. I just wonder how Director Zhang is so good at everything. Elsewhere, at Li Xiao's studio, our episodes today were quite good. Right, we can go higher in the viewership ratings for sure. Can we catch up to In the Name of the People? It will definitely catch up. Actually, there wasn't much of a difference between us for the first two episodes. That's right. A political drama has limitations. How many past examples have proven that a political drama does not last? They only managed to do it this time because of the hype surrounding Zhang Ye's victory on I Am a Singer. The momentum from that led to all the attention on his drama. That was the reason why they managed to secure an opening victory. I don't believe that every episode of In the Name of the People will get higher viewership ratings than us. Let's see how long they'll last. We'll be able to know that by the end of today. At Chi House Studio, everyone was getting anxious as well. Let's go for first place. We have to catch up tonight no matter what. Otherwise, it will be too late. How can it be possible that our popularity doesn't match up to Zhang Ye's? That makes no sense at all. I'll admit that the first two episodes of In the Name of the People are good. But this is Zhang Ye's first time shooting and acting in a drama production. It must be full of flaws. They wrapped up filming in just 10 days, so it's impossible that every episode can be that good. We'll wait and see. There will definitely be mistakes later, and we'll be able to catch up. Right? A political drama doesn't have such a long lifespan anyway. An hour. 2 hours. The third episode. The fourth episode. Slightly before 10 p.m., the three dramas finished their broadcast. On Weibo, the netizens started predicting the viewership ratings again. The viewership ratings figures had been the focus of everyone. Zhang Ye had won the first battle yesterday after emerging victorious in a way that left everyone gobsmacked. Right now, everyone just wanted to know who would get the last laugh in this second battle. Heavens of the Gods was really great today. Yeah, although Li Xiao's acting was a little off, he's too handsome. That speech at the end was so domineering. Age of Kingdoms was really good too. Chi Hao's allure is different from Li Xiao's. It's charming on a different level. It's going to be a close fight for today's viewership ratings. Yeah, there's no reason why Zhang Ye will keep winning against the commercial dramas. Tonight's results are very critical. It's likely we will find out how each of the three dramas will do after today. I still have a feeling that Li Xiao and Chi Hao won't win against Zhang Ye. Surely not, right? Shanghai TV has increased their promotions for the show. Let's wait for the results and see. They'll have to get it sorted out this time. The next day, in the morning, under everyone's attention, the three dramas' viewership ratings were finally published. When the viewership ratings were announced, the media, the industry, and the public were instantly left at a loss for words. Heavens of the Gods. Episode 3, 1.12%. Episode 4, 1.09%. Age of Kingdoms. Episode 3, 1.01%. Episode 4, 0.96%. In the Name of the People. Episode 3, 2.67%. Episode 4, 2.69%. On Weibo. Heavens. What's with this? They've gone mad. They've fucking gone mad. How could something like this possibly happen? Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms viewership ratings plummeted, with Age of Kingdoms' fourth episode dropping below 1%. This left everyone in disbelief. Meanwhile, the viewership ratings for In the Name of the People practically defied the heavens for yesterday's broadcast. The 1.62% viewership ratings for the premiere broadcast was already a figure that no one had expected, yet the viewership ratings had surpassed 2.6%. It even got infinitely close to 2.7%. It had only broadcast 4 episodes so far. At Li Xiao's studio. We're done for. Motherfucker. Zhang Ye, your sister. At Chi House Studio. What steroids is he on? The combined viewership ratings of Heavens of the Gods and Age of Kingdoms are not even higher than his. Why? Just why? At Heavenly King Guan Zhaohua's studio. Li Xiao lost. Chi Hao lost as well. Don't tell me that In the Name of the People's viewership ratings might actually break our record from last year. At one of the advertising partners of In the Name of the People. That was so impressive. We're gonna earn big bucks this time. I knew that it would be alright as long as we followed Teacher Zhang. We have to invest in Teacher Zhang's advertisements no matter how much they cost. Within the industry. The outcome has been determined. Zhang Ye's comeback has practically frightened everyone to death. I don't know if it frightened everyone to death or not, but he has definitely frightened me to death. Some people cried. Some people laughed. Some people were hopping mad. After 4 years, the current day's entertainment industry was once again reminded of Zhang Ye's fearsomeness. Chapter 1572. The viewership ratings break 6%? Chapter 1572. The viewership ratings break 6%? Translator, leg editor, leg. In the Name of the People was on fire. In the matter of a night, it became extremely popular all across the country. Heavens of the gods and age of kingdoms were now out of the running. The talk of the town was In the Name of the People. In the morning, Zhang Ye's phone was constantly ringing. A production company came looking for him. Director Zhang. Boss Liu, can we work with you on a show? We'll see. I have no plans to take on any show right now. We're willing to invest up to 200 million renminbi. Is that enough? The entire production will be your call, from the script to the casting to the filming. We guarantee that we won't interfere with it, so do give it some consideration. Let's talk about it another time. A call came from Central TV as well. Teacher Zhang, what show do you plan on making next? Station head son, how could I possibly have another show? Hurry up and take one. What are you planning on? We'll buy your show after you've finished filming it. We've known each other for so many years. Surely you and our Central TV are old friends, right? You have to let us have the rights to your next production, all right? We'll see about that. I have nothing planned at the moment. Let us know when you have any plans, deal? After taking all the calls, Zhang Ye saw the messages that were directed to him on his cell phone. In the Celebrity Goof Group. Shu Han. At Zhang Ye, I've been approached so many times to act in other shows. Dong Shanshan. I've been asked by 6 productions to join their cast. It seems like all of them are pretty good, but I can't decide on which to take. Ning Lan. I've been approached quite a few times as well. Some are pretty reputable production crews, and some, not so. A former A-list celebrity said in envy, "You guys have really become popular this time." Shu Han sent a smiley face in the chat. I'm just making a living by following director Zhang around. Zhang Ye appeared at this moment and said, "Don't accept any jobs yet. If you want to take any of the projects, wait a bit longer before you do so." Dong Shanshan. You think there's a chance to raise it by a level? Shu Han. You're not really thinking that the viewership ratings will surpass 3%, are you? That's one of the highest records in recent years. It was set by Guan Zhaohua's drama last year. Zhang Ye. I know it'll be the case. Right now, the viewership ratings still have not exceeded what I'm expecting. Shu Han. You're even thinking of exceeding 4%? Ning Lan. It's already quite good to be able to exceed 3%. Zhang Ye smiled, but did not say anything. 3%? 4%? If this were the variety industry, Zhang Ye would not be able to say anything to that. After all, in this world, the variety industry was only so big. At that time Zhang Ye dabbled in that industry. He had more or less reached the upper limits. Perhaps there was still a possibility of the viewership ratings going higher, but there really wasn't too much room to grow it any further. But it was a different matter this time. This was the television series industry, and it was much bigger than the variety industry. As such, Zhang Ye's expectations raised as well. Moreover, he also knew how high the final viewership ratings figure of In the Name of the People had reached back in his previous world. That was a really frightening viewership figure. A viewership ratings figure that none of them could possibly imagine. Therefore, Zhang Ye might as well not tell them in fear that he would give them a bad shock. Jiang Hanwei's house. Old Jiang's wife was extremely excited. Old Jiang, should we treat Zhang Ye to a meal? Treat him for what? The two of you had such a bitter feud back then. Maybe it would be better if we try to ease things a bit. There's no need for that. You're such a stubborn fool. Why are you always like that? Regardless of who was right or wrong back then, Teacher Zhang still came to you to get you to star in his series the moment he got released from jail. Why didn't he get someone else? That's because he trusts your acting. Look at how many television productions have approached you just today. This is only possible because of his help, so we have to thank him. There's no need for that. If Zhang Ye were someone who could be handled with just a meal or two, would he have had such a bad reputation and social network in show business years ago? I know what I'm doing. He helped me out this time, so I owe him a favor. There's no need to keep harping on this matter. I'll definitely repay him in the future. Oh, you. At a gathering in the industry, we've gotten such a surprise. Li Xiao and Qi Hao have stumbled. Yeah, who could have thought that the viewership ratings would be like this? With I Am a Singer and In the Name of the People, Zhang Ye has totally defeated the male idols with his comeback. He has also slapped the faces of those people in the industry who weren't optimistic of his chances. I suppose Zhang Ye will become the most hated figure among the male idols. Actually, my opinion is that most of the male idols have to thank him. Why? If Zhang Ye didn't leave the entertainment industry 3 or 4 years ago, those male idols wouldn't have become so popular. Just by the performance of this drama alone, it can be deduced that if Zhang Ye were still around all these years, none of the male idols would be a match for him. It was only because of his departure from the industry that gave them the break, so shouldn't they be thanking him instead? This fellow is such a freak of nature. Yeah, if he were around back then, who would dare say that they could outdo him? In the advertising world, there are really no principles left in this advertisement placement by Zhang Ye. Yeah, he's basically captioning the slogan and adding in the graphics, then calling it an advertisement. This is totally forced advertising, but the effects seem to be really good. In fact, it's different from product placement advertising since it is standalone and doesn't interfere with the plot of the show. He's really too unorthodox and always manages to come up with things that no one else would dare to think of. I have a very strong feeling that the advertising strategy of In the Name of the People will catch on as a new trend. The advertisers on other TV series might start resorting to this method to advertise their products from now on. At a production company, what is it that makes this drama so successful? I think it's due to the script and the actors' skills. In the current day, do people really still care about acting? In these recent years, the effect that the hot, young male stars had on showbiz was too great. A lot of the industry's standards have been led awry by them. Zhang Ye has schooled everyone this time. Not every TV show needs to depend on a male idol to earn money. If the script and filming are good, if the actors are good, a TV series can still sweep the competition aside. On Weibo, the netizens were also predicting the viewership ratings. We're going to have a broadcast again today. Could it exceed 3%? It should be able to. That might not necessarily happen. Is its momentum sustainable? The battle between the three dramas has clearly been won by In the Name of the People. The only thing we don't know is how much In the Name of the People will win by and how far ahead they will come out against the competition. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. The television series continued their broadcast run. The viewership ratings were announced with every episode. Each day, everyone's jaws continuously dropped. Everyone was almost constantly getting stunned to death each day by the viewership ratings of In the Name of the People. In the Name of the People's viewership ratings. Episode 6, 2.82%. Episode 7, 2.98%. Episode 9, 3.21%. Episode 13, 3.78%. Episode 15, 4.33%. Episode 20, 5.1%. Episode 23, 5.69%. Episode 25, 5.86%. There were still over a dozen episodes to go, but In the Name of the People's viewership ratings had nearly surpassed 6%. From the looks of it, there was still the possibility of it going higher. The media went crazy. The male idols went crazy. The production companies went crazy as well. The highest viewership ratings figure in recent years had been set by Guan Zhaohua's blockbuster drama, from last year at 3%. However, Zhang Ye had almost doubled that statistic of the television series industry in one go. Your sister. A lot of people wanted to swear at this. It was way too high. How could anyone fucking expect to make a mark on this industry in the future? Chapter 1573. In the Name of the People comes to an end. Chapter 1573. In the Name of the People comes to an end. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the Name of the People had broadcast for several weeks now. The entire Chinese market had been turned upside down because of one man and his TV series. As the plot unfolded, the actors in the thriller also became more and more popular. At a production company, we have to sign this big name of the theater industry no matter what. Yeah, although he didn't have too many parts in the series, the viewers were all very convinced his acting. The first 3 episodes were basically held together by him. Just look at how he ate that bowl of mincemeat noodles with soybean paste. He really brought the role to life. And that scene where he leaned over the stack of money, he acted so well for that. Give him an offer and see if he has any intention of developing a career in the television and film industry. Ning Lan's former talent agency. Sister Ning acted as Gao Xiaoqin so well. She brought the character to life. She's such an amazing actress. That's a Best Actress winner we're talking about. Why did our company let Sister Ning go? God knows. This time, Ning Lan will become popular again. No, I should say that she's already become very popular again. On set at a film location, old Zhang is still so good at acting. Wasn't he declining? For this production of ours, Jiang Hanwei's agent had originally approached us with his client's requirements for the role. He was asking for very little at that time, but the director ended up not using him as the male lead. I guess the director must really be regretting it now. Jiang Hanwei's asking pay must have doubled at the very least. Be quiet. Don't let anyone hear you. On moments, there were traces of Yao Jinsai's emotes one everywhere. Everyone was chatting in the group chats and sending emotes as they competed on who could do better. Yo. What can I do? I'm in despair. Professional scapegoat of 30 years. Please start performing. My eyes are slits, I'm so happy. On Weibo, the netizens were having a laugh. The 2 episodes last night were great fun. Secretary Dakong 2 was made the scapegoat again. Ha. Secretary Dakong's narrowed eyes are too good. Old Yao's acting is superb. I like Sister Ning as Gao Xiaoqin. I like Dong Shanshan as Lu Yiku. Shuhan also acted very well in her role as Zhang Ye's wife. I think I've finally realized something. There isn't really an absolute lead in this show. Zhang Ye's role as the male lead is only to connect the entire plot and characters together. In actual fact, everyone is the lead in this drama. Every episode is a performance opportunity for these veteran actors. How cool. Zhang Ye has made such painstaking efforts for his longtime friends. That's right, Zhang Ye is a very loyal friend indeed. I like Zhang Ye so much. This fellow might be very hated, but he can be so charismatic as well. He can direct, act, and even do it with such efficiency. He finished filming such an astonishing blockbuster drama in just 10 days. So who dares to fucking say that Zhang Ye has become old? I can laugh at this joke for a year. I can laugh at it for 2 years. Shanghai television. Quite a few people looked listless. What is Heavens of the Gods viewership ratings like? It's already dropped to 0.8%. Hi, what's wrong with it? Why has this happened? We can only blame ourselves for having bad enough luck to run into Zhang Ye's drama. Did you guys see how it's going for Age of Kingdoms? They're in an even worse state than us. Zhang Ye's drama is going to put the TV series industry at an impasse. Its highest viewership ratings so far have hit close to 6%. How are the other TV stations going to go on from here? What about the future of all the other production crews? How will the production companies survive in the future? There won't be another TV drama that can surpass his drama for the next 10 years. Surely it won't be for that long, right? Why wouldn't it? Just looked at the variety shows these days, and the documentary films as well. Many of the viewership ratings records were set by Zhang Ye 4 to 5 years ago. He was locked up in jail for so many years, yet nobody was able to break his records. The only viewership rating record that was surpassed belongs to I Am a Singer. But even that show was created by Zhang Ye in the first place. It's been 5 years now. What about in another 5 years' time? Who would dare guarantee that they could break his record set in the variety show industry and the documentaries industry? It will be the same for TV series. Fuck, it's too scary now that I think of it. Within the industry, at a meal gathering, the viewership ratings figures are too terrifying to look at. I only have one wish. Director's son, what wish do you have? I just hope that the viewership ratings for In the Name of the People will stop here. It had better not go any higher, or we will really be left with nothing to play for. Yeah, 6% is already more than enough. The grand finale will happen soon, so we don't know how high it can still go. Hi, may the heavens bless us. I hope that their ending sucks. Right? Hopefully, it will be a shitty ending. Uffed, Director Sue, Director Zhou, aren't you two being too ruthless? We're industry peers, so please don't speak like this. Who's an industry peer with that freak? This is just his first time shooting a TV series. In the past, I found it amusing whenever I saw him fighting and causing trouble in the literature world, the crosstalk world, the hosting world, and the variety world. Only now do I understand how this guy destroys an industry the moment he steps into it. It's a viewership ratings figure of 6%. Which industry can tolerate him causing trouble like that? It would be a wonder if his industry peers do not fight with him. Hi. Some people are unable to keep a low profile by nature. Yeah, indeed. I would like to be as high profile as Zhang Ye too, but I really don't have the skill to do so. On this day, In the Name of the People finally ushered in its grand finale. Monkey 3. You, me, our feud is over. I'll repay Chen Hai's life. But no one in this world can judge me. Fuck you, cursed heavens. Bang. The sound of a gunshot. With this gunshot, the fate of many characters in the show were sealed. Zhao Dahan, Gao Shaoqin, Gao Yuliang. All of them were tried in a court of law. Chen Hai regained consciousness. The old Procurator General passed on. When the ending theme song played again at the end, some people were filled with emotions, some people burst into tears, and some people stared at the screen with their blood racing. This drama was a special one. There had never been a television series that could touch their hearts in this way. The next day, the viewership ratings for the grand finale of In the Name of the People was released. Episode 42, nationwide. Viewership ratings of 7.01%. The industry burst into an uproar. The media burst into an uproar. The people burst into an uproar. Online, it broke 7%. I'm so astonished that I don't know what emote I should use. I'm already numb. It's such a good show. Is there going to be a sequel? Within the industry, Zhang Ye, your grandpa. We're done for. The motherfucker has surpassed 7%. What drugs is this guy on? How are we going to carry on filming dramas in the future? There's no fucking way that we can survive. This is 7% we're talking about. Why didn't he screw up the ending? Why? At 12 a.m. sharp, the Chinese Celebrity Rankings Index was refreshed. Zhang Ye still did not appear on the charts as his ranking was currently inactive. However, a lot of people's names were now appearing at the forefront of the rankings. Ning Lan returned to the A-list. Xu Han was only a step away from making it into the A-list. Jiang Hanwei jumped to the forefront of the B-list rankings. Dong Shanshan made it onto the A-list rankings. The most exaggerated improvement was for Yao Jiankai. Previously, he had dropped down to the C and D-list rankings. However, in the matter of just one night, he had now jumped up to the bottom of the A-list. His popularity right now was even higher than years ago. Even they themselves were unable to believe it. The media and the entertainment industry's people couldn't believe it either. Ning Lan, Jiang, Hanwei, Yao Jiankai. Some of them were old. Some of them had retired. Some of them had given up on taking on the industry again. But because of a drama, because of a former heavenly king who had returned after a long time, a miracle had been created. It helped a bunch of old people no one was optimistic about regain a footing and shock the entire entertainment industry. This was a completely unprecedented event. The main cast members of a drama had been restored close to their former glory of years ago from the has-beens they had become. Some of them were even more popular than they were before. This was too frightening. This was truly too frightening. Looking at those familiar names. Looking at their names that had returned back to the forefront of the index. At this moment, countless people could not help but be reminded of the song Zhang Ye had sung on the stage of I Am a Singer. Its lyrics were echoing in their minds. Oh, fleeting time. What can you do? Oh, fate. What can you do? Chapter 1574. Martial Arts Master, Yang Shu. Chapter 1574. Martial Arts Master, Yang Shu. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On this day, in the morning, with the drama finished, Zhang Ye's time was freed up. He slept well and only woke up around 9 a.m. After he got up, he realized old Wu and Cece were both not around. He was the only one at home. In the living room, old Wu had prepared breakfast for him and left it on the dining table. But it was already cold. There was also a note beside it. I will send the child to school today. Heat up the food before eating. Oh yes, go to the garage and have a look after you've eaten. I have a surprise for you. Wu Ziqing. Zhang Ye was taken aback. He immediately headed outside to the garage. After opening the garage door, this fellow was dumbfounded by what he saw. A brand new BMW was parked inside of it. He did not know which X series this was because he had become so out of touch with the world. He was no longer aware of what the latest BMW models were. But when he tapped on the car window, Zhang Ye obviously knew that it was a bulletproof car. It should be the latest generation of the BMW X5 bulletproof car he owned a few years ago. Dumb. What the hell? Zhang Ye called his wife immediately. Hello, old Wu. You're up already? Whose car is that? It's yours. Do you like it? I love it. But where did you get the money? Have you forgotten about the game you created for Fat Sis? Plants vs. Zombies? The third game in the series has come out, and we get royalties from the sales of the game every year. But since you haven't been around, my sister deposited it straight into my account. I topped it up with some of my own money and bought you a new car. Why didn't you discuss it with me earlier? I was afraid that you would feel bad about spending such money on a new car. Hi, my wife still treats me the best. All right, I have to go to a meeting. Go. Give the car a test drive. All right, I'll go pick you up after work tonight. Moi? Moi? Zhang Ye blew some kisses to his wife over the phone. After hanging up, he got into the car excitedly and drove off without eating breakfast. This power, this speed, it was so fun. Zhang Ye loved it so much that he drove straight to the studio. Along the way, he suddenly glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a car that seemed like it had been following him since he came out of the neighborhood. It kept its distance from him throughout the journey and did not look like a paparazzi's car. He reached the studio's neighborhood. The moment Zhang Ye parked his car, he saw the other car park a distance away. He got out and strode towards it. The person in the other car did not try to hide. However, he did look a little embarrassed. Zhang Ye stood beside the car. Then he tapped on the window. The window rolled down to reveal only one person in it. Zhou Xiaohe gave a sheepish smile and said, "Boss." Zhang Ye gave him the side-eye. "Why are you following me?" Zhou Xiaohe said, "Since I'm your assigned guard, I have to ensure your safety." Zhang Ye said impatiently, "I've said before that there's no need. Hurry up and leave." That was before. Zhou Xiaohe insisted, "Your safety was guaranteed when you were based at the research institute. After your release, there wasn't a need to worry about your safety either since some news has yet to be announced. But it's different now. General Li and fellow, he wanted me to inform you that it's almost time. Many of the people who were involved in the research projects are going to get a performance review over the upcoming days. At that time, there will be no way to keep the matter a secret anymore. Every country will get wind of the news, and your safety will be compromised." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and said, "I will be responsible for my own safety. As a celebrity, why would I have an armed guard following me around wherever I go? How would that look?" Zhou Xiaohe said, "But what if something happens to you? That will be a great loss to the country." Zhang Ye said, "I have my own bodyguard. Go back and tell old Li to stop bothering me." When he heard the word bodyguard, Zhou Xiaohe revealed a mocking look as he muttered, "The bodyguard that you're referring to are just amateurs. 10 of them can't get past me." Zhang Ye was amused. "It's best you don't brag about this." Zhou Xiaohe smiled and said, "You're talking this way because you haven't come across an expert yet. Usually, the bodyguards that most celebrities have are not very reliable. They're at most retired military personnel, that's all. I can easily take on 5 of them without breaking a sweat. If you don't believe me, ask your bodyguard to come over someday to spar with me. You're always looking down on those of us who came out of the Central Security Bureau. We're actually very professional." As they were speaking, a woman's delighted voice rang out from an open window above them. "Senior bro." Zhou Xiaohe looked up. Zhang Ye looked up as well. It was Yang Shu. She has grown older and become more beautiful as well. Zhang Ye said happily, "Hey, speak of the devil." Yang Shu shouted, "Senior bro, wait for me." She slammed the window closed. Zhou Xiaohe was dumbfounded. "That is," Zhang Ye said, my bodyguard." "Your bodyguard?" Zhou Xiaohe said in a speechless manner, "A woman." Very quickly, Yang Shu raced downstairs at her fastest speed. "Little Yang." "Senior bro, when did you come back?" "I just got back this morning." When she ran up to him, Yang Shu excitedly hugged Zhang Ye like a child. Zhou Xiaohe looked at them strangely. Zhang Ye coughed. All right, just a short hug will do." Yang Shu's eyes were brimming with tears. "Senior bro, you're finally back. When I knew that you were released, I wanted to return to Beijing immediately. But Master Rao did not allow me. She insisted that I calm down and continue with my cultivation. You don't know this, but I went to the prison that you were held in custody at quite a few times over the years. But," she murmured, "but I couldn't get any opportunities." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Huh? What were you thinking?" Yang Shu said, "I wanted to break you out of prison." Zhou Xiaohe was speechless. Zhang Ye did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he knew what his junior sister's character was like. She was naive, stubborn, and not very smart, while her EQ was relatively low too. Other than practicing martial arts, the only other thing she cared about was her senior bro. So when Zhang Ye heard that, he felt quite touched. It wasn't so bad having a junior sister like this. Zhang Ye chuckled and asked, "You haven't forgotten your kung fu after all these years, have you?" Yang Shu stiffened. "Of course not." Zhang Ye asked, "What level have you attained with your practice thus far?" Yang Shu replied excitedly, "Master Rao said that I have mastered the use of divine skill 1. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes. "Not bad. Kung fu. Level? Mastered the use of divine skill?" Listening to their conversation, Zhou Xiaohe couldn't help but sneer unceasingly. "Brag. Carry on bragging." Yang Shu had rolled up her sleeves by now and starting boasted. "Senior bro, let me show you." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "All right." Then he turned around and looked at Zhou Xiaohe. "Little Zhou, watch carefully. This is my bodyguard. Don't judge her by her appearance. Her skills are." As he was speaking, he caught sight of Yang Shu standing in front of his BMW in his peripheral vision. He got a bad premonition. Yang Shu had already raised her fist. Zhang Yi roared, "Fuck." Before he could stop her, Yang Shu threw a punch. Crack. The BMW's side window shattered. Zhou Xiaohe was also startled. Why is she so strong? Smashing a glass window? With a bare hand? Zhou Xiaohe had also practiced martial arts before, so he naturally knew how much force this required. Although using tools, one could easily break an ordinary car's tempered glass windows. A certain technique was still needed to do it successfully, not to mention smashing it with one's bare hands. That required the force to be exerted at one point in order to break through the protection of a piece of tempered glass. Zhou Xiaohe was also capable of doing this. But seeing a woman use a punch to create such large cracks on the car window, it still gave him quite a shock. He couldn't tell that Teacher Zhang's bodyguard was actually quite skilled. "Over there." Zhang Yi rushed up to her. "Yang Shu, fucking get over here." Zhang Yi was infuriated. When Yang Shu saw him like this, she immediately turned tail and ran away. "Senior bro, you were the one who asked me to demonstrate it to you. But I did not ask you to fucking smash my car's window. Didn't you smash it as well? What I smashed was someone else's fucking window. This is my new car." The moment he caught up to her, Zhang Yi raised his leg and landed a kick on Yang Shu's butt. Yang Shu shrieked in pain and continued running. "Senior bro, why are you hitting me? Get over here." "I won't." "Don't you fucking run. You can't stop me from running. Just because you've mastered using concealed power, you're getting all arrogant." "I'm not." One was running away while the other kept chasing. Everyone in the neighborhood was alarmed by this. Zhang Ye's staff from the studio hurriedly came down to stop the fight. This was a truly strange scene to behold. Everyone had known Zhang Ye and Yang Shu for a long time, so they knew that Yang Shu must have gotten on the nerves of Zhang Ye. "Little Zhang, what are you doing?" "Andy's son, don't worry about this. It's none of your business." Little Yang can be a little stubborn sometimes, but do you have to go this far? Why are you fighting with a girl? A crowd of people was holding Zhang Yi back. Everyone was siding with Yang Shu on this. "Over here." Zhou Xiaohe shook his head and gave a wry smile. He did not join in the commotion. Instead, he walked up to the BMW and examined the cracks on the car window. That punch was quite strong, but it was still not strong enough. Zhou Xiaohe believed that if it were his punch, it would definitely be a much harder punch than hers. He tapped the car window and was about to turn and walk away. But he was stunned. He turned around in shock and tapped on it again. With a deep breath, he landed a heavy hit on it once more. The window did not budge. Zhou Xiaohe tried a strong punch on the unbroken window. Even though his fist had turned red from the punch, there were no changes to the window. Zhou Xiaohe nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Fuck your sister. This isn't tempered glass. This is fucking bulletproof glass. How is that possible? Who is that woman?" Zhou Xiaohe could not believe it. He looked at the car and took out his cell phone to check the web for which model it was. As it turned out, it was indeed BMW's latest bulletproof car. Checking the model, looking at the bulletproof glass type, reading the test specifications of the bulletproof glass window, Zhou Xiaohe cried. He knew that even if he shot at it with a gun, it would be impossible to recreate the effects of that woman's punch. He turned around to look at Yang Shu, who was being chased by Zhang Ye and threatened to get beaten up by him. His knees wobbled, and he nearly kneeled to her. He knew that he had encountered an expert today. He raised his cell phone and called his former squad leader, who taught him close-quarters combat. The call connected. "Squad leader. What's up, little Zhou? You mentioned that there is a kind of power in internal styles known as concealed power?" "Yes. What sort of force does concealed power have? I've never seen it before, but I've heard that if one manages to master concealed power to a certain level, one could leave a fist imprint on a 5 mm thick steel plate with just one's bare hands. However, there are less than 10 martial artists in all of China who have achieved this. You can't find them easily. But I saw one today. Chapter 1575. The number one person in the entertainment circle? Chapter 1575. The number one person in the entertainment circle? Translator, leg editor, leg. In the call, his former squad leader was startled. You saw it happen? Zhou Xiaohe wiped away his sweat and said, yes. His former squad leader asked anxiously, where did you see it? Zhou Xiaohe said, it happened not far away from me. His former squad leader gasped. Such masters don't usually show up in the public. How did you manage to coincidentally run into one? What is that martial arts master doing? Teaching others kung fu? No. Zhou Xiaohe stuttered as he related what was happening. From his location, he could see Zhang Ye chase after Yang Shu for several hundred meters. She's getting chased after by someone who wants to beat her up. His former squad leader did a spit take. Zhou Xiaohe found this scene to be very beautiful. After about 10 minutes, back upstairs, in Yang Shu's apartment, the three of them returned here. Zhang Ye was still scolding fiercely. You prodigal woman. My wife just bought me a new car, and you've already damaged it. Do you know how much it costs to repair it? Do you know how much replacing the glass costs? How am I going to answer to my wife when I get back? Sit up straight. Yang Shu quickly stiffened. She lowered her head like she was repenting. Zhang Ye said angrily, it was only because the uncles and aunties were holding me back. If it weren't for the old neighbors protecting you, I would have killed you to clean up the sect. Zhou Xiaohe hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Professor Zhang, don't be angry, don't be angry. Only. Then did Zhang Ye look at him. Hey, what are you still doing here? Didn't I ask you to go back? Zhou Xiaohe was silent. He thought to himself that it might really be better to leave. With a martial arts master like this beside him, no one would probably even be able to get close to Professor Zhang. At least in China, which had strict gun control, there shouldn't be a need to worry about the safety of Zhang Ye. However, Zhou Xiaohe was also extremely puzzled. He couldn't understand why a martial arts master like Yang Shu who knew how to use concealed power would want to be Zhang Ye's bodyguard. Wasn't this too degrading? Even if it were those other chief figures he knew, they wouldn't really have a martial arts master as their bodyguard, would they? Further, Professor Zhang even treated her with such a fierce attitude. He could hit her or scold her as he wanted. And why didn't Master Yang retaliate? What did she mean when she addressed him as senior? Could it be that she was also a graduate of Media College? Was she Zhang Ye's junior in broadcasting? Hence, the explanation for her not daring to speak out to Zhang Ye? Zhou Xiaohe left. Qinshin came over. The moment she entered the apartment, Qinshin said excitedly, Zhang Ye, I heard that your car has been smashed? Who was the hero who did that? Zhang Ye glared at her. Yang Shu hurriedly gave Qinshin a tug. At the studio, everyone also knew about what had happened earlier. The moment Zhang Ye came over, all of them chipped in to speak up for Yang Shu. Director Zhang, don't scold little Yang anymore. Yeah, Yang Shu has always been saying that she wanted to go and break you out from prison for the past few years. If it weren't for Big Sis Rao holding her back, she would probably have done it already. She really cares a lot about you. Director Zhang, don't be angry anymore. Pass me the keys, I'll go and repair for you. Zhang Ye's temper had always come and gone very quickly. Moreover, his junior sister had always been rather silly, so what could he do? Zhang Ye waved it off and handed the keys to little Wang. Then he gathered everyone else to the conference room to discuss their future plans in business. In the conference room, everyone was high-spirited. Director Zhang, we've become really popular this time. Yeah, even teacher Yao has been promoted to the A-list. Your popularity has probably been restored by now. No, it must definitely have been restored. When are we going to reopen our popularity ranking? The staff from the Chinese Popularity Rankings Index checked in with us again yesterday, asking if we wanted to reopen our ranking. As long as we agree, they can get it back up immediately. Then your latest popularity score will be recalculated and be shown on the rankings index. I feel that the spot of a heavenly king is definitely within our grasp. I think we can possibly do better than the past. But Zhang Ye just smiled and said, let's hold it off till a little later. Ha Chi asked, you still want to wait? In the Name of the People has finished broadcasting, and we don't have any work left on our schedule. So why are we still not reopening our spot on the rankings index? Zhang's was said. I also think now is an opportune time. Zhang Ye said, Sister Lan is still in last place on the S-list rankings at the moment. If I were to reopen my spot on the index, what if I really made it into the S-list and caused Sister Lan to drop down to the A-list? I cannot stab her in the back, so let's wait it out. Sister Lan will have a movie premiering soon. Shu Han and Old Yao have a part in it as well. They're really popular right now, so it should be able to give a boost to Sister Lan's new movie. When Sister Lan's spot on the S-list has stabilized, it still won't be too late for us to reopen our spot on the index. Wu Yi said with a sigh, there's really no one as loyal as you in showbiz nowadays. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, all right, it won't take more than a few days anyway. Zhang Ye said, furthermore, restoring our popularity is only the beginning of our comeback. Surely we don't want to stand still in our original position, do we? Surely we don't want to stay in the same spot as before, do we? He chuckled and said, I've already thought about it. Our next step will have to be getting to the top of the domestic entertainment circle. Everyone was startled. You want to reach the summit of the domestic entertainment circle? You want to be the #1 person in the popularity rankings. The #1 person in the country. The #1 person in the entertainment industry. That was the highest position in the Chinese entertainment industry. In the Chinese popularity rankings, there were still just 7 spots in the S-list. To an ordinary celebrity, reaching the S-list was equivalent to getting to the top. This was the summit of the entertainment circle to them. However, only those who had reached this position would know that there were still differences between the statuses of the heavenly kings and queens. Those 7 positions at the top of the entertainment circle were still ranked according to the different popularity scores. For years ago, Zhang Ye had reached the summit of the Chinese entertainment circle, although he only hovered around 6th or 7th place of the S-list. But compared with Zhang Yuanqi and Su Milan, the difference between them was still huge. For years had since passed, and the entertainment industry had gone through turbulent changes. Zhang Yuanqi had retired, while Su Milan had dropped to 7th place on the list. The remaining former heavenly kings and queens had all dropped off from the S-list rankings as they got replaced by the current crop of male idols. Zhang Ye felt that he had to take down this top spot of the entertainment circle no matter what, since that was the most coveted spot in the Chinese entertainment circle. Ha Chi-Chi asked, I have confidence that we can regain the throne of a heavenly king if we were to reopen our spot on the rankings. But to become the #1 person with the highest popularity score in the domestic entertainment circle, that'll be really difficult. Zhang's was said, what's your plan? But Zhang Ye answered, I don't really have a plan. Tong Fu said, then how are we going to make a charge for the top? Zhang Ye smiled and said, wait and see. Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you just going to wait for your popularity to increase? The heavenly kings and queens you'll be facing are all the most popular celebrities of the current era. But then, they heard Zhang Ye say with a laugh, did you guys think that I've just been serving my time in prison for the past 3 to 4 years? Actually, this bro hasn't been idle. I've done something that might be able to boost my popularity score. Haha, I guess you'll find out in a few days. Everyone looked at one another in confusion. Did something? What was it? What could you have possibly done in prison? Chapter 1576. Zhang Ye gets shortlisted for the country's state science and technology prizes. Chapter 1576. Zhang Ye gets shortlisted for the country's state science and technology prizes. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. It was break time, and the studio staff were seated together, having lunch and chatting. On the television, the news surrounding the state science and technology prizes was increasing. The state science and technology prizes won will be announced soon. Will there still be no recipients for the highest science and technology award this year? The highest science and technology award has not been awarded to anyone for 2 years running. Our self-developed fighter jet will be entering service soon. The first self-developed fighter jet in China will be unveiled soon. The list of newly appointed research fellows of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering, too, to be revealed soon. The celebrity scientists will be making a collective appearance at the event. Online, the netizens were getting extremely excited. We're coming to the tech month. The fighter jet will be entering service? It's happening so soon. We're finally getting our own fighter jet. It was researched and developed independently by our own country too. This is the result of our country's grand efforts. Military enthusiast here expressing that I cried tears of joy. This is such exciting news. The key issue is still the engine technology. Since when did we gain expertise in that? There was absolutely no news about something like this in the past. I've never heard of any breakthrough in technology surrounding our engine manufacturing process either. Yeah, when it was announced that we were going to conduct a test flight of our self-developed fighter, I was stunned by the news. How did we manage to deal with the issue of the engine in the first place? The media didn't report about it either. I guess it was some genius who did it. There's going to be a lot of attention on the state science and technology prizes this year. I'll be watching it closely. I don't think they still won't give out this prize again this year, right? This year was such a great year for the citizens of China. Not mentioning anything else, just the successful test flight of the latest self-developed fighter jet alone had shocked everyone both at home and abroad. And now, it was even announced that this fighter model had passed all of the tests and would be put into service soon. What did this mean? It meant that the military strength and technology of China had taken a big step forward. Furthermore, this was a key step forward. Japan. Online. China's self-developed fighter jet is entering into service? This is too fast. It's impossible that they have the technology to do this. When they said that they were conducting a test flight, I thought it was just a bluff. So it is really entering service soon? Will it translate into combat power for them? China is developing too quickly. Korea. Online. China has its own fifth-generation fighter jet too. Their aircraft engine was self-developed too? How did they do it? Could this be a smokescreen? Fake news. I also think that it's too soon. Could a foreign expert have helped them? That's impossible. There aren't even that many countries that have fully mastered the development of a fifth-generation fighter jet on their own. America. Online. Did they really manage to do it? The Chinese are so scary. In just a few short years, they had managed so many breakthroughs in technology. The Chinese scientists are such geniuses. Who's the lead scientist behind the development of their aircraft engine? I don't know. Countless countries around the world, and many military enthusiasts were shocked by this news. At Zhang Ye's studio, Ha Qiqi smiled and said, "This is such great news." Zhang's was said as he ate. There's so much meaningless news being reported these days, so this news is finally something to get excited about. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "You're right. Only when our country gets strong will we as citizens and celebrities rest easy. This is why the celebrity scientist is the true celebrity." These were the exact same words that someone had used to dupe him with years ago, and it was reproduced in its whole now by Zhang Ye over here. Moreover, this fellow believed deeply in what he had just said. All of a sudden, someone knocked on the door. Tong Fu was the closest to it, so he opened the door. A woman who looked slightly familiar was standing outside. Ha Qiqi recognized her. Professor Xian? The visitor turned out to be one of Wu Ziqing's few good friends. She was also a mathematics professor who came out of Tsinghua University and one of the well-known young mathematicians in the country. Zhang Yi put down his bowl. "Yo, Professor Xian." Xian narrowed her eyes and looked at him. "How have you been, Professor Zhang?" "Please, come in," Zhang Yi said in delight. "What brought you here today?" Xian said, "I just got off work from the research institute and happened to pass by your office, so I came over to have a look. I haven't seen you in 4 years. Why haven't you bought me a meal yet?" Zhang Yi smiled and said, "You've already applied to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and soon will be the second woman appointed as a research fellow. So shouldn't you be the one buying me a meal?" Ha Qiqi said in surprise, "Congratulations." Zhang Zhua also smiled and said, "Congratulations, Professor Xian." But Xian was startled. She looked at Zhang Yi and choked out, "How do you know?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. He said, "Didn't they announce it?" Xian looked at him. The application hasn't even been approved, and no discussions have happened at the Chinese Academy of Sciences yet. So how could it have been announced? Zhang Yi laughed and said, "My wife, she's—" "I haven't told old Wu about this matter either," interrupted Xian. Zhang Yi coughed and said, "Then who did I hear it from? I can't seem to remember." Xian pressed, "Where did you hear it from?" "I've really forgotten," Zhang Yi continued lying. Xianya wasn't stupid. She didn't believe the bullshit that was coming out of Zhang Ye's mouth for a second. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but that he could not talk about it yet. This was because he had signed so many confidentiality clauses. He had to keep a lot of matters a secret until the time was right to talk about them. Actually, Zhang Ye had even taken a look at Xianya's application to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. The reason for this was that Zhang Ye was currently a research fellow with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At the Academy, with the exception of a special case like Zhang Ye, all applications to become a research fellow had to pass through the unanimous voting of the relevant Academy's research fellows. Therefore, for most research fellow applications related to the field of mathematics that had been submitted, every research fellow at the Chinese Academy of Sciences Academy of Mathematics and Systems Science would have to have a look at it. As it happened, Zhang Ye had come to know many of the Academy of Mathematics and Systems Sciences research fellows over the past few years, so he even helped to canvass votes for Xianya from them. However, none of that needed to be mentioned to her. Zhang Ye laughed and said, "In any case, treat me to a meal." Seeing his lips were sealed, Xianya couldn't do anything about it. She knew that as a mathematician, she couldn't possibly outtalk a person like Zhang Ye. As such, she took out an invitation and said with a smile, "It will be the State Science and Technology Prizes award ceremony in another few days. I just received the invitation this morning. It says that I can bring a person along. Considering you're old Wu's husband, what say you about going with me? I, Sister Xian, will bring you along to broaden your horizons." Everyone laughed. They knew that the two of them were just kidding. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. "Oh, thank you." Xianya smiled and said, "You're welcome. We're friends, after all." Suddenly, there was another knock on the door. Ha Chi went to answer the door this time and saw that it was a courier. "Director Zhang, it's for you." Zhang Ye asked, "What is it?" Ha Chi opened up the package and was surprised. "An invitation?" Hearing that, everyone gathered around her out of curiosity. Even Xianya came over to have a look. It was a very simple invitation letter that was red in color. The State Science and Technology Prizes award ceremony. It was exactly the same as the invitation Xianya had received. Xianya said in surprise, Why did you get one too?" The studio staff were also confused. "Yeah, this doesn't make sense." Zhang Ye snorted as he opened the invitation letter to read it. "And why can't I get one too? Which row are you in? We're both in the field of math research, so we should probably be sitting next to each other." Xianya stuck her neck out to have a look at his invitation. When she saw it, Xianya got so surprised that her eyeballs popped out of their sockets. "Damn, you're in the first row." Zhang Ye didn't understand what she meant, so he reactively asked, "Which row are you in?" Xianya said in a daze, "I'm row 16. Ha Chi said in amusement, "Director Zhang's seat is right up front." But Xianya knew. How was this as simple as sitting at the front? The first row and the second row. The people sitting in these two rows were clearly. Suddenly, Wu Yi, who was watching the news, exclaimed, "Come and see this. It's the announcement of the nominees for the State Science and Technology Prizes award ceremony. There are a total of 102 people shortlisted for it." He turned to Zhang Ye in astonishment. "Director Zhang, what the fuck? Why is your name also on it?" Ha Chi was dumbfounded. Could it be someone with the same name? Wu Yi pointed at the television and said, "It's not. There are even the details of their birthdays beside their names. This is clearly referring to Director Zhang." Zhang's was said, "What?" Xianya asked, "Did you really get shortlisted for the awards?" Chapter 1577, The Entire Country Watches. Chapter 1577, The Entire Country Watches. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The nominees were revealed. It blew up online. What? Why is Zhang Ye's name on the list of the 102 shortlisted candidates? Is it him? Yes, the birthday is the same. Damn, what this guy's sticking his foot in for. That's true. This fellow has been locked up in jail for 4 years, so how did he manage to get shortlisted for the State Science and Technology Prizes? What field of study in science and technology was he involved in? Could it be that global mathematical conjecture from before? Possibly. But that conjecture has already been solved for 4 years. That's right. Why would he get shortlisted only after 4 years? Teacher Zhang must have taken a back door to gain entry. This fellow probably resorted to some trick again. Hi, I really have to take my hat off to him. Uft, can you not put it that way? This fellow is probably here to round off the numbers. It must be. No one thinks that he can get an award. The highest science and technology award hasn't been given out for 2 years in a row. Will anyone win the award this year? There were over 100 names on the shortlist, but most of them were unknown to the public. Unless it was a really famous celebrity scientist who often appeared on television or in the textbooks, the rest of the names were unfamiliar. But how could they not know who Zhang Ye was? A lot of people immediately realized it was him at the moment they saw the name. Such lists always included the candidates' birthdays so as to avoid repeated names being mistaken for one single person and to inform everyone about the ages of the scientists. Meanwhile, the birthday listed behind Zhang Ye's name clearly indicated that it was the shit stirrer they were familiar with. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Ye's nomination was indeed a little odd. What kind of an award ceremony was this? It was the state's science and technology prizes. That was the most prestigious award that one could receive in China's scientific field, with no other awards coming close. This was the highest honor in the discipline of science in China, and winning it would be an honor that would follow the recipient for a lifetime. To be shortlisted for the awards, a strict set of guidelines had to be followed. The recipient must have 1. Made major breakthroughs in contemporary scientific or technological frontiers, or have outstanding achievements in the development of science and technology. 2. Created huge economic or social benefits through scientific and technological innovations, achievements, or high-tech industries. 3. No personnel who only works in organization management or assistance services in any project of scientific research or technological advancement may be a candidate of any national award for science and technology. 4. Any candidate considered for the highest science and technology award shall love their homeland, shall have good scientific ethics, and is still active in the modern scientific and technological frontiers and is engaged in scientific research or technological advancement. There were a total of 4 criteria to follow, but which of them did Zhang Ye adhere to? Scientific research, outstanding achievements, good scientific ethics, active in the modern scientific and technological frontiers? Looking through the criteria, this fellow probably only qualified for the nomination based on the word active. In terms of being active, the remaining 101 candidates wouldn't be a match for Zhang Ye even if they were to unite against him. Who could be better than him when it came to stirring up things? But your activities aren't in line with the criteria at all. What does the science and technology world have anything to do with you? Medical doctors, botanists, biologists, geneticists, guided missile experts, mathematicians. Of the shortlisted 102 scientists, they all hailed from many different fields of studies. No matter how everyone thought about it, they could assume that Zhang Ye had been nominated through his work in the mathematics field. After all, even the mathematics world would have to admit that Zhang Ye was the best mathematician in the country, with his name even included in the Global Mathematics Hall of Fame. On Weibo, why are there traces of teacher Zhang everywhere? I want to laugh whenever I see him. This fellow is too active. He just finished producing a drama, and now he's messing around in science and technology. Yeah, he's even meddling in the state's science and technology prizes now. He still hasn't reopened his popularity rankings. Do you guys think that he can get on the S-list rankings if he reopens it? It's too difficult to predict at this moment. No one knows what kind of popularity he has. Now, I'm also waiting for him to reopen his spot on the rankings index. The State Science and Technology Prizes is a really awesome award. It's also authoritative too. That highest science and technology award will even be personally presented by the president of the academy. Just getting shortlisted and attending the event alone should be able to bring quite a bit of popularity to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye is the pinnacle, and there's only one of him in all of China. Be it a celebrity, an academic, a novelist, or a professor, Zhang Ye should be the only person to have been awarded so many prizes in history, right? In music, crosstalk, the literary field, variety shows, mathematics, calligraphy, he's dabbled in all of them before. And now, this fellow has even been fucking shortlisted for the state science and technology prizes? Does he intend to win an award in every industry once? These awards really don't seem like it has anything to do with him. I know, but it's still quite impressive. Just look at who the scientists who have been nominated along with him are. They're all research fellows from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Spring Garden Studio. Teacher Zhang has been shortlisted for the awards ceremony. Puffed. He really can't stay still, can he? This is hilarious. At Guanzhouhua Studio. Him. Why would he be a part of it? Why does it seem like he's everywhere? At a Heavenly Queen's Studio. I really have to take my hat off to him. I've never come across a celebrity like this before. That's also a skill. Back at home. What? Our son was shortlisted. There's even such a thing. Like our son knows anything about the sciences. He's always been the superstitious type since childhood. He even threw his shoe to help him decide which university to apply for. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Zhang Ye is on the list of shortlisted candidates? Ah, who approved of it? I think it was our Chinese Academy of Sciences who nominated him. Impossible. I'd believe it if you said he can fight, but what could he possibly know about science? Are you fucking kidding me? Mathematics is also considered a scientific discipline, though. Zhang Ye shortlisted for the state science and technology prizes. The names of 102 shortlisted candidates are revealed. Zhang Ye's nomination gets the attention of many. Who will be the most watched celebrity scientist this year? Zhang Ye's nomination questioned by the industry. The state science and technology prizes shortlist is a sham. There was a constant stream of news. The scientific community was in fervent discussions. The public held heated debates. At the studio, everyone was very excited. Ha Chi-Chi said excitedly, "I'll go and pick out your attire immediately." Zhang's was said, "This is such a big deal." But Zhang Yi said, "Leave it. Why is there a need to pick out an attire? It's not like this is an awards ceremony in showbiz. There won't be a red carpet, so don't get all fancy or I'll end up becoming a joke." Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, "You think I don't know that? Don't you worry, I'll get in touch with the designer to make a tunic suit that will be fitting for the occasion." Zhang Yi approved. Great idea. Xianya looked at him from nearby. She was still very confused by all of this. How did you get shortlisted for the awards? I've had a look at the nominees, and there are only 5 mathematicians who were nominated this time. All of those 5 people are research fellows at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. You're just a civilian. So why did the State Science and Technology Awards Commission select you? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. Who's just a civilian? You. Xianya said, without hesitation. Zhang Yi said goodbye. Xianya said, "In any case, we'll go there together on the day of." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "You want to bask in my glory?" Xianya sneered. "What glory do you have to bask in? You were only nominated, all right? You won't be receiving an award. Do you really think that the country is crazy enough to hand you the highest science and technology award?" Zhang Yi chuckled and said, "Maybe." Chapter 1578. The awards ceremony begins. Chapter 1578. The awards ceremony begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On the day of the awards ceremony. In the afternoon, at home, Wu Ziqing was helping Zhang Yi style his hair and put on makeup. Don't move around. Aya, there's no need for the makeup. I'll just put on some light foundation. It's good enough to just style my hair. That won't do. It's a formal occasion today. It's not like I've never attended an awards ceremony before. But today's event is different. Zhang Yi had never liked putting on makeup, being the type who didn't pay much attention to his appearance. If it weren't for old Wu buying him clothes or nagging at him to get a haircut, he probably wouldn't even have had a full set of clothes in a year. His parents were also here. And so were old Wu's parents. All of them had come to visit their child today. His father said with a stern look, "Listen to Ziqing." His mother curled her lips and said, "What kinds of awards ceremonies were those that you attended in the past?" They were just the entertainment circle's awards ceremonies. And where is the awards ceremony today held at? The Great Hall of the People. Li Qinxin smiled and said, "That's right. You ought to put on makeup if you're going there. He won't win an award anyway, so why the fuss?" Wu Changhe said, unbothered by their concerns. Li Qinxin didn't like hearing that. He still has to be more serious. Although there isn't going to be a live broadcast today, the TV stations will still broadcast the recording. When Central TV's news channel shows it later, and with our little Yi so popular, the reporters and the media will surely have their focus on him even if he doesn't win an award. It won't be good if he is dressed too casually. His clothing was prepared. His makeup was done as well. Zhang Yi shrugged as he looked at himself in the mirror. He turned to look at Cici, who was staring at him, then said with a smile, "My dear, is Daddy handsome? Cece immediately nodded. Daddy is handsome, Zhang Ye said in amusement. How handsome is Daddy? How old was Cece? How could she possibly describe it? After stuttering forever without being able to express herself, she blushed. Don't get cocky. His mother gave him a look. It's time for you to go. Honk, honk. A car was sounding its horn outside the villa. Wu Ziqing smiled and opened the door. She said to Xianya, who was in the car, he'll be coming out soon. Zhang Yi then said, all right, my chauffeur is here. I'll be leaving now. Wait for the news of my victory. Outside, Xianya seemed to have heard him. She couldn't help shouting, who's your chauffeur? In the car, Xianya looked at him and said, why are you so overdressed? Zhang Yi said, old Wu insisted that I dress well. I couldn't get her to stop. It's not like you're going there to receive an award. Xianya couldn't help laughing as she spoke. Zhang Yi smiled and said, I'm still a nominee. Xianya rolled her eyes. Goodbye. Online. The citizens couldn't wait any longer. Has it started yet? Not yet. I don't think they're going to have a live broadcast of the event. There will probably be updates from the awards ceremony very quickly, though. How many awards will be given out this time? I think there will be at least 7 or 8. Yeah, things like honorary awards or contribution awards. It seems like there will be quite a few awards given out. But the most important award that everyone has their attention on is still the highest science and technology award. The other awards are merely consolation prizes that the relevant technologies leaders will be presenting. Only the highest science and technology award will be presented by the president of the academy. Will it remain unawarded this year? We'll find out soon. At 10 a.m., Tiananmen, the Great Hall of the People. This was also Zhang Yi and Xianya's first time attending such a formal event. The moment their car arrived, the event staff immediately came over to check their invitations. Then they went through 2 rounds of security checks before they were allowed in. Up ahead, more and more people had gathered. A lot of people were here to attend the awards ceremony. Xianya was a little nervous. In the field of mathematics, she was at most considered a well-known, young mathematician in China. In terms of qualifications, she couldn't even be considered one of the top mathematicians in China. As such, she couldn't be blamed for not feeling confident. Practically all of the awards ceremony's attendees were older than her and were considered the elites of the scientific and technological community. Together with the pressure of being in the Great Hall of the People, Xianya became somewhat restrained in the way she walked. But it was different for Zhang Ye. He was exactly the opposite of Xianya. This fellow was calm and serene. In the industry, how many people could be more experienced than Zhang Ye? There really weren't too many of such people. What awards had he not won before? What hadn't he been through before? Just his status as a world-famous mathematician alone was enough to let him swagger around, not to mention his other titles. The venue was up ahead. The 2 floors of the auditorium that could seat close to 10,000 people. Xianya walked in as though she was overwhelmed by the venue. She looked at Zhang Ye. Don't you feel nervous? Zhang Ye turned to face her. Why would I be nervous? All of a sudden, Xianya saw an old man. She hissed, that's Fellow Lu. It was Fellow Lu. Fellow Lu Qiwei. He was a research fellow at the Institute of Physics at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. He was one of the most prestigious research fellows of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and an extremely famous scientist in China, as well as an idol of Xianya's. Then Xianya whispered, it's Fellow Qi Shui, the only female research fellow of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Following, Xianya spotted yet another idol of hers from her childhood. It was Fellow Han, a research fellow at the Chinese Academy of Engineering. His main research area focused on information technology and electronics engineering. He had taken part in several projects that contributed to key technological breakthroughs in China, so he could be considered a very famous senior figure in the scientific community. He was also the winner of the highest science and technology award 10 years ago. Xianya was bedazzled by this lineup of attendees. There were so many scientists here she had heard about, but never had the chance to meet. When Zhang Ye saw her acting all excited and astonished, he couldn't help but ask, what's with you? I'll talk to you in a bit. Xianya ran over to Fellow Lu and said, Fellow Lu, good morning. Fellow Lu was startled by her greeting. And you are? Xianya hurriedly said, my name is Xianya, and I'm in the field of mathematical research. I've read your papers and found them extremely helpful. Because of your paper, I nearly transferred to the physics department when I was still attending university. Fellow Lu pointed at her. Xianya, I've heard of you before and think that you're quite capable. I heard from little Chi that you've been part of several math projects that the country has undertaken. The world right now belongs to you youngsters. Xianya replied. No, I'm nothing compared to you. Fellow Lu said. You don't have to be so humble, young lady. Xianya said. Can I get your autograph? Fellow Lu smiled and said. Sure. I don't have a pen. Xianya felt around and realized she didn't have a pen either. So she turned around and shouted to Zhang Ye. Do you have a pen with you? Fellow Lu followed her gaze and saw Zhang Ye as well. He trembled as a wave of anger surged through him. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Why would I have a pen? Then he saw Fellow Lu and waved to him. Under Xianya's dumbfounded gaze, he said, Old Lu, how have you been? Old Lu? Who are you calling Old Lu? Xianya was stunned. Fellow Lu said in anger, I would have been much better if I didn't see you. He then told Xianya, Comrade little Xian, come look for me later and I'll sign an autograph for you. He turned and walked away. Xianya was dumbfounded. Old Lu? What Old Lu? The commotion had attracted quite a bit of attention. Some people were looking at Zhang Ye with complex emotions. Zhang Ye happened to meet the eyes of fellow Han from the Chinese Academy of Engineering. He greeted, Old Han, how about a drink tonight? At my place. Fellow Han pretended not to have seen him and rolled his eyes as he walked away. Zhang Ye curled his lips and said, You still hold a grudge against me? Fellow Han turned around and said, Stay away from me. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I've got some really good wine at my place. Don't you want to try it? Fellow Han harumphed. Drink your wine? I don't want you poisoning me. Zhang Ye spotted yet another familiar face. Old Ma. Fellow Ma hadn't seen him at the start. When he heard the voice calling him, he realized who it was without even having to look. Then he quickened his pace and rushed far away in an instant. A lot of people were watching in surprise. What was this? Who was Zhang Ye greeting? Old Lu? Old Han? Old Ma? Fuck. All of them were famous veteran scientists of China. What kind of social relations did this guy have? Why did those veteran scientists all run away to hide the moment they saw him? Xianya was also stunned. Even a fool could see that he knew them from the way he addressed them and spoke to them. What is happening? When did this fellow's network become so widespread? Didn't he get locked up in prison for 4 years? Why does he seem to know more people than me? Zhang Ye was also left speechless. He thought about why they were all avoiding him. At this moment, Qi Shui came walking over from afar. Even though Zhang Ye knew a lot of the people here at the venue, Qi Shui was probably the only one who was willing to talk to him. Xianya was startled to see her. Fellow Qi. Qi Shui smiled and said, Professor Xian, did the two of you come together? Two of you, was clearly referring to her and Zhang Ye. Xianya said, Oh yes. Qi Shui smiled and said, I'll give you some advice. Stay away from Professor Zhang in the future. Xianya said, Qi Shui said, his relations within the scientific community are terrible. Xianya knew that Zhang Ye's social relations with others were bad, but she didn't know that his reputation was so notorious in the scientific community as well. Zhang Ye didn't like hearing that. What about me? What's so bad about my relations? Qi Shui rolled her eyes. What do you think? Those who didn't understand the situation would probably have no idea of what Zhang Ye's name meant to the scientific community. But those who were privy to the inside story, like fellow Han, fellow Lu, fellow Ma, and the others who had dealings with Zhang Ye, probably couldn't wish more than to direct a loud "damn you" at him from the bottom of their hearts. In these 4 years, they had all suffered so much in the hands of Zhang Ye. In these 4 years, they had finally realized why so many people called him a shit stirrer. This fellow was too good at causing trouble. It was so in show business. It was so in the crosstalk world. It was so in the comic world. And it was so in the scientific community. At the research institutes. At the research bases. In the laboratories. In the test sites. Due to work requirements. Zhang Ye had been to many of these places and worked with many of the scientists as well. But any scientist who worked with him only had swear words reserved for him. Before Zhang Ye came to them, their research institutes and laboratories were all peaceful and doing fine. But after Zhang Ye's arrival, when he took over the relevant project, those scientists and the leaders finally learned what chaos really meant. Requesting pay raises, requesting days off, requesting better food. They would carry out demonstrations. They would go on strikes. All of these were instigated by Zhang Ye. This fellow was too eloquent at speaking. He had a tongue that was too wicked and too great at incitement, to the point that the researchers employed under them would only listen to Zhang Ye. The people at Fellow Lu's Research Institute went on strike for 3 days and caused all projects to be stalled. Fellow Han's office was blockaded during a demonstration that went on for a whole day and night, and he couldn't even go to the bathroom. Fellow Ma had it even worse. Zhang Ye led the researchers in singing Tears Behind Prison Bars every day below his office. They accused him of restricting the personal freedom of the researchers and asked for additional annual leave to go back home. Furthermore, all this happened while there was an inspection at the institute by the higher-ups, so it was needless to describe how chaotic the scenes were. Fellow Ma was so angry that his blood pressure shot up, and he had to be hospitalized for more than 2 weeks. In the end, he had no choice but to approve the researchers' applications for leave. How hateful! How exasperating! Before Zhang Ye came into the picture, everyone was getting along fine. The political thoughts and collective honor of the researchers were impeccable. But after this fellow came over, everything changed. All that the researchers were talking about these days were human rights and the law. Their judicial awareness was even higher than that of fucking American lawyers. It was at this point that the directors finally remembered who Zhang Ye was. He was a qualified lawyer, and someone who had passed the judicial examination with a perfect score. They had also taken measures against Zhang Ye. Complain about him? Report him? Protest his actions? But all of that was useless. Zhang Ye was the deputy chief designer of the project. His leadership authority alone was much higher than these scientists. To a certain extent, they even had to take instructions from Zhang Ye and listen to his commands. So what could they do? They could only endure it. And as it went, they ended up tolerating him for more than 3 years. Chapter 1579, A Research Fellow of the 2 Academies, Zhang Ye. Chapter 1579, A Research Fellow of the 2 Academies, Zhang Ye. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the auditorium, everyone was pointing at Zhang Ye while whispering, "What's happening? I don't know. Why are Elder Lu, Elder Han, and so many others avoiding him? I suppose Zhang Ye has offended people again. Then we ought to stay away from him as well." That's right, that's right. No one dared to come within 10 meters of Zhang Ye. Xianya asked in confusion, "Why do you know so many scientists?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Am I not allowed to have a few friends?" Friends? Xianya was floored. Are you really so respectable now? Everyone is avoiding you. Everyone is ignoring you. And you can still say that they're your friends? Zhang Ye waved to her. I'll go and get seated. See ya. Xianya also went to the back to look for her seat. They weren't going the same way as she was in the 16th row, which was really far from Zhang Ye's first row seat. In the front row, Zhang Ye found his seat and sat down heavily. Seated beside him was L.E., a young research fellow from the Chinese Academy of Engineering. When he saw Zhang Ye sit down beside him, L.E. said in a respectful manner, "Fellow Zhang, long time no see." Zhang Ye asked, "You've been nominated as well?" L.E. laughed in derision. "I'm just here as part of the crowd. Even if the highest science and technology award does get awarded this time, there are only those few people who are expected to win it. We all know who they are." That's right. Qi Shui came over and sat down beside Zhang Ye as the two chatted. "Little L and I are just here to join in the fun. But as for you, you really do stand a chance of winning." Zhang Ye waved it off. "Me? Come on. I've offended so many people in the scientific community." Upon hearing this, Qi Shui and L.E. both gave wry smiles. Yeah, that's right. Who had he not offended in the scientific community? Sometimes, they really had to take their hats off to Zhang Ye for his troublemaking abilities. Before he went to jail, Zhang Ye had debuted in the entertainment industry 4 years ago. But in that 4-year time span, how many incidents had taken place? How much trouble did he cause? Even the most veteran entertainment reporters would probably need a while before they could recount all of it. From fighting and scolding to instigating and causing trouble, there were countless examples of such incidents. And after he was sent to prison, Zhang Ye had spent a full 4 years in the science and technology field. Based on this fellow's character and temper, it would be a wonder if he didn't cause a lot of trouble during this time. At Yao Jinsai's house. "Dad, it's the awards ceremony today, right?" Yes, it's the State Science and Technology Prizes awards ceremony. My uncle Zhang has been nominated as well. It should be starting soon. It's a pity there won't be a live broadcast. Let's wait for the results to be announced. Dong Shanshan's house. 4 of their old classmates were here today. Shanshan, are there any updates yet? The awards presentation should be starting soon. What's the point of watching for updates? Don't tell me you guys expect Zhang to go on stage for an award. Yeah, what kind of an occasion is this? What kinds of awards are they giving out? I doubt that he can even get a consolation contribution award. The Dale's conjecture he solved was 5 years ago. On Weibo, someone's posted a photo. I think it's about to begin. Do you guys think that a celebrity scientist can get on the domestic celebrity rankings? Of course there's a chance. The popularity rankings are based on one's popularity, after all. I have a feeling that there will be some heavyweight celebrity scientists emerging in the future. They could even reach the C-list. The trends nowadays are in the field of scientific and technological development. At the Chinese Academy of Engineering, I hope the highest science and technology award will be given to a research fellow of our Chinese Academy of Engineering. Of the veteran research fellows at our academy, only fellow Qi and fellow Ming have the greatest hope of winning it. Yeah, those 2 veteran fellows have made significant contributions this year. Has the ceremony started yet? It should be starting soon. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, fellow Sun has a chance. Yeah, I think so too. We can only say that there's a chance. There are too many variables. We'll see who the commission ends up selecting. Even basing it on qualifications, achievements, and academics, it's still very difficult to make a choice. Everyone watched intently. The media blew up. China's leaders also arrived at the Great Hall at this time. The huge auditorium hushed up. Then continuous applause was given to them. 1 person, 5 people, 10 people. There were people from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the China National Space Administration 1, the Central Military Commission 2. The leaders gradually entered and got seated. Soon after, a leader from the Ministry of Science and Technology 3 went on stage and gave a speech with a microphone for more than 10 minutes. Afterwards, the awards presentation was announced. The atmosphere at the venue turned serious. Xianya took a deep breath. Qi Shui kept her eyes on the stage. Ellie got quite nervous. Countless people had their eyes on the podium. The first Science and Technology Prize to be announced was the State Natural Science Award. At the podium, a leader announced, "I hereby announce the scientists who will be awarded the State Natural Science Award are." He lowered his head and read out from the winners list: Zhang Hong, Li Shiqing, and Yu Lei. Applause erupted. The 3 people stood up in surprise and shock. Without an exception, the 3 were scientists above the age of 50. The oldest one was Li Shiqing, who was 72 years old. When he heard the announcement, tears streamed down his old face. He had been waiting for this moment for God knew how long. Several of Li Shiqing's students were also tearing up. "Teacher, congratulations, teacher. You've finally won it. This is great. This is really great." The 3 of them went up on stage to receive their award and give an acceptance speech. Zhang Hong held the microphone and said, "Thank you. Thank you." Then he passed the microphone to the next person. Li Shiqing also said, "Thank you for the trust that the party and the people have placed in me and for giving me an affirmation of our efforts." The speech was very short. Zhang Ye was somewhat unused to this. Their acceptance speech is so short. Qi Shui said in a speechless manner, "Do you think this is like an awards ceremony in showbiz? All of the winners here today have spent their entire lives on research. Did you expect that they would be as eloquent in speech as you?" Zhang Ye said, "True, but the speech is very concise and to the point, so that's pretty good." The next award was announced. At the podium, the leader announced, "The winners of the State Technological Invention Award are." Zhang Ye held a little bit of hope for winning this award. "Will I win it? Will this bro get a chance to go up on stage?" The leader announced loudly, "Han Cheng and Bai Xiaoyan." Zhang Ye gave a smile in his head and conceded. Bai Xiaoyan covered her mouth in excitement and started crying. Han Cheng was in disbelief as well as he sat there dumbfoundedly. He couldn't react until his research institute's colleague who was sitting beside him offered his congratulations in surprise. It was only then that he rushed up onto the stage. The other awards were announced. In the end, there were even prizes given out for different classifications of projects: electrical studies, medical studies, engineering studies, and so on. In the back row, Xinu was chatting with the people beside her. Fellow Ming has won the State Science and Technology Progress Award. That means to say he won't be getting the highest Science and Technology Award. Yeah, I thought fellow Ming stood the best chance of winning that too. Elder Qi has won the Engineering Studies Award. That should be considered one of the consolation prizes, right? The veteran fellows who were the favorites to win it are all out of the running. Why did it end up like this? Then who will the highest Science and Technology Award go to? There are still a few veteran fellows who have a chance of getting it. Xianya and the others analyzed this for a long time, but couldn't come to any credible conclusions. In the front row, Ellie gasped. It's time for the last award. Qi Shui was also holding her breath. It's time. Zhang Ye looked at the stage. But there's no one at the podium. At the next moment, they saw it. The leader who had been on stage announcing the winners had stepped down from the podium. Then, from the audience, someone slowly stood up before walking onto the stage with a smile. The people around were already starting to whisper. It's the president. The president is going to give out the award? That means there will finally be a winner for this year's highest Science and Technology Award. Who will it go to? Who will the winner be? At the podium, the president adjusted the microphone. Everyone in the audience had quieted as they looked at the stage with wide eyes. The president opened the winner's envelope and spoke in a stately pace. He smiled and said, "Next, I will be announcing the winner of the highest Science and Technology Award." With a pause, he read out, "The research fellow from the Chinese Academy of Engineering." The audience blew up. Everyone started exchanging whispers. The Chinese Academy of Engineering? It's someone from the Chinese Academy of Engineering. Who though? Is it fellow Liu? The president continued, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Everyone was stunned. Xinu was also taken aback. A research fellow from the Chinese Academy of Engineering? And the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Holy shit, a fellow of the two academies for? There aren't many two academies fellows. Yeah, the two academies fellows who are still alive can be counted on one hand. So who is it? Everyone started looking around in curious amazement. The president looked into the crowd and read a name that nobody could believe. Zhang Ye. Chapter 1580, Zhang Ye's Acceptance Speech. Chapter 1580, Zhang Ye's Acceptance Speech. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On stage. In the audience. It was dead silent. It felt like time had momentarily stopped. Everyone stared at the podium in shock. No one could believe what they had just heard. After a whole 3 seconds, the crowd erupted into an uproar. Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye. Was that the name that was announced? I think so. Think so? The president indeed said. Zhang Ye. Is there another person called Zhang Ye? Is it someone with the same name? No, there's only one Zhang Ye on the candidates' shortlist. That's impossible. What the fuck? This. What's happening? Can anyone tell me what's happening? Why was the highest Science and Technology Award given to Zhang Ye? Yeah, isn't this such nonsense? My ass. As if he knows anything about science and technology. Besides, they've gotten the title totally wrong too. That's true. A Chinese Academy of Sciences fellow? A Chinese Academy of Engineering fellow? As if he could possibly be a research fellow. What's more, a two academies fellow? Everyone went crazy. Xinu was also so shocked that her jaw fell to the floor. Zhang Ye. The highest Science and Technology Award? Are you fucking kidding me? At this very moment, the majority of scientists at the venue were stunned. Only a few veteran scientists who knew about the inside story were left rolling their eyes. They were exceedingly speechless. So they really decided to give it to this guy? At the front row, Zhang Ye was also very shocked. Me. Qi Shui patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder and said, "It's you. Your name was the one that was announced." Li also got very excited. "Fellow Zhang, it's really you. They really gave it to you." Zhang Ye found it a little hard to react. Qi Shui said, "This is the highest honor that can be granted in our country's scientific field." Off to the side, a middle-aged mathematician also said anxiously, "Professor Zhang, hurry up and collect your prize. The president is waiting for you. Stop staring, it's you." Zhang Ye stood up. The attention of the crowd was now focused on the podium. The president held a very special trophy in his hands. It was a trophy made out of very ordinary materials and looked unremarkable to the naked eye. The trophy of an award that was handed out in the entertainment circle, even if it was an award that no one really cared about, would still look much better, more beautiful, and more valuable than what they saw here right now. This was the trophy for the highest science and technology award. It was an honor that could only be achieved once in one's lifetime. In the audience, the Chinese Academy of Sciences people looked at one another. That's impossible. Did they get it wrong? Is Zhang Ye a part of our Chinese Academy of Sciences? It was about the same for the Chinese Academy of Engineering. He's a research fellow of our academy? I didn't hear about it before. Yeah, why didn't I know about it either? Did they get it wrong? If they really awarded the wrong prize, that would be a huge mistake. Still, not too many people believed it. Xianya nearly fainted. You're really going up on stage? This absolutely has to be a case of reading the wrong name, right? On the stage, Zhang Ye had come to a stop in front of the president. The president smiled and handed the trophy to him. Congratulations. Zhang Ye hurriedly took it from him and said graciously, "Thank you, Mr. President." The president said, "The country thanks you, and so do I." Zhang Ye was overwhelmed and flattered. "It's what I should do. I'm just doing my part for the people." The president was very happy to hear that. When the people in the audience heard this, they were even more surprised. What was the meaning of this? What did the president say? He thanked Zhang Ye. The country thanked Zhang Ye. But why? Why did the country have to thank him for a global mathematical conjecture that was solved a few years ago? However, the next moment, the big screen behind Zhang Ye lit up. Just as it had happened for the earlier award winners, their names, birthdays, resumes, and achievements were all listed on the big screen. When everyone hastily looked up at it, many of them were so shocked that they nearly jumped out of their chairs. Screams rang out one after another. "Ah, heavens! What is this?" Zhang Ye, Chinese Academy of Sciences Research Fellow, Chinese Academy of Engineering's Research Fellow, world-famous mathematician, Deputy Chief Designer of the new generation fighter jet. During his sentence, he single-handedly led his team to overcome all kinds of difficulties and develop the technology for the new generation of fighter aircraft, including the U-2 technology and over 10 key projects for the country. He has participated in the research and development of the new generation fighter aircraft, radar system operations, launch directives data framework, and broken the international monopoly on these technologies. Alone, he has tackled more than 30 technological bottlenecks and acquired over 20 international, leading technological patents, of which many are world's firsts. In the field of military affairs, information technology, and computing operations, he has made great contributions by working together with many scientists. In just a span of 3 years, he has created one technological miracle after another. A lot of the scientists who went on stage to accept their awards had introductions generally limited to 100 words or so. Some of them even had their resumes and achievements condensed to around 40 to 50 words. But for Zhang Ye, his resume and list of achievements went over 2,000 words. 1, 10, 20. All of the projects that he had participated on were listed on the big screen. There were even a lot of technological projects with names that a lot of the scientists at the venue could not understand that flashed on the screen. Xianya was dumbfounded. Everyone was stunned. Major breakthroughs in dozens of technologies had been made. International, leading technological patents. Scientific research that were world's firsts. All of those details were astonishing. The aircraft engine was designed by him. And there are several dozen other international, leading technologies. 2. Technologies that even Europe and America don't have. Absurd. How is this possible? The technological breakthroughs we've had these few years were all led by him. That's so fearsome. So he didn't go to jail? Yeah, so he had been away doing research all these years. Isn't he a mathematician? Isn't he a hacker? I believe that he knows math. I believe that he knows programming. And I can also believe that he knows information technology. But why does he even know physics, dynamics, and mechanical engineering too? Everyone was shocked. This was too scary. If Zhang Ye really had such a resume, it could be described as an extremely great feat. Xianya quickly looked at a veteran scientist not far away. Elder Han, Jay, just what is this about? Another young mathematician also asked. Yeah, why does Zhang Ye? Elder Han clearly knew a bit of the inside story. He said, I worked with Zhang Ye last year because of an important project for the country. Zhang Ye truly deserves his reputation as the smartest person to exist in the world for the past few centuries. In these few years, he has done a lot of things that we would never even dare to imagine in our lifetimes. The president is right. The country should be thanking him, and so should the citizens. He looked at the stage and said, "This highest science and technology award belongs to him, without a doubt." Nearby, a middle-aged research fellow sighed. "It's just that this guy is too brash and keeps inciting the researchers to hold demonstrations at every turn. Our research institute was nearly smashed because of him." Elder Han laughed and said, "But that project at the end, who was the one who supplied the technology to you all?" That middle-aged research fellow rolled his eyes and kept quiet. It was really him. All of this was really because of him. Everyone couldn't be more shocked. Xianyu was visibly moved. But this shouldn't be. He wasn't someone who could sit down and do things in a proper way. He didn't like being controlled and restricted by others. Wasn't he bent on making it in the entertainment industry? Didn't he just want to be a celebrity? To sing and act? So why? Why did he suddenly do so much all at once for the nation? This wasn't like him. This wasn't his style. Everyone stared at Zhang Ye in stupefaction. At this moment, Zhang Ye was holding a microphone, about to give his acceptance speech. Like the others, his acceptance speech was very short. Holding the trophy aloft, he looked into the audience. The experiences he had been through these past few years were all still very vivid in his mind. He did not regret his contributions to China in these few years. Even though he couldn't get to see his child, his wife, and his family, Zhang Ye always believed that since some things had happened, he would have to come to accept them and just do it. He had the obligation to do so. Zhang Ye recited into the microphone calmly. "Snow on. Mt Tian in May. No flowers, instead cold and gray. I hear the flute play the song of sorrow, and am reminded of a spring I've never seen. The beating of drums and gongs calls dawn battle. In the evening, clutched are jade saddles. But I long to use the sword I carry. For the state. Oh, the barbarians I'll bury." He finished speaking. Zhang Ye gave a slight bow and walked off the stage. The president was looking at him. Many of the higher-ups were looking at him. The scientists in the audience were also staring at him in amazement. A short and simple poem had left countless of them trembling with excitement. But I long to use the sword I carry. For the state. Oh, the barbarians I'll bury. Chapter 1581. The entire nation's citizens get shocked. Chapter 1581. The entire nation's citizens get shocked. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the auditorium, the awards ceremony ended and the crowd dispersed. Instantly, the reporters made a mad dash towards Zhang Ye. "Teacher Zhang, fellow Zhang, please, don't go yet." When Zhang Ye saw this, he hurriedly avoided them. General Li happened to come over. "Oldly," Zhang Ye said. General Li smiled and said, "Congratulations." Zhang Ye smiled. "Since the news is now public, the confidentiality clauses should be invalid now, right?" General Li took out several documents and gave them to him. "These 3 are invalid, but the rest are still in effect. As long as you're alive, they won't be invalid." Zhang Ye shrugged. "All right, I understand." From nearby, quite a few scientists also came over and surrounded him. "Fellow Zhang, congrats. Our research institute has encountered some technical difficulties for a dynamics issue. We can't seem to overcome it. Can we ask which day you might be free? Can you come over to our research institute to have a look? Fellow Zhang, will you be free tomorrow? Let me buy you dinner." Zhang Ye became very highly sought after all of a sudden. Xianyu squeezed her way to the front. She said in astonishment, "Professor Zhang, what is it with you?" The venue descended into chaos. On Weibo, the netizens were still analyzing the situation. "It's still not announced yet. The awards ceremony should be ending soon, right? I wonder who won. I don't know. I just received news that fellow Chun was only awarded a consolation prize. All other awards are just consolation prizes. They're only there as the bridesmaids to the highest science and technology award, which is the true highlight of the ceremony. So when are they going to announce it?" A lot of people were waiting. A lot of people were watching the buzz. A short while later, the news was announced. On the television, in the papers, online, the news blew up. More than 10 science awards have been announced. Zhang Ye takes home the highest science and technology award. Zhang Ye wins the highest honor in science and technology. Zhang Ye's were some shocks everyone both at home and abroad. Zhang Ye fulfills the dreams of the people for an aircraft engine. Zhang Ye develops dozens of advanced international technologies. Zhang Ye, the youngest research fellow of the 2 academies. Zhang Ye's speech. But I long to use the sword I carry, slash for the state. Oh, the barbarians I'll bury. During his sentence of over 3 years, Zhang Ye has actually been working for the country all the while. Zhang Ye to become the most successful scientist in the country. The news was too shocking. It shocked so many people that they thought they had been reading fake news. At Yao Jinsai's house, the entire family was stunned. What? Uncle Zhang? How is it him? The highest award in science. At Beijing television. Didn't they say that Zhang Ye's nomination was just to round off the numbers? How did he end up getting it? What the heck? Developed an aircraft engine? Designed a fighter jet? At his old classmate's house. Holy shit. Quick, come and see this. Zhang Ye, he's crazy. The president presented him with an award. They're showing a recording from the venue. At Li Xiao's studio. Shit. Why is it him again? Yeah, why is it him again? He can even qualify for an award like this? Fuck. What happened? At an entertainment company. How scary. He's absolutely unstoppable now. So that latest self-developed fighter jet was actually a project led by Zhang Ye. Has he really crossed over to the field of science? And he has even reached the summit of the scientific community too. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Zhang Ye is one of us. So it was him. He joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences long ago. My idol. He's so amazing. So this is the person who's been hailed as the smartest person to exist in several hundred years. At Zhang Ye's studio. This is absolutely crazy. Director Zhang has won the highest prize in science. I knew it. I was wondering why Director Zhang insisted on waiting longer before reopening his spot on the popularity rankings. We can finally reopen our spot. Just how much popularity will this bring to Director Zhang? I don't know, but he's definitely going to be on the level of a heavenly king. Online. There's really no one in the world who can stop him. Teacher Zhang. No, I should be addressing him as fellow Zhang instead. So he has actually been doing so many things since he got sent to jail. Why can't I seem to believe it? I can't believe it either. Is this some sort of tall tale? Is Teacher Zhang really so awesome? That poem is too domineering. What a good for the state. Oh, the barbarians I'll bury. My blood is also racing from that. Teacher Zhang is mighty. This is truly a contribution that will fucking benefit the future generations. Yeah, this sort of an important award is worth far more than 10 awards earned in the entertainment circle. Zhang Ye has really made a great contribution to the might of our country. Patriotism isn't simply talk. It has to be acted on. Oh, I'm so in love with Zhang Ye. This is what you truly call a star. On the way home, calls kept coming in from his family and friends. Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Hu Fei, Ha Qiqi, Ning Lan, Su Milan, Dong Shanshan. Zhang Ye, you weren't resting even when you were in prison. Ha ha, I guess. Aren't you being too clever? You can even dabble in the field of science and technology. Just doing my part for the people. What on earth happened? I'll explain it in detail in the future. Up ahead, he had arrived back at home. Xianya's car came to a stop outside as the villa's gate opened. Zhang Ye's parents, Wu Changhe, and Li Qinqin all came rushing out. Little Yi, damn, what is going on? How did you win it? Hurry up and tell us. The four of them were very anxious and excited. When the scene showing Zhang Ye accepting the award from the president was broadcast on television, they were the people in the entire nation who were the most surprised. Li Qinqin grabbed Xianya and asked, Little Yi, did that really happen? Xianya said with a bitter smile, it's real. They really did give him the award. Behind them, Wu Ziqing came out holding their child. She smiled and said, let go inside and talk. But Wu Chang'e couldn't wait a second more. He stared at Zhang Ye. Tell us right now? You're really too good at keeping a secret. Have you never spoken the truth before? Zhang Ye laughed and threw up his hands. Dad, what do you mean by I've never spoken the truth before? I was just held back by the confidentiality clauses that I've signed off on. I couldn't talk about it until they were canceled. Now he could talk about it. In any case, this was what happened. When I was in prison, the government insisted on recruiting me to help them out. As such, I helped them out by tackling a few technical difficulties that they had and dabbled in developing an aircraft engine, a radar system, guided missiles, and the like. Why else did you think I was able to get released in half the time from my original sentence? It was all because I got a sentence reduction. The lot of them came back into the house. Zhang Ye related the events of the past few years to them. Everyone listened to him, expressing surprise and astonishment at times, and getting dumbfounded at other times. Xianya had to take her hat off to him as well. She was speechless and astonished by how capable Zhang Ye was. You can even do that? That's even possible? Building an aircraft? Manufacturing an engine? Designing a radar system? And you even know about missile technology too? Why the fuck do you seem to know about everything? Chapter 1582, 3 Professorship Titles. Chapter 1582, 3. Professorship Titles. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. The news of the State Science and Technology Awards was all over the television. On Central TV, on Beijing television, on Shanghai television, on Jiangsu television. There was a constant bombardment of this news. And the more reports there were, the more detailed the information became. On a military show, an active colonel said excitedly, "Developing a 5th-generation fighter jet on our own is something that many other developed countries are still unable to achieve. This is a qualitative leap in standards for our country's military, so I'm hailing Professor Zhang as a technological hero. He has made a great contribution to our country. In fact, there are also a few other technologies like the radar system the Americans still do not have, yet we do. It was forcefully pulled out of nowhere by Professor Zhang. We're now the only country to have this technology and are at the forefront of this area in the global arena." The host said, "I can see that Colonel Sun is very excited about this." "Yes, I'm extremely excited and also very proud of this." "Then in your opinion, what status does Zhang Ye have in the field of science and technology?" The colonel answered without even thinking, "He's currently the most outstanding scientist in China." The host followed up with, "Do you mean he is the most outstanding scientist, or one of the most outstanding scientists?" The colonel laughed. "I dare not say that no one else comes close, but I can confidently say that no one can replace Professor Zhang's role in the field of science and technology in China." Back at home, Xianya stayed behind for lunch. Zhang Ye was in the living room playing with his daughter. "Daddy, catch me. Boo. The big bad wolf is coming. Hee hee. The big bad wolf can't catch me. Watch out. The big bad wolf will catch and eat you. You can't catch me. Daddy can't catch me." One was running away, and the other was chasing after. The father-daughter pair was nearly turning the house upside down. Several of the chairs had fallen onto their sides. His mother had a headache. "Rascal, sit down and take a break." Li Qinxin was preparing lunch and laughing as she said, "Just let them be since little Yi and the child are both so happy today. I'll clean up the house afterwards." His mother looked at them and said with a laugh, "Those two." Half an hour later, lunch was ready. Li Qinxin called out to them, "Little Yi Cici, it's time to eat." His mother nagged, "Hurry up and come over quickly." Coming. Only then did Zhang Ye carry his daughter over. Cici was panting in exhaustion, and her head was full of sweat. His father said, "Cici, eat." Cici said breathlessly, "Pops, I'm tired." Wu Changhe side-eyed him and said, "It was almost time to eat. Why did you let the child run around so much?" Zhang Ye shrugged it off. "It's good to exercise a little." Xianya rubbed Cici on her head. Sympathetically, "You must have had really bad luck in your past 8 lifetimes to have a father like this." Everyone laughed. Wu Zeching carried the child over to wipe off her sweat. While doing that, she asked Xianya, "Has your application to the Chinese Academy of Sciences been approved yet?" Xianya smiled and said, "There's no news of that yet." Wu Zeching smiled. "Why don't you get my husband to help you with that?" Zhang Ye played dumb. "Help with what?" His mother said, "Aren't you a research fellow at the Chinese Academy of Sciences?" Zhang Ye said, "About the approval of new research fellows, my words don't count for anything." Xianya said in annoyance, "You've won the highest science and technology award. Even if there are 100 research fellows at the Academy, you still rank at the front, not to mention that you're also a research fellow at the Chinese Academy of Engineering too. Of all those who are 2 academies fellows and still alive, there aren't more than 5, including you, in the whole of China. So how can your words not count?" Wu Zeching chuckled and said, "Enough, little Yi, don't tease little Yi anymore." Only then did Zhang Ye say, "Actually, I already knew about your application to be a research fellow. I've spoken to those that I know. Fellow Qi Jr., Fellow Qi, and Fellow Zhou will surely cast their votes for you and help speak up for you." Xin Ye said happily. That's more like it. Wu Changhe asked, Kid, do you really intend to stay and work in the scientific field? Zhang Ye laughed and said, I will do whatever can make me famous. It has nothing to do with the industry. Li Qinqin said, How much popularity will you be able to get this time? I don't know. Zhang Ye said, I've got to wait until they reopen my spot on the popularity rankings. His mother said, When are you going to reopen it then? Zhang Ye said, I'm also waiting for news of it. They all chatted for a bit. Li Qinqin suddenly raised her glass and said, Come, little Yi, let's drink. Zhang Ye hurriedly picked up his glass and said, Let me give you a toast. Li Qinqin smiled with a pleased look. For you to have achieved what you've achieved, Mom is very happy for you. Thank you, Mom. Zhang Ye respectfully clinked his mother-in-law's glass and downed the drink. I will work even harder from now on so as to not disappoint the expectations that the party and country have for me. His father nodded. Well said. When Xin Ye heard that, she started wondering to herself, You've already built an aircraft, and you still want to work even harder? Damn, don't tell me you intend to build a spaceship next? Ring, ring, ring. Zhang Ye's phone rang. When Zhang saw the caller ID, he smiled and answered the call. On the other end of the line was Dean Pan Yang of Peking University's School of Mathematical Sciences. Hello, fellow Zhang. Dean Pan, long time no see. Oh no, I should be calling you President Pan instead. I heard that you were promoted during these few years. You're now the vice president of Peking University. Haha, I'm still nothing as compared to you. Coming back after 4 years, you took the highest science and technology award just like that. I was just lucky, just lucky. There's no need to be humble. Anyway, I'm looking for you for something. Please speak. About the professorship at Peking University, why don't you continue on in the position? Didn't I resign from my post a few years ago? That's why I'm re-inviting you. I had better not. I don't have time to give any lessons. There's no need for you to give any lessons. As long as you agree, I'll get someone to send the appointment letter to you by tomorrow. It's settled then. I'll take it that you've agreed whether you like it or not. I didn't say anything when you resigned a few years ago. I knew that you must have been afraid that you'd drag Peking University down over the hacking incident. So let's not talk about that anymore. Since you're back, don't turn down the offer. Peking University will forever be your home. Sure, all right then. Haha, great. Then it's settled. After hanging up, another call came from Media College. Professor Zhang. President Chun. I've sent off the appointment letter for your professorship. Don't forget to accept it. I'll become a professor just like that? You should have at least informed me beforehand. Is there a need to do that? You're a student who went through the doors of Media College, so you're forever a member of our Media College family. This professor position was originally yours anyway. I didn't agree to your resignation back then, so as it happens, we're rejecting your resignation from back then. You're still a professor of our school. Damn, all right then. Little Zhang, you've done well these past few years. You've done really well. You didn't embarrass your alma mater at all. Ahem, President Chun, I've been involved in scientific research and development for the past few years. I didn't do anything regarding broadcast at all. Our university also teaches physics, mathematics, and aviation. I think there's no aviation course yet, but we'll have it in the future. Where did you develop your talent? At our school, of course. You were developed and trained by Media College, isn't that so? Yes, it's all due to my alma mater. Remember to say it like that to the media as well. I understand. However, that was not the end of it. After putting the cell phone down and attempting to get back to lunch, it rang again. But this time, the call startled Zhang Ye. It was from General Li. Fellow Zhang. Old Li, what's the matter? Didn't we meet at the Great Hall earlier? So you mean I can't look for you for other matters? Haha. Of course you may. Please go ahead. I am at the National Defense University 1 right now. National Defense University? Yeah, it's my alma mater. I was pulled aside by the school's president right after a meeting. He bought me a meal and spoke to me for such a long time. Only then did I realize it was because he wanted to look for you about something. What does the National Defense University want with me? They would like to invite you to join the National Defense University as a professor. It's a full professorship too, not an associate one. Professorship? But the National Defense University is the highest educational institute for military affairs. Shouldn't that be a military rank? I'm not in the military. There are civilian professors too. Damn, why me again? What do you mean again? Ahem, it's nothing. They understand that you're busy, and that their invitation to you to join the National Defense University after you've won the highest science and technology award might feel like it's a bit of an afterthought, as though your efforts are there for the picking, so they feel a little embarrassed about it. That's why they found me to talk to you about whether you're willing to join the university. They even said that you basically wouldn't need to give any lessons. It's fine to just show up over there once in a while, and you won't need to worry about anything else. It's just going to be a title, so what do you say? If that's the case, it's fine. All right, I'll help you say yes to them then. Sure. The call finally ended. Zhang Ye walked back to the table and sat down. His mother said in annoyance, "Why are you so busy?" Li Qinxin smiled and said, "Little Yi has just won the highest award and is currently in the news, so he's busy." Xianya asked, "Who was that? Look at how gleeful you are." Zhang Ye grinned. "It's from a few universities. Peking University, Media College, and National Defense University all approached me to take on a professorship role with them. I ended up agreeing to it since I wouldn't suffer any losses, and it would help me with my popularity too." Xianya was stunned. "The National Defense University also came looking for you?" Zhang Ye said. "Yeah." Li Qinxin said happily. "That is a good thing." Xianya said helplessly. "You've become so sought after. The National Defense University is the military's highest educational institute in the country, but even they're fighting to get you to join them." Pausing for a moment, she sighed and said, "But that's not exactly surprising either. You've attracted so much attention this time. The highest science and technology award that hadn't been given out for the past 2 years was even won by you, so it's only expected that they're fighting over you. If you join them as a professor, it will also be an honor for their schools, and they'll be able to rub off of your glory." Sometimes, comparisons were torture. Xianya had spent her entire life doing mathematics research. It was so during her school days, and also the same after she had graduated. She was now almost 40, yet she still hadn't managed to get the title of a research fellow at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. For now, she was still just a researcher with the academy. But Zhang Ye? He was a celebrity who had graduated with a broadcasting major, someone who totally had no relation to the scientific community and had never stayed long in a field of work. Instead, it was someone like that who was appointed a research fellow at the 2 academies, as well as securing professorship titles at the various key universities of China. He even reached the summit after having won the highest science and technology award. So what would you make of that? Several years ago, Zhang Ye had lost all his honor when he left. Several years later, when Zhang Ye returned, he regained all of that glory and even more. A 2 academies research fellow, 3 professorship titles. This was totally unprecedented. What could time do about him? This guy was absolutely unable to be measured with any common sense. After lunch, Xianya said goodbye. Wu Ziqing smiled. "Do you need me to see you out?" Xianya said with a laugh, "Sure." Wu Ziqing acknowledged, "Okay." Zhang Ye even urged from behind, "Old Wu, come back in quickly after you see her out. The appointment from the National Defense University has been sent over already, and it's full of words. Help me take a look at it." Wu Ziqing gave him a smile. "Sure, why don't you put it down?" His mother stared at him. "Don't you know how to read it yourself?" Zhang Ye said, "My wife is better at such things than I am." His mother harumphed. "Without Ziqing around, I doubt you'd be able to survive." Outside, the 2 of them walked to Xianya's car, which was parked outside. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "What did you want to talk about?" Xianya looked at her. "When you got married to Zhang Ye, I've mentioned that you 2 might not be right for each other. I'm taking back those words of mine. Why did you suddenly think about this?" Wu Ziqing asked. Xianya laughed. "I just wanted to get it out since I remembered. I'm not as good as you when it comes to choosing a man. I'm just curious how you managed to snag such a great person out of the crowd." Chapter 1583. A change is coming to the entertainment circle? Chapter 1583. A change is coming to the entertainment circle? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. It was the weekend. In the morning, Old Wu took a rare day off from work while Cece was on summer break from kindergarten. The mother and daughter were up early in the morning, leaving Zhang Ye still lazing in bed. He wouldn't get up no matter what. "Daddy, Daddy." "What is it?" "Daddy, get up. Let your father sleep another 2 hours. Mommy said that you aren't a good child if you laze around in bed." "Daddy is not a child. Get up quickly, Daddy. Then come and give Daddy a kiss." Zhang Ye was being shameless. Cece was getting anxious. Wu Ziqing slowly walked to the bedside and said with a smile, "How are you not a child? You're a child through and through. How old are you? Shouldn't you be setting an example to our child?" Her. She then carried Cece onto the bed. "Give Daddy a kiss and ask him to get up." Cece gave Zhang Ye a kiss. Zhang Ye turned over and said, "Your mommy has to give me a kiss as well." Wu Ziqing smiled and lowered her head to kiss him as well. There, yawning, Zhang Ye finally stretched himself and sat up in bed. His outstretched arms wrapped around his wife and daughter, and he hugged them. "Say, this bro's days are so comfortable. Every day is such a wonderful day. I wouldn't exchange such a life even if I were offered the position of president." He then took his cell phone from the bedside table and opened the camera app. He selected the selfie mode and said, "Quick, let's take a family picture together." Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "But I haven't washed up yet." Zhang Ye said, "My wife is good looking even if she hasn't washed her face yet." "Oh, you." Wu Ziqing was left with no choice. When Cece saw herself on the screen, she revealed a very cute look. "Gotcha." Zhang Ye laughed heartily and said, "It's done. I'll put it up on Moments." With just a few taps, he uploaded it. Almost instantly, quite a few people in his Moments liked the picture. Yao Jiankai replied, "Sharenting one?" Fan Wenli replied, "Minister Wu is so beautiful." Ning Lan replied, "You're showing off your wife and sharenting so early in the morning? Should you really be doing this?" The deputy station head of Central TV replied, "Your daughter is so cute." Xiaodong replied, "Wow, Cece is such a good girl. I want to give her a kiss." Drooling emote. Amy replied, "Minister Wu still looks so good without her makeup. So jealous." Table flip emoticon. The response was very enthusiastic. Zhang Ye was very happy. This was exactly the effect he wanted. As a result, this fellow was getting the hang of this feeling. After breakfast, Wu Ziqing started playing with Cece. They would go out into the yard to play on the swing, water the plants, play with Cece's new toys, and let her try on her new clothes. Wu Ziqing was unlike Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye's enthusiasm would only last a short while. He could play with the child crazily for half an hour before feeling tired and pulling himself out of the situation. But old Wu could play with the child for an entire day, even squeezing and cooking in between. She was meticulous as a person. Perhaps this was the difference between a father and a mother. The mother and daughter were happily playing while Zhang Ye took pictures of them. Sometimes he would take pictures of his wife, and sometimes he would take pictures of his daughter. 5 pictures, 10 pictures, 100 pictures. His Moments started filling up with his posts. The text that he posted along with the pictures were also particularly poetic. "Mommy is the best in the world. Tap, tap, tap." He attached 9 photos of old Wu to the post. "My daughter is a good little girl. Tap, tap, tap." He attached 9 photos of Cece to the post. "Mother and daughter are my 2 treasures. Tap, tap, tap." He attached 9 photos of old Wu and Cece to the post. "While Daddy is only a blade of grass. Tap." He attached a single photo of himself nestled in a corner. The people on Zhang Ye's Moments were going crazy. His eldest younger sister, Buffed brother, is obsessively posting pictures of his wife. His third sister commented, and also obsessively posting his daughter's pictures too. Grandma Zhang Xia commented, "Little Zhang has gone crazy." His mother commented, "Why are you posting so many updates? Do you have nothing better to do?" At the beginning, everyone was liking his posts and replying to them. After all, Zhang Ye didn't usually post much on Moments. But when he posted his 10th post on Moments, the number of people liking it had become significantly fewer. By the time he reached his 20th post, barely anyone gave him any more likes or commented on them. Oh, but it wasn't totally no one. There was still a person who was tirelessly liking and commenting on his posts. Whenever Zhang Ye posted something, he would like it. He didn't miss out on any of the posts. This guy was Supervisor Ku, a department head at the Central Publicity Department. Supervisor Ku was also going crazy. Wu Ziqing was his supervisor and his direct boss. Due to the TV series the Central Publicity Department had funded, he had added Zhang Ye to his contacts. When he saw all those posts of his boss and her daughter, how could he possibly not like them and add a comment? Supervisor Ku was well known at his workplace for going on a spree with his likes. As long as it were anyone in his Moments, he would always make sure to press like on their posts. This was a habit for him. If he could always press like on the posts of his normal colleagues, How could he not like the post that his direct boss was in? That wouldn't be acceptable. This was a mistake that Supervisor Ku would obviously not commit. But as things would have it, Zhang Ye posted several dozen updates onto his moments today. As such, he also liked all several dozen posts and would rack his brains to think of what to comment on each of them. Supervisor Ku. It's been hard on Minister Wu. She works hard at the office and also has to take care of her child on the weekends. Supervisor Ku. Cece is so adorable. She's becoming prettier and prettier. Supervisor Ku. What flowers are these? They're nice. Supervisor Ku. Where did you buy this toy? It's nice. Supervisor Ku. This outfit suits Cece great. It's nice. Supervisor Ku. This hairpin on Cece's head. It's nice. For the entire morning, Zhang Ye didn't feel tired at all from his postings on moments. However, Supervisor Ku was almost burnt out by it. His eyes had turned green with nausea. Noon. During lunch, Wu Ziqing finally checked her cell phone. Old Wu said helplessly, "Just how many times did you post?" "I browsed through 5 of them already, and I'm still not done." Zhang Ye said, "I don't remember, but it's not a small number." "Oh, you." Wu Ziqing smiled as she shook her head. Zhang Ye casually switched on the television. When it came on, it was a news report about the state science and technology prizes. It seemed like the momentum of this news wouldn't die off for at least a week. However, it could be deduced from this point that the people and the media were all in shock and disbelief over Zhang Ye becoming a great scientist. From a notorious hacker, he had now turned into a hero of science. This contrast couldn't be greater, so everyone definitely found it difficult to accept at the moment. Wu Ziqing asked, "You're still not planning to reopen your popularity ranking?" Zhang Ye said, "I'm still waiting for Sisterland's news." They had been friends for many years, so there was a need for this. He also understood that it was the best opportunity to reopen his Chinese popularity rankings right now. Prestige, topicality, reputation, he was at the pinnacle of all that at this moment. In fact, his current reputation was even better than before he got imprisoned. To say that his popularity had doubled from that time would not be an exaggeration. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Back then, Zhang Ye's popularity had reached a bottleneck, especially his Chinese popularity. The highest he got to at that time was around the 6th place of the S-list rankings. Based on the order of that, he didn't even manage to get into the top 5 in China. Moreover, Zhang Ye had pushed it to the extremes. Even if he were to continue with his efforts at that time, he would probably not have seen too great of a change in 1 or 2 years. However, after consolidating for several years, and with that rapid era change in the entertainment circle, Zhang Ye could still stand here and regain the popularity that he once had. In fact, it was even higher than that, close enough to the point that he had hopes of catching up to the seat of the person at the top. This was a miracle that no one else could replicate. His name was a legend in the entertainment industry. He was only 1 step away. And this was a step Zhang Ye wasn't sure he could take. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone suddenly rang. It was from Su Milan. Zhang Ye answered, "Sister Lan." On the other end, Su Milan said with a chuckle, "You've been waiting a long time, haven't you?" "It's fine. I'm not anxious," Zhang Ye said with a laugh. Su Milan said, "Thank you. This time, Big Sis owes you a great big favor. If there's anything you need in the future, just tell me." Zhang Ye was startled to hear that. "Your movie has premiered?" Su Milan said. "It premiered 2 days ago." Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Oh, then how's your popularity ranking?" Su Milan giggled. "You didn't check the popularity rankings." "Right. Nope. True. You were busy posting on moments all morning." Her. Big Sis has risen to 6th on the S-list rankings. I'm no longer in last place, so hurry up and reopen your ranking. I don't want to delay your matters for too long," she said sincerely. "I hope that you will be able to soar to the heavens this time. Of all the celebrities from back then, it all depends on you now." Zhang Ye belly laughed and said, "Sure, I'll be counting on your blessings then." After hanging up, Wu Ziqing asked, "Is it time?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Sister Lan's matter is dealt with. She's now 2nd to last on the S-list rankings. Even if my popularity score is ahead of hers and pushes her back down the rankings, she will still get to keep her heavenly queen status." Rubbing his hands together, he took a deep breath. "But I really do feel a little nervous right now. This bro has been doing so much recently, but what if I can't even get back on the S-list? What if I still remain below Sister Lan in the rankings? That would be so embarrassing." Where will this bro hide his face if that happens? But Wu Ziqing said, don't think too much. Zhang Ye said, all right, I'll listen to my wife. Wu Ziqing asked, are you going out now? Yes, I'll head to the studio for a bit, Zhang Ye said. Wu Ziqing said, come back early. Zhang Ye said, okay. It was the calm before the storm. This was what many of those in the entertainment circle who were well-informed were feeling. Perhaps a change might really be coming to the entertainment circle soon. Chapter 1584. The competition for first place in the entertainment industry. Chapter 1584. The competition for first place in the entertainment industry. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the afternoon, at the studio, when the door opened, Zhang Ye came walking in. Looking at the inside, not a lot of people were at work today. Only 4 or 5 people were on duty, as it was a Saturday today. The rest of the staff were all on their weekend break. Director Zhang, what are doing you here? Aren't you supposed to be on your day off today? Haha, I saw your posts on Moments. Why aren't you at home accompanying your child? Yeah, we're here. Then Zhang Ye said, Sister Lan's matter is settled. Tong Fu said in surprise, so quickly. I think Sister Lan's box office earnings for her new movie are pretty high, Zhang Ye said with a laugh. Little Wang was taken back. We didn't notice at all, then. Zhang Zhua said, hurry up, call Old Ha and Old Zhua back. Little Wang replied, understood, I'll call them immediately. Soon after, Ha Chi-Chi and Zhang Zhua drove back to the office in a hurry. Zhang Ye instructed them, Old Ha, you were the one liaising with the popularity rankings agency all this while, right? Let them know that my popularity ranking spot can be reopened. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, all right, I've waited a long time for this. Zhang Zhua was also extremely excited. It's finally time. Zhang Ye said, Brother Zhua, can I trouble you to make a trip to the media outlets? Zhang Zhua obeyed. Will do, I'll handle it. Zhang Ye clapped his hands and said, everyone, let's buck up. Whether we succeed or not will all depend on this day. Got it. All right. Director Zhang will prevail. At this moment, the staff of Zhang Ye's studio were filled with great fighting spirit. They also wanted to know how far Director Zhang could go this time. Very quickly, the news got out. The official Weibo of the Popularity Rankings Agency announced some news. We have just received the latest news from Zhang Ye's studio. Teacher Zhang has decided to reopen his spot on the popularity rankings. The subject hasn't had his popularity score updated in 3.5 years. Our staff are already working on it, and we're stepping up our efforts to process the relevant information and data. We will tentatively be reopening Teacher Zhang's popularity ranking spot at 7 o'clock sharp this evening. For updates of any changes, please follow our Weibo. Thank you. A tossed stone creates a 1,000 ripples. The media erupted. The industry blew up. The public was in chaos. Zhang Ye reopens his popularity ranking? Show business circle to experience a change soon. How much popularity does a former heavenly king have left? Can Zhang Ye stage a glorious return? What a bombshell. Stormy times for the entertainment circle. Again, at an entertainment company. Oh my god, he's really reopening his popularity ranking? This is big news. I was wondering why my eyes have been twitching for the past few days. I should have known that something big was going to happen. Zhang Ye is coming back and bearing ill will. How will it end up now that he's reopening his popularity ranking? No one knows for sure. At Central TV, he's reopening it. This is too sudden. It's not exactly sudden. Actually, he had wanted to reopen his rankings earlier. Yeah, it was expected that his ranking would get suspended after the hacking incident from before. But now that he's been released from jail and even made such a great contribution to the country's scientific and technological advancement, there's no reason why they would continue suspending his ranking. So then, why did he reopen it at this time? Could it be because of Su Milan? Based on Zhang Ye's character, that's really a possibility. At a male idols gathering. What? There's really such a thing? This is bad, let's leave. I have to make a trip back to the studio. Let's leave together. Hi. I don't have an appetite anymore. I thought that he didn't care about the popularity rankings. If his popularity ranking really... surely it won't happen, right? There's still Guan Zhaohua holding down the fort at the top. Yeah, Brother Guan is currently at the top of the domestic popularity rankings. At Guan Zhaohua studio. This is bad. Zhang Ye is going to reopen his popularity rankings. Will it affect us? It shouldn't. He can't possibly be that popular, right? Yeah, no matter how awesome Zhang Ye is, he returned just a while ago. He hasn't been involved in the entertainment circle for nearly 4 years. There's no reason he can affect us. He's still very dangerous. That fellow is a legend, after all. Let's get prepared. Hurry up. Contact the media to issue a write-up about us. At another Heavenly Queen studio. Why is he coming out and creating trouble for us at this time? Su Milan has just risen to the 6th spot of the S list, and he's choosing this time to reopen his popularity ranking? Then aren't we in great danger? We're in the 7th spot. That's the bottom of the S list. We can't let Zhang Ye get into the S list. Get in touch with the media outlets that we're close to and see if they can dig up some dirt on Zhang Ye and publish it. You've got it wrong. No media outlets would dare to publish such news on Zhang Ye at this time. Pay them. This isn't a matter of money. Don't you know who Zhang Ye's wife is? At Yao Jinsai's house. Ha ha ha. Uncle Zhang is almighty. This kid is finally back. I guess a lot of people in showbiz won't be able to sit still any longer. At Su Milan's studio. You can do it, Teacher Zhang. I hope Teacher Zhang wins. Teacher Zhang has given us a lot of help this time in our fight against the male idols and in the popularity rankings. Sister Lan is so fortunate to have a friend like that. Yeah, Teacher Zhang is such a loyal friend. That's of course. Don't you know how many years their friendship goes back? I hope that Teacher Zhang score an opening victory. At Xiaodong's house, the trio of Spring Garden were all here. Teacher Zhang is finally moving. This is such great news. He should have reopened his rankings long ago. It's too critical to have a spot on the popularity rankings. Yeah, by reopening his popularity rankings, it will disrupt the current state of showbiz. In the Go world, all the best. Lord Zhang's making a push on the popularity rankings. We ought to give him all our support. Lord Zhang, you can do it. In the advertising world, at Li Xiaoxiao's house, she was currently chatting with several of her close friends. Xiao Xiao, come and watch the news. Is the news real? Zhang Ye is going to go on a rampage again. You're speaking like he hasn't been going on a rampage ever since he came back. But it's different this time. The popularity rankings are the true standard for measurement of everything. I don't like this Zhang Ye. Back in the advertising war against our Xiao Xiao, he came up with that slogan of Family Spring, a rather sweet thing, and caused her to get held back by so many years. It angers me just mentioning it. Yeah, our Xiao Xiao was the best person of the advertising and marketing world back then, yet Zhang Ye as a host had to come and mess things up for her. How infuriating. But he's really capable. Xiao Xiao, why are you speaking up for him? I'm just stating the facts. At Xinhua News, what's supposed to come will still come. Are they going for a win this time? Who's Zhang Ye gonna be stacking up against this time? The male idols, I guess. No, he's going after all of the domestic celebrities. Zhang Ye's fan club. In a group chat, Teacher Zhang is going to smack faces again. Ha 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 ha. I'm so looking forward to it. Zhang Ye is the best. He's taking action when it's the right time. Go fuck them up. Come on. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. On Weibo. I'm in shock. I'm really anticipating it. Sister Lan's movie has just had an explosive box office opening. She just moved up to 6th place in the S list, and Zhang Ye is reopening his popularity rankings? This is clear as day. So he was waiting for Su Milan. I knew it. So that was why he didn't reopen his popularity rankings earlier. What a loyal person Zhang Ye is. This is what you call a real friend. At Zhang Ye, thank you on behalf of Sister Lan. The righteous Lord Zhang. Teacher Zhang is a real man. I am the vice president of Sister Lan's fan club. On behalf of all her fans, I thank Teacher Zhang. From now on, we will forever be allies and share weal and woe together. At Big Saber Bro, if there's anything you need us for in the future, just speak. Yao Jinsai's fan club is here to show our support. Dong Shanshan's fan club is here to show our support. Ninglan's fan club is here to show our support. Awaiting the final outcome. Right? Let's wait for the results together. This day was destined not to be a quiet one. A single Weibo post from the popularity rankings agency had turned the entire entertainment circle upside down. Everyone knew that after today, the current state of the Chinese entertainment circle would end up going through a turbulent change. Chapter 1585. The latest popularity rankings are revealed. Chapter 1585. The latest popularity rankings are revealed. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The outside world was in chaos. Demons, monsters, all of them came crawling out at this moment. The entertainment industry had seen two different eras in recent years and undergone two huge waves of changes. The first was when the veteran artists such as Zhang Ye and some other celebrities ruled the industry many years ago. With Zhang Ye's retirement from the entertainment circle, an era ended with her withdrawal. Afterwards, most of the veterans of that era also left the public eye. The only person who had somewhat managed to maintain her popularity from back then was Su Milan. The entertainment industry ushered in a new era. It was the era of the male idols led by Guan Zhaohua. His popularity with the public and the media had pushed the Chinese entertainment circle to a whole new level. These days, the shadows of these male idols and hunks were seen everywhere, from variety shows to television series to films, until Zhang Ye returned from serving his sentence. Until Zhang Ye announced his comeback. A lot of things changed overnight. Shock, astonishment, disbelief. Was this the end of the male idols era? Could it be that tonight would usher in a third wave of changes in the entertainment circle and welcome a new era? Back when Zhang Ye debuted, he boarded at the tail end of the train of Zhang Yuanqi's era. During that era of the entertainment industry, Zhang Ye's name was always going to be an indispensable part of it, with his story always a legend of that time. However, he was not the protagonist of that era. Zhang Yuanqi, Su Milan, and a few others were the main people who had founded that era of the Chinese entertainment circle and ruled it for a full 10 years. At that time, Zhang Ye had still not reached the height of his status. But that situation had changed. An era belonging to Zhang Ye might very well be coming soon. They might just be witnessing the arrival of the entertainment industry's third revolution. The media turned serious. The atmosphere in the entertainment circle had become very tense. The people were all counting down in their minds. There were still 2 hours to go. There was still an hour to go. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. The popularity rankings were about to be refreshed. In the evening, at home, Zhang Ye arrived home in a leisurely mood. "You're back." Wu Ziqing had already prepared dinner. The dishes were all on the table. "Why haven't you two eaten yet?" Zhang Ye looked at the table. Cici replied, "Mommy said that we had to wait for Daddy to come home first." Zhang Ye quickly got seated and exclaimed, Why did you have to wait for me? Quick, let's eat. Look at how hungry my daughter is." Cici looked at Wu Ziqing. "Mommy." Wu Ziqing smiled. "Daddy is home now. We can start eating." Cici let out a cheer and started gobbling down her food. When Zhang Ye saw this, he smiled. She warmed his heart. After dinner, Cici went back to her bedroom to play. Zhang Ye helped Wu Ziqing out with the chores. He washed the dishes and cleaned the table. Old Wu said nonchalantly, "Mom called twice this afternoon. She's concerned about the popularity rankings index. My mom always loves worrying for nothing." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "What's the use of her asking you about that? Even I don't know what the results will be after the popularity rankings are refreshed." Wu Ziqing looked down as she washed the dishes. "This afternoon, I suddenly got reminded of something from the time when I was serving in the lower levels. Do you want to hear about it?" Zhang Ye said in surprise, "Sure." Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Well, I used to be the head of the city's ideological control department. Before I was appointed, I didn't think much of it. All I wanted to do was to get my job done. I thought it would be easy, but in fact, it didn't work out to be simple. The stress that I had at that time was really quite bad. The people under me were all waiting for me to get some results, so I had to handle a lot of matters by myself, including socializing with others and solving issues, all because I was the head of the department. If any problems surfaced, others would say that I was not capable enough, her. So even now, I do not think that that was a good position to be in. Sometimes, the higher you climb, the easier it is to trap yourself in an unfavorable position." Zhang Ye was taken aback. He blinked for a bit and then smiled. "I understand what you're getting at." But Wu Ziqing just smiled and said, "I didn't say anything." After the dishes were washed, Wu Ziqing pulled Zhang Ye out to the yard. The moonlight, the lawn, the long bench. The two of them sat shoulder to shoulder as they looked up and admired the moon. "Are you prepared?" "I am. It will only get harder from here. As long as you're by my side, I'll walk this path even if it means going through trials and tribulations. The look in Zhang Ye's eyes turned even more determined. Wu Ziqing smiled. Little Yi, Zhang Ye said. Wu Ziqing said, I haven't heard you recite a poem for me in a while. Zhang Ye gave a slight smile and grabbed old Wu's hand. Then he looked up at the moonlight. He understood old Wu's intentions and knew that she was worried for him. Zhang Ye knew clearly that if he were to take this step forward, it would be into a whole new world. The opponents he would be facing were going to be the top international stars from around the world. Zhang Ye had never seen that world before, nor had he experienced the dangers of it before. Perhaps every step would have to be taken with great difficulty. Perhaps he wouldn't even make a mark even if his head was broken and bleeding. Yet, he was truly ready for it. He was willing to go into that world, to have a look around. He was willing to give it a shot on behalf of all the Chinese celebrities. Zhang Ye recited, I'd be the white water, flowing through mountain streams, over rugged stream beds, splashing over the rocks, so long as my beloved, maybe a little fish, swimming in my rolling waves, happy and fancy-free. I'd be the wild forest, on either riverbank, facing the howling winds, and bravely fighting them, so long as my beloved, maybe a little bird, nesting in my foliage, dense on branches warbling. I'd be the wrecked ruins, atop the mountain peaks. This silent destruction does not make me depressed, so long as my beloved, maybe green ivy vines, clinging to my crumbling walls, climbing ever upwards. I'd be a thatched cottage, hidden in a valley, the cottage's roof torn, pounded by the weather, so long as my beloved, maybe a lovely flame, inside of my fireplace. She gently flutters there. I'd be the frazzled clouds, graying and tattered flags, in the vast open skies, floating without a care, so long as my beloved, maybe the rose sunset, shining upon my pale face, burning with bright brilliance. A smile appeared on Wu Ziqing's face. That's really nice. This was a poem about love. A poem from his previous world called Link in Folives by Sindor Pedify 1. Zhang Ye's current thoughts, moods, and emotions were all contained within this poem. He'd be those rapids, so long as old Wu was by his side. Domestically, Asia, the world, he dared to take on everything and turn them upside down. Wu Ziqing tightly gripped his hand. I'd be that little fish, that little bird, and that ivy too. I'll walk with you, no matter how far you wish to go. Zhang Ye said happily, That's great. DDD. The alarm that Zhang Ye had set earlier went off. It was 7 p.m. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, It's time. Zhang Ye took a deep breath and grabbed his cell phone to check the popularity rankings index. At the same moment, in the media, among the celebrities, among the people, everyone was also anxiously refreshing the popularity rankings index. At the next moment, all of them saw it. The rankings were updated. The Chinese popularity rankings index. Celebrity rankings. First, Zhang Ye. Second, Guan Zhaohua. Third, Ai Fei. In that instant, the entire nation burst into an uproar. Zhang Ye had reached the summit. It was the birth of the king of the new era. Chapter 1586. To see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. Chapter 1586. To see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The popularity rankings index was published. There was an uproar across the nation. Zhang Ye's name was boldly inked in first place. It wasn't the first place of the A-list rankings. It wasn't the first place of the other categories, but the first place of the entire Chinese popularity rankings. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. It's my son. It's little Yi. He's in first place. He's in first place. We're not dreaming, are we? At Ninglan's house. A few of his friends were gathered here. First place. It's Zhang Ye's name. Oh my God, he has reached the summit. This fellow has really reached the summit. At an entertainment company, even the male idols are unable to stop him. There's going to be a change of eras. But the times have already changed. I can't believe that it's him. He's someone who left the industry for 4 years. Hi, a legend is still a legend. At a media outlet, something big has happened. There's really going to be a change. Hurry, work on the draft report. A few years ago when Zhang Ye was sent to prison, everyone thought that it was all over for him. Everyone thought that it would be impossible for him to make a comeback again. But who could have thought that after 4 years, the domestic popularity rankings would actually be ruled by him. If this is a joke, then this joke has gotten way out of hand. I'm still in a state of shock. At Zhang Ye's studio. Oh. Hooray, Director Zhang. We did it. We really did it. I feel like crying. Director Zhang is too fucking awesome. We've won. At a male idol studio. But that's impossible. Oh my god, has he really reached the summit? How did it turn out to be him? How can it be? It's over. Guan Zhaohua has been pushed down by him. At Guan Zhaohua studio. We're no longer in first place? How is he so popular? This doesn't fucking make any sense at all. Damn, what do we do now? Surpass him, of course. We have to catch back up. Look at the gap between Zhang Ye's popularity score and ours. Look at that number. In the short term, there's no chance that we can possibly catch back up to him. His popularity right now is simply too high. This is illogical. This is totally illogical. In the Go world, Minister Wu's husband has really reached the summit. How freakishly awesome. Lord Zhang is so domineering. The entertainment circle is finally presided over by Lord Zhang. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences. How could it? Damn. Someone from our Chinese Academy of Sciences has actually reached the summit of the domestic popularity rankings. Is Zhang Ye considered one of our Academy's people? Why not? Isn't he a research fellow from our Academy? At Central TV. It's a change of dynasties. Yeah, a new state of showbiz has arisen. Now that Zhang Ye has reached first place in the domestic popularity rankings, it will be really difficult to say how our showbiz's future will pan out. With Zhang Ye's temper, it might just signal that chaos will be breaking out in the international scene soon. Or perhaps he might bring the Chinese entertainment industry towards a brighter future? Brighter future? Zhang Yuanqi's era of celebrities did not achieve it, and neither did Guan Zhaohua's era of celebrities succeed. So can Zhang Ye do it? On Weibo, the netizens went crazy. This is too exciting. An oddity of a generation, a legend of a generation. I'm so happy for Teacher Zhang. I'm so fucking excited. It's been 8 years, 8 whole years. I've been with Teacher Zhang since the beginning. I've liked him ever since he debuted and followed him all the way till now. I've personally witnessed how Teacher Zhang has made it thus far in these 8 years, and it has really not been easy at all. It has been so difficult for him. There hasn't been a celebrity like Zhang Ye before, and there won't be another like him in the future either. I'm also a fan of Guan Zhaohua's, and I like AI Fei too. They're both so good-looking and without a blemish to their reputations. So who could dislike them? But when it comes to one's verve, courage, and charisma, they're lacking by far as compared to Zhang Ye. Therefore, I'll accept that Zhang Ye has taken the top spot of the domestic popularity rankings. There has never been anyone so ordinary-looking who has taken the #1 spot in the domestic popularity rankings. But I find Zhang Ye to be very attractive. I feel so too. Whether a person is attractive or not doesn't depend on their looks alone. Motherfucker, I only like people like Zhang Ye. I love seeing him scold people, love seeing him write poems, love seeing him stir up trouble, and love seeing him cross over to all the different fields and shocking the eyeballs out of others. Aren't I asking for it? Congratulations to Zhang Ye. Congratulations on starting your reign, Teacher Zhang. It blew up in the outside world. Countless people sent their congratulations. At home, Zhang Ye's cell phone was exploding with calls, together with the landline at home, Old Wu's cell phone, and Old Wu's parents' cell phones. Ha Chi-Chi screamed excitedly. Director Zhang, you're amazing. Zhang Ye laughed and said, it was all to the credit of everyone. In the call, little Wang could be heard crying. She sobbed, we've finally reached the top. The top. Director Zhang, I knew you could do it. Zhang, Ye said, if not for you guys, I couldn't have gotten to where I am. Zhang's was snatched the phone and said, we didn't do anything at all. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have witnessed such a situation either. You were the one who brought us to the summit. Tong Fu also shouted from the other end of the line. You were the one who made it possible for us. Wu Yi said loudly, Director Zhang, thank you. Little Wang was still crying. You've worked hard. Yao Jinkai, Ning Lan, Zhang Xia, Chen Guang, Hu Fei, Dong Shanshan, Zhang Yuanqi, his 3 sisters, his aunts and uncles, his family and friends were all congratulating him. There were even a lot of unexpected people who sent him messages on Weibo. The male idol, Hi Yifei. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang. The former most popular celebrity, Guan Zhaohua. Congratulations. A newly crowned heavenly queen posted on Weibo, fully deserving of being the number one. At this moment, on this day, in the entire country, in the entire media, in the entire entertainment circle. Perhaps some were sincere and some not so. But practically everyone still came forward with congratulations. Zhang Ye couldn't help but sigh. 8 years. It had been 8 years. The grievances that he had felt, the difficulties that laid in his path, the ups and downs he had been through. Along the way, he had experienced so many incidents, too many twists and turns. Sometimes, when he thought about the suffering he had gone through years ago, he felt like he was telling a story. Even Zhang Ye himself did not know how he had made it through all of that. In fact, he couldn't believe it at all. Did he really come this far by himself? He had been banned by the industry more than 10 times. He had been detained at a police station. He had crossed paths with death on a hijacked airplane. He had been besieged by several hundred people from the martial arts world. He had been sent to jail. He had bade farewell to the entertainment circle. If he had to experience these things again, he didn't know if he could get through it all. But here he was, leading his team step by step towards the highest place in the Chinese popularity rankings. He had reached the peak, the pinnacle, the spot where he was the most popular celebrity in the country. Countless people came to congratulate him. Zhang Ye was surging with emotion. At this moment, Zhang Ye got reminded of a poem that he posted before. It was Du Fu's admiring the mountains, towering over all Shandong with endless green. Heavenly, beautiful splendor nature gathered. The shaded north side cut off from the south side sheen. Clustering clouds cleansed the cracks in the heart. Eyes strain watching homebound birds fly through the ravine. Someday I shall ascend your highest heights, to see other summits dwarfed and savor the scene. This was a promise he made back then. Today, Zhang Ye had finally made it. Chapter 1587. Zhang Ye barges into a live streaming channel. Chapter 1587. Zhang Ye barges into a live streaming channel. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Sunday. In the morning, at Zhang Ye's eldest younger sister's house. The entire family had gathered here today. His maternal grandparents, his uncles, and his aunts. When Zhang Ye's parents arrived, everyone congratulated them joyously. His third aunt said, "Congratulations. Little Yi has finally reached the top." His second aunt laughed heartily and said, "This is a joyous occasion for our family." His second uncle said, "Yeah, when I saw the news last night, I couldn't believe it." His grandma also said excitedly, "This is great. I haven't doted on this grandson of mine for nothing." She still asked in disbelief, "Has my grandson really gotten first place on China's popularity rankings?" His mother laughed and said, "That's right. In the whole of China, there's no one with higher popularity than Little Yi. He's in first place. It can't get more real than that." His grandpa hurriedly asked, "Where's Little Yi?" His father said, "He should be on the way." His first uncle laughed and said, "Little Yi has just gotten to the summit, so he should be quite busy handling matters. There's no rush." His mother smiled widely and said, "What can he be busy with? He's the most popular celebrity in the entire country. He's already at the top. Even if he wants to go higher up, there's no place to go any further. It has been so many years. It's time the kid gets a good rest. I told him yesterday to rest for a period of time." His grandma said immediately, "That's right." His third sister took out her cell phone and said, "I'll send a message to brother to hurry." His second sister had also just arrived. "Where's big sis?" His first uncle pointed upstairs. "She's streaming. Some live streaming company paid her to stream on their platform, but her allocated time is not up yet, so she can't go offline. Don't disturb her." At this moment, the doorbell rang. Zhang Yi and Wu Zuqing brought Cici and Qinshan over. At this moment, the entire household turned lively. "Grandma, Grandpa. Hey, bro, why are you so late?" "Haha, traffic, lots of traffic." "Little Yi, congratulations." "Thanks, first uncle." "Qinshan is here too." "Yes, she's here to scrounge." "Bro, I want a red packet." What red packet? You're the #1 person in show business. Surely it wouldn't be nice if you didn't give out some red packets to your younger sisters, right?" "Ha ha ha, sure, I'll give. Wow, long live brother." "Zhang Yi, I want one too." "You girls, all you know is how to scam me of my red packets." It was a lunch party for the entire family today. as well as Zhang Ye's celebratory feast. Originally, they had agreed on holding it over at Zhang Ye's house at the villa. However, they decided to change it to Chao Dan's place, his eldest younger sister's new house. His eldest younger sister was a very popular celebrity in China as well. She was known as the top internet celebrity in recent years and was doing very well. Naturally, her economic status wasn't too bad either. With events and commercial performances to attend almost every day, she was probably even richer than Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye looked around the house and said, "This place is not bad." His first aunt smiled and said, "It was only because you pointed your sister in the right direction years ago. I was just leading her in, but it was still down to her own capabilities that she got there." Zhang Ye looked left and right. "Where's Dandan?" His mother said, "Your sister is streaming at the moment." Zhang Ye chuckled. "She knows that I'd be here, yet she's still busy streaming?" His first uncle said with a laugh, "It's a job she took on some time ago." Upstairs, on the second floor of the duplex, there was a specially constructed studio up here that Chao Dan had always used to record her videos. The live streaming event that she had today was also being carried out here. Chao Dan's sweet voice rang out inside the room. "I'm really not good at singing. Haha, I can't dance either. Believe me, you guys definitely don't want to see me dance. I'm getting really hungry. Yes, I have lunch with my family today." She chatted on and on. Over 4 million viewers were online watching the stream. The fans were crazily typing in the chat and sending donations. AK has sent a car. Sleepless Nights has sent a flying kiss. The fans, everyone, send in your donations. Otherwise, Dandan is going to get trashed by the other streamers. She's still third in the donation rankings? Buffed. They're teaming up to take on Dandan. Dandan, hurry up and ask for donations, or else we're going to fall back into fourth place. This platform is home field for those streamers. It would be surprising if they didn't receive a lot of donations from their fans. Dandan, hang on. You had better not sing or dance. If not, you'll drop even further down the donation rankings. We all know how good your singing is. Enough, all right. Ha ha ha. Chao Dan wasn't an ambitious person. She only said with a smile, "It's all right. You guys can donate if you like, but it's fine even if you don't. Just come to the live streaming platform more often in the future to support our streamers. This is the largest live streaming platform in the country at the moment. If I have time in the future, I will come often as well." The fans chatted. "Dandan is such a nice person. They're stepping on our heads. No, this won't do. We have to help Dandan get first on the donation rankings. Right? It would look really bad on us if she loses. I'd feel ashamed too. Let's support Dandan." Hi. Even the mighty dragon is no match for the native serpent. But our Dandan is still a B-list celebrity. Another wave of donations filled the screen. For a short while, she was pushed into second place of the donation rankings before dropping back down again. In a different live streaming channel, the donations here were even crazier. This was Chi-Chi's channel, the big sister of this live streaming platform. The fans chatted. "Ha ha, this feels great. We're first on the donations leaderboard. We gotta give it another push. Chi-Chi is my true goddess. Bring Chao Dan down. A goddess from elsewhere wants to compete with our platform's own goddess. Supporting Chi-Chi. We'll send you soaring to the skies." Chi-Chi covered her mouth as her eyes reddened. Thank you. Thank you to all the big brothers. What do? I'm gonna cry." Then she blew a few kisses to everyone. In another channel, in Xiaoling's live streaming channel, Xiaoling kept asking for donations. "Big brothers, you can do it. Keep the donations coming in. I want to fight for first place today, so please allow this willful girl to have her way once. Whoever gets onto the top 3 of my donation rankings will get my cell phone number in your private messages." In a group chat, it was a private group chat for the platform streamers. Chi-Chi is in first place. Xiaoling is in second place. Poor Chao Dan. These whales are sending donations in like crazy. Chi-Chi's and Xiaoling's incomes for the day are probably going to exceed 1 million RMB, right? Chao Dan can't possibly catch up. The gap is too wide. Chao Dan doesn't urge her viewers to donate either. Let's see if there will be any big reversal near the end. Sister Chao is done for. Many of the platform streamers, many of the platform's users, everyone had their attention on this matter. At Zhang Ye's eldest younger sister's house, in the living room downstairs, they were making lunch in the kitchen. Zhang Ye leaned back onto the sofa and did a Beijing sprawl too. Is the food ready yet? I'm hungry. His mother gave him the look from the kitchen. Then why don't you get over here and help out? Zhang Ye said lazily. I can't move. I'm tired. Chin gave a her. Zhang Ye, you're such a lazy ass. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, come here and take care of the child. I'll go and help mom. I can't, Zhang Ye said shamelessly. His first aunt laughed and said, there's no need for you two to do anything. Just wait for the food. His father checked his watch. Little Yi, go and get your sister. It's almost time to eat. Zhang Ye ordered Chin. Go. Ask your sister Dandan to come down. Chin got angry. Why are you so lazy? His grandma was so amused that she gave him a look. Go on, don't just sit around. You can eat more if you move around a little. With her saying that, Zhang Ye finally stood up and went upstairs. Back upstairs. In the studio, the battle was entering a fever pitch. The fans were yelling, charge, keep donating. Can someone send a Spaceship 3? Dandan is really going to lose. Damn. Chi-Chi has linked up with someone to do a joint stream. Xiaoling has also gone to get support. Winds are blowing? That's a really popular streamer. Their ranks on the donation leaderboard have gone even higher. Getting support from others? They're making it look like our Dandan doesn't have friends or something. But I think Dandan Zhang really doesn't have any friends on this streaming site. It's over. The headlines tomorrow will surely be, the most popular internet celebrity can't win against the local platform streamers. When Chao Dan saw what her fans were typing, she said with a smile, everyone, please don't worry about that. The other streamers are just doing their jobs. This isn't a big deal. Then she looked at the comments again and said, where am I going to get outside support from? My short videos have offended quite a few people, so it's not like you guys don't know how poor my social relations are. At this moment, the door behind her opened. Zhang Ye pushed the door and entered, then said listlessly, hurry up and go downstairs for lunch. Chao Dan turned around, startled. Bro, Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner, what are you still doing? I am streaming. Chao Dan blushed in embarrassment. She was shy, so be it live streaming or recording videos, she never liked doing it while her family and friends were around as she found that awkward. Zhang Ye blinked several times before walking over, interested. Let me have a look. Chao Dan hurriedly stood up to block him. What are you looking around for? There's nothing to see here. Zhang Ye said, can't I just have a look? Chao Dan's face was burning. She said, there's going to be trouble if you show your face. This was a live stream. The stream delay was no longer than a second. At this moment, Chao Dan's channel went silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In that instant, the live streaming channel blew up. The fans screamed in surprise. Fuck. Who was that? Zhang Ye. What did I just see? Oh my god, Zhang Ye. The most popular celebrity in the country? Dandan, what's going on there? This. I'm going crazy. Chao Dan turned around and had a look at the monitor. She knew that this secret couldn't be kept hidden any longer. She couldn't help but facepalm. Then, without caring about Zhang Ye, she sat back down on her chair, helpless, and pulled the microphone over. So about that. The fans pressed her. What's going on? What is Zhang Ye doing at your place? What an interesting situation this is. Dandan, you've really roped someone in for support. Faints asterisk, can your support be any more impressive than this? I'm in genuflection of Dandan. Dandan, you've won. You even managed to invite the #1 person in showbiz. When we asked you to call for aid, we were only joking. But you really found someone. Chao Dan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She explained, I didn't get any outside support. We have a family gathering today, and everyone came over for lunch. He's my cousin. The fans were stunned. Cousin? Your cousin is Zhang Ye? Zhang Ye is your relative? Damn, why haven't you mentioned this before? This is big news. I'm shocked too, Dandan, to think that you have such an impressive relative. This is truly unfathomable. You are truly unfathomable. Fuck. Chapter 1588. Your sister. Chapter 1588. Your sister. Translator. Leg editor. Leg. 1 spread to 10. 10 spread to a 100. The entire live streaming platform burst into an uproar. In Xiaoling's channel. The channel was in an extremely boisterous state at the moment. Airplanes. Cars. Tanks. The donations kept flooding in. Xiaoling made a heart with her hands and said gratefully, "Thank you, brother Little Zhou and brother Dafei. You are all so kind to me. How far am I away from first place?" The fans replied, "You aren't that far from it. You're catching up, awesome. Since Xiaoling covets first place, we'll get you first place. Right? Everyone, do your best and donate as much as you can." The streamer holding a joint stream with Xiaoling was also canvassing for donations on her behalf. As that person was also a very popular streamer on the platform with many fans, a lot of people responded to her calls for donations to Xiaoling. But suddenly, a lot of talk appeared. In the chat, "Stop donating. Sister Xiaoling, let's just forget it. Chao Dan has also invited someone onto her channel to support her. Quickly go and have a look at Chao Dan's channel. Something big has happened." Xiaoling was startled. "What happened?" The streamer who was helping Xiaoling smiled and said, "Even if she has roped in someone to help, so be it. Everyone is competing fair and square. We'll just see who is more capable in the end. What's the big deal?" He sent a fainting emote. "What's there to compete for?" Blue Sky 520 sent a sobbing emote. Even if all the streamers of the platforms in the country were to join forces, they would also not be able to compete with that person. Xiaoling was taken aback. Even if all the streamers in the country were to join forces? Xiaoling's supporting streamer mocked. "Unless Chao Dan invited God Zhang Ye over." Xiaoling burst out laughing as well. "Invite Zhang Ye? Are you kidding me?" The fans replied. "She has really invited him. It's really Zhang Ye. It's him in person. It's the real deal." Xiaoling was stunned. "That's impossible." Xiaoling's supporting streamer was dumbfounded. "Are you joking?" All of a sudden, Xiaoling's channel moderator shouted, "Damn! What the heck? What the heck?" I took a look in Chao Dan's channel. Goddamn, Zhang Ye is really there. Everyone was stunned. Xiaoling's jaw dropped so low her molars could be seen. In Chi-Chi's channel, Chi-Chi said in surprise, "I'm no longer in first place in the donation rankings? What happened?" The fans chatted. "What? Wasn't she in first place just now? Who jumped up into first place then?" "It's Chao Dan. She was in third place just a while ago." Chi-Chi's supporting streamer was suddenly taken aback. She had just received a screenshot sent by the other members of the streamers group chat. When she saw this screenshot, she nearly fainted. She couldn't help but look up at Chi-Chi, who was sharing the other half of the screen, and said, "Sister Chi-Chi, I doubt we can catch up." Chi-Chi asked, "Why?" Chi-Chi's supporting streamer was sweating. "Chao Dan has invited teacher Zhang Ye over." "What?" Chi-Chi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn, surely she doesn't have to go that far, right? This is just a competition for the platform's donation rankings. We're just a small live streaming platform. It's not like we're competing to get the Best Actress award, nor competing to be the king of singers. Why would you invite the #1 person of the entertainment circle over a donation ranking?" Thinking about this, Chi-Chi nearly spat out another mouthful of blood. After holding it in for a long time, she finally shouted, "I'm not streaming anymore. I'm going offline." The fans shouted, "Ah, where are you off to?" "Chi-Chi, don't go. Why are you going offline?" Chi-Chi said excitedly, "Do you need to ask? I'm going to watch that godly person on stream." In the streamers group chat, "It's really Zhang Ye. Lord Zhang is so handsome. Are Chao Dan and Zhang Ye really related?" This will surely be the entertainment headlines for today's news. This will be super interesting to watch. Yeah, it's turning into something big this time. Compete with Chao Dan on the donations ranking? What's there still to compete on? If it were any other celebrity, that would still be something to fight for. Be it Chao Dan, Shu Han, or even Ning Lan and Dong Shanshan. Everyone would still have a fighting chance if it were them who came. After all, this is our home field and territory. But if it's Zhang Ye, then how are we supposed to fight against him? That's the boss of the entertainment circle. The #1. I'm genuflecting to Chao Dan. This person that she has roped in to help is totally unprecedented. Chi-Chi has gone offline. What? Sister Xiaoling has gone offline too. At Chi-Chi, what's going on? Has gone offline too. Damn, all of the streamers who were streaming just now have all gone offline? Where did they go off to? In Chao Dan's channel, 5 million, 6 million, 7 million. In the blink of an eye, the number of viewers in the channel had surpassed 10 million people. They were not only made up by the subscribers of the platform, even a lot of other people who didn't usually watch streams came to have a look when they heard about this news. Live. Chao Dan looked on helplessly. Zhang Ye stood beside her and put his head up to the camera. Then he smiled and said, "Thank you, everyone, for giving my cousin so much support in these past few years." He then touched Xiao Dan's head and said, "If there's anything my sister lacks, please bear with her. Treat it as giving me face." Xiao Dan turned her head away and said in embarrassment, "Brother, hurry and eat." I haven't said enough yet," Zhang Yi said. Xiao Dan pushed him away. "That's enough. This is my channel." The chat was blowing up. "Come quickly to see someone godly. I'm kneeling to Dandan. This is too surprising. I never expected to see Zhang Yi. Lord Zhang, congratulations to you. Right? You're finally the number one. Love you to death. Zhang Yi, I three you. Dandan, can we get Zhang Ye's signature?" At this moment, many of the popular streamers also appeared. Chi said excitedly, "Damn, it's really him in person. Lord Zhang, I want an autograph. I want an autograph. I'm your hardcore fan." Oh, Xiaoling also commented, "It's really God Zhang." Xiaoxua said, "I'm ending my stream too." Another male streamer, "Quick, come and see God Zhang for yourselves." Another female streamer, "Heavens, this is the closest I've ever been to face smacking Zhang." The donation notifications were pinging one after another. Chi has sent an aircraft carrier. Xiaoling has sent an aircraft carrier. Xiaoxua has sent an aircraft carrier. The people in the channel didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is Chi doing here as well? Sister, Xiaoling is here too. The popular streamers are all here? Weren't they all streaming earlier? Buffed, the lure of Zhang Yi is too great. So everyone is a fan of Zhang Yi. This is such a rare sight to see. Yeah. When have we ever seen so many popular streamers going offline from their channels to come to another one, then sending aircraft carriers as a show of support? Before this, they were all fighting to get first place in the donation rankings. Zhang Yi said in confusion, "How much is an aircraft carrier?" Xiao Dan explained, "It's equivalent to 10,000 renminbi." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Thank you, Chi. Thank you, Xiaoxua. Thank you, Xiaoling." Xiao Dan also said immediately, "Thank you, everyone." When she saw the number of viewers in the channel, Xiao Dan laughed and said, "What? There are already 10 million viewers watching? I said it just now that for every 1 million viewers we get, I'll hold a lucky draw, including the number of times I owe you all from just now. We still have to hold 7 lucky draws. What prizes would everyone like?" Everyone started shouting. Zhang Ye's autograph. Zhang Ye's nudes. Most were requesting these 2 items. Only Chi said something different. "I want God Zhang's calligraphy." Everyone was stunned for a moment before coming around. "Yeah, that's right. Make the prize his calligraphy. Zhang Ye's words are worth 10,000 taels each. Yeah, there are only 2 words if it's his autograph. With a calligraphy piece from him, we'd be rich." Ha 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 ha. Good suggestion. Xiao Dan was also amused to see that. She looked to the side and said, "Bro, you asked for it, so you better handle this yourself." Zhang Yi said, "Huh." A peaceful live streaming session ended on an extremely high note. This was Zhang Ye's first appearance since taking the number 1 position of the entertainment circle. From it, a lot of assumptions could be made. This momentum, this influence, this appeal, Guan Zhaohua didn't have it, nor did AI Fei. In the entire entertainment industry, only Zhang Yi wielded all of that. Half an hour later, downstairs, everyone had already started eating. Finally, Zhang Yi and Xiao Dan joined them. His mother complained, "What were you 2 doing? What took you so long?" His first aunt asked her daughter, "You were streaming for so long?" Xiao Dan said helplessly, "It was all brother's fault. He insisted on showing his face on stream, and everyone now knows that he's my brother. In the end, so many people joined the stream to watch. Isn't that good?" His grandma said, "Let's see who dares to bully you in the future." Xiao Dan giggled. "No one bullied me before this anyway." His third sister suddenly waved her cell phone around and said, "Damn, the news has already reported about it." His second sister said, "Sis, you're in the headlines." Xiao Dan was taken aback. "Ah, so fast." His first aunt said smilingly, "That's of course. Don't you know how popular your brother is now? He has just taken over at the top spot, so anything that is related to him right now will end up in the headlines for sure." The media these days caught wind of everything too quickly. Zhang Yi appears in a live stream. Zhang Yi actually turns out to be Xiao Dan's cousin? A great expose. The most popular internet celebrity is actually Zhang Ye's cousin. Zhang Ye makes a special appearance for Chao Dan. The impressive family circumstances the most popular internet celebrity hails from. Soon after, this news was broadcast on television as well. On Weibo, the netizens were having a great laugh. I really didn't expect this. I wouldn't have believed that these two were actually cousins, even if my life was threatened. Dandan is so cute. How could she be Zhang Ye's sister? I only know now that when we used to curse at Zhang Ye with your sister, we were actually scolding Chao Dan. Ha ha ha. My sympathies for Dandan. In the future, let's not scold Zhang Ye with your sister. Chapter 1589, World News. Chapter 1589, World News. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the start of this day, Zhang Ye got his studio to make a Weibo post announcing his break from work. He turned down all work and events in preparation to stay at home to accompany his family and catch up with his classmates. Ever since his comeback, he hadn't been idle. He was involved in shooting a television series and participating in a singing competition, so he hadn't had a chance to catch up with many of his old classmates and friends. Having not met them in over 4 years, he didn't know how much everyone had changed. By reaching the summit of the entertainment circle, Zhang Ye had finally fulfilled the goal he had been striving towards for many years. So it was about time for him to get some rest. In the following days, he attended dinner parties every day. Dong Shanshan's house. It was a party with his old classmates from university. Wow, Zhang Ye is here. Haha. Classmate Yuingyi, you haven't changed. Yo, you still remember this old classmate of yours? Listen to what you're saying. Are you ridiculing me? Well, that's what you get for not meeting up with us sooner after you came back. Well, wasn't I really tied down before this? But you didn't forget about meeting up with Shanshan? Hey, Wang He, you're still alive? But of course, I'm flourishing. Zhang Ye. Huh. Hu Feifei. You're a big star now. Ha ha. I guess I'm doing not too bad. Wang He, Yuingyi, Dong Shanshan, Hu Feifei, He Kuei, Ma Shufei, Xiaoqian. His old classmates were all here today. Everyone kept teasing each other and laughing happily. Suddenly, Dong Shanshan walked down from the upper floor of the villa. Zhang Ye, there's someone here who I want you to meet. Zhang Ye was taken aback. Meet who? Everyone looked at Zhang Ye. Haha, guess. Dong Shanshan smiled. I'll give you 10 seconds. To guess. Zhang Ye said helplessly. I really don't know. Which of our former classmate is here? Dong Shanshan turned her head and looked to the stairwell. She sang some notes. Data done one. At the next moment, the figure of a woman appeared at the stairs. The woman seemed visibly excited as she looked at Zhang Ye. She covered her mouth as she made her way down the stairs step by step. Zhang Ye was stunned. Sister Qiu. Qiu Yumei said. Zhang Ye rushed up to her. Damn, you can walk. Your legs have healed. Yes, they've healed. Qiu Yumei said as her eyes reddened. Dong Shanshan said with a smile from the side. Sister Qiu listened to your advice and went to the hospital that Zhang Yuanxi recommended for her treatment. After you were sentenced, Sister Qiu had wanted to come back on several occasions, and a few of us went over to America as well to persuade her not to. As a result, during the middle of last year, Sister Qiu suddenly returned to the country. She appeared in front of us without a wheelchair or anyone supporting her. Hu Feifei smiled and said, we were all stunned on the spot. Wang He said, little Qiu might not be able to exert herself with any running, but she doesn't have problems with walking anymore. We're all so happy for her. He pointed at Zhang Ye. To say nothing of the other things, you handled this matter really beautifully. You're one loyal friend, all right. Zhang Ye was still in disbelief. He crouched down in front of Qiu Yumei and stared at her legs. You really can walk now? I really can walk. Qiu Yumei wiped tears from the corners of her eyes. Zhang Ye, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have to lie in a bed for the rest of my life. Zhang Ye exclaimed. Do we still need to talk like this? Quick, walk a few more steps and let me see. Qiu Yumei walked around for him. Zhang Ye laughed in great surprise. This is great. Qiu Yumei smiled and said, I've gone back to work as a broadcast host at the radio station. I'll return the debt I owe you with the money I earn. Zhang Ye said happily, there's no need to. But Qiu Yumei said, that won't do. I have to return it. Dong Shanshan smiled and said, it's not like you don't know what Sister Qiu is like. All right then. Zhang Ye said, return it slowly if you must. I have no urgent need for the money. Xiaoqian grinned and said, what a happy day this is. Let's have a drink, everyone. He slapped his thigh. All right, we're not going home until we're drunk. Ma Shufei shouted. To Zhang Ye toasted. To Sister Qiu. Everyone shouted. Not going home until we're drunk. The next day, at the prison Zhang Ye had served his sentence in. Teacher Zhang. Haha, how's everyone doing? What are you doing here? Didn't I say it 4 years ago? That when I got released, I would treat everyone to a meal. I'm always true to my words. Everyone, gather quickly. Teacher Zhang has returned to visit us. Lord Zhang, how did you come in? Haha, I'm so familiar with the military command here. Would I not be able to gain entry into your prison? Don't worry, I already filled out all the formalities before coming in. I have a pass, all right. Where's the warden? Quickly get the warden. Let's go, come on. I'm treating everyone today. We can't do that, Teacher Zhang. We still have to work. Then we'll have the staff lunch together. Wouldn't it be bad luck for you to eat here? What bad luck? It's not like I've never eaten the food before. Ha ha ha, all right. The prison guards were all very excited. They really did not expect that Zhang Ye would keep a simple ceremonial promise to them after all these years. The next day, at China Chiyuan. Lord Zhang. Damn, Lord Zhang is here. Hurry out, everyone. Everyone came out. 9 Dan Li, 8 Dan Huliang, Su Han, Tian Weiwei. At Sanya, Zhang Ye had only met up with Tian Weiwei, Chening, and the batch of younger professional Go players. He did not get to see many of the older veterans who had battled alongside him years ago. Many of them had retired and become coaches, so Zhang Ye rather missed them. Old Li, Brother Hu, Brother Su, you're all around too? Wow, what brought you here? Haha, I missed you guys. It's my treat today. Let's go and eat. Who are you treating? A group of young Go players at the Chiyuan were all looking at Zhang Ye in admiration. Looking at this legendary god of the Go world, their eyes were shimmering brightly. Zhang Ye said, everyone, of course. With that, all of the young Go players cheered. Tian Weiwei couldn't do anything about that. So he said to the young Go players, all right then, since Lord Zhang has given the word, everyone can go. Hi, you were all supposed to practice today. Everyone cheered again. Zhang Ye patted Tian Weiwei on the shoulder and said with a smile, don't always be thinking about practicing. Go is a never-ending journey of learning, so it's better to practice a combination of effort and ease. Oh yes, I heard that you became the world champion in some tournament recently. Congratulations. Tian Weiwei blushed. Stop teasing me. 9 Dan Li also looked at Zhang Ye and said, in a competition without you, is there a point in winning? Chuning giggled and said, you're the uncrowned king of the Go world. No matter who wins in a competition, no matter who gets presented a trophy, the sense of fulfillment is not that great anymore. Everyone knows that as long as they can't win against you, any championship titles won are essentially pointless. That's why we've started instilling a target for everyone these days, and that is to beat you. Zhang Ye said in amusement. Sure, I'll welcome any challengers. Meanwhile, abroad, the news surrounding this matter spread very slowly. Perhaps this was done intentionally, or perhaps no one was bothered about it. The news of Zhang Ye becoming the most popular celebrity in China only reached the shores of other countries after a few days. Japan. What? Who? Zhang Ye. Why does this name sound a little familiar? Yeah, it sounds very familiar, doesn't it? I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Damn, is it that Zhang Ye? The one who was crowned an Asian heavenly king years ago? The one who drew the comics? It's really him. Damn, didn't he go to jail? The number 1 person in the Chinese popularity rankings? Why is it him? Korea. Zhang Ye has been released. How is that possible? Wasn't he sentenced to prison for many years? Yeah, it isn't time yet. It's not impossible that he got an early release. But it has been so many years. How did he manage to become the number 1 person of Chinese showbiz? What happened? That damned hacker. Is he trying to make trouble again? Seriously protesting it. How can this guy be number 1? The Asian Celebrity Rankings Index still has him blocked from their rankings. America. Zhang Ye. Who's that? The Chinese Celebrity Rankings Index has seen a change in its leaderboard. I know him. God damn it. That's the person who's known as the most dangerous hacker in 100 years. It's him, the panda burning incense and CIH viruses creator, the hacker with the highest bounty in the world. He managed to snag the top spot of the entertainment circle in China. With such a large Population in China. How did he manage to do it? He's been released from jail? Russia. Zhang Ye. Scientist. When did he become a scientist? He built a fighter jet? Oh my God. Wasn't he a world-class mathematician? I heard of him a few years ago too. It seems like he's very famous in both China and Asia. Is he on the international celebrity rankings? Let me see. He's not on it yet. The Chinese entertainment circle is indeed quite weak in the international arena. Their number one person can't even make it into the C list of the international celebrity rankings. It's so for Zhang Yuanqi. It's so for Guan Zhaohua as well. And even Zhang Ye is the same too. The celebrities of China have always had a very poor influence on the world stage. England. I know that he can play Go. He can not only play it, he's basically a god in the Go world. Yeah, I heard that he came out tops against the American-made AI, Peter Go. It was his second victory against it. Yeah, America's AI technology has fallen flat in his presence. He has become the most popular celebrity in China. Looks like there will be something interesting to look forward to. Yup, I think he has a good relationship with Lillian, the most beautiful woman in England. Being the most popular in China doesn't actually mean a thing. Let's wait and see how far he can go on the international celebrity rankings before we pass any judgment. In the international news, China's entertainment circle sees a change in its top spot. The number one hacker returns. Zhang Ye, a celebrity with a tainted past. Zhang Ye's climb to the top of the Chinese entertainment industry had shocked the entire industry and the country's citizens. However, it did not make much of a ripple on the global stage. On this day, many countries' news carried a short report about this matter. It was only then that a lot of people remembered there was still such a person in China. However, it did not cause much of a sensation. The influence of China's entertainment industry was quite weak and was pretty much common knowledge. If not for Zhang Ye's identity as the world's number one hacker, a world-class mathematician, and the number one person in Go, this news would probably not have made waves. No one would actively go and check news regarding a Chinese celebrity. Chapter 1590, the International Celebrity Rankings Index. Chapter 1590, the International Celebrity Rankings Index. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A few days later, Beijing. At Zhang Ye's studio. It was 6 in the morning when Zhang Ye arrived at the studio by himself. The entire office was still empty at this time, so he had to unlock the door with his own key. In his roughly 10 days of vacation, he had met up with the friends he wanted to meet and rested enough as well. From his state of mind to his physical well-being, Zhang Ye was currently in his best form. Hence, he ended his 10-day break slightly earlier than planned. This fellow had never been someone who could sit idle. He would be itching to go if he didn't work for a day. Reach the summit? Become number one? To others, this might have been the final goal. But for Zhang Ye, his goal wasn't just that. He still had a very long journey ahead of him. There wasn't anyone at the office yet. How about a lottery draw then? Since he had nothing to do, Zhang Ye brought up the Game Ring's interface to have a look at his total reputation points first. During the 3 to 4 years of his sentence, the reputation points in his Game Ring had mostly stagnated. Each time he used it, the points would only get lessen. As such, Zhang Ye did not really dare to use it much during that period as he couldn't bear to spend the points. But now, in just a short amount of time, his total reputation points had soared once again. The amount of reputation points that he got from reaching the top had exceeded his expectations. So he opened up Lottery Draw 3. The virtual stone platform suddenly appeared in the air. It cost 100 million reputation points per draw. Why? The platform lit up, and at the same time, Zhang Ye activated the Lucky Halo Ultra in extravagance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His reputation points went down very quickly. It decreased so fast that Zhang Ye was feeling the pinch. At this moment, the platform flashed as a large golden treasure chest suddenly appeared in the center. Zhang Ye deactivated the Lucky Halo and quickly opened up the treasure chest, large. World Languages Skill Experience Book, 427. Item description, a skill experience book to learn the main languages of the world. When Zhang Ye saw this, he let out a hearty laugh. Beautiful. World languages. Russian, English, French, Korean, and there were even 427 of such skill experience books. This was enough for Zhang Ye to gain an instant mastery of quite a few world languages. This was what he needed the most right now. Without even thinking, Zhang Ye studied all of them. Soon after, it was time for work. Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang were the first to arrive. Little Wang said, the door's unlocked? Who's here so early in the morning? Ha Chi-Chi pushed open the door and had a look. Director Zhang? Little Wang said in surprise. You're back from your break already? Zhang Ye was in a rather good mood. He smiled and said, yes, I decided to come back early. Zhang Zhe also arrived shortly after them. Weren't you supposed to take a 2-week break? I couldn't keep staying at home. Zhang Ye greeted them and said, everyone, do whatever you need to do and eat breakfast quickly. We will start the meeting at 8 a.m. sharp. Sure. Got it. Everyone knew that this meeting was very important as it would set the direction of Zhang Ye's future plans. Having reached the summit of the Chinese entertainment circle and secured the #1 position, how they proceeded from here and what work they would take would all depend on Zhang Ye's intentions. Furthermore, they had a feeling that Zhang Ye was probably going to make another big move. 8 a.m. In the conference room, all of the studio's staff, except for one person who was on medical leave, were in attendance. Zhang Zhe said, everyone who is around is here. Zhang Ye nodded. All right, we'll start the meeting then. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, are you setting the direction going forward? Yes. Zhang Ye then said something astonishing. Everyone has worked hard during this period. We fought the battle for the top position really well. I've thought about the path that we will be taking from here. I would like to take on the international entertainment industry head-on and try my luck there to have a look at what it is all about. At the very least, I would like to earn a spot on the international celebrity rankings. Little Wang was stunned. Take on the international entertainment industry. Tong Fu wiped sweat away and said, but we haven't even stabilized our domestic position, have we? Why would we need to stabilize our domestic position? Zhang Ye questioned. Tong Fu said, shouldn't we wait a little while? Zhang Ye shook his head. I'm not waiting. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye's goal had always been the international entertainment circle, and Zhang Ye had never hidden his ambition from them either. Everyone was prepared for this, yet when they reached this step, just as they had to make a decision on how to move forward towards that goal, everyone still couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Would it work out? Would they really be able to do it? In China, once you entered the top 3 positions of the domestic entertainment circle, it was as good as gaining the qualifications to take on the international arena. Zhang Yuanqi had also made an attempt and had succeeded in doing so as well, but it didn't last for long. She only managed to get into the last place of the international C-list rankings for a short while before dropping back down after failing to secure her position. Afterwards, she never managed to get back onto the rankings. Su Milan had also attempted it as well. However, she couldn't even get a position on the international celebrity rankings. Many generations of Chinese celebrities had gone down this path, and without exception, none of them succeeded. It was as if this were some sort of curse that no one could secure a footing in the international stage of the entertainment circle. So as time passed, a lot of celebrities no longer chased after the international dream. For example, both Guan Zhaohua and Ai Fei, who were previously the top 2 people of the Chinese entertainment circle, did not even think about taking on the global stage. After getting to their positions, all they concentrated on was making money in the Chinese market and around Asia. Therefore, even though the era of the male idols seemed glamorous and was said to have pushed the standard of the Chinese entertainment industry to a higher level, it in fact caused the Chinese entertainment industry's influence on the global stage to weaken. The gilded front was just an illusion. Zhang Ye said, it's time someone did something. If the others won't do it, I will. We cannot just sit comfortably in our position and not push forward. Ha Chi-Chi said, this is a path that no one has successfully taken before. I know, Zhang Ye said with a smile. But there still has to be someone giving it shot. Zhang's was said in worry. In our domestic conquest, there was at least a reference, and we could see how the others before us did it. But every step starting here, there are no precedents and experiences that we can fall back on. We have to depend on ourselves to surge forward no matter what lies ahead of us. Zhang Ye nodded. Yes. Little Wang said yearningly. To become an international celebrity. Zhang Ye laughed and said, is everyone still willing to continue walking with me? Ha Chi-Chi laughed. As if you need you ask. Zhang Zhe also laughed. Wherever you're headed, we're headed there too. Tong Fu clenched his teeth. We're at your command. Wu Yi said, it's just the international celebrity rankings, isn't it? Let's give it a try then. Little Wang said. Right? When have we ever feared anyone? Even if no one else succeeded in the past, it doesn't mean that we can't achieve it. For a moment, everyone expressed their stance. The International Popularity Rankings Index, also known as the International Celebrity Rankings Index. This was a hall of fame with the highest honors in the world. The rankings index was divided into 4 tiers: the S list, the A list, the B list, and the C list. The International C-list celebrity rankings was the lowest entry barrier for an international star. Zhang Ye's target was to get onto the International Celebrity Rankings to claim a spot for Chinese celebrities. Chapter 1591. Zhang Ye wants to get the Nobel Prize. Chapter 1591. Zhang Ye wants to get the Nobel Prize. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Noon. Zhang Ye was looking through the International Celebrity Rankings Index. 1 page. 2 pages. 3 pages. The people on the list were probably going to be his opponents in the near future. At this moment, a long-distance call arrived. It was from Lillian, the most beautiful woman in England. Hello, fellow smoker. Oh hey, it's Lillian. What are you up to? I was just thinking about something. I got the news late, so I only just found out about your ascendancy to the top of Chinese showbiz. Haha. Indeed, your news is quite late. When were you released from jail? Just recently. In these past 2 months or so? It's been a while already. Oh, why didn't you call your old friend then? You're an international superstar. How could I disturb you? Which tier of the rankings are you at? Now, I'm still in the international A-list, but slightly at the front. How about you? I've recently been thinking about making a push into the international scene as well. That's a good thing. It's much more interesting here than the entertainment circle that you're used to back at home. But I haven't thought of a way to make a push into it. Shouldn't you be getting onto the rankings soon? The number 1 person of the Chinese entertainment circle should logically not be far from the international C-list rankings. When I first debuted in England before stepping up onto the international stage, I was ranked 3rd on the S-list domestically. Then, I was automatically included in the international C-list celebrity rankings. I believe it should be a similar situation for you. With so many people in China, it's much harder to get to the position of number 1 in the industry. Even if there are slight differences due to our country's circumstances, I believe you're only a step or 2 away from the international C-list. But it's exactly these 1 or 2 steps that so many of our celebrities have fallen at. You're not the same. Don't you have a lot of different titles to your name? Just get a prize, and you'd make it onto the international rankings. Get a prize? It should be enough if you win an international prize, don't you think? Now that you mention it, that does seem like an idea. For an international prize, there will be an additional percentage added to one's popularity score in the rankings. For some prizes, it's a 1.1 multiplier, and for others, it's a 1.2 multiplier. They're all different, and it depends on how valuable and prestigious the award is. The 2 of them might not have met each other in a long time, but once they started chatting on the phone, it still felt like their relationship was very close. It was especially so when Lillian's Beijing accent kept coming up, which made Zhang Ye want to laugh each time he heard it. After hanging up, he gave Lillian's suggestion some thought. He wanted to get onto the international C-list rankings, but there were really not too many ways for him to achieve that. Singing? Variety shows? Television series? It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but there were no opportunities like that. To the global audience, Zhang Ye was just a newcomer. Not many people knew about him, and he didn't have any connections with the people there either. There was basically no chance of getting onto the rankings through the normal channels, and neither did he have the conditions to slowly develop his international fan base. Therefore, the only feasible way was what Lillian had suggested. This was also the most direct, simple, and brute force way of achieving it. To win a prize, and force his way onto the rankings. He had never gone the conventional way before anyway. Zhang Ye suddenly shouted for the studio's staff to gather to tell them about his idea. When everyone heard it, they were floored. Ha Chi-Chi was stunned. You want to force your way into the international celebrity rankings? Zhang was stared in shock. Make use of winning an international award for additional popularity? Tong Fu laughed. Pfft. Will that work? Little Wang also giggled. This indeed has the characteristics of director Zhang's style. Zhang Ye laughed and said, Lillian was the one who suggested this rotten idea to me, but I thought it was a pretty good suggestion. This bro likes something as simple and crude as it. Wu Yi was sweating bullets. but I've never heard of anyone breaking into the international scene by winning an international award. Would the Rankings Index Agency allow something like that? Would that count as cheating? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. This bro will be getting an award using my sheer capabilities. How would that count as cheating? No one else has done something like this in the past because they did not have the ability to win an international award before getting onto the international celebrity rankings. But this bro is not the same. An international award? Let me think about which one I want to get. Math. Right. Math it shall be. Wu Yi blinked. Didn't you forfeit that international math award? Zhang Ye said, startled. Ah, was there something like that? Ha Chi-Chi was speechless. Zhang Zhua asked, you don't remember? Wu Yi said, but that math award doesn't actually command that much prestige. Of the few international math awards out there, that prize is at the lowest rung, and it also doesn't seem like it will contribute any additional percentage to your popularity score either. The additional percentage will only increase if it is a prestigious international award. Some of these awards even give an additional 1.3 times more popularity, so it would mean that if our international popularity score was originally at 10,000, it would go up to 13,000 after winning an award. If you really intend to break into the international entertainment circle through that channel, you would certainly have to go after a prestigious international award. Otherwise, I doubt it will be enough. Zhang Ye said again, does a Go award count then? Zhang was said, startled. I don't think there are any prestigious awards in Go. There are only titles to be won through different competitions. Zhang Ye asked again, how about hacking then? This bro is the world's #1 hacker. Ha Chi-Chi wiped its sweat. Do they give out awards for hacking? Aren't those hackers all wanted criminals? Zhang Ye was also floored. Damn, this won't do, and that won't do either. Even with all these skills that I've got, there isn't a place where I can make use of them, Zhang Ye said. Then can everyone search for something? To see if there are any prestigious international awards out there that I may have a chance of winning. Everyone dispersed and went looking. Ha Chi-Chi checked online. Zhang Zhua made some calls to inquire. Little Wang checked through some information. The prestigious international awards numbered several dozens, including the big and small ones. The Best Actor Award? The Best Director Award? The Most Popular Singer Award? The Best Rock Singer Award? All of these didn't have to be considered since Zhang Ye wouldn't stand a chance of winning them right now. The only prestigious international awards that he had a chance of winning were few and far. A short while later, everyone came back with their findings. Little Wang yelled in surprise, I've got it. There's one. Zhang Zhua also seemed to have found something. The only problem is that it will be too rushed. Zhang Ye asked, which award is it? Ha Chi-Chi spoke, the Nobel Prize. What? The Nobel Prize? Zhang Ye was stunned. That's what you guys call it too. Ha Chi-Chi said in confusion. What do you mean by that's what we call it too? Well, it's true that this award wasn't called this in the past. But due to the poor running of the foundation that led it to becoming bankrupt, a new consortium took over and injected new funds into it. Afterwards, they continued awarding this prize and changed the name of the award. Fate. This was fate. Zhang Ye hurriedly asked, how many prizes does it consist of? Ha Chi-Chi said, shouldn't you know about the Nobel Prize? It consists of mathematics, chemistry, peace, literature, physiology or medicine, and so on and so forth. They're the most critically acclaimed international prizes and also the most prestigious in their relevant fields. Like the Nobel Prize in mathematics, it's ranked higher than the International Math Award you forfeited. Although that award can be considered one of the top few prizes in the field of mathematics, the highest honor will always belong to the Nobel Prize in Mathematics won. Zhang was said, the only problem we have is that it's almost time for the selection process to take place. It's happening in 1.5 months from now. Ha Chi-Chi nodded and said, yeah, we won't be able to make it in time, right? Little Wang said, are you thinking about getting the Nobel Prize in Mathematics or the Nobel Prize in Literature? Wu Yi said, I think either would be a little difficult. Mathematics? Literature? He wanted both of these Nobel Prizes, and it was only a matter of time before he got them. However, if Zhang Ye really had to choose one, he would choose to win the Nobel Prize in Literature. Chapter 1592. A famed work from Zhang Ye's previous world appears. Chapter 1592. A famed work from Zhang Ye's previous world appears. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. At night. Back at home. In the villa's study. The heat from the summer weather was sweltering hot. He turned the air conditioner down to a very cool temperature and browsed the internet on the computer alone in the study. He read and updated himself on international news, hoping to find some inspiration. Russia was in a state of disorder, and it seemed like they would be going to war soon. A French artist's oil painting was auctioned for several $100 million. America shot a film remake of a famous work and broke box office records. The countdown to the announcement of the Nobel Prize nominees began. An Indian writer could clinch the Nobel Prize in Literature this year. Box Nouvelle Coem, changes in the international celebrity rankings again, and so on. He went through the world news articles one by one. This was something that Zhang Ye hardly paid attention to in the past. But since he had reached this position, he would probably have to keep an eye on these international developments in the future. In this way, he would be better able to connect with the international audience and grasp the world situation so that he knew which direction to head towards in the entertainment industry. He had reached the top of the Chinese entertainment circle, after all. From today onwards, the world stage was going to be his main battlefield, so he definitely had to keep up and be serious about it. The Nobel Prize. How can I get my hands on it? He muttered to himself. With Fortress Besieged? With a poem he had composed in the past? With the prose he had written? None of them would probably work. To him, he was fine with winning any of the Nobel Prizes. He only wanted a chance to break into the world stage. But based on his current situation, the Nobel Prize in Literature was his only choice. He didn't have any knowledge in chemistry, and verifying a mathematical conjecture would take too long, so only a literary piece could be produced the quickest, as Zhang Ye could write it at any time he wanted. There was still a month and a half to go, so he could probably make it before the deadline. But counting the time remaining, he would probably only be able to produce a single work. Therefore, the choice of work was going to be extremely important. On Weibo, the topicality surrounding the Nobel Prize was growing. There's still a month and a half to go. Yeah, it's time for the Nobel Prizes to be awarded again. Who will they give it to this year? Will there still be no winners for the Nobel Peace Prize this year? There's only a few people nominated for the Chemistry Prize. Surely the Literature Prize won't be won by that Indian writer this year, will it? I don't like that Indian writer. Yeah, there's a problem with his character. But I do have to admit, his works are really good. A lot of people are cheering for that Japanese author too. Yup, it was such a pity that neither of them won the Nobel Prize previously. If even India can produce such a masterful writer in the world of literature, when will one of our Chinese citizens come home with a Nobel Prize? I doubt we have a chance at it. We've never won a Nobel Prize before. At the Chinese Writers Association, has the nomination process started? Yet, the Nobel Committee has already requested for us to submit a list of names. Who will we nominate this year? Let's keep to the old rules and submit all the names. Yes, let's just submit all the names of those who have won a domestic literary prize and are still alive. We'll just be trying our luck if we do that. What do you suggest then? We've been trying our luck every year. Actually, everyone knows full well that the Nobel Prize in Literature has almost nothing to do with us. How I wish someone could bring home the prize someday. Is Old Zhou good enough to do it this year? Old Zhou's books are too limited to love and affection. How about Old Sun? Master Sun is not good enough either. His literary style is too localized. Hi. India. It will definitely be ours this year. Yes, it would be outrageous if they don't award it to us this year. Does Teacher have another new work out this year? Yes, it will be going on sale very soon. There's no one who can compete with us this time. Japan. That Indian writer is our only competitor this year. That master writer from India doesn't have a good character. We have a very good chance at winning. But the Nobel Prize isn't awarded based on one's character. It's only dependent on the quality of the work. The key still lies in which style of novels the committee is inclined towards. America. The Nobel Prizes will be awarded very soon. I'm quite looking forward to it. Our female writers are just short of a Nobel Prize in Literature. Yeah, that's the only thing we're missing. England. The Nobel Prizes will be given out soon. Several of our top writers will be publishing their new books soon. They've already started vying for an award nomination. I have a feeling that the competition for this year's Nobel Prizes will be extremely intense. Let's see who will emerge victorious at the end. China was in a heated discussion. The media was in a heated discussion. The world was in a heated discussion. This world's most prestigious award was gripping the hearts of countless people across the world. Everyone was hoping that their own country's writers, academics, mathematicians, chemists, or medical professionals could bring home this prize. This wasn't just going to be a personal honor, but an honor for the entire country. On an international social media site, the equivalent of Facebook and Twitter of Zhang Ye's previous world, a poll had been started on the site. Who are your favorite nominees to win the Nobel Prize in Literature? India, 23%. America, 19%. Japan, 9%. England, 8%. Russia, 6%. These were the top 5 results. Behind them were several dozen more countries that had been voted for. Meanwhile, China did not even get into the top 20 countries that were voted for. It was also about the same results for the mathematics, chemistry, and physiology or medicine prizes. There was basically no one who was optimistic about China's chances, and many of the votes that were given to China came from the Chinese themselves. Back at home, Zhang Ye was still hesitating. His place in the Chinese literary world was still very exceptional, and his influence was very strong. He also had the recognition of the public, although his relationship with the industry insiders was less than cozy. But regarding Zhang Ye's works and its literary value, even the most nitpicking industry insider would not deny Zhang Ye's contributions. But it was different on the international scene. If those works of his were brought to the global stage, it wouldn't be enough. To win a Nobel Prize, the novel would have to cover more of a historical or war theme. It needed an even higher standard of literary value and a more inclusive language as well. Using Frog 1. Going down Mo Yan's Nobel Prize path? No, that would be too risky. Zhang Ye had really wanted to use Mo Yan's work for a time, but he ended up giving up on that idea because Mo Yan's path was unsuitable for him. First, he didn't have Mo Yan's accumulation of reputation. Although the Nobel Prize was awarded based on a single novel, Mo Yan's win was actually more of an accumulation of his previous works. By just using Frog alone, it was likely that it wouldn't be enough. Secondly, this was a different world from his previous one, so who'd know what the committee's preferences were over here? What Zhang Ye needed was a very special work. This work would have to have the following points. War had to be included. It needed to have humanity. It would have to be a full-length novel. And also something that could astonish the readers without any need for build-up based on the writer's reputation. Zhang Ye kept thinking about it until he finally narrowed his eyes. He could only think of one person, a female, American writer, Margaret Mitchell. She was from Zhang Ye's previous world, and the only writer to have secured a place among the world's literary figures with a single novel. She wrote only one book in her entire lifetime, but that work was considered one of the top 10 novels in Zhang Ye's previous world. The people of this world would of course not have heard of it, but it was an extremely well-known novel in Zhang Ye's previous world. As long as this novel's title was mentioned, no one would have not heard of it. That one and only novel that Margaret Mitchell had written was called Gone with the Wind. Zhang Ye was preparing to bring out this nuclear weapon of a novel from his previous world. Chapter 1593, the English version of Gone with the Wind. Chapter 1593, the English version of Gone with the Wind. Translator, leg editor, leg. It would have war, and humanity, and slice of life, as well as love, and history. With this one novel, it would amaze everyone. This was it. There wasn't another work more suitable than this. As Zhang Ye considered his options, he made his decision. Although he wasn't sure if he could win the Nobel Prize in Literature in this world with his last-ditch efforts of writing a novel, he still had to give it a try. After all, this was the closest he had been to a place on the international celebrity rankings, and it was his one and only chance at it. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the study's door. Zhang Ye looked up and smiled. Come in. Wu Ziqing brought a cup of iced coffee into the study after opening the door. I told you already. There's no need to knock, Zhang Ye said. Wu Ziqing smiled. All right. Here, have some coffee. Zhang Ye took it from her. My wife still treats me the best. Has Cece slept already? She just fell asleep. Wu Ziqing glanced at the computer screen and said, What are you busy with? Zhang Ye said, I'm about to make a book. Wu Ziqing smiled. Others call it writing a book, but why do you call it making a book? Zhang Ye laughed. It's about the same thing. Wu Ziqing was the person who understood him the most. You have your eyes on the Nobel Prize? Yeah. Zhang Ye said, I'm thinking of trying for it. Wu Ziqing nodded. Don't tire yourself out. Rest early. Zhang Ye said, I will. Go sleep with Cece. Don't worry about me. I'm guessing I'll have to put in some overtime over the next few days. There aren't too many days left until the Nobel Prize selection. Wu Ziqing asked, Are you confident of getting it? Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. I think I have a 20% chance. He wouldn't usually fight a battle that he wasn't prepared for. But it was clearly a different matter this time. The Nobel Prizes were too important, so there was also a lot of uncertainty surrounding it. So it was definitely impossible for him to be 100% sure of winning it. Moreover, this matter had come up too abruptly, so there wasn't really sufficient time for him to prepare. As such, Zhang Ye could only take it one step at a time. After old Wu left the room, Zhang Ye got down to business. He downed the iced coffee in one gulp and rolled up his sleeves. Then he began reading in detail the history of the United States, especially the period in which Gone with the Wind was based on. Although there were some differences in the events and names of some people, the general history of this world was quite similar to that of his previous world, with some events even strikingly similar. This would reduce the obstacles in the creation of the novel. At the least, Zhang Ye wouldn't have to make too many changes to it, and would only need to tweak some minor details to avoid any problems. It would definitely not spoil the original work's literary nature, which was what Zhang Ye placed the most importance on. He needed the novel to be in its most original form. Otherwise, if the two worlds' history differed by too much, he would have chosen a different novel rather than blindly making changes to this one. Research, history fact-checking. Then he also checked the types of novels that had won the Nobel Prize in Literature before seeking out the preferences of the past committees. He even researched the committee members for this year's Nobel Prize in Literature. After doing all the necessary groundwork, Zhang Ye finally created a new file on the computer, naming it Gone with the Wind. Then he started tapping away at the keyboard and began writing the original English version of the novel. He had read many versions of this novel, having done a comparison of the English and Chinese versions, even perusing the Russian version when he was in university. Using the memory search capsule, he could easily reproduce the different versions in their entirety. Gone with the Wind. Chapter 1. A Beautiful Secret Admirer. English version. Scarlett O'Hara was not beautiful, but men seldom realized it when caught by her charm as the Tarleton twins were. In her face were too sharply blended the delicate features of her mother, a coast aristocrat of French descent, and the heavy ones of her florid Irish father. But it was an arresting face, pointed of chin, square of jaw. Her eyes were pale green without a touch of hazel, starred with bristly black lashes and slightly tilted at the ends. Above them, her thick black brows slanted upward, cutting a startling oblique line in her magnolia-white skin, that skin so prized by Southern women and so carefully guarded with bonnets, veils and mittens against hot Georgia suns. 1 page. 2 pages. 3 pages. Gone with the Wind had an estimated word count of around 800,000 words. But the English version was shorter, at 418,053 words. With Zhang Ye's speed, he could still write it out very quickly. After all, he had eaten the fruit of agility. Moreover, every single word of the original edition was imprinted in his mind, so there was basically no need for him to do any thinking. The words were already appearing on screen at a cracking speed as he typed in double time. 5 pages. 10 pages. If Zhang Ye could type out around 8,000 words per hour, he shouldn't have a problem with writing roughly 120,000 characters in about 15 hours. Even without putting in much overtime, it shouldn't take him more than 4 days to finish writing it. Currently, his biggest rivals for the Nobel Prize in Literature were the Indian and Japanese writers. They had both recently published their new books and were making a final push in their bid for the Nobel Prize. As such, Zhang Ye knew that he could not fall behind them. At the least, he would have to catch up to them to ensure that they would all begin at the same starting point. On the first day, Zhang Ye typed out 120,000 words. His eyes blurred at the number of words he had written. The next day, Zhang Ye wrote another 145,000 words. He wrote for 18 hours. On the third day, Zhang Ye continued typing for 20 straight hours. He finished writing 160,000 words. He had completed work on the English version of this novel. Sometimes, people just needed a push in order to achieve something. Without being their backs against the wall, humans would never know their limits. This was a saying that Zhang Ye deeply understood at this moment. Back then, When he brought out Fortress Besieged into this world, he didn't even write it this fast. Moreover, he had been working on it continuously this time, which required a lot more willpower and stamina. It was completed successfully. Gone with the Wind had finally been brought into this world. For a moment, Zhang Ye felt a sense of accomplishment. He had read this book more than 3 times when he was in his previous world, and every time he read it, he gained a deeper understanding of it. After all these years, now that he was intending to bring the novel into this world, he went through the experience once more as he wrote it. The words that described the war and the pressures of living had given him an even deeper understanding. He really felt that words were beautiful and wondrous things. This was truly a great novel. No matter how many years had passed, no matter which world it was, no matter how many languages it was translated into, it was truly a great novel. All of a sudden, Zhang Ye called the studio. Contact an overseas publishing house. Ha Chi-Chi replied, I've finished writing it. What? You finished writing it? A full-length novel? In 3 days? Everyone at the studio was shocked into a days. Chapter 1594. The whole nation's citizens wouldn't have any of it. Chapter 1594. The whole nation's citizens wouldn't have any of it. Translator, leg editor, leg. At the studio, everyone was in a state of shock. On the computer was the draft that Zhang Ye had written over the past 3 days. Everyone was looking at one another, over and over again, with a sense of horror. Many of the staff were very surprised that director Zhang could actually finish writing a novel with so many words in just 3 days. But even that would have been acceptable since director Zhang had fallen into such a state before when he was writing other prose. In a way, everyone here was so used to seeing something like that that they could accept it even if Zhang Ye were to write out 1 million words in a day. The thing that horrified them was something different. Ha Chi-Chi stared and said, English. Zhang Zhuo also thought that he had it wrong at first. Is that really English? Little Wang couldn't believe her eyes. Is this English? Tong Fu said in an unsure tone. It looks like English. Zhang Ye harumphed. Why? Haven't you all been to university? Don't you all know English? Let's not talk any further if you guys don't even have the ability to understand this English. Little Wang was aghast. Ha Chi-Chi was floored. You're criticizing us now? Of course they all went to university. Of course they all could understand English. But what they were stunned about was that director Zhang could actually fucking write in English. Who didn't know what director Zhang's English was like? Pick out any random middle school student from across the country, and they would be bound to find someone whose English was better than his. Director Zhang had actually written an English novel? Did the sun rise from the west today? Ha Chi-Chi said in surprise. Since when did you pick up English? I've been locked away for close to 4 years. Zhang Ye found an excuse and said, Surely I could have learned some foreign languages in that time. Zhang Zhuo pointed at the computer screen and said, But this isn't an ordinary level of English. There are a lot of words in it that even I don't know existed. This level, it's probably what an American would know at most, isn't it? With a pause, he said again, and there's even the mention of the American Civil War, and talks about the lives of American people. Zhang Ye said confidently, Yeah. Ha Chi-Chi looked at him. Have you ever been to America before? No, I haven't, Zhang Ye answered. Ha Chi-Chi, Zhang Zhuo, Little Wang were speechless. You haven't been to America. Your English years ago was really bad as well. So how did you even come up with wanting to write a novel with an American setting? Aren't you being too ballsy with your subject matter? As a member of Zhang Ye's studio, as longtime staff of Zhang Ye's, they had followed Zhang Ye everywhere over the years. If there was one thing they had to say they were most convinced about Zhang Ye, then all of them would absolutely answer unanimously that it was Zhang Ye's bravery. This was something that they all had to take their hats off to him for. The balls director Zhang had would sometimes even frighten them to death. That courage he had would often shock them as well. However, they still contacted the publishing houses. 1, 3, 5. In the end, they managed to find 5 publishing houses that were willing to publish the book for them. Actually, this was quite good. Zhang Ye had never published a novel, poetry anthology, or anything of the like before. In international literature, it wouldn't be wrong to call him a newcomer. But because he was so well known now, with the title of the #1 celebrity in the Chinese entertainment circle, it gave him a greater advantage in doing things. Together with his status as a mathematician and the world's #1 hacker, among many other titles, Some overseas publishing houses were still willing to publish a novel for him. They probably thought that having just 20,000 copies of the initial print run and stamping them with the label of "by the world's #1 hacker" on its cover, they wouldn't have a problem selling them. Even if the novel didn't do well, the publisher was unlikely to lose any money. In terms of cost-benefit analysis, the publishers were much better at it than them. Ha Chi-Chi asked, "Will this work, Director Zhang?" Zhang Ye said, "Without a care, yeah." Ha Chi-Chi said, "Then we'll go ahead and sign the contract with them?" "All right," Zhang Ye said. "Notify me if you need me to speak with them. If you can't get through to me on my cell phone, go look for me at my place." Zhang Zhe was taken aback. "You won't be coming into the office the next few days?" Zhang Ye said, "Yeah, I won't be coming in for the next few days. Since we're going for the Nobel Prize in Literature, how would a single language edition be enough? Although English is the world's lingua franca, it still isn't enough. I'll spend some time working on it and push out the Chinese and Russian translations no matter what." Chinese? Russian? When did you even fucking pick up Russian? Why didn't we know about it? Did you learn it in prison as well? Wu Yi suddenly said, "Director Zhang, what kind of prison did you go to?" Zhang Yi blinked. "Why are you asking that for?" Wu Yi said, "My child's foreign language has always been bad. I'm thinking of sending him there to learn." Zhang Yi had no reply. In Zhang Ye's previous world, Gone with the Wind had been translated by many countries in the world, especially the major ones. The translated versions were all quite good, but Zhang Yi didn't get to read too many of them. He had only read the Chinese, English, and Russian editions of the novel, so he could at most translate it into those 3 languages here in this world. Even though he had eaten all those skill experience books that gave him the knowledge of many world languages, knowing a language and translating it are 2 entirely different matters. It required too much literary knowledge, so Zhang Ye's current skill of languages was still not enough for that. But as long as the English version existed, it was pretty much enough. As the world's lingua franca, it wouldn't be a problem getting published throughout the world. If the novel really ended up selling well, the other translated languages would naturally follow. Many of the world's leading translators would come looking for him instead of him looking for them. Back home, the door was closed. Zhang Ye buried his head in writing. With hardly any rest, he continued working and working. To win this Nobel Prize, he was willing to risk his life. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, Chinese, Russian. He wrote so much his brain nearly turned into paste. Online, the news leaked. "Did you hear? Zhang Ye is going to publish a new novel." Are you sure? It's already been published. It's a global release with the first version being an English edition. Can you not joke? It's true. A friend from a foreign publishing house told me about it. Get lost. That's impossible. Ha ha. I'm laughing like crazy. Why don't you guys believe it? It's true. I laughed so hard my sides hurt. This joke can keep me entertained for an entire year. Zhang Ye has written an English novel? Are you making fun of me for not attending university? This fellow wouldn't even know how to write the English word for novel, would he? If this fellow can write an English novel, I'll fucking change my name. I'll start spelling it backwards. Stop joking. It's obviously fake news from the sound of it. I'm not having any of it. Not even a 3-year-old kid would believe it. Zhang Ye's English is shit. Like he would know how to write a novel in that language. Zhang Ye's English was very well known to the people. In that grand battle between humans and machines, this guy had faced off against Peter Go. In a critical match, he could even fucking spell his name wrong and call himself Hor instead of Hero. So how could anyone expect him to know English? The whole nation's citizens wouldn't have any of it. Chapter 1595, Gone with the Wind gets released worldwide. Chapter 1595, Gone with the Wind gets released worldwide. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Several days later, America. A novel quietly went on sale. There were no promotions. There was no publicity. There was no hype. The English edition of Gone with the Wind was launched in America. At a bookstore, several Americans walked up to a shelf. What's this? A new novel? Gone with the Wind? What author wrote this? Yi Zhang. I've never heard this name before. I think it's an Asian name. There's a bio on the back of the first page. What? A Chinese guy. Why is a Chinese person's book on sale in America? A world-class mathematician? The #1 hacker in the world? Fuck, I remember now. It's him. The panda burning incense and CIH viruses were created by him. CIH. Have you guys forgotten? That's the virus that raised a global alert as the most dangerous virus in the world. That was created by him. It was that fearsome. He even knows how to write a novel. Could this be a professional guide to hacking? Behind them, the store's door opened. Two Chinese international students had just walked in. When they heard the name that those people were talking about, they thought it sounded a little familiar. They were startled. When those Americans walked away from the shelf, they quickly went over to have a look. When they saw what was on the shelf, the two of them were dumbfounded. A lot of foreigners would probably find this name unfamiliar. Perhaps some people knew who it was, but the majority of them would not know. But in China, and as a Chinese person, how could they not know the name Zhang Ye? He was the #1 celebrity in China. Zhang Ye. It was Zhang Ye. What the heck? What was his new novel doing here? Could the rumors be true? The English edition of Zhang Ye's novel had really been released worldwide? In China, on Weibo. At the same time, quite a few international students or Chinese people who were in America posted pictures. Everyone, come and see this quickly. Look what I found in America. Heavens, so that rumor is true. Damn, that's got to be photoshopped, right? It's not. I took this picture at the scene. It's really Zhang Ye's book. The author bio was also about him. I guarantee that it's real. I also saw it just now and even bought the book as well. Flipping through it, it's all in English. There are even some words that I could not fucking understand. Goodness, I've lived in America for 20 years. How could Zhang Ye's English be this good? Could it be a translation? No, there isn't a translator's name credited. He's the one who wrote it. Asterisk faints asterisk face smacking Zhang is soaring to the heavens. Has he been learning English these past few years? That might be it. He must know that if he didn't learn a foreign language, it would impede his future in the international entertainment industry. He probably learned it in the few years that he was in jail. But what is he trying to do? I don't know. Why did he choose to release it first in America? And he even based it on life during the American Civil War? I know. What do you know? He's making a push for the Nobel Prize in Literature. What the heck? You're right. An international theme that touches on people's life during wartime. This is the most favored novel to win a Nobel Prize in Literature. So that's his motive. Can he make it? There's only a month left. Zhang Ye must be crazy. He still hasn't stabilized his position in China yet, right? He's going too fast. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. At the Chinese Writers Association. Quickly check the internet. What? Zhang Ye has his eyes on the Nobel Prize. How bold of him. Even he's thinking of vying for it. I thought he would be consolidating his position in China first. Damn, he intends to force his way up. And how would he do that? Have you all forgotten? An international award gives an additional percentage to the popularity scores. Furthermore, this is the Nobel Prize we're talking about. A Nobel Prize in any field is still the most prestigious award in the world, so the additional percentage it gives is also the highest. It should be enough for him to jump from the first place of the domestic rankings into the international C-list celebrity rankings. An international C-lister is a very well-respected star in the international entertainment circle. He's trying to make use of this method to break the curse that has prevented Chinese celebrities from gaining a foothold on the international stage. He means to take the title of an international celebrity with this method. At a television station. Will it really work? Who knows? He actually dares to try to force his way into the international celebrity rankings? Damn, only Zhang Ye would dare to think of something like that. Moreover, he's the only one who has a chance of succeeding. For the other domestic stars, it would be more practical to qualify for the international celebrity rankings than to win an internationally acclaimed prize. Does Zhang Ye really intend to do it this way? Yeah, why else would he have a global release for his new novel? He's too bold. In the Chinese entertainment industry, this is who Zhang Ye is. He's really trying to go international. Well, whether he succeeds or not, he will still have my admiration. Yeah, just look at the state of our country's male idols. None of them have their eyes on the international arena. All they want is to get famous in China, then take on commercial performances and make a money grab. Which of them have any intention of competing on the international stage? None at all. So Zhang Ye is really something different. He dares to do things that no one even dares to think about. It was poetic that Zhang Ye took over the position of the #1 person of the Chinese entertainment circle. It's a good thing to let him have a go at the international entertainment circle. But there's only a small chance that he will succeed. That will have to depend on how his novel performs. Even if he gets defeated, it will still be a glorious attempt. At a male idol studio, Zhang Ye is too rash. Yeah, he's as good as arrogant. For something that no one in our entertainment circle has succeeded at in so many years, he's actually thinking of breaking into the international stage so soon after taking over the #1 position of Chinese show business. Is that even possible? He's too naive. I'm not optimistic of Zhang Ye's chances either. Does he think it's that easy to win the Nobel Prize? Yeah, that's right. Even though Zhang Yuanqi didn't gain a foothold on the international stage, she still managed to break into it once. But the Nobel Prize? There hasn't been a Chinese person who has won since our country had a history. Chemistry, mathematics, physiology, or medicine. Literature? Not one person has won it before. So what makes him think that he can do it? Among Zhang Ye's friends, Ning Lan, Yao Jinkai, Xiaodong, Amy, Chen Guang, Dong Shanshan, when they heard the news, all of them were left kneeling. Does he really intend to do that? I'm fucking kneeling. I was still thinking about how Zhang Yu would make a rush for the international scene in the future. I've also thought about it before, but I never could have expected him to use such a method. So he wants to force his way in. He's really trying to stir up something big. The media blew up as well. Zhang Ye's new novel debuts in America. Zhang Ye makes a rush for the international entertainment circle. Who will win the Nobel Prize? Can Zhang Ye create a miracle? Blind faith? Or self-confidence? Breaking into the international entertainment circle, a path that no one could ever think of. On this day, the entire country was bombarded by this news. Chapter 1596, Gone with the Wind sells like hotcakes. Chapter 1596, Gone with the Wind sells like hotcakes. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At night, at Zhang Ye's parents' house, Zhang Ye and Wu Zuqing brought Cece over. When his mother came up to them, she held her hand over her son's forehead. Zhang Ye said, "What are you doing, Mom?" His mother said, "I'm checking to see if you have a fever." Zhang Ye said, "Why would I have a fever?" His mother asked, "So it's true then, what they said on the news?" His father also said in dismay, "You're really trying to get the Nobel Prize?" "Yeah," Zhang Ye replied in a casual tone. His mother said in a speechless manner, "Rascal, is something wrong with you?" Cece tilted her head in response and said, "Daddy is awesome." His mother rolled her eyes and said, "Your daddy might be awesome, but that's the Nobel Prize. No Chinese person has ever gotten it before. All the online news articles are calling your daddy arrogant for wanting to get it." Cece was having none of it. "They're all baddies." Wu Ziqing laughed. She patted her daughter on the head and said, "Yes, your daddy is the most awesome. Just wait until daddy brings home the Nobel Prize and show them." Cece nodded happily. MHM. Zhang Yi said happily. "Don't give daddy so much pressure. I'm only going to try for it. I can't be sure I'll get it." Wu Ziqing said, "Just give it a shot." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "That's what I mean. Let's see how the book sales do." First, even though the Nobel Prize in Literature was not awarded based on a novel's sales figures, since that would make the existence of the committee pointless, the sales figures would definitely still affect the consideration of who it was awarded to. Oh, so if your novel had a circulation of 10,000 copies around the world, and no one had even read it before or even knew who you were, how could the Nobel Prize possibly be presented to you? There would have to be at least a large enough basis in sales for the world to know about you, giving you the chance to break into the international scene. And this was exactly what Zhang Yi was lacking at the moment. And taking a 1,000 steps back, so to speak, even if Zhang Yi didn't manage to get the Nobel Prize at the end of it all, if this book could hit a certain sales figure globally, it would still give Zhang Ye's popularity a great boost and get him closer to the international scene. There was still a month until the Nobel Prizes were given out. But just how would the international audience react to this top 10 masterpiece of a novel from his previous world? Would they accept it? Or would they reject it? Would they give it recognition? Or would they disapprove of it? It would either silently fade away or become a bestseller across the world. Zhang Yi knew that these were the only two outcomes for Gone with the Wind in this world. There wouldn't be a third possibility of it performing lukewarmly. So he was waiting for a result. America, at a college town. North, why haven't I seen you around the past couple days? Oh, hey, Alice. I've been reading a book. What book? That has you so hooked. It's a great read. I recommend you read it. What's it called? Gone with the Wind. This book again. What do you mean? Ricky also recommended it to me. He read it too? Since so many people have recommended it, it should be pretty good. I'll buy a copy too then. Canada. On social media. Recommending a book. It's a great read. What book? Gone with the Wind. It was recently published. I've never heard of it. Who's the author? Someone called Zhang Ye. I've never heard of this person before either. That's an unknown writer, so it's probably a newcomer, right? But the book is so good. I've never read such an amazing book before. I have a feeling that this book will down in history. Seriously? It's such a great book. You guys will understand after reading it. I'll go and buy a copy. Where can I get it? New Zealand. At a bookstore. Manager. I'd like a copy of Gone with the Wind. I want 3 copies. My friends are asking me to buy it for them. Sorry, it's sold out. What? Wasn't it just published? Yeah, the stock is limited, so it was already sold out by this morning. When are you going to restock it? I'll call to the publishers later. Is the book really that good? I've had a lot of people coming in to ask about it these past 2 days. I've not read it either, but a lot of people are recommending it online. The UK? Heavens. This is a book that absolutely has a fight with the Pulis family. The Pulis family? That's one of the top 10 famous works of the world. Just read it and you all will know what I mean. That Chinese writer is absolutely incredible. So this is the book that was written by the world's #1 hacker. Yes, Lillian even sung with him during the Olympics. So it's that guy? I know him. Where'd you get your copy of the book? It's not sold anywhere anymore. It's out of stock. Australia. Can anyone get a copy of Gone with the Wind? Why are you asking as well? Everyone's recommending the book like crazy. Yeah, my uni's form teacher and everyone else are recommending I read it too. I managed to get a copy of it. I only bought it with the mentality of giving the book a try. But I couldn't have expected that by the end of the 3rd day. I didn't even want to go to work. Is the book really that good? It's a rare work that only appears every 100 years. There's war and the impact that it has on the livelihood of the people. It's so well written. Agreed, this is fucking the best novel. The only problem is that I can't buy it anymore. It's out of stock everywhere. At an international publishing house. One of the partners for the English edition of Gone with the Wind. Within the office of the publishing house was a flurry of talking on phones. What's happening? It's about Gone with the Wind again? They're asking us for a restock again? We've already printed 50,000 copies, but it's been sold out in only 4 days. It's such a popular book. Chief editor, what do we do now? What else can we do? Print another run. Increase the supply. Give them however much they're asking for. Then how many copies should we plan for the second print run? Another 500,000 copies. What? That many? Wouldn't that be too risky? Risky? My ass. I've been reading this book for the past 3 days. After today, this book will definitely have a place in history among the literature of the world. I guarantee it. Understood. We will step up the publicity as well. On the first day, Gone with the Wind was unknown. The next day, the word of mouth surrounding Gone with the Wind picked up. On the 3rd day, Gone with the Wind had blown up. In just a few short days, its reputation, its sales. The English edition of Gone with the Wind had experienced an explosion in countless English-speaking countries around the world. There were almost no promotions, with very few advertisements run, and just a small initial print run for the book, so no one really knew about it. But just like that, a novel named Gone with the Wind that was written by a Chinese citizen was suddenly standing out from the rest of its competition and pushed to the forefront. It was as though the global literary field had been taken over by Gone with the Wind. This shocked countless people all around the world. Additional print run, and another additional print run. 500,000 copies. 1 million copies. 2 million copies. Gone with the Wind was selling like hotcakes. It was so crazy that everyone was dumbfounded. Following the CIH incident from years ago, Zhang Ye's name appeared on the international scene for the 2nd time. Chapter 1597, Uproar. Chapter 1597, Uproar. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Several days later, the New York Times, Gone with the Wind sells out in North America. Canada, National Post 1. Gone with the Wind sets a new sales record. The Australian 2. a novel that swept across the country. UK, The Daily Telegraph 3. Gone with the Wind sets a new standard in literary fiction. The New Zealand Herald 4. An in-depth analysis of the characters in Gone with the Wind. Ireland, Rady Tiliff's Iron 5. Why is Gone with the Wind such a success in English-speaking countries? Many of the English-language media and television stations around the world were reporting about it. Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind. This name appeared everywhere. This was undoubtedly even bigger publicity for the novel. For a moment, the reputation of the novel, Gone with the Wind, had become even greater internationally. More and more people in English-speaking countries found out about this book and knew about this author named Zhang Ye. Even the people of many non-English-speaking countries where Gone with the Wind hadn't been published yet had developed a very strong interest and curiosity about this novel. Some of the foreign citizens whose English was better sought their friends help to buy the book for them. If there was no localized edition of it, they were willing to read the English edition too. They wanted to see what was so magical and amazing about this book. Once this cycle began, it became very difficult to stop. Thus, Gone with the Wind was selling even crazier now. The sales volume each day was skyrocketing. 3 million, 3.5 million, 3.7 million. Meanwhile, in China, at Zhang Ye's studio, at this moment, everyone was screaming with joy. Ha Qiqi was very excited. It's a success. We've done it. Zhang's will laughed heartily. The foreign market has been opened. This is a historic breakthrough. Even without winning the Nobel Prize, we would go down in the history books. There has never been a Chinese novel that has sold so well overseas. The sales figures must have broken all records. And it's still setting a new high every day. Tong Fu was nervous. See, can this count as a Chinese novel? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. I'm a Chinese citizen, and I wrote it. So why wouldn't it count? It was written in English and released overseas. And the setting was even in America too. And you're fucking telling me that this is a Chinese novel? Tong Fu was floored. Little Wang said in surprise. Who cares what novel it is? All that matters is that it can sell well. We're going to be rich this time. It's all money. Wu Yi was catching his breath from the excitement. How much money will we earn? Ever since director Zhang's comeback, the studio has been struggling to make ends meet. We finally have money, Zhang Ye proudly said with a smile. Well, the money isn't important. What's important is the fame we earn. If we can break out onto the international stage, if we can gain a spot on the international celebrity rankings, there won't be a shortage of money-making opportunities in the future. So don't set your sights too low. Oh yes, when will the Russian and Chinese editions be released? Ha Qiqi said, they'll be released today. Zhang Ye said, all right, let's build on that and take the next city. Got it. Director Zhang is mighty. You're so impressive. Everyone was sucking up to him. But maybe it shouldn't be called sucking up since they were truly convinced by Zhang Ye's capabilities. They were utterly convinced by him from head to toe. By writing an English novel based on an American setting, everyone had thought that director Zhang had fucked up and that he was being too rash. He was someone who had never ever been to America before, so how could he possibly write a novel with a setting that covered the American Civil War? Yet the reality was that director Zhang could do it. He had actually used the novel to kick open the door to the international literature market. So how could they not be convinced by him? At this moment, Zhang Ye finally felt reassured. It was a load off his mind. He knew that Gone with the Wind wouldn't have any problems of unsuitability in the market. That it could sell so well had absolutely nothing to do with the promotions, advertisements, or his character. It was purely because this was a good book. This was a novel that could astonish the entire world's literary field even if it was just left there. The history of his previous world had proven this point. For a person to reach the pinnacle of the international literary world with just one novel, only Margaret Mitchell had achieved that. And now, Zhang Ye had recreated Mitchell's achievement in this world. Meanwhile, it blew up in China as well. The news that had made it back to China's shores from the international scene had dumbfounded countless Chinese citizens. On Weibo, holy shit, is this fucking real? Did he really break into the international market? Gone with the Wind has sold like crazy? Zhang Ye, teacher Zhang, fellow Zhang, I am truly in fucking genuflection of you. You can even do it like this? Is this novel really that good? Who the hell knows? How on earth did it sell like crazy? It sold out in America, Britain, Canada, and Australia? I'm feeling a little faint. Please allow me to calm down a little. I'm also wondering just what sort of a novel this is. Who can still get the English edition? You can't get them anymore. I heard that the Chinese edition is going on sale today. Are you sure? Then I've got to buy a copy to read it. I'll have to read it too. Just what is so awesome about this book? I've never read foreign novels since childhood, but I've got to read it no matter what. What do you mean by a foreign novel? This is clearly a Chinese novel. You call this a fucking Chinese novel? None of the main leads' names are even in Chinese. That Zhang Ye has really made such a great transformation in his bid to get into the international scene. But it does feel like this guy has managed his transformation successfully. When has he not successfully made a transformation before? As long as it's something that he wants to do, there's basically nothing that he can't do. There's really something sinister going on with this fellow. In the Chinese literary circle, heavens, it can even be done like this? Has it really sold so crazily? The novel in all of the dozen English-speaking countries like America and Canada are sold out. That's something that very few foreign writers can achieve. What book is this called? I don't know. I can't read English. I've read it a little, and it seems like it's about war and life. It's purely based on American history. Just how did he manage to write something like that? Actually, for someone who was able to write a book like Fortress Besieged years ago, I wouldn't be surprised by any book he writes. Zhang Ye's literary prowess is just too deep. He has mastered everything. But he still couldn't have possibly mastered it all the way to America. At a male idol studio. Can he really do it? Why do I find this so unreal? It is being sold around the world already? And there's even a fucking Russian edition? How does he know Russian? Who can tell me the answer to your question? He already knows English, so what's so surprising that he knows Russian as well? When will the Chinese edition go on sale? Let's buy a few copies too. I want to know what it's about. How can someone as notorious as Zhang Ye possibly write something that could convince the international audience? The Chinese media. Zhang Ye's new novel sells well overseas. Zhang Ye might be the #1 in China's literary field. Will the Nobel Prize Committee cast a glance at Zhang Ye? Gone with the Wind goes on sale in China today. The Russian edition of Gone with the Wind will be released soon. Can Gone with the Wind sell well in non-English-speaking countries? Wait and see. Zhang Ye's new novel had given a great shock to many people. Chapter 1598, Selling Like Hotcakes All Over the World. Chapter 1598, Selling Like Hotcakes All Over the World. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Somewhere else. In Russia. The Russian edition officially went on sale. At a bookstore, the line inside was growing longer and longer. I want a copy of Gone with the Wind. Give me 5 copies. Everyone's here to buy this book? Yeah, I heard it sold really well abroad. It's the best-selling book in recent years. I heard about that too. The book is very sought after in America, Canada, and Britain. That is why I also came to buy one to read it. There should be a reason why it's so popular. I was recommended to read it by other people too. How's the Russian translation? I don't know. I heard that it was written by a Chinese person, and the translations were even done by the author himself without the help of a translator, although that sounds doubtful. Wow, what is it? This person's command of the Russian language is really good. Are you serious? I just bought a copy and browsed through it. This translation is so good. I'll have a look as well. It's true. The way this Russian is expressed is even better than how a native can do it. Is this person Russian or Chinese? I heard that the Chinese edition has also been put on sale in China. It's not unusual for a person to know 3 languages, but how many can claim to be proficient in 3 languages? I'm even more interested in this book now. On the same day, many Russian bookstores also went out of stock as Gone with the Wind sold crazily on its first day of sales. Some people bought the book because they simply liked reading novels and would always look for newly published works to read. Meanwhile, others were attracted by the talk surrounding the book. After all, Gone with the Wind had been making a name for itself in the international arena for the past few days. It was very popular, so everyone was curious about what kind of a book it was. Moreover, Russia had quite a few disputes with its neighboring countries over the past 2 years. There were many incidents that were even brought to the attention of the United Nations, and the international arena was getting worried that a war could break out at any moment. So, within Russia itself, war novels became very popular. which laid the foundations for Gone with the Wind to sell so well. At a Russian publishing house. Chief editor, they're out of stock. That's how many stores already? It's the 5th store. Why is it selling so quickly? I don't know. We've already taken that into consideration and printed 500,000 copies for the initial print run. But we still couldn't have expected the sales to be this crazy. It's simply too frightening. Print. Print some more. Okay. At another place. In China. The bookstore industry's reaction was even more astonishing. Beijing, Shanghai, Shenzhen, Nanjing, countless cities, countless points of sale. At this moment, long lines were forming. Gone with the Wind. Give me a copy. I want one too. Please give me 10 copies. Thank you. Do. You still have Gone with the Wind? Sorry, we're sold out. What? I've been lining up since morning. Why is it sold out already? Damn, I've been waiting for Teacher Zhang's new book for a very long time. Why aren't you all bringing in more stock? Why are you all so dumb? That's face-smacking Zhang's book. And which book of his hasn't sold well in the past? Why didn't you all consider that beforehand? Yeah, I only managed to get Fortress Besieged the last time round after waiting in line for 3 days. You people are so incapable. You don't even know how to plan your stock orders? It's face-smacking Zhang's book we're talking about. Even a first print of 2 million copies wouldn't satisfy the demand locally, much less abroad. Just by Zhang Ye's name alone, who wouldn't buy a copy of it to read? On Weibo, the Chinese release of Gone with the Wind was already making headlines. Did anyone manage to get it? I couldn't get a copy. I was a step too late. Asterisk cries asterisk me neither. Flips table. Haha, I managed to buy one. I've already read over 20 pages of the book. It's so wonderful. This is such a complete change from Zhang Ye's previous styles. But it's still very nice to read. The description of life during the war is amazing. It feels as though Zhang Ye really lived during that period. The characters in the book are outstanding too. The racial tensions are palpable and run deep. The war really affected the livelihood of people. Zhang Ye has made his point on this really well. This novel is absolutely on the level of a world-famous work. It's no wonder it's been so well received in the international market. Face-smacking Zhang has finally managed to become a little more international. He has really defied the heavens this time. True that, I never expected that he could write a novel like this. I've looked through a few pages, but I didn't quite like it. Still, I bought 10 copies. Previous poster, why did you do that? To collect. If you don't buy Zhang Ye's book, you aren't Chinese. But face-smacking Zhang has really got a lot of fans. Of course, the #1 of the Chinese entertainment circle is not just for show. In order for face-smacking Zhang to march into the international celebrity rankings, I've got to do my part as well. Supporting Zhang Ye's foray into the international entertainment circle. Right? China should have had a celebrity who can stand firmly in the international celebrity rankings long ago. Zhang Yuanqi couldn't do it, Su Milan couldn't do it, and Guan Zhaohua was also unable to do it. It's all up to Zhang Ye now. That scammer of a fellow is full of ideas, so I would also like to see if he can break into the international scene and start some trouble there. Well said. I'll go buy 5 books too. Thus, Gone with the Wind also sold like crazy in China. This was also where it sold the most crazily in the whole wide world. At the Chinese Writers Association. Was this written by Zhang Ye? This is so impressive. I've heard that bookstores everywhere are already out of stock for this book. Yes, it seems to be the case for Russia too. It's even selling well in the non-English speaking countries. Perhaps he really does stand a chance of winning the Nobel Prize. I really dislike Zhang Ye as a person. But if he can really bring back an unprecedented Nobel Prize, I'll be the first person to clap for him. Does he really have a chance? That depends on the Nobel Committee. India. What? That Chinese writer's novel has broken sales records. Is he thinking of competing with us for the Nobel Prize? He only has 1 book to his name. How dare he? The Nobel Prize in Literature will surely be ours this time. That's right. We didn't manage to get it the previous time around, but it will definitely be ours this time. Teacher Bangalore has been accumulating reputation for 10 years and has released 7 or 8 best-selling novels. This Chinese guy has only got 1 book, so there's basically nothing to worry about. Hi. If it weren't for Teacher Bangalore's temper and his character, he wouldn't have had to wait for 10 years to get a Nobel Prize. At the Committee for the Nobel Prize in Literature. Gone with the Wind? This novel has very strong momentum right now. I've read it. It's truly worth recommending. This is indeed a good novel. But there are some topics in it that are quite insensitive. I don't find it insensitive at all. What was written in the book is really just a naked manifestation of the contradictions during those times. This is absolutely a great work in the history of literature. You've got such a high opinion of it, Stanford. Yes, I love this book to death. Zhang Ye. This person is worth giving attention to. With 3 different language editions of the book, Gone with the Wind was selling exceptionally well in countries around the world. Suddenly, the international focus on Zhang Ye and his popularity also started increasing. As such, he was now a big step closer to the international celebrity rankings. Chapter 1599, Zhang Ye's Heavyweight Move. Chapter 1599, Zhang Ye's Heavyweight Move. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 1 day, 5 days, 10 days. Gone with the Wind sold like hotcakes around the world. The bookstore industry in every country was ripped apart by this novel. 5 million copies. 6 million copies. 7 million copies. When the sales figures hit 7.23 million copies, Gone with the Wind officially broke the global sales record that an American novel had held for 9 years. It leaped ahead and became the hottest-selling full-length novel in the world. Gone with the Wind had only taken half a month to do this. If it was just based on the speed of sales, Gone with the Wind would even have broken all of the sales records that were set by the officially recognized world-famous works. 15 days. Over 7 million copies. Embarks novel.com. This was something that had practically not happened before in this world. But as it came to this point, a sales bottleneck also appeared. India. Bangalore's new novel is on sale. This is great. It's a global release. It's available in 7 languages. What's the novel called? Embers of Humanity. Japan. Teacher Ito has published a new novel. It should have been published long ago. Yeah, it's because the translation has been delayed for so long. It still isn't too late. That's right, there's still half a month to go before the Nobel Prize is given out. There's still enough time. America, a nominee of the Nobel Prize in Literature. Is there still time? Yes. We cannot allow Gone with the Wind to keep selling like this. Yeah, that Chinese writer is too rampant. This is our home field. There are even Indian and Japanese writers too. They're dipping their hands too far into our territory. On this day, 3 strong contenders for the Nobel Prize from the literary world published their books one after another. Some of them had already planned to release their works before the Nobel Prize ceremony, but there were also others who didn't have this plan. Then, after seeing the momentum generated by the release of Gone with the Wind, they couldn't sit still anymore and decided to bring forward the sales of their books. Even though some of the translations were not done to perfection, they still brought forward the release of their novel by several months. All of the books were released globally. All of them were in multiple languages. The world was in an uproar. This was an unprecedented battle of the century. Everyone had a feeling that this year's Nobel Prize contention would be one of bloodshed and probably the most intense one in nearly a decade. On the World Wide Web. It's starting. The competition is too intense. Who will win? It's too difficult to say. The sales figures were very quickly published on the day of. The American writer sold 200,000 copies. The Japanese writer sold the least with 150,000 copies. The Indian writer, Bangalore, sold the most with 300,000 copies. Embarks novel.com. Although the 3 books might not match up with the global sales figures of Gone with the Wind, their authors were all famous writers with a long history and a reputation, to boot. They all had previous novels that astonished the world, so even if the sales figures of their latest novels could not compare to Gone with the Wind, their chances of getting the Nobel Prize was still much greater than Zhang Ye's. Zhang Ye's novel had amazed the world, but it was only enough to place him in the sights of the Committee for the Nobel Prize in Literature. China. On Weibo. Something bad is going to happen. Gone with the Wind sales have slowed down. The problem is that there's too much competition. Gone with the Wind sales figure is still tops, and it's an undisputed first place. But those other writers' sales figures aren't bad either. There isn't a clear gap yet. Yeah, Zhang Ye is in danger. It's still not enough to have just one book under him. But Gone with the Wind should have one without question. This is something that no Chinese author has succeeded in doing before. Shouldn't seizing the sales throne of the global literary world be awesome enough? But Zhang Ye's goal is the international celebrity rankings, right? Has he managed to do it yet? Not yet. We don't even know how much more popularity score he needs to get onto the international celebrity rankings. Unless he gets the Nobel Prize, it will be very difficult for him to break in. Elsewhere, at Zhang Ye's studio, Little Wang said, "Bangalore can't match up to our sales at all." Ha Chi-Chi said with a serious look, "But they're better qualified than us." Zhang's was sighed. "Yeah, that's the deadliest point for us. If director Zhang had been writing more books like Gone with the Wind in recent years, this matter would have been settled once and for all. We would have at least a 50 to 60% chance of getting the Nobel Prize. But the problem is that director Zhang has only got this one novel that can take on the world with." Tong Fu said anxiously, "Director Zhang, why don't you write another one then? It won't be in time." Zhang Ye shook his head. He still had books that he could use, and there were even a lot of them. 10 novels, 20 novels, 100 novels. He could bring them out if he wanted to. But it wouldn't be now. There wasn't enough time. Little Wang also said anxiously, "The sales aren't growing as much as before." Wu Yi said, "We can only leave it to fate." In the past, when they were very far from having any chance of getting the Nobel Prize, there weren't any expectations at all. In fact, when Zhang Yi brought up the matter of trying for the award, the studio staff did not even really think about it since they did not believe it could happen. But now, after Zhang Ye's novel had amazed the global literary scene, their chances of getting a Nobel Prize had become better than before. With news on the grapevine saying that director Zhang had been identified as a key nominee by the Committee for the Nobel Prize in Literature, everyone was starting to worry about whether they could really get it. However, Zhang Ye didn't like leaving things to fate. Moreover, he believed in Gone with the Wind. He felt that this book would have a great effect on this world, and that its potential was still far from met. The slowdown in sales was due to competition from several of the Nobel Prize nominees. Since there was only enough time to bring out this book, Zhang Ye would have to ensure that its potential was met. The highest sales figures in the same period? The #1 bestseller in a decade? This was still far from enough. You guys have written many books before. You guys are better qualified as a result? Then I can only fight it out with you on sales and influence. 7 million copies weren't enough. Then will 10 million copies be enough? Will 15 million copies be enough? Zhang Ye said, "I'm going back up to my office." Little Wang said, "Don't bother me." Zhang Ye waved and headed upstairs. Upstairs, in his office, Zhang Ye lit a cigarette to smoke and relax. Then he focused his gaze and brought up the virtual game ring's interface. He was going to play the lottery to see if the game ring could give him a useful item. The Nobel Prize was way too important for his career, so he definitely had to fight for it. Abracadabra, hocus pocus, give me something good and useful. He activated the lucky halo, Ultra. Zhang Ye then started lottery draw 3. The lottery draw began. The virtual platform appeared. 1 second, 5 seconds. With a flash, a large golden treasure chest appeared. Zhang Ye hurriedly went up to have a look. Instantly, he laughed heartily at what he saw. This was entirely not what he had imagined getting, yet it was perfectly what he wanted. Lucky Medal, upgraded, 1. Description, substantially increases the luck of the player. Effective duration, 57 hours. Zhang Ye understood this to be similar to his previous version of the Lucky Halo, upgraded, except that it had appeared as a consumption category item. Although it couldn't be compared to the Lucky Halo, Ultra, it could still pull off a heavyweight move. 57 hours. This was more than 2 days' worth of luck. Chapter 1600. A paranormal event takes place around the world. Chapter 1600. A paranormal event takes place around the world. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, after Zhang Ye washed his face, he ate breakfast before returning to the study. When the door closed, he opened up the game ring's inventory to retrieve the lucky medal and put it on. The lucky medal instantaneously shattered as a stream of white light shot out of it, rippling in all directions through the entire world. The lucky medal had been activated. Counting down, 57 hours. Then Zhang Ye sat down in front of the computer and started waiting. Sales. Give me more sales. All he wanted was that. Meanwhile, at crosstalk comedian Tang Dazhang's house, Today, his wife and child were both at home. His wife asked, "Old Tang, do you have any performances scheduled for today?" Tang Dazhang was looking at the computer and smiling absent-mindedly. He said, "No, her. Why are you so happy?" his wife wondered. Tang Dazhang chuckled and said, "The sails for Gone with the Wind are no longer moving. Several of the world's literary giants have finally appeared and are fighting him. They have already snatched away quite a bit of the market share, so his chances of getting the Nobel Prize are as good as gone." His wife said in a speechless manner, "Your feud with him was so long ago." Tang Dazhang rolled his eyes. "I'll be at odds with him my entire life." His wife advised, "He's still bringing glory to the country. Besides, I've heard that this novel is pretty good. A few of my friends and colleagues are all reading it." Tang Dazhang said anxiously, "Don't you dare buy it. I'll take it up with whoever does." His wife said, I know, I won't buy it." Tang Dazhang harumphed. "I won't let him gain any increase in his book sales, not even by a single copy." Ding dong. The doorbell rang. It was a courier. His wife smiled and said, "The technical books our son ordered are here." A large box of books that looked extremely heavy was delivered, but when they opened it up, they were dumbfounded. Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind. There were a total of 53 books inside, and all of them were Gone with the Wind. Tang Dazhang spat out a mouthful of blood. His son said in shock, I didn't buy these." His wife was stunned. Did they send it to the wrong address? His son hurriedly contacted the seller online. In the end, the seller turned out to be black-hearted. After haggling for a long time, they still refused to accept a return on the items. Tang Dazhang was so furious at this. No returns? Over 50 copies of Gone with the Wind? Do you fucking expect me to open a bookstore? The enraged roar of Tang Dazhang rang out inside the house. "Zhang, why the hell do you keep haunting me like this?" Japan. At a bookstore. Sito Kyoko and her friends were out window shopping. "Wow, Kyoko, isn't this the English edition of Gone with the Wind? Weren't you the editor for Zhang Ye's one-piece comic? Do you want to buy a copy?" When Kyoko heard this name, she shivered from head to toe. She said angrily, "Don't mention him. I've sworn that I would never read another work by this great eunuch. Let's go, let's go." A moment later, someone in front bumped into her, pushing her into the bookshelf that Gone with the Wind was displayed on. It shook from the force, and a copy of Gone with the Wind slid into the bag that she was carrying, unnoticed. After paying, they returned to the office. When Kyoko got back, she opened the bag and discovered the book in it. "What? When did I buy this? Heavens, what's going on?" She felt like she had seen a ghost and quickly threw the book aside. But after thinking about it, she felt that since it had been bought, she couldn't let the money go to waste. Kyoko clenched her teeth. Her English was pretty good, so she ended up flipping through a few pages. Once she did that, she found herself unable to stop as she got more and more fascinated by what she was reading. It was time to start working again. The other editors gradually arrived back at the office as well. Kyoko, what are you doing?" Nothing. Why are you reading Zhang Ye's book?" Kyoko almost burst into tears. "I don't know how I ended up buying it." Many of the editors cast her a contemptuous glance before placing the things in their hands down. Some of them had bought boxed lunches back, while others went out to buy comic magazines to read. All of a sudden, a lot of people exclaimed in shock. A female editor shouted, Why is there a copy of Gone with the Wind in my bag?" A male editor said, "Damn, why do I have a copy too?" Another female editor said, "Oh my God, I'm sure I bought a copy of Bangalore's new book. That bookstore employee is too unprofessional. How could he get me the wrong one?" Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as though they had all encountered a ghost. America. At a publishing company, the editors were currently holding a meeting. The editor-in-chief said, "Let me say this. There isn't a need to promote Gone with the Wind any further. The momentum for this book has weakened, and besides, it was written by a Chinese guy. Our focus will still be on the sales of our own domestic books. Isn't that American writer vying for the Nobel Prize in Literature? There's no reason for our publishing house to not support it. Therefore, I want all aspects of our marketing and publicity efforts to focus on the American writer's book. We can attempt to sell a few of the Japanese and Indian writers' novels as well." "All right. Understood. I will arrange it right away." Everyone responded positively. Suddenly, an employee ran in and panted, "This is bad. The Editor-in-chief kept a straight face. What's the matter, Will? Will said in panic. Our guys at the printers got it wrong. The editor-in-chief was startled. Got what wrong? Will said in tears. The novels scheduled for printing have been mistakenly printed as Gone with the Wind. What? The editor-in-chief shot to his feet. He said in a trembling voice. How many copies were printed by mistake? Will did not dare tell him. The editor-in-chief roared. Speak. Will wiped his sweat away. 1,000,000 copies. The editors in the conference room nearly fell out of their chairs. The editor-in-chief saw red. 1,000,000 copies? 1,000,000 copies were wrongly printed? How many years would it take to sell all of that? A female editor quickly asked. So, Chief Editor, the direction of the marketing you wanted us to take, should we go ahead and implement it as you said? If there's nothing else, we'll get back to our work. However, the editor-in-chief surprised the room. Implement my ass. I want all of the publicity and marketing efforts to fully focus on Gone with the Wind. Push it. Sell it. Put it on sale. Make sure to sell them all. Everyone was horrified. On this day, the entire world was in chaos. Some people returned home to find a copy of Gone with the Wind in their bags. Some people placed orders online and realized that they had bought the wrong book after it was delivered. Some publishing houses printed the wrong books and ended up approaching other publishing houses they had a better relationship with to help them share the burden so as to reduce their losses. As a result, the replies they got shocked them ever more. You guys mistakenly printed Gone with the Wind too? Mistakenly printed it too? What the fuck is going on? What the hell is this? On this night, the entire world felt like they had encountered a paranormal event. On the same day, Gone with the Wind's sales figures broke records once again. The sales of the novel had nearly come to a standstill under the assault of the other Nobel Prize nominees' works. 7.3 million. 7.4 million. The rate of sales crawled to a slow. It had lost the momentum it had at the beginning. But on this day, the sales of Gone with the Wind exploded again. It blew up so greatly that it chilled everyone in the world. 8 million copies. 9 million copies. 10 million copies. It surpassed 10 million copies in sales. Now, the population of the world was stunned. Chapter 1601, Major International News. Chapter 1601, Major International News. Translator, Leg. Editor, Leg. The next day, the Lucky Medals countdown duration, still 32 hours to go. At the studio, a lot of reports were coming in. Director Zhang, we've sold 10.8 million copies. Good, very good. Director Zhang, we've been contacted by someone from Portugal. Director Zhang, a Korean publishing house, has also contacted us. Director Zhang, several translators from Japan have approached us for an opportunity to cooperate on the novel. They're looking to translate Gone with the Wind? Yes. Let them do it. Great. In that case, it shouldn't be long before the translated versions of your novel are sold all over the world. I'll go and hold talks with them. On the news, the multilingual editions of Gone with the Wind were announced, and they would gradually be making their way into the markets. A storm called Gone with the Wind swept across the globe. The characters in the novel, the plot, the symbolism in the book, they were all broken down and thoroughly analyzed. All of a sudden, it spread throughout the world. When a novel gets extremely popular, the impact it has can also be astonishing. North America, many black people came out onto the streets. A lot of white people also joined in the protest. Abolish the Exclusion Act. We demand equality. Reject racial discrimination. The appearance of Gone with the Wind had turned the pages of history to its darkest times. Numerous people were holding up the novel Gone with the Wind and protesting against the last remaining bill from years ago. Russia. Many citizens were out on the streets. Say no to war. Halt the use of military force. We want peace. Open the peace talks. More and more people were joining in the protests as the crowd size exploded. They were holding up signs with quotes taken from Gone with the Wind as their protest slogans. India. Countless women launched their protests. Please respect women. Reject discrimination. We want equality. We want respect. We want freedom. Bring all criminals who humiliate women to justice. Bangalore's team. They also saw the crowds protesting in the streets. Damn, why is it like this? This book's influence is too massive. Has the Chinese writer really become our competitor? How's Embers of Humanity's sales doing? Gone with the Wind has left it in the dust. Within the Japanese writer's circle. What? It sold over 10 million copies? How is that possible? What sorcery is this? Does he really intend to charge towards the Nobel Prize in Literature? Only the old masterpiece novels have had such influence. How did Gone with the Wind also do it? Several literary giants have also released their new books during this period, but his sales volume still exceeded theirs by more than 10 times. This is too terrifying. However, they did not know that something even more terrifying still laid ahead. Russia. In the presidential Senate 1. Mr. President, the citizens are marching to protest us going to war. All right, I understand. The Western troops have begun to mobilize, and the military is on standby. Understood. You may return. But, go back. Yes. The door closed with a gust of wind. The wind flipped open a book that was lying on the president's desk. The president walked over and picked up the book with curiosity. Gone with the Wind? He sat down and began reading it quietly. On the same night, at the studio, the staff had already left the office, but Zhang Ye remained behind. He called Old Wu to inform her that he would not be going home tonight. Then he started browsing the internet in his office and looked around online. He checked out the reviews of Gone with the Wind from everywhere in the world and the impact that his novel had on the people. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time slowly ticked away. Zhang Ye was still hoping for something much bigger to happen, because he knew that the duration of the lucky medal was still not over. An hour, 2 hours. On the rankings, the sales of Gone with the Wind kept setting new records. In the end, it even charged into the international top 50 best-selling novels chart. This was the overall rankings chart that tracked the global sales figures of novels. They were the top 50 best-selling books in the world. Gone with the Wind had already broken records and been hailed as the best-selling full-length novel in a decade. But no one would have expected that Gone with the Wind could actually get onto the international top 50 best-selling novels chart in such a short period of time. It entered the charts at 48th place. What did that mean? Of the 50 books on it, every one of them had a history of 10 or more years. Some of the books had even been selling for over 20 to 30 years, or even 50 years. The novels on this bestseller chart had several decades of sales before they appeared on it. Some of the original authors were not even alive anymore, with some of the book sales figures extremely large in the tens to hundreds of millions of copies. But how long had they been published? How many years did it take for them to get such results? But for Gone with the Wind, it had only taken it less than a month to get there. 11 million copies. 11.5 million copies. Gone with the Wind's ranking was still increasing. With its momentum, when all of the various language editions were sold in countries around the world, it shouldn't be much of a problem for it to squeeze into the international top 20. The top 20? Every novel at those rankings were masterpieces of the world. Zhang Ye was very happy to see this. Then he dozed off. The next day, early in the morning, sun rays shone in as dawn broke. A noise from downstairs woke Zhang Ye up. He opened his eyes and yawned several times before realizing he had fallen asleep in the office in his chair. The door suddenly opened. Little Wang came in, screaming, "Ah, Director Zhang." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "What? Are you trying to frighten me to death?" Little Wang shouted, "You didn't go home last night." "No, I didn't." Zhang Ye stretched. Many of the others also rushed into the office. Tong Fu shouted, "Something major has happened. Director Zhang, something major has happened." Zhang Ye was startled. What happened? Zhang Zhou also came upstairs. Hugh quickly checked the news. Ha Chi-Chi came up shortly after. Gone with the Wind has made waves again. Zhang Ye hurriedly asked, "What is it?" Ha Chi-Chi said in shock, "It's major international news. Russia has withdrawn its army from neighboring countries. They've started to engage in peace talks. They've formed several negotiation groups and sent them to the neighboring countries." Zhang Ye was stunned. "What? They aren't going to war anymore?" Tong Fu cried out. "There won't be any more fighting. There won't be any more fighting." Zhang Ye said, "What's that got to do with us?" Zhang's was said loudly. In his speech at the press conference, the Russian president mentioned Gone with the Wind. He said that he had a sleepless night and read the book all night. From it, he saw how great an impact war had on the people. So he decided to respect the opinion of the public and turn to diplomatic means to resolve the conflict. Zhang Ye stared at her in shock. "Impossible," Ha Chi-Chi said happily. He was really influenced by your novel. Zhang Ye's eyes widened. Are there any anti-war sentiments in Gone with the Wind? Little Wang was aghast. You don't even know what's in your own book? Zhang Ye said. He decided not to go to war after reading my book? Oh, come on, don't joke. It's true. Go and see for yourself. Little Wang said. Zhang Ye's computer was still on. He moved the mouse and the screen came on. Then he checked the news, and his jaw dropped. Damn, it's true. Immediately after that, Wu Yi also ran up. Something has happened again. Where's everyone? Where's everyone? Wu Yi shouted. Ha Chi-Chi shouted at the staircase. Over here. The moment Wu Yi came upstairs, he said something astonishing. America has repealed that bill. Zhang Yi said, huh? Ha Chi-Chi was stunned. Which bill? Wu Yi said. The news was just announced a minute ago. That last remaining Exclusion Act has been repealed in part due to the protests of the citizens. The repeal was announced after Congress passed it, and countless black and white Americans have gone onto the streets to celebrate. Zhang Yi said, has that got anything to do with us? Zhang Zhe was also very excited. Of course it has. The citizens only started protesting due to the influence of Gone with the Wind. But actually, this bill was already in discussions to be repealed in America. It was only a matter of time before they did it. However, our novel was definitely a catalyst for it to be repealed at this time. So of course it's to our credit. Ha Chi-Chi yelled. This is the heavens aiding us. Little Wang shouted. The heavens are on our side. Tong Fu said. Gone with the Wind will surely rise to another level. Zhang Zhe belly laughed. What do you mean rise to another level? It's probably going to sell like crazy now. Only Zhang Ye was still somewhat unable to believe it. Russia. The cheering crowd took to the streets. There won't be a war anymore. This is great. Supporting the peace talks. Supporting the use of diplomatic negotiations. America. The bill has been repealed. Ho, let's celebrate, bros. Victory is ours. This is the most glorious moment in American history. Long live equality. China. On Weibo. I'm gonna faint. The Russian president read Zhang Ye's book, and he even decided to hold peace talks because of it. The bill that America has been dragging on has also been repealed. Fuck. It's so awesome. For the first time, a novel from our country has had a great impact on the world. Why do I think it's only a coincidence? Ha ha ha, I think so too. In fact, the Russians might not have even wanted to go to war. Why else did they drag it out for so long? It was only a coincidence that the president read Zhang Ye's book yesterday and a coincidence that they announced the peace talks today. That was the only reason why Gone with the Wind was quoted by the Russian president. It's the same thing in America as well. The bill was already slated to be repealed anyway, except that the date hadn't been confirmed yet. In the end, with the popularity of Gone with the Wind, as well as the American citizens protesting, the government saw a chance to bring forward the decision and repeal the bill. Face-smacking Zhang's luck is so good. He has always been quite lucky. Yeah, he's really become famous. Internationally this time. He's probably closed in on the Nobel Prize in Literature by yet another step. At the studio, videos, press conferences, interviews, news articles. Zhang Ye was browsing through the news and getting shocked by everything that he was seeing. Damn, it can even be done this way? Isn't this as good as a free lunch? To think that something like this could have happened the moment this bro woke up. But thinking about it, he also began to understand. How was this a free lunch? It was all the credit of the lucky medal. He lowered his head to look at the effective duration left on the item. 3, 2, 1. System notification. The lucky medal's effects have ended. Chapter 1602. Zhang Ye gets nominated for the Nobel Prize. Chapter 1602. Zhang Ye gets nominated for the Nobel Prize. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Japan, Korea, America, Canada, the UK, Australia. The news spread across the world. Zhang Ye and Gone with the Wind were once again pushed into the headlines of the news. During the day, some guests dropped by the studio. When Zhang Ye opened the door, he saw a few familiar faces standing outside. Yao Jinkai, Ning Lan, Shu Han, and even Su Milan were here. Su Milan waved and greeted. Zhang, Ning Lan said graciously. Do you have any water? I'm thirsty for a drink. Come in, Zhang Ye said happily. A warm welcome to you all. What are all of you doing together? And you all even. Thought of coming up here to my place too? Did you plan this together? Yao Jinkai said. We had an event just now. Shu Han laughed and said, the event just ended, and we happened to pass by, so we talked about coming over to have a look. Welcome, welcome, Zhang Ye said. Little Wang, pour some tea for the guests. Little Wang said, got it. Yao Jinkai asked, how many copies of your novel have been sold? Zhang Ye looked to Ha Qiqi. Ha Qiqi giggled and said, over 10 million copies. We could surpass 15 million copies by today. Yao Jinkai said in amazement, I really have to take my hat off to you. Zhang Ye said, I guess it's doing okay. Su Milan asked, have you seen the news yet? Zhang Ye laughed, haha, I just saw it. Yao Jinkai said with a sigh, you're gonna be damn famous now. Shu Han said, that's right, we specifically came here to cheer you on. The nominees for the Nobel Prize Awards will be announced today, right? Are you gonna be one of the nominees? I don't know. I haven't received any news about it. Zhang Ye threw his hands up. Su Milan smiled and said, that shouldn't be a problem. Even the Russian president has read your book. Zhang Ye shook his head. That counts for nothing. The president isn't part of the Nobel Committee. Yao Jinkai asked. Actually, with that novel of yours selling so well and it being so popular, you shouldn't be far off from the international celebrity rankings. Can you get onto it? Zhang Ye waved and said, I still have a little more to go before that happens. Ning Lan explained. If it were someone else, they would have already gotten onto that rankings index. But for him, he's still lacking by a bit. Although Zhang Ye is the #1 celebrity in the country, don't forget how he got to that position. A lot of it was due to him winning the highest awards in the country and getting the additional percentages added to his popularity score. He has won so many awards, ranging from mathematics to variety shows to singing, as well as in the hosting field. As such, his popularity score would naturally accumulate through winning those honors. However, the international entertainment industry does not recognize our domestic awards, nor does it take into consideration the additional popularity scores gained from them. That's why this guy has the Nobel Prize in Literature on his mind. He's thinking of forcing his way onto the international scene. Shu Han finally understood. So that's the reason. Su Milan smiled. In any case, we're all hopeful about you. Zhang Ye said helplessly. Even I'm not so sure myself. Do give our Chinese celebrities something to cheer about, Su Milan said. Zhang Ye nodded. We'll have to see how the selection goes then. Shu Han stayed for a while longer before leaving. Ning Lan, Su Milan, and Yao Jinkai did not have anything else to do, so they decided to stay behind and wait for the invitation to arrive from the Nobel Foundation. The so-called invitation was an important signal. The Nobel Committee of this world had never announced the outcome of their selection process, like who was being nominated for a certain prize, how many nominees there were, or who got eliminated within the first round of the selections. None of this would ever get detailed in black and white. Each year, they would only send out the Nobel Prize invitations shortly before the Nobel Prize award ceremonies took place. The people that were issued with this invitation would then be considered the main nominees of the Nobel Prizes. This meant the Nobel Prize would only be awarded to one of the people in the pool. If they didn't get invited to the venue of the award ceremony, that would mean that they stood no chance of winning. Half an hour. An hour. Everyone was chatting as they waited. Ning Lan kept looking over. It still hasn't arrived? Yao Jinkai said in amusement. Could it be that you did not make the final cut? Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Can't you pick something nicer to say? Su Milan said. You shouldn't have a problem being selected as a nominee, right? That might not necessarily happen. Yao Jinkai said. The international awards committees have always had a bias against China, so it's really hard to say. Su Milan said. I don't think that would happen for the Nobel Prizes, though. Suddenly, Tong Fu, who was sitting at his computer, shouted, It's here. It's here. What's here? The invitation to the Nobel Prize awards ceremony. Ah, it has really arrived? Let me see. Let me see. In an instant, everyone surrounded him. It was an email that was written fully in English. The first line of the email was, Dear Mr. Zhang Ye. The last line of the email was, Nobel Prize Committee. Yao Jinkai cried out, Damn, it's really an invitation. Su Milan gave Zhang Ye a thumbs up. Impressive. Ning Lan asked, How many Chinese citizens have been nominated for the Nobel Prizes before Zhang? He's exactly the 10th person to have received a nomination. Su Milan had clearly done her research. China had never won a Nobel Prize before, be it in mathematics, chemistry, or literature. It had never happened before. But throughout the decades of the Nobel Prize history, there were still 9 Chinese citizens who had made the final cut and received an invitation to the Nobel Prize award ceremony. And today, that number increased by yet another, with Zhang Ye becoming the 10th person in China to stand a chance at winning the Nobel Prize. The date, 8 days later. The venue of the awards, England. Dressing requirements, white tie and tails. Remarks, you may bring along 2 family members or staff with you. Accommodation and meals for additional personnel are excluded. The invitation to the Nobel Prize award ceremony was not exactly elegant and was just a short and simple email. It was basically just information related to the event, as well as arrangements for the accommodation and meals. Now that Zhang Ye's English was no longer the same, he could finish reading it with just a glance. After that, he called over Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Both of you, get prepared when the time comes." Little Wang said in surprise, I can go." Ha Chi-Chi asked, "Aren't you going to bring your wife and kid?" Zhang Ye shrugged. It's not convenient for old Wu to go abroad. She would have to apply to the higher-ups, and there wouldn't be enough time. Then he looked at Little Wang with a smile. "What? You don't wish to go?" Little Wang cried out. "Of course I want to. This is the stage of the most prestigious award in the world." It was only then that everyone remembered Zhang Ye's wife was a deputy minister, so it would be extremely troublesome for her to go abroad since she would have to go through a lot of paperwork. Tong Fu said in tears, "Director Zhang, I want to go too." Little Sun raised his hand. "Director Zhang, me too. I want to go as well." Wu Yi said, "It's the venue of the Nobel Prize Awards. It's something that you can brag about for the rest of your life." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "We'll talk about that another time. You guys wouldn't be allowed in even if you were there anyway." He then thought of something. He picked up his phone and said helplessly, "Even I might not necessarily be able to go." Yao Jinkai said, "Huh?" Su Milan let out a laugh. "Why couldn't you go?" Ning Lan was taken aback before realizing what Zhang Yi meant. Zhang Yi was already calling the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Do. The call connected. "Hello, old Chi. Who is it? Who do you think it is?" "Oh, kid, it's you. What is it?" "I have to travel overseas. Help me with the application." "Travel overseas? That's impossible. Honestly, I have some serious business to attend to." "It doesn't matter what serious business you have. No means no. You're third on the list of key protected scientists by the military. Who's going to ensure your security when you're overseas? There's no need for any applications. This won't be approved by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Chinese Academy of Engineering, and even the military itself. If anything happens to you, we can't answer for it." Old Chi was very firm in his answer. Zhang Yi said angrily, "I'll be responsible for my own safety. Hurry up and handle this matter for me. There aren't too many days left. If I can't go, are you going to accept the Nobel Prize on my behalf?" Fellow Chi was stunned. "What did you say? The Nobel Prize?" Zhang Yi said, "I've received an invitation from them." Fellow Chi couldn't believe it. "Are you serious? Do you want me to send it to you?" Zhang Yi asked. Fellow Chi said excitedly, "I understand. I'll send in the application for you right away." Zhang Yi said happily, "Didn't you say that I'm not allowed to go overseas?" Fellow Chi said in embarrassment, "If it's the Nobel Prize, you would still have to go. Which prize are you vying for?" "The field that I started off in, of course," Zhang Yi said. Fellow Chi clearly did not read the news much. "The field you started off in? The Nobel Prize in Mathematics? The Nobel Prize in Physics?" Zhang Yi coughed and said, "The Nobel Prize in Literature." "What?" Fellow Chi said in surprise. "When did your old job have anything to do with literature?" With a pause, he suddenly remembered. "Oh, I nearly forgot. You used to write books and poetry. I still wanted to personally commend you for a citation if you really won the Nobel Prize, but I think I better not since it's only the Nobel Prize in Literature, which has nothing to do with our scientific field. Why didn't you work harder, kid? You should have gone for the Nobel Prize in Mathematics." Zhang Yi said helplessly, "Old Chi, I've just realized how narrow-minded you are. Winning a Nobel Prize is already a blessing, yet you're still being so picky." "Haha, just kidding. Do well, and come back home with the Nobel Prize. It doesn't matter which field it is. You'll still be hailed as a hero of the nation." Zhang Yi said, "That's what I like hearing." The call ended. Everyone stared at Zhang Yi in shock. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "It's settled." What are you all looking at me for? Yao Jiankai said, looking astonished. Since when did you become a key protected scientist by the military? I've always been one, Zhang Ye said with a smile. Ning Lan said stunned. You're even ranked in the top 3 on that list? Zhang Ye said, I don't know about that. Su Milan laughed and said, he's the winner of the country's highest science and technology award. He's the one who built China's first self-developed and mass-produced aircraft engine, and also participated in the research of the radar systems and design of the fighter jet. If I were the military, I would also be sure to focus on ensuring his safety, Yao Jiankai said in envy. When will I be able to get the treatment this kid is getting? Ninglan laughed and said, why don't you start with becoming a scientist? Yao Jiankai waved his hands. Forget it then, I don't have his smarts. The news was revealed. China was in a heated discussion. Zhang Ye has been nominated? He has really been nominated for the Nobel Prize? Is it the Mathematics or Literature Prize? It should be for the Literature Prize. Zhang Ye has really become a nominee for the Nobel Prize. He's the 10th person in China to be nominated for the Nobel Prize. Oh, my awesome face-smacking Zhang. India's Bangalore has also been nominated. The Japanese writer too. There are a total of about a dozen people nominated for the Literature Prize. There are still 8 more days to go. This will be an intense battle. I really wish that Zhang Ye brings home the Nobel Prize. Yeah, it's not only going to be an honor for China and the Chinese people, this will also help Zhang Ye to break into the international celebrity rankings. This might be the closest that China will get to the Nobel Prize. You can do it, face-smacking Zhang. If you don't win it, don't think about coming home. Chapter 1603. You're a fucking nominee for the Literature Prize? Chapter 1603. You're a fucking nominee for the Literature Prize? Translator, Leg, Editor, Leg. Several days later. At home. The car was already waiting outside. Wu Ziqing smiled as she helped him with his luggage. Everything is packed. Zhang Ye smiled and said, all right. His mother reminded him repeatedly. You better not cause any trouble. I know, Zhang Ye said impatiently. His mother said, you had better not get into another fight this time. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. It's the Nobel Prize award ceremony. Why would I be fighting? His mother harumphed. When have you not caused trouble whenever you're overseas? Enough. His father said, our son still has a flight to catch. Cece said in her childish voice, Daddy, when are you coming home? Zhang Ye lowered his head to give her a kiss. Daddy will be home in another 2 days. Be good and listen to Mommy, Nana, and Pops. Daddy will bring you a little present when I get back. Cece nodded hard. MHM. Zhang Ye waved and said, I'm off. His father said, if you really can't win, then so be it. Zhang Ye smiled. I know. He was about to set off for England. This time, Zhang Ye maintained a very good attitude ahead of the award ceremony. With only so much time and so much that he could do, he had done everything that he needed to do and could do. Everything would depend on the Nobel Prize Committee's decision. He had already done his best, so there was nothing more he could do even if they chose not to award it to him. In the evening, at the airport, Zhang Ye and his colleagues boarded the plane. Zhang Ye's seat was in the first-class cabin. Due to there being very few direct flights from Beijing to England, there were not too many tickets available either. This flight was operated by British Airways, so Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang were both booked in economy. If it weren't for Zhang Ye's popularity, he would probably not have even qualified for an upgrade. The Nobel Foundation had only provided an economy seat. Little Wang brought a blanket over. Here, I brought this for you. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I already have one here. It's too thin. Cover yourself another layer. It will get really cold at night, Little Wang said. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, we'll be heading back to our seats then. Call for us if there's anything you need. Zhang Ye said, go on then. Rest early tonight. Ha Chi-Chi said, all right. Zhang Ye said, if it's too much of a squeeze there, let me know. I'll change seats with you too. Little Wang said, there's no need. Ha Chi-Chi laughed and said, you don't have to worry about us. The two of them went back to the economy class. At this moment, an English stewardess came over to help ensure that all of the passengers had their seatbelts on. The flight was about to take off. Zhang Ye checked his watch. He knew that the plane would be landing tomorrow morning, so he pulled up the blanket and reclined his seat to catch some Z's. Half an hour. An hour. After who knows how long. He was awoken by the sound of people speaking near him. A few foreigners were talking with each other. Their voices were not that loud, and it was obvious that they were trying to keep it down. But as the few of them were seated very close to Zhang Ye, he could still hear their conversation. There's no solution to this model. I feel that this train of thought is correct. I don't think it is. It was headed in the wrong direction ever since the beginning. Yes, this is still an impossible to calculate three-dimensional quantum system. I'm hoping to use the exact diagonalization techniques to find a quantum system's low-energy state. They were all speaking in English. Some of them had an average command of English, while others spoke it better. They didn't seem to be from the same country. Two of the foreigners were by themselves, while the other two were probably teacher-student. The older of those two was debating with the others while the younger one did not say anything at all. He just raised his head and looked at them as he drew and wrote into a notebook while listening to them. It seemed like he was jotting down their viewpoints. Zhang Ye also got rather interested the more he listened. Unable to sleep, he casually joined in on the conversation by saying something in English. Zhang Ye said, "How about using a density matrix renormalization group 1? The few foreigners looked at the youth in astonishment. The gray-haired foreigner who was the oldest of the group said, "You know what we're talking about?" His student asked, "You're also a physicist?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Something like that. I know a little." The 40-year-old foreign lady who was sitting at the front got excited and turned around to pass Zhang Ye a piece of paper. "Have a look at my algorithms and model." Zhang Ye took it and scanned it. His eyes lit up. "Interesting." The gray-haired man immediately said, "That model of hers is wrong. It definitely has to be wrong." That last foreigner, who was a balding man, said, "I still think there's some feasibility to, and it's a possible breakthrough. I'll be preparing a class on this topic when I get back." Zhang Ye looked at the calculations for a long time and suddenly shook his head. "This method is pretty interesting, but it still won't work. You're trying to reduce the degrees of freedom in the quantum system and attempting a renormalization technique here in the reduced space. In this iterative process, you would want to employ a reduction method to retrieve the true low-energy state of the system, but the NRG2 way is generally only suitable for a complex system. When it is used for a grid system like this, it often returns results of rather poor accuracy." When the four of them heard this, they were astonished. The lady exclaimed, "You actually understood that?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I've done research on it for a similar project." The bald man said, "There will surely be a slight error, but it should be fixable." Zhang Ye shook his head. "For this kind of error, it wouldn't be fixable even if there was only a difference of 0.01. The gray-haired man said in a serious tone, "What are your thoughts then?" "I think," Zhang Ye said, "we possibly split the system into two subsystems, or blocks, with one being the system and the other being the surroundings. These two blocks would then combine to be known as a superblock. Now a candidate for the ground state of the superblock, which is a reduced version of the full system, may be found. The density matrix renormalization is then applied after that to select the most important states to be kept at the end of each step." The lady said excitedly, "This is a marvelous way of approaching it." The gray-haired man frowned. "But there are still problems with this method." Zhang Ye did not shy away from it. "Yes, it remains an unsolvable problem. For example, when it comes to specific applications, it would be very difficult to build a model for it." The bald man immediately said, "Let me do some calculations first." The gray-haired man said, "There's no need to calculate anymore. This kid is right. It will be very difficult to establish a working model." They just couldn't stop chatting. They analyzed. They debated. They studied the problem. They did calculations. They chatted all night. And in the end, no one slept at all. The seats were littered with model drawings and algorithms, filling up over 50 pieces of paper. It wasn't until the plane landed that they finally snapped out of it. The gray-haired man looked out the window. "We've arrived." The bald man sighed and said, "How time passes." The lady said, "Thank you all so much. I have gained a lot of new ideas today on this subject. Let's exchange contact info and stay in touch. When can we meet again?" But the gray-haired man just smiled. "I'm afraid we'll still be seeing each other a lot these few days, right?" The bald man said with a laugh, "I think so too." The lady looked at Zhang Ye and the others. "You are?" "My name is Hans." The gray-haired man pointed at his student next to him and said, "This is my student, and we're here to attend the Nobel Prize award ceremony." The lady said in surprise, Oh, you're Professor Hans, the world's leading authority in physics. The gray-haired man laughed and said, I dare not accept that title. The lady introduced herself. My name is Anna, and I'm also one of the nominees for the Nobel Prize in Physics. Hans said in surprise, So you're Anna? The bald man also looked at her. The Anna who specializes in quantum physics? Anna said, That's me. The bald man said, My name is Page. Anna exclaimed, That's you? Professor Page? I've read your paper. Page said, I've read yours too. Anna said with a wry smile, Your reputations precede you. So you're all here to attend the Nobel Prize award ceremony. She looked at Zhang Ye and the others. I was wondering what a coincidence this was. How could there possibly be so many physicists taking the same flight together? Our country does not have direct flights to England, which is why I am transferring flights in China. Hans smiled and said, Me too. Page noticed that Zhang Ye had already started to take his luggage. He couldn't help but ask, And which professor might you be? Zhang Ye smiled and introduced himself. Zhang Ye. Anna asked, Are you also a nominee for the Nobel Prize? Zhang Ye smiled and gave a nod. The three world-famous physicists looked at each other, obviously not having heard of his name before. However, they also knew that there were too many famous physicists in the world, and they couldn't possibly know everyone. If nominated for a Nobel Prize, none of them would be a pushover. All of them must surely have made significant contributions in some aspects to the field of physics. Anna said happily, Let's mingle more over the next few days. Hans nodded with a smile. Our ride should have arrived already. Let's continue the talk later. Page said, All right. Zhang Yi smiled and said, No problem. A moment later, the cabin's hatch was opened. Zhang Yi and the few physicists chatted as they got off the plane. On the way, they discussed yet another problem. This time, Zhang Yi and Hans had a different stand on the matter. Anna supported Zhang Ye's point of view, while Page supported Hans's. The group started yet another round of debates at the baggage carousel. In the distance, Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang also came over. Little Wang said startled, Who is Director Zhang talking with? Ha Chi-Chi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who knows? Little Wang said with a sigh. Director Zhang is so good at conversation. He can make friends everywhere he goes. The two of them did not know what the group was talking about. They knew that it was English, but they could not understand any of the technical vocabulary used in the conversation. After getting their luggage, they followed Zhang Yi and the others out of the airport. The person from the pickup service had already arrived. There were 2 cars over there. An Englishman raised a placard with Zhang Ye's name on it. Zhang Yi went up to him. You must have waited a long time. The Englishman said, You're Mr. Zhang Yi, right? Zhang Yi laughed. Yes, that's me. The Englishman smiled. Please enter the car. Beside them, Hans, Anna, and the other 2 men wanted to get in as well, but they were stopped by the driver of the other car. The English cabbie said, You all must be Professors Anna, Hans, and Page, right? I'm here to take you all to the hotel. Please enter this car. Zhang Yi waved to them. I'll see you all later. Hans and the others were taken aback. He asked, Why aren't we traveling in the same car? Anna clearly hadn't had enough of the conversation yet either. Aren't there still seats available in there? The English cabbie looked at the car carrying Zhang Yi and explained, Oh, he's not taking the same car as you all. Page asked in a speechless manner. Why is that? We're all physicists, so wouldn't it be better for us to be taking the same car? The English cabbie was taken aback. Physicists? That car isn't arranged for picking up physicists. Ah. Anna was stunned. Hans said with a chuckle, How is that possible? The English cabbie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, That cab is for the nominees of the Nobel Prize in Literature. Page said stunned. The Nobel Prize in Literature? Did you all make a mistake? The English cabbie wiped at his sweat. It can't be wrong. Anna said, He's obviously a physicist. We've been talking about the frontiers facing the field of physics for the entire night. I had a look at the sign just now, the English cabbie said with a wry smile. That person's name is Zhang Yi, right? Hans said dumbfoundedly. Right, he's called Zhang Yi. The English cabbie coughed and said, Then I definitely did not get it wrong. He's a nominee for the Nobel Prize in Literature. Don't you all know him? He was the one who wrote Gone with the Wind. Gone with the Wind? He was the one who wrote Gone with the Wind? The trio of Hans, Anna, and Page nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing that. We've been talking about physics the entire journey here. But you're telling us that he's actually involved in the literary field? Are you fucking kidding us? Looking at the sedan that Zhang Ye was in driving off into the distance, the four of them were utterly confused. Chapter 1604. Why have you become a mathematician? Chapter 1604. Why have you become a mathematician? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. London. The neat streets. An old church. Exotic beauties. Along the way, the scenery outside the car was completely unobstructed. Little Wang leaned against the window and exclaimed, "How beautiful." Ha Chi-Chi narrowed her eyes and said, "It indeed does feel different here." Zhang Ye was also in the UK for the first time, so he was quite curious about the local customs. Little Wang looked at Zhang Ye. "Director Zhang." Zhang Ye said. Little Wang pleaded, "Can Sister Ha and I go shopping tonight?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Don't you two have jet lag?" Little Wang giggled and said, "We slept on the plane for the entire journey. We can't sleep anymore." Zhang Ye said, "Go on then. It's a rare chance for us to come out here anyway, and the award ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow as well." "All right. Thanks, Director Zhang," Little Wang said excitedly. Ha Chi-Chi smiled and said, "Shall we go to Oxford Street?" Little Wang clapped. "That will be great." Up ahead, they arrived at the hotel. This was the hotel that housed this year's Nobel Prize Award ceremony's personnel. It was over 10 stories high, and the entire hotel had already been fully booked. Besides the Nobel Prize committee members, there were also the staff for the ceremony, foreign dignitaries, and guests. The remaining people were all the nominees for this year's Nobel Prize. They came from all walks of life and could be said to have made great contributions to the world in their relevant fields. The guest list was so prestigious that it would shock anyone who saw it. The car stopped. The cabbie got out and opened the door for them. Zhang Ye and his staff came into the hotel and checked in. Quite a few guests checked in, but some of those who had just arrived were still processing their check-ins. All of them were foreign faces that Zhang Ye could not recognize. Ha Chi-Chi asked, "Which floor are we on?" After registering them, the female English employee smiled and said, "You're on the 7th floor. That floor is reserved for all the nominees of the Nobel Prize in Literature and their entourage. The Literature Prize, the Physiology or Medicine Prize, the Physics Prize, the Mathematics Prize, the Economics Prize won, and so on and so forth, all except for the Nobel Peace Prize, which was a tad special as it did not have any nominees. The accommodation arrangements for the rest of the award nominees were made according to the category of awards. The organizers had purposely arranged for them to stay on the same floor so that everyone could interact with one another. This was in the spirit of the Nobel Prizes, after all. Ha Chi-Chi nodded. "All right." The pretty English lady pointed. "The elevators are over there." Little Wang smiled and said, "Thank you." The pretty English lady looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was taken aback. "Yes? What's the matter?" The pretty English lady looked around to check that no one was looking before reaching under the table taking out a book while smiling graciously. It was the English edition of Gone with the Wind. "Teacher Zhang, can I get your autograph?" Zhang Ye was very happy to hear that. Sure. He grabbed a pen and signed it for her. This was the first time he met a foreign fan asking for his autograph. It was a different feeling. Zhang Ye could clearly feel his international reputation growing. However, when he signed the book, he still stubbornly signed it in Chinese. He only had this signature since he did not have an English name. The pretty English lady was obviously very happy. Thank you so much," Zhang Ye said to Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang. "Let's go." Little Wang whispered, "Looks like you also have foreign fans now." Ha Chi-Chi laughed and said, "Director Zhang is no longer who he was." The three of them walked to the elevator. Behind them, several people suddenly caught up to them. "Zhang, wait a moment. Slow down." Turning around, he saw Hans, Anna, and Paige. They arrived slightly after Zhang Ye and had already cleared their check-ins. They came up to Zhang Ye in company with their luggage behind them. Anna stared at him in surprise. "Are you really the author of Gone with the Wind?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Yes." Paige stared in surprise. "Aren't you a physicist?" Zhang Ye said in amusement. "I do know a little about physics." "You call that knowing a little?" Hans said floored. "To be able to hold a discussion and debate with us Nobel Prize-nominated physicists, you call that knowing a little?" Hans's student was also looking at Zhang Ye in shock. On their way here in the car, they were completely unable to accept this fact. If he only knew a little, Even with a very deep understanding of physics, he would not have been able to hold a debate like they had on the plane and after they disembarked. What about was Hans's student? He was also an expert in physics. Even though he was a student in name, he was still a full-fledged physics professor. However, in their discussions about the topic, Hans's student was unable to say anything. This was due to his limited ability and knowledge. But Zhang Ye, not only was he able to chat with them, some of his thoughts even gave them some inspiration. How could he be just an ordinary physicist? Hey, world-leading authority on physics like you. Yet you went into the literary field? Are you serious? Hans couldn't be more disappointed. Why did you write a novel? Zhang Ye was taken aback. But I originally started out writing novels. Anna was stunned. Ah. Paige's eyes widened in surprise. You used to write novels? Yeah, Zhang Ye said with a smile. Why else would I be vying for the Nobel Prize in Literature? Paige couldn't help but look up into the sky in astonishment. Anna's legs turned to rubber. What the heck? As they talked, the elevator was delayed. All of a sudden, a group of people arrived behind them. One of the people recognized Zhang Ye immediately. Zhang, it's you, Zhang, my Chinese friend. You're here too. Zhang Ye turned around. He was very happy to see who it was that called out to him. John, Steve, were you two nominated as well? Congratulations. I wouldn't have known if I didn't see you here. An English mathematician said with a smile. I'm just joining in the fun, not here to vie for the prize. An American mathematician laughed and said, Me neither. I'm not hopeful of winning anything even though I was nominated. A French mathematician said, I have no regrets now that I've been nominated for a Nobel Prize. I never thought about winning, but there's hope for you. Zhang Ye waved it off. I wouldn't be so sure of that. The English mathematician said, At least you stand a greater chance than us. The American mathematician said, But the competition for this year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics is indeed quite intense. There were 28 people who were identified as the nominees of this award alone. Zhang Ye laughed, knowing that they had misunderstood the situation. These few people were the best foreign mathematicians Zhang Ye had met back when he solved the global mathematical conjecture. In the global mathematics field, he still knew quite a few people. When Anna the physicist heard that, she said in stupefaction, Mathematics prize? What mathematics prize? Paige was also stunned. Mathematics. When these people said hello to Zhang Ye, the physicists had thought that they had known Zhang Ye from before and assumed them to be the nominees for the Nobel Prize in Literature. At the beginning, they did not pay much attention to it, but as they listened, they suddenly realized something was amiss. Who are you all? Hans's student's eyes narrowed as he hurriedly whispered to his teacher, I know that English guy. He's Professor John, a world-famous mathematician. Paige heard it. Anna also heard it. This was a group of mathematicians. The English mathematician looked at the physicists and wondered, aren't you all together? Don't you know? Hans said in confusion. Know about what? The French mathematician smiled and said, So you all don't know each other? Then allow me to introduce you. This is Zhang Ye, a world-class mathematician. Years ago, we took part in the verification process of the proof to Dale's conjecture that he proposed. That's why we're saying Zhang Ye has a chance of getting the Nobel Prize in Mathematics. Ugh, if not for the trouble that he got into back then that led to him disappearing from the public for 3 or 4 years, he would have been nominated and possibly won it at that time. The American mathematician teased. Even better, he forfeited an international mathematics prize at that time and made so many people in the world of math fuming mad. Zhang Ye laughed and said, I'm not vying for the mathematics prize this time. The English mathematician was taken aback. What do you mean? I was nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature, Zhang Ye said. All of the mathematicians' jaws dropped. What? The literature prize? Why are you battling in the field of literature? The physicists were confused once again. What? A mathematician? What the hell? When did you become a mathematician? Chapter 1605, The Nobel Banquet. Chapter 1605, The Nobel Banquet. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the resort. Outside the elevator on the 7th floor. Zhang Ye bade farewell to the physicists and mathematicians and excused himself. I'll go back to my room first. Are you really staying on the 7th floor? You were really nominated for the literature prize? Didn't I already say so? All right then, you sure are impressive. Zhang, come visit our room when you have time. Which floor are you all on? We're on the 8th floor. We're on the 9th floor. Okay, I'll move around as much as possible if I have nothing on. Ding. The elevator door closed. The rest of the party proceeded upstairs. Only then did Zhang Ye, Chi, and Little Wang walk to the rooms with their luggage. Little Wang was laughing as they walked in. Director Zhang has left them all so confused. Chi laughed and said, "That's right. The thing here is that Director Zhang is really involved in too many industries. Forget about what those foreigners think. Even our own countrymen, including those who know Director Zhang well, would not know which prize he was nominated for if the Nobel Prize Committee did not publish the nominee list." Zhang Ye said, "Actually, either one of them would be fine." Little Wang said, "That's right. As long as it's a Nobel Prize, we can break into the international celebrity rankings. We're here." Chi matched the keycard with the room number. "Director Zhang, this is your room." Zhang Ye took his luggage from them. "All right, I have nothing else for you all here. Carry on and go shopping or eat if you want. Do anything you wish to. I'll call if there's anything." Little Wang said happily, "Okay." After they left, Zhang Ye drew open the curtains to have a look at the scenery outside. He took out his cell phone and sent old Wu and his parents a message to inform them that he had arrived. He even took a few pictures to show them. Then he did some simple unpacking before checking his watch and closing the curtains. After that, he pulled the covers over himself in bed and went to sleep. On the plane, he had chatted with the physicists for almost the entire journey without getting much rest. There was a dinner banquet 1 in the evening, so he decided to sleep for a while. An hour, 2 hours. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Zhang Ye yawned and woke up. He thought that it was Chi and Little Wang coming to look for him, so he went to open the door. He saw 2 people standing outside the door. He was slightly taken aback by them. They were 2 strangers he did not know at all. Zhang Ye blinked. "You two are." Standing outside were a man and a woman. The man was around 40 years old and looked like a very refined gentleman. The woman, who was in her 30s, was a pretty blonde. Anthony smiled and said in English, "Hello, are you Zhang Ye?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I am." Anthony said, "My name is Anthony, and I'm English." The blonde beauty said in a friendly manner, "I'm Felicia, a Swede." Zhang Ye didn't know these 2 people, but he had heard their names before. "So it's Mr. Anthony and Miss Felicia. Hello to the 2 of you." Anthony grinned. "It's almost time for the evening banquet. We're all nominees for the Nobel Prize in Literature, and Felicia and I were about to head downstairs for dinner when we talked about your book. So we asked around to find which room you were in. We were hoping to get to know you and maybe ask if you would like to join us for dinner." Felicia had a very sweet smile. "Anthony and I have been researching your book for quite some time now. It's such a wonderful read. I have not come across such a soul-stirring novel in many years, so when we learned that you were also nominated for the award, we were both very happy. We felt that we definitely had to get to know the author of Gone with the Wind." Zhang Ye shook their hands. "I've also read both your works before and was really inspired by them. It's my pleasure to get to know the 2 of you. Please, come into my room and have a seat." The 3 of them were all famous writers of this world, so after he introductions, there wasn't a need to act like strangers in front of each other. With pleasantries exchanged, everyone became familiar with each other quite quickly. Zhang Ye had brought along his own tea leaves on this trip. He brewed them a pot of tea, using the Da Hong Pao tea leaves, of course. The 2 writers liked the tea so much they couldn't stop praising it. Zhang Ye asked, "Are the you 2 a couple?" Felicia laughed. "Of course not." Anthony said, "I've known Felicia since last year when we were both nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature, so we're extremely familiar with the entire process of the awards. If there's anything you do not understand, feel free to ask me since I'm English, or you could ask Felicia." Zhang Ye smiled and said that would be great. Felicia asked, "There will be a lot of people later at the banquet. I'll introduce a few of them to you." Anthony said, "Right, it's your first time, and you don't really know a lot of people here. We'll go as a group, and Felicia and I can introduce the other nominees to you." Zhang Ye said happily, "Sure." Anthony said, "You're the favorite to win the Nobel Prize this year." Zhang Ye said humbly, "It's both your second times being nominated. I don't think I stand that great of a chance." Anthony shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with the number of times we were nominated." Felicia nodded and said, "That's right. Some people have been nominated over 7 times, yet they still didn't win the Nobel Prize. But for some people, they win it immediately after being nominated once. All of it depends on the quality of their work. Gone with the Wind is too popular, and its sales figures have broken so many records as well. It's already reached 17 million copies in sales worldwide, hasn't it? And it even caused America to repeal the bill that enabled racism, as well as made Russia enter into peace talks with its neighbors. This sort of influence is unmatched by any other. The only people who can possibly compete with you are the Indian writer, Bangalore, and the Japanese writer. Anthony grunted. That Indian writer has a terrible temper. Felicia smiled and said, I don't like him either. So if we see him, let's stay far away from him. It'd be for the better if we don't engage with someone like that. Stay away from him. Zhang Ye was amused to hear that. This was a phrase that others would often say about him. When had he ever needed to stay away from others? It was almost time. The three of them chatted as they took the elevator down to the banquet hall. Although it was called a banquet, it was actually just a buffet dinner with music and performances. This was held for the Nobel Prize nominees to interact with one another. It was not an enforced event, so those who wished to join could join, but it didn't matter even if they did not want to go. In the banquet hall, violin music was serenading the crowd. Quite a few people had already arrived, and the atmosphere was very lively. Anthony was a local and had previously participated in the Nobel Prize award ceremony, so he automatically started showing Zhang Ye around since he was a newcomer. Zhang, there's nothing to be nervous about. This is your first time taking part in an event like this, so it will definitely take a little getting used to. All of the world's leading authorities are gathered here. There are mathematicians, chemists, medical practitioners, and people from all sorts of different fields here. We don't have much in common with them, so there's nothing much for us to interact with them on. We just need to mingle with the people from our own field since we can't take part of the other field's conversations. Zhang Ye nodded. Felicia smiled and said, Let's go, we'll introduce a few friends to you. When the three of them entered the dinner venue, some people immediately took notice of Zhang Ye. Hans and his student waved at him from afar. Zhang, over here. Anthony was startled. Felicia was also stunned for a bit. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Hi, Professor Hans. Hans said, Why did you just get here? Who are these two? Zhang Ye said, Oh, let me introduce you to each other. This is Anthony, and this is Felicia. They're both world-renowned authors. He turned his head and introduced, This is Professor Hans and his student. Professor Hans is one of the world's leading authorities in the field of physics. Anthony said, Ah, hello, Professor Hans. Felicia said in a stunned manner, Nice to meet you. Over there, another two people came over. Zhang, I've been looking for you for a long time. Anna fast walked over. Paige was also beside her. He got very happy when he saw Zhang Ye. Zhang, you're finally here. Quick, I was just conversing with Anna. Come and give us your opinion. Anthony was dumbfounded. These two are. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Professor Paige and Professor Anna. Behind them, another voice rang out. Zhang, you're here already? Bond has just arrived, and he's looking for you. A group of mathematicians from all over the world walked into the venue. Zhang Ye said happily, Yo, Professor Bond. Bond complained, Where have you been all these years? I had so many research projects that I wanted to work with you on. Have you been purposely avoiding me? Zhang Ye said in a speechless manner. How could I? Bond said with a straight face. There's a mathematical conjecture that I wanted us to work together on. Zhang Ye wasn't too interested. Let's talk about it again in the future. No, you have to give me an answer today, Bond said. Zhang Ye chuckled. Let's eat first, let's eat. Oh yes, I still haven't made introductions. This is Anthony, and this is Felicia. They're both my friends. The English mathematician, Steve, said curiously, Anthony? I've read your books before. The English writer, Anthony, hurriedly said, I've seen you on television before, Professor Steve. Steve was very happy to hear that. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Anthony said, Me too. It's an honor. Group after group. After they went away, only Zhang Ye, Anthony, and Felicia were left. Felicia was going crazy. Anthony was aghast. Isn't this your first time in England? Isn't this your first time getting nominated for the Nobel Prizes? Damn, why do you know even more people than I do? Are you the local, or am I the local? The two of them had been very eager to bring Zhang Ye around to get to know some people before this. But how could they have imagined it would end up with Zhang Ye introducing a host of other Nobel Prize nominees to them? Chapter 1606. Who is the one with the worst temper here? Chapter 1606. Who is the one with the worst temper here? Translator, Leg Editor, leg. London. At the banquet venue, Zhang Ye's entrance still made some people take notice of him. There weren't too many Asians who were nominated for the Nobel Prizes, so even if they did not know what Zhang Ye looked like, they could still guess who he was. Furthermore, if they asked around, they would be able to find out his identity too. So some of the people at the venue cast curious glances at him. Gone with the Wind, and its author became very well known throughout the world during this past month. So he's the writer from China? He's this young. It's the first time I've seen him too. Why does he know the Nobel Prize nominees from the math and physics crowd? Don't you guys know? Know about what? He's a well-known mathematician to begin with. Huh, really? Surely he can't be a very well-known mathematician, right? You're wrong, he's really famous. I've checked his profile. He was awarded an international math award some years ago, but for some unknown reason, he didn't accept it. He forfeited the award? Oh my God. In the field of physics and mechanical engineering, he's also an expert. Are you serious? I only learned about it from the news, and I don't really know him that well. Oh, he has another identity too. I'm sure you've all heard of it before. He was once the hacker with the highest bounty in the world. What? That's him. He's that too? The world's #1 hacker. Why does he have so many identities? He's involved in so many different industries. That's why the international media once commented that he was the smartest person to exist in a few hundred years. However, people have rarely heard of his name in news. This is because of political factors. Many countries around the world have limited coverage of the news in China, which everyone knows. It's just that this time, the sensation caused by his novel was too great, which is why he has finally come to the attention of the mainstream international media as well. So that's how it is. Yeah, there wasn't any news related to him in my country before Gone with the Wind was released. Everyone was fervently discussing him. Some people were even pointing at him and whispering among themselves. Anthony could hear the voices of discussion around him. The look in Felicia's eyes changed as she gazed at Zhang Ye. You're actually this impressive? Zhang Ye smiled. No, not really. They're just undeserved titles. Anthony said, How are they undeserved? I've got a really bad reputation, Zhang Ye said with a smile. Felicia didn't believe him. You're a writer and a scientist. How bad can your reputation be? Can it be any worse than Bangalore from India? Zhang Ye blinked. Why isn't his reputation good? Anthony shook his head. He has lifestyle problems. He won't budge once he has his eyes on a woman. Even Felicia has been pestered by him before, and that's still not considered too bad. He has a terrible temper as well, and often yells at his own assistants for no rhyme or reason. In India itself, his reputation is also very poor. He has many conflicts with many people and is a compulsive gambler too. Zhang Ye said, is that it? Felicia said in a speechless manner. What more are you expecting? Anthony looked at him. Can your reputation be any worse than his? Zhang Ye hesitated for a moment before deciding not to say anything. How could this be called a bad reputation? How could this be called a bad temper? And I thought it was bad. Forget it. I better not bring up my embarrassing incidents. As they chatted, the people at the venue burst into an uproar. Why is he here? Bangalore. This guy is really thick-skinned. After all that fuss at the banquet last year, he still dares to show up this year? Let's go. We better stay far away from him. A lot of people walked away shaking their heads. Zhang Ye turned around and saw that person as well. It was an Indian man. Bangalore? He had a very dark skin tone and did not look particularly handsome, but neither was he ugly. Two of his assistants were trailing close behind him. Anthony's expression changed slightly. Doesn't he know that he's not welcome here? Felicia also looked on with disdain. How can he wear slippers to the banquet? Bangalore was clearly a regular at the Nobel Prize award ceremony. He had been nominated for the Nobel Prize in Literature for many years running, so he knew the majority of the people here. He even said hello to a few of them. Horn, long time no see. Felicia, you're here too? Felicia ignored him. Bangalore wasn't bothered and laughed it off. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led his assistants to the dining area. He took a sip of the red wine and frowned. Then he tasted a piece of meat and started chattering about how horrible it tasted. Even without saying much, the situation was already getting out of hand. Anthony pursed his lips. There, Zhang, you understand now? Felicia said. This is the Nobel Prize ceremony, and the choice of the recipients has never been assessed based on a person's character, only on their works. Otherwise, that guy would never have been nominated in the first place. Zhang Ye smiled. Let's just eat. Anthony said. Yes, we mustn't let this kind of person affect our mood. They ate. They drank. They chatted. Half an hour went by. Eventually, Bangalore finished causing a ruckus and was starting to walk to the entrance with a look of contempt. As he passed by, he suddenly gave Zhang Ye a look. Bangalore asked, "You're the author of Gone with the Wind?" Anthony became a little nervous. Felicia stepped in front of Zhang Ye. "What do you want?" But Zhang Ye just smiled. "That's me. Is anything the matter?" Bangalore looked at him for a long time. "You won't win the Nobel Prize." Zhang Ye chuckled. "Really?" Bangalore said. "If you don't believe me, wait for tomorrow." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Sure." Bangalore walked away while chuckling. Anthony said in annoyance, "Isn't that a provocation?" Felicia said, "Ignore him." Many of the Nobel Prize nominees gathered around, thinking that Zhang Ye would get angered. However, unbeknownst to them, Zhang Ye did not take this to heart at all. Elsewhere, China. On Weibo. Tomorrow is the Nobel Prize award ceremony. I'm looking forward to it. We'll see if face-smacking Zhang has the ability to win it. Are they going to broadcast it live? Of course they will. The award ceremony is broadcast live around the world. I can't wait. I heard that Bangalore is the only person who can compete with Zhang Ye, but his temper is not so good. Previous poster, are you joking? In the presence of Zhang Ye, who dares to claim that they have a bad temper? If anyone dares to say so, motherfucker, I'll take it up with them. Ha ha ha. Damn, that's true. I take back my words. Many of the international media outlets are saying that the Indian writer has a bad temper. Did you guys read the news online? The Chinese people are all laughing at such reports. Those people have not seen Zhang Ye's hooliganism for themselves yet. There's really no way to compare. A person like Bangalore would only grumble and scold people at the most. But Zhang Ye? He'd dare to turn physical on you. Comparing their qualifications and number of works, Bangalore is probably much better than Zhang Ye. But when it comes to having a temper, on daring to fight, not even 10 Bangalores could beat Zhang Ye. Chapter 1607, the live broadcast of the Nobel Prize. Chapter 1607, the live broadcast of the Nobel Prize awards ceremony begins. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. An uneventful night passed. The next morning, Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang knocked anxiously on the door. Little Wang said in panic, "Director Zhang, what happened last night?" Ha Chi-Chi also hurriedly asked, "Did you get into a fight with Bangalore?" "What fight?" Zhang Ye had just woken up. Little Wang said, "We heard about what happened during the banquet last night. The two of you." Zhang Ye sighed. He said without a care, "He said that I wouldn't be able to win the Nobel Prize, so I just told him sure thing. It was just a simple exchange of words." "How did that become a fight?" Little Wang said timidly. "Why, you didn't hit him, did you?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and said, "Am I that sort of person?" Little Wang and Ha Chi-Chi both rolled their eyes. "You're not that sort of person? If you aren't that sort of person, then who is? Have you ever held back from doing such things in the past?" Ha Chi-Chi said with lingering fear, "It's good that you didn't hit him." If anyone else heard what Ha Chi-Chi said, they would probably be vomiting blood right now. For a public figure, if they just gave a slight glance, had a slight conflict, or even spoke with a slight hint of sarcasm, the actions could easily get interpreted by the media for the headlines, much less if they hit someone. All of those actions would have an extremely serious impact, so how could they be sloppy about it? However, the staff from Zhang Ye's studio were different. They really did not ask for much from director Zhang. As long as he did not get into fights or hit anyone, then he could do anything he wanted. Everything else was trivial. Zhang Ye looked at his watch. "What time is the award ceremony?" 10 in the morning, Ha Chi-Chi said. Little Wang immediately said, "It's time to put on some makeup." Zhang Ye nodded. "All right." He ate breakfast. He did his makeup. He got into the line and waited to enter the venue. The award ceremony staff were very busy, and the international media outlets also descended on the venue for the event. Before getting admitted into the auditorium, there was going to be a brief outdoor interview. From here, you could see how popular some nominees were. To the surprise of many, a lot of reporters surrounded Zhang Ye, especially reporters from America, Russia, China, and even Japan. Bangalore, Felicia, and several others also received similar treatment. On the other hand, much fewer reporters were around the nominees from the chemistry and mathematics fields. This wasn't surprising at all. To the people of this world, The Nobel Prizes in mathematics, physics, and physiology or medicine were just too distant to them. These academic awards were not something that ordinary people could understand or participate in. They probably did not even know most of the scholars and professors who worked in these fields. However, the Nobel Prize in Literature was different. The nominees were all world-renowned authors, and every normal person had access to and could buy any of their books from a bookstore. They could also recognize them or even judge who was a better author and whose works were the better ones. It was the same thing for the Nobel Peace Prize, so naturally, people around the globe would be more intrigued by them. As such, the media paid special attention to these two awards, and the winners from each year would be greatly discussed by everyone around the world. This was also the reason why Zhang Ye had insisted on aiming for the Nobel Prize in Literature. It was much more popular than the mathematics and physics prizes. Zhang Ye's interview was in progress. The Chinese reporter said excitedly, "Teacher Zhang, you are the 10th person from China to be nominated for a Nobel Prize. Millions of Chinese citizens are looking forward to seeing you bring home a Nobel Prize." Zhang Ye smiled. "Sure, I'll do that." The Chinese reporter said excitedly, "You're that confident of bringing home the prize?" Zhang Ye nodded. "I'll ask them where they mint the medals afterwards." That Central TV reporter burst out laughing. "Who's asking you to mint a medal? I was asking you how confident you were of winning it." A female Russian reporter immediately said, "Professor Zhang, I'm a Russian journalist. The president has praised your novel endlessly and even started peace talks because of it. He has taken the most crucial step in these past few years, which in turn affected the state of world affairs. This is something that no literary work has been able to achieve so far." Zhang Ye smiled. "I've heard about it too." The Russian reporter said, "What do you think is the charm of your work?" An American reporter interjected, "In America, Gone with the Wind has sold extremely well. With the repeal of the last remaining Exclusion Act, tens of millions of people in North America have benefited greatly. Many black people and others who oppose racism have a high opinion of your work, and the impact of it on the world is still ongoing. Do you think this will help you to ascend onto the podium of the Nobel Prize in Literature?" Question after question, Zhang Ye answered them one by one with a smile on his face. He was neither humble nor arrogant. He spoke in a gentle and refined manner. He had a graceful demeanor. Many of the foreign reporters couldn't help but nod in agreement at his answers. China. At Zhang Ye's parents' house. Due to the time difference, it was already evening in Beijing. Has it started yet? Which station is it showing on? Central TV Department 1. Let me have a look. Ah, it has started. Zuqing, come quickly. The entire family sat down in front of the television. Cici also ran over. Where's Daddy? Where's Daddy? His mother pointed excitedly at the television. Look, quick, look. Your daddy is getting interviewed right now. Hey, what language is little Yi spouting? It's not being translated either. His father also hurriedly said, Zuqing, what is little Yi saying? Wu Ziqing chuckled and translated it for them. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house. His 3 sisters had gathered here. The live broadcast is starting. It's almost time for them to enter the venue. Wow, there's even an interview with our brother. Why are foreign reporters interviewing our brother as well? Our brother is so popular. His grandma gave them a stern look. Be quiet. Don't make such a ruckus. His grandpa was also quite excited. It's the Nobel Prize. I never could have imagined that my grandson would one day attend the Nobel Prize award ceremony. His second sister shouted, Brother, you can do it. His third sister also shouted, Bring glory to our country. At Yao Jinsai's house. Dad, hurry over. It's on, it's on. The live broadcast has started. The interview finished. They'll be entering the venue soon. How long until they announce the prize winners? At least half an hour more, I think. Today is the most important day for Zhang Ye since his career started. It's also a very important day for the Chinese entertainment industry and literary world. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Old Qi, I'm a little nervous. Me too, old Zhou. It all depends on Zhang Ye now. That's right. Whether he succeeds or fails, it all rests on this moment today. Hopefully, Zhang Ye will give us something to cheer about. On Weibo. This comedian. Look at that Central TV reporter. He's about to cry. Haha. He says he will ask them where they minted the medal. My sides hurt. Seeing how face-smacking Zhang can still crack a joke, it seems like he's still very relaxed. It's the Nobel Prize. Bring it back home. Supporting Zhang Ye. China's first Nobel Prize will all depend on whether Zhang Ye can get it. Japan. This fellow was really nominated? He's our sworn enemy. Does he intend to finish the comics or not? This damned eunuch. I'd rather the Indian writer win the award than him. Supporting our Japanese author. Good luck, teacher. The Nobel Prize in Literature will definitely be ours. Australia. We have a candidate who was nominated for the Physiology or Medicine Prize. Is there any hope of winning? I don't know. There are too many variables to consider for the Nobel Prize. Yeah, even if someone is the favorite to win, they might not win it. It's too hard to say. Who do you all think will win the Literature Prize? I still think that the Indian writer has the best chance. Yeah, they haven't given it to Bangalore in the many years he was nominated, so I doubt the Nobel Prize Committee will be able to withstand the pressure to award it to him this time. It's obvious to all that Bangalore's works are very good. America. It's starting. Today will be very interesting. The winners of this year's awards will be revealed soon. Yeah, let's see who's the biggest winner. I think it's going to very close this time. Too bad that our female author is out of the running one to win the Literature Prize. That's right. The sales of her new book suffered greatly due to competition from Gone with the Wind. England. We're the host for the awards this time, so our chances should be greater. Not necessarily. We can only fight for the Economics Prize. Right? We have a chance of winning that. We stand a chance at winning the Literature Prize too, right? I'm afraid we don't have any chance at the Literature Prize. The Chinese and Indian writers are too strong. But I'm not optimistic about the Chinese author's chances. China wants to win an international award, especially when it's the world's most prestigious Nobel Prize. So I doubt they'll give it to a Chinese man so easily. Yeah, no Chinese person has ever won a Nobel Prize. On this day, at this moment, 100 million people, 500 million people, 1 billion people. With the time in many countries getting late into the night due to the time difference, countless people crawled out of beds and turned on their televisions like China would during World Cup season. With a beer in their hands and some snacks, everyone started watching the live broadcast of the Nobel Prize. This world's Nobel Prizes were much more influential than the ones in Zhang Ye's world. Almost every country's television stations were showing the live broadcast, and all eyes around the world were focused on this event. They were all waiting for the awards ceremony to begin so that they could find out who would walk away with the most prestigious prize in the world. Chapter 1608, The Awards Ceremony. Chapter 1608, The Awards Ceremony. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the venue. In the auditorium where the awards ceremony was held, the guests and nominees were gradually admitted inside. Hello. Please produce your invitation. Here. Okay, thank you. Hello. May I have your invitation card, please? Is it this one? Yes, you may enter. Security checks. Producing invitations. Verifying identities. Running facial recognition. All kinds of high-tech equipment were employed, and it made everything look very professional and formal. A person had to go through at least 3 rounds of checks before they could get admitted into the venue. After entering the auditorium, a dedicated English receptionist would greet the nominees and lead them and their family or entourage to their seats. Zhang Ye's seat was somewhere on the right side of the venue and further to the front in the second row. For the sake of convenience, Zhang Ye sat in the aisle seat. Ha Chi-Chi and Little Wang both sat down on the inside beside him. At the back, Anthony also arrived. Zhang Ye turned around and smiled. You're here? I'm sitting behind you, Anthony said. Immediately, Felicia came over and sat down with them as well. Hi. Did you all get a good night's sleep? Zhang Ye said happily. It was all right. The nominees for the Nobel Prize in Literature had all been placed in this area. The female American writer arrived. India's Bangalore also arrived. Incidentally, he did not cause any trouble today after being admitted into the venue. He showed a cold and indifferent expression, scoffing when he saw Zhang Ye. He ignored all of the other nominees. By the looks of this, the Indian writer also understood that his biggest rival for the Nobel Prize was the Chinese writer. Ha Chi-Chi whispered, Is that him? Little Wang also had a look at the Indian writer who was seated 2 rows behind them. What's he acting so smug about? The Japanese writer was the last to arrive, and he sat down right beside Anthony, close behind Zhang Ye. Anthony clearly knew him. Why didn't I see you at last night's banquet? The Japanese writer smiled. My wife wanted me to go shopping with her. Felicia smiled and said, "You're such a good husband." Zhang Ye also turned around to take a look at him. Felicia introduced, "Oh yes, I would like to introduce a friend to you. This is Zhang Ye." Surprisingly, the Japanese writer snorted and did not answer. Zhang Ye smiled. He shrugged and didn't care. Anthony was a little taken aback. What's the matter?" The Japanese writer rolled his eyes. "I don't wish to know this person." "Why not?" Felicia said, startled. In the end, it was Zhang Ye who spoke. He laughed and said, "His countrymen are not too friendly towards me." The Japanese writer was fuming. "Is it us who are unfriendly, or you who is unfriendly?" Anthony replied, "Zhang Ye is quite a nice person. Don't judge him by his appearance." The Japanese writer was floored. "Quite nice, my ass. What has that got to do with judging him by his appearance?" Felicia also tried to calm things down by saying, "The Indian author should be the person we should stand together against." As Felicia and Anthony did not know the inside story, they wondered why the Japanese writer would have such a bias against Zhang Ye. They thought that some kind of misunderstanding had happened. The Japanese writer was too angry to say anything. The Indian author? Not even 10 Bangalores can match the wickedness of this Zhang guy. Compared to Zhang Ye, the Indian author is the Edelweiss. How can you not know of his past deeds? Of all the people at the venue, the only people other than Hachichi and Little Wang who understood Zhang Ye the most would have to be the Japanese and Korean Nobel Prize nominees. The people of other nations might not be familiar with Zhang Ye, but how could they not be familiar with him? Although Zhang Ye had disappeared from the public eye for close to 4 years, the Japanese and Koreans still couldn't help but clench their teeth in hatred when his name was mentioned. Scolding, fighting, smashing cars, trashing hotels, making Trojans. He was the hooligan who committed all kinds of evil in Asia years ago. Yet you consider him to be the angel here? Don't you have it wrong? Last night, the Japanese writer did not show up at the banquet not because he had to go shopping with his wife. In fact, it was because she was afraid that Zhang Ye would cause trouble, so she decided to steer her husband away from him. As for Bangalore, the Japanese writer and his wife were not concerned about him at all. They both knew that the Indian author was only all bark and no bite. One was a sheep in wolf's clothing. The other was a wolf in sheep's clothing. There was no way to compare these two people. Only you guys would regard the Indian author as a troublesome person. But little can you imagine that the most troublesome person is actually this person talking and laughing beside you. At 10 a.m. sharp, the venue's doors were shut and the security checkpoints closed. For a moment, the entire auditorium fell silent. Everyone had arrived. Little Wang said nervously, "It's starting." Hachichi took a deep breath. "Which prize will they be announcing first?" Little Wang said, "It's always different each year." "Oh, I'm so nervous." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "Calm down. This is a live broadcast." Little Wang also took a deep breath. However, her heart was still pounding. She couldn't be blamed for being nervous because they knew how important this award was for director Zhang. It was the most prestigious prize in the entire world with no other awards coming close. This was also the first time they were attending an international award ceremony, so it was no wonder they were nervous. Countless cameras were facing the stage. The venue of the award ceremony was looking as luxurious as a concert hall. The atmosphere, the decorations, the colors, all of it was vividly presented. Under the attention of the people of the world, the director of the Nobel Foundation went up on stage. Holding a microphone, he announced to the world with a smile, "Ladies and gentlemen, good morning." Applause thundered. The crowd clapped. Next, the Nobel Foundation's director delivered an opening speech that lasted for 10 minutes. It gave an in-depth explanation of the creation of the Nobel Prizes, the predecessor awards, the change of the award's name, the number of prizes that have been given out thus far, and so on, giving everyone a deeper understanding of and a recap on the value and history of the Nobel Prizes. This was because today happened to be the 50th anniversary of the Nobel Prize, so the ceremony was held in a grander manner. 10 minutes passed. The speech finished up. The audience broke out into applause. Every country's television stations had a real-time translation of the event as the viewers watching listened to it carefully. The live audience also listened intently with almost no one getting distracted. To countless people, the Nobel Prizes represented a solemn and dignified award ceremony. Everyone respected the importance of this award and also the highest honor it brought to its recipients. On the stage, A ceremony employee walked on stage with a medal. The director took it from the employee and gave a smile. So then, let me first announce this year's first Nobel Prize winner. With a pause, he held up a card and flipped it open. After voting by the Nobel Committee, the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine is. It was all quiet in the audience. The viewers watching TV also hushed up. The nominees who were seated in the Physiology or Medicine zone were even quieter. Every one of them was staring at the stage with wide eyes. Then the director announced, the famous American MD won, Dr. James Strong. Immediately, the entire live audience looked in one direction. James looked very surprised. The people around him broke out into applause. Some of them also smiled bitterly in sorrow. Others kindly gave James hugs and celebrated his win. In the field of physiology and medicine, America was much more advanced than the rest of the world. For this Physiology or Medicine Prize, 7 of the 20 nominees were Americans. The predictions by the public also showed that an American would win this year's prize, just like they had won it the previous year. The only point of contention was which American doctor would be presented with the highest honor in the world. Unexpectedly, it was won by the youngest MD in the group, Dr. Strong. The director smiled. Please come on stage to collect your medal. James was smiling broadly, hugging and kissing his friends around him. Then he strode on stage and received the medal from the director with a serious look. Thank you, thank you. I can't believe this. He was so excited he even stuttered while delivering his acceptance speech. Little Wang was very envious. Hachichi sighed. On this day, James's name would be entered into the annals of history. On this day, the entire world was cheering for him. This was the Nobel Prize, the highest honor in the entire world. Chapter 1609. The winner of the Nobel Prize in Literature is unveiled. Chapter 1609. The winner of the Nobel Prize in Literature is unveiled. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. America. It's ours. Well done. It's James. Ha ha ha. England. Sure enough, it was won by an American. There's almost no suspense for the Physiology or Medicine Prize. Hi. The Netherlands. Congratulations to him. The medical world has another doctor who has ascended to the top. The Americans have occupied this position for the past 3 years. China. When will the Literature Prize be announced? The Literature Prize and Peace Prize have always been the last to get announced every year. I can't wait to find out. At the venue, James's acceptance speech ended. Round after round of applause rang out from the audience until James left the stage. All of the world's media were still showing him on their live broadcast. At this moment, he was the star of the show and the focus of attention of the entire world. Perhaps some people didn't know about James's contributions to the medical field, or this their first time hearing his name. However, that was not important now because everyone knew what it meant to be able to win a Nobel Prize. Hachichi applauded. Zhang Ye was also clapping. After some time, the live broadcast cut back to the main stage. The foundation's director stepped back on stage. The director said, "Next up, I will be revealing the recipient of this year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics." All of a sudden, the Mathematics Prize nominee zone fell silent. Zhang Ye turned his attention to their direction with a look of interest. Little Wang said with a tinge of regret, "It's a pity we didn't get shortlisted for that award." Hachichi said, "Yeah. If Director Zhang had been willing to make a push for it, we might have gotten nominated for the Nobel Prize in Mathematics as well. However, each person can only be nominated for one award each year. Otherwise, we could have vied for the Mathematics Prize, the Physics Prize, and the Literature Prize. Who knows, we might have won all 3 of them. Then that would truly be unprecedented." Zhang Ye rolled his eyes in response. "Old Ha, you're overthinking things." Hachichi laughed and said, "In any case, we'll be vying for the Nobel Prize in Mathematics someday too." Little Wang said, "And the Physics Prize as well." Zhang Ye laughed. "We don't even know if I can get the Nobel Prize this time. But you two are already thinking about winning 3 of them? I don't even dare to think that far and high." On the stage, the director said in a clear voice, "The recipient of this year's Nobel Prize in Mathematics is English mathematician Hank House." Anthony cried out in surprise, "It's one of our English mathematicians." Everyone in the venue turned to look. All the cameras were now aimed at an old Englishman in his 70s. Hank House was slightly startled, although his expression didn't make him look particularly excited. However, when he pushed himself out of his chair, everyone discovered that his hands were trembling. They were trembling with excitement. There was thunderous applause. BBA, 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 BBA. When the old man went up on stage to receive his medal, the applause became even more enthusiastic. It was as though all of the world's applause was for him alone in this moment. Little Wang asked, "Director Zhang, do you know him?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I've heard of his name before, but I haven't had any dealings with him. He's a very famous mathematician in the global mathematics world and was nominated for the Nobel Prize when he was still in his 50s. This time, his wish has finally been fulfilled. The competition for the mathematics prize this time was a very close one. At least 4 of the candidates were very strong contenders for the prize, which had made it very difficult to distinguish who would win. Perhaps due to a variety of reasons, and also after discussions by the committee, they decided to present the award to House in the end. He was a veteran in the field who had dedicated his entire life to mathematics. Next up, the Chemistry Prize, the Physics Prize, the Economics Prize won. The recipients were announced one by one. Each time they announced the results, the entire venue would shake from applause as it filled the auditorium. One after another, new Nobel Prize winners emerged. Right now, only the Literature Prize and Peace Prize remained to be awarded. These were also the prizes that attracted the most attention of the people each year and were the highlights of the award ceremony. Although there were cases of these 2 awards getting announced first in the previous years, it didn't happen often. By and large, they were announced at the end of the awards ceremony. These were also the Nobel Prizes that this world's people were most familiar with and the most interested in. In the rest of the world, France. We didn't even win a single one this time. What a pity. The Americans actually got 2 of the awards. In Germany, the Physics Prize is ours. Ha ha ha. It's enough winning one. We're still the authoritative voice in the field of physics. Korea, there's nothing for us. We were only nominated for the Economics Prize, but it was won by an American. Hi, when will our country finally have a Nobel laureate of our own? Don't worry, there will surely be one in the future. The Chinese are in the same boat as us. They've never had any of their citizens win a Nobel Prize before. Haha, I feel better hearing that. India, it's here. The next award to be presented is the Literature Prize. You can do it, Bangalore. It's all up to you now. The Chinese and Japanese writers definitely can't beat you. Bring home the Nobel Prize for India. The award should have been yours 10 years ago. China, it's finally time. I'm so nervous. Will face-smacking Zhang stumble at the finish line? Who knows what the Nobel Committee will choose? Honestly, I still feel that Bangalore has a greater chance of winning. The main reason is that Zhang Ye's works are too few in number. In the global novels industry, he only has Gone with the Wind as his representative work. If he had more time to write a few more novels, he would stand a much greater chance of winning the award. At home, his mother was staring wide-eyed as she waited. It's almost time. His father took a deep breath and sat bolt upright. Wu Ziqing was smiling with Cece in her lap. Cece was also staring intently at the television with wide eyes. At Zhang Ye's studio, everyone was here today. It's time for our turn. Ah, Director Zhang, you can do it. Give the award to us. Give the award to us. We're only one step away from breaking into the international celebrity rankings. Zhang Yuanqi's house. Ninglan was visiting today. Sister Zhang, do you think he can win it? I don't know. If he can do it, he will be making a great contribution to the country. It wouldn't just be a great contribution. He would be hailed as a national hero. Yeah, the Nobel Prize is too important to China. At Spring Gardens Place. Amy, come quickly. I have a stomachache. They're giving out that award soon. They are? Wait. Let me pull on my pants first. Quick, hurry up. Japan. They're about to announce the Literature Prize recipient. Just don't let Zhang Ye win it. Right? I'd rather the Indian writer win this Nobel Prize. It mustn't be given to that Chinese writer. The outside world was in a mess. Countless people were guessing about who would win. Countless people were debating who should win. Compared to the announcements for the mathematics and economics prizes, the Literature Prize was causing a great debate across the world before the winner was even announced. The amount of comments on the internet made it obvious. With 3, 4, or even 5 times more comments than the discussions that the other prizes had generated. Perhaps everyone around the world already had their choice of winner. Anthony gave Zhang Ye a nudge. It's all up to you, Zhang Ye said helplessly. Everyone stands an equal chance of winning it. Felicia was also holding her breath. The literature prize nominees around them also looked very tense in this moment. The gaze of many of the reporters and other Nobel Prize nominees were directed over here as well. They saw how calm Zhang Ye looked. They saw how conflicted the Japanese author was. They also saw that haughty and arrogant look on the Indian author's face. The live broadcast camera was pointing at all of them, and everyone's expressions were different. The Nobel Committee's director was already standing on stage. The medal, the card, they were right beside him. When the card was flipped open, the name of the Literature Prize recipient would be announced. Nobody knew if the director was doing it intentionally, but he took out the card very slowly, likely because he knew that the global viewership was at its peak and that the attention given to the Literature Prize and Peace Prize was completely different from the previous awards. The director smiled. There are still 2 more Nobel Prizes to announce. The people in the audience could no longer sit still. Many of the viewers watching TV were also getting very anxious. The director said, "So, then, I'll first announce the recipient of the Nobel Prize in Literature." Gulp, gulp. The sound of him swallowing could be heard. The director said in a slow manner, "The recipient of this year's Nobel Prize in Literature is..." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The director looked into the audience and announced, "Indian author Bangalore." Little Wong's face fell. "It's over." Anthony could only give Zhang Ye a squeeze on the shoulders. Alas, Felicia kept shaking her head. As expected, the Japanese author sighed. Only Bangalore was smiling with delight. It was the first time a lot of people saw him smile. However, the applause at the venue wasn't enthusiastic in the least. This was because everyone viewed him as the hooligan of the literary world. Ha Chi-Chi felt a little dejected and said, "Director Zhang?" Zhang Ye let out a chuckle and said, "It's all right. There will be another chance in the future." But how can we wait any longer?" Little Wong said bitterly. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I'm lucky if I get it. It's my fate if I don't." He knew that his chances of winning this Nobel Prize were not that great. If he could win it, he would naturally be very excited. But not winning it was expected as well. Ever since Zhang Ye boarded the plane in Beijing to come to England, he knew. Chapter 1610, The Kick That Shocked the World. Chapter 1610, The Kick That Shocked the World. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. China. On Weibo. Fuck. This. We've lost the Nobel Prize. It's gone, everything is gone. It's been won by that Indian writer. Hi, it's over for us. I've been anticipating it for a long time. The media also reported that this was the closest that China was to winning a Nobel Prize. In the end, we still couldn't get it. Face-smacking Zhang has failed this time. It's not like he could help it. That's the Nobel Prize we're talking about. Zhang Ye has never lost when it comes to domestic awards. But the Nobel Prize is the world's most prestigious award. Perhaps it was still a step too far for us. At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, his 3 sisters roared with rage. Damn it, do they not have eyes? It obviously should have been awarded to our brother. The Indian has cheated his way to a win again. At home, his father looked on in regret. His mother pointed at the television and started scolding. What the heck? Hi, there must be some kind of conspiracy. At the studio, sighs sounded from all over the room. Some of the female employees were even trying to hide tears. It still couldn't be done? Is it so much to ask to win the Nobel Prize? I can't accept this. Me neither. Gone with the Wind isn't any worse than those other books. At the Chinese Writers Association, we couldn't win it after all. What a pity. Yeah, we were so close. We only missed out by a little bit. Never mind, Zhang Ye has done quite well. Already. London. Lillian's house. What a pity. Sis, is he your Chinese friend? Yes. I was even the one who suggested that he try for the Nobel Prize. India. The people were all cheering. Oh my God, it's ours. We've won it. Long live Bangalore. Long live India. Unbelievable. India has finally gotten a Nobel Prize laureate. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew that the Chinese and Japanese authors would not get the Nobel Prize. I really wish I could see the face of that Chinese author right now. In Germany, the Indian writer has gotten the last laugh. This is a very important award. It was unexpected, but still within reason. This year's winner of the Literature Prize has finally been unveiled. Japan. I figured it would be him. It's such a pity that we didn't manage to win it. It's good as long as it's not Zhang Ye who gets the Nobel Prize. That's true. Congratulations to the Indian author. China, the UK, Korea, Greece, Finland, Canada. When the Nobel Prize in Literature was announced, every country in the world blew up. The netizens discussed it like crazy. The media reports were numerous as well. At the award ceremony, the director smiled and said, "Would Mr. Bangalore please come on stage to collect his medal?" Bangalore smoothed his clothes and rose from his seat, all smiles. Then he strode up to the stage in high spirits. At this moment, it could be said that Bangalore was the person with the most attention on him in the entire world. The Literature Prize had such great influence. He went up on stage. He received his medal. They took a picture together. On the big screen behind the stage, Bangalore's works over the years were listed. The dense list of novels dumbfounded everyone. Little Wang said, "He has written so many books." Hachichi said, "It's just that we have too few works. It's only because director Zhang doesn't have the time to write them." Little Wang had absolute confidence in Zhang Ye's writing ability and speed. If we had another half a year, director Zhang could surely 20 novels for them. Felicia consoled, "Zhang, come back again next year." Zhang Ye smiled. "All right." Anthony also comforted the Japanese author. The Japanese author said, "I was already prepared for this." This event gave Zhang Ye a better understanding of the Nobel Prizes. While he had intended to use one novel to win the Nobel Prize, he realized now that he had thought too simply. In his previous world, a lot of people still missed out on winning the Nobel Prize even after writing for an entire lifetime, finishing 10 books, 20 books, or even 30 books. This included many of the famous literary giants. So for him to win a Nobel Prize with just one work, that really did seem to be quite impossible. Hi, I should have competed for some other prize. The mathematics prize? The physics prize? Perhaps I'd have stood a better chance for those. However, it was too late. Besides, there wasn't enough time for him to do anything. Under the attention of countless people, Bangalore picked up the microphone. Everyone in the audience was looking at him. The viewers around the world watching the live broadcast were also looking at him. However, the moment the Indian author opened his mouth, many people were flabbergasted. Bangalore cleared his throat and said proudly with a laugh, "First of all, I would like to thank the Nobel Prize Committee. After 10 years, they've finally made one correct decision." The people in the audience burst into an uproar. People all over the world were speechless. Made just one correct decision in 10 years? So the previous winners of the Nobel Prize in Literature were blindly selected then? They only got it right when they chose you this time? Anthony was speechless, as was Felicia, and so was the director of the Nobel Foundation. Everyone around the world rolled their eyes. They'd long heard of Bangalore being the biggest hooligan in the global literary field, and it was indeed true. Zhang Ye was bemused. He looked at the stage and listened to him speak. Then Bangalore raised his medal and continued, "This medal should have been mine 10 years ago. As such, I won't be giving any further thanks to anyone. This is because this medal is what the Nobel Foundation owes me. It's what the entire world owes me. I will forego the interest owed to me in the last 10 years. India. That arrogance. This should be how it is. Good one, Bangalore. Right? This is what the world owes us. China. This idiot must be crazy. I'm gonna faint. Where did this dumbass come from? He can even win the Nobel Prize like this? He's not afraid that the Nobel Prize Committee will take the prize away from him. America. What kind of person is this? The Nobel Prize Committee owes him the award? He's too arrogant. Ugh, this guy is so obnoxious. Korea. I want to beat him up. Me too. This Indian is asking for a beating. Where does he get his confidence? The entire world was scolding. There were voices of doubt all across the venue. After Bangalore's acceptance speech, there was not a single clap for him. Most foreigners were very graceful, especially on an occasion like the Nobel Prize. No matter how much they disliked someone, they would still applaud them if they won. This was the minimum respect and decorum they could show. But Bangalore's speech was so outrageous that no one wanted to applaud him. Everyone present was muttering something. This is so exasperating. The world owes you the prize. Humph. The situation was very awkward. There was no applause. There was no movement. But Bangalore was indifferent to it all. He swaggered off the stage with the medal in hand. The reporters from the international media outlets were all looking at him with their mouths agape. The cameras in their hands were not flashing either. The live broadcast camera kept its focus on him with a close-up the entire time. The Nobel Prize committee members in the audience looked like they were already regretting their decision. Some people face-bombed. Some looked furious. Walking back towards his seat, Bangalore even gave Zhang Ye a smile. No one knew if it was intentional, but he also raised the medal slightly at him as if making a statement. Little Wang glared at him. Ha Chi-Chi curled her lips. Only Zhang Ye was smiling. The foundation's director went up on stage again. Bangalore walked past Zhang Ye as he returned to his seat. But right at this moment, just as the live broadcast camera was about to cut back to the main stage, an unbelievable scene that no one in the world could have expected happened. Anthony saw a leg. Something blurred across Felicia's vision. The Japanese author stared wide-eyed in shock. The entire world's people also saw a leather shoe on the television screen as it smugly materialized in the picture. The leg appeared right in front of Bangalore's feet. No one could react to it. The people at the venue could not. The people watching TV could not. Bangalore was even more unprepared for it. Ah! Bangalore shrieked. The next moment, the Indian author's entire body was thrown off balance. With a loud bang, he slammed into the ground. The metal broke. Bangalore took a hard fall. Pissed, blood was spurting from a cut above his eyebrow. At this moment, it was as though time had stopped. It was as though the entire world had frozen. Chapter 16:11. The people of the world fall to their knees. Chapter 16:11. The people of the world fall to their knees. Translator, leg editor, leg. At the venue. On TV. The entire world was silenced. Ha Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. Little Wang's jaw dropped. Anthony's jaw dropped. Felicia's jaw dropped. In the live broadcast camera, the economics prize winner who was taking a sip of water spat it out. Nothing like that had happened before in all 50 years of the Nobel Prize award ceremony. The nominees, staff, guests, media reporters, and even the viewers watching television at home were all dumbfounded at this moment. It was as though 10,000 grass mud horses had galloped past in front of their eyes. England. The internet blew up. Holy shit. Who was that? Whose leg was it? Jesus. What just happened? God, what did I just see? The literature prize winner was tripped. Japan. Who was that? Why does that leg look so familiar? It's Zhang Ye. I saw it. It was Zhang Ye. Damn, was it really him? How is he so bold? What does he not dare to do? True that, this fellow was really notorious back then. Korea. Oh my god. Zhang Ye is crazy. This leg looks familiar. At the Olympics, he did exactly the same thing by tripping an international referee. Oh yeah, I remember now. This isn't the first time he's done something like this. I'm gonna faint. He's too bold. I really have to take my hat off to this Chinese guy. America. It's him, Gone with the Wind's author. The hooligan of the literary field, Bangalore, was tripped by someone, tripping someone at the Nobel Prize award ceremony. Is that Chinese author crazy? My god, why are there so many hooligans in the literary field? This is a global broadcast. Yeah. Everyone in the world is watching this. India. The people's resentment was boiling over. Fuck your sister. Zhang Ye. That Chinese guy is so despicable. That bastard. How dare he do that? This is provocation. He purposely trying to make a fool of us. Back at home, his mother was shocked. His father nearly fell off the sofa. His mother asked, Old Zhang, was that our son's leg? His father said, dabbing at his sweat, I think so. Wu Ziqing affirmed, it was him. His mother broke down and bellowed. This is a global broadcast. At Central TV, the live broadcast studio was terribly quiet at this moment. The host and the studio's guest commentator were stunned. The host said, it seems like an accident has happened at the venue. The guest commentator said, sweating, what on earth just happened? Let's play it back in slow motion. A lot of people who were watching the Central TV live broadcast nearly burst out laughing. A replay? In slow motion? Do you think this is a soccer match? It was the first time they had encountered a slow-motion replay for an award ceremony. At Spring Gardens Place, Xiaodong went crazy. Li Xiaoxin's legs turned to rubber. Amy was dumbfounded. Did you guys see that? Yes. I didn't see it wrong, did I? No, you didn't. I'm gonna faint. At Zhang Ye's studio, many of the staff fell out of their chairs. Director Zhang. What the heck? It's over. We're done for. This is going to turn into something major. Are we? Are we going to get blacklisted from the Nobel Prizes? On Weibo, face-smacking Zhang has gone mad. Zhang Ye is gonna soar to the heavens. Damn, he really turned physical. This is a global broadcast. It's a fucking global broadcast. Teacher Zhang, I'm kneeling to you. The entire world is watching the live broadcast. This is the Nobel Prize award ceremony. Do you think that is happening back at home? I really have to hand it to Teacher Zhang. I'm genuflecting as well. Teacher Zhang is too rash. He always gets into a fight without any warning. Like he'd care that this is broadcast live around the world. This is great. Face-smacking Zhang's notoriety is going to spread across the world this time. I knew it. I knew that Teacher Zhang would cause some trouble when he went overseas. This fellow doesn't give a fuck about the occasion. The glory of that trip feels so familiar. Of course it feels familiar. Back here at home, who knows how? Many people have already been felled by the feet of Zhang Ye. This is the fucking Zhang Ye's claim to fame move. Motherfucker, why do I feel like laughing the more I hear you guys talk about this? I can't hold it in any longer either. Although it's a little inappropriate, I would still like to say, Teacher Zhang, beautifully done. That Indian author was absolutely asking for it. He asked for it by being a show-off in front of Zhang Ye. It's been 4 years, but face-smacking Zhang's temper is still the same as ever. He still takes action when it's called for and never hesitates to do so. Yao Jinkai, Ning Lan, Zhang Yuanqi, Zhang Ye's family, Zhang Ye's friends, the Chinese citizens, the Japanese citizens, the French citizens, the Australian citizens. Countless countries around the world were left kneeling. Why would you dare to do that? How could you do something like that? Why, you're too mean. At the venue, the live broadcast was still continuing. Bangalore got up angrily and pointed at Zhang Ye. He roared at him, "What did you do?" Then everyone became even more exasperated. Zhang Ye looked straight at Bangalore's bloody face and asked in confusion, "Huh? What's wrong?" Bangalore nearly fainted in anger. Anthony was stunned. Felicia was stunned. The 4 physicists that Zhang Ye had gotten to know were also stunned. What kind of expression is that? Just what the heck is that expression? Can you be any more thick-skinned than this? The trip had been witnessed by everyone in the venue and around the world. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Ye was playing dumb before everyone. Anthony wiped at his sweat. "Zhang," the Japanese author snorted and said, "So now you know why I was unwilling to get to know him? You've seen it for yourself? The biggest hooligan in the global literary field has actually been sitting close to you all this while. Yet you considered him the angel." The Japanese author didn't appear surprised by what Zhang Ye did at all. Felicia and Anthony were speechless. Little Wong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Director Zhang. Chi covered her face and felt like she had been completely disgraced. If this had been recorded, so be it. They could edit out this incident. Even if it would still cause a stir, it could be containable at least. Unfortunately, this had to happen on a live broadcast. And it was even fucking broadcast live around the world. The winner of the Nobel Prize in Literature gets attacked by a Chinese author. Thinking about the headlines that would be splashed across international media, Chi was speechless. But Zhang Ye thought otherwise. His take on this matter was extremely simple. He had been unhappy with the behavior of the Indian for a long time. Acting arrogant with me? Saying that the world owes you the prize. You're even feeling all righteous about saying that? Fuck off. If I had gotten the Nobel Prize, I would have cared about my image and my actions. But since the prize has already been awarded, it has nothing to do with this bro anymore. Why would I still care who you are? I don't give a damn at all. Chapter 1612. The Nobel Peace Prize is announced. Chapter 1612. The Nobel Peace Prize is announced. Translator, leg editor, leg. In a certain country. In a household. Mom, come quickly. What's the matter, Tom? The winner of the Nobel Prize in Literature has been tripped by someone. Tom, children shouldn't tell lies. It's true, Mom. Impossible. This is broadcast live around the world. I swear it happened. Come and see quick. What? Similar scenes were playing out around the world. Many people around the world who were originally uninterested in the Nobel Prize award ceremony had also been called over to watch it by their families and friends. They sat down in front of their televisions with a look of shock. The Literature Prize and Peace Prize had always been the highlights of the award ceremony and were closely watched by people all over the world. The number of people watching had already doubled or tripled from the prior announcements of the other prizes. But now that Bangalore had been tripped, the viewership ratings of the Nobel Prize award ceremony started increasing at a terrifying rate. The global viewership ratings. The global viewership numbers. They were all rising like crazy. On an international social media site. In just a short time, this trending news kept popping up. Oh my God, I've dug up some news regarding that Chinese author. What news? It's about the things that he did in Asia in the past. I found something too. Oh my God, he gave up an award? It was an international math award. He beat up an Olympic referee. He trashed a hotel. So that Japanese hotel got trashed because of him. He even beat up a Korean celebrity too. The panda burning incense and CIH viruses were created by him. Back then, hackers from all over the world viewed China as a forbidden zone, and many well-known hacker groups from all over the world declared that they would not invade the Chinese internet in at least 10 years. So it was all because of this Chinese author. Just what kind of a person is he? There's actually such a hooligan of a person in the world. At the venue, the medical personnel rushed over. They helped Bangalore up and treated his wound. Zhang Ye, just you wait. Just you wait, I tell you. Bangalore was yelling in fury. Faced with an out-of-control scenario, the venue's staff rushed over to calm him down. Mr. Bangalore, please rest for a while. We're still in the middle of the live broadcast. Let's wait until after the award ceremony to handle things. Bangalore nearly fainted in anger. Why are you still giving awards out? Beside him, quite a few nominees were also trying to persuade him. Calm down. Let's wait until the awards are all given out. The entire world is watching. You're not that badly hurt anyway. The medal can be replaced even if it broke. Bangalore saw red at the words. Fuck you. How is this not that badly hurt? Why don't you fucking crash to the ground before saying that? Everyone chipped in with a word or two, but none of them sided with Bangalore. He had offended too many people over the years. Plus the acceptance speech he had just given probably added even more people to that list. The wicked could only be subdued by the wicked. So when they finally saw someone who was willing to stand up to Bangalore and teach him a lesson, a lot of them couldn't help but glowed in their heads. They thought to themselves, you're usually so smug, but now you've finally met a tough opponent. In the corner, several Nobel Prize nominees were laughing under their breaths. The Indian author has been totally disgraced. He asked for it by behaving so arrogantly. He probably did not think that he would meet someone who is more of a hooligan than him. That Indian author only knows how to talk tough. Yeah, that Chinese author is the real badass here. I didn't expect that he could be such a thorn in the side because he was all smiles and being so friendly. How do you guys think this matter will be handled? Who knows? Several of the foundation's people also came over to persuade Bangalore. Finally, Bangalore clenched his teeth and sat back down. All right, I'll wait for the award ceremony to finish. I want a fair explanation of this after that. And a proper answer for my country. The drama was temporarily glossed over. The Nobel Foundation's people heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did the director, who was standing on stage all this while, pick up the microphone again. He smiled apologetically and said to the live audience members and into the live broadcast camera, sorry to keep everyone waiting. There was a small incident. I hope it didn't affect anyone. Next, I will be announcing the winner for this year's Nobel Peace Prize, the last Nobel Prize that we will be giving out this year. Following that, the explanation of the prize began. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Perhaps the director was trying to turn the atmosphere at the award ceremony back around, so he gave a very interesting explanation of the history of the Nobel Peace Prize. Gradually, many of the live audience members and viewers watching TV refocused on the awards. Although they had gone through an unprecedented sideshow, everyone still managed to refocus their attention back on the award ceremony when it was time for the Nobel Peace Prize winner to be announced. The Literature Prize and the Peace Prize. These were two of the most anticipated and valuable awards of the Nobel Prizes. If there had to be a comparison, then needless to say, the Peace Prize would definitely have to be much more important than the Literature Prize. The Nobel Peace Prize was the only award that was not given out every year. For example, last year, 5 years ago, 9 years ago, there were no winners at all. This also reflected the value and weight of the Nobel Peace Prize. In addition, it was one of the hardest Nobel Prizes to win as the entry barrier to it was the highest. Nothing else came close. In the history of the Nobel Peace Prize, the winners were all very famous and important people in the world. Presidents, premiers, prime ministers, chairmen, great philanthropists. Since they could not invite such people to the award ceremony, the Nobel Peace Prize was the only Nobel Prize that didn't have any nominees. Everyone in the venue was discussing, which president will it be this year? The Russian president? He already won the Peace Prize 4 years ago. Oh right, I forgot. The current American president has also won it before. Although it was very controversial, he did win it. Then there isn't really anyone left to pick from. Will it go unawarded again this year? In the crowd, there were also people who didn't care. Like Zhang Ye, for example. He crossed his legs and leaned back in his seat, no longer bothering to act like a gentleman. Since he didn't manage to win the Nobel Prize, he was no longer interested in the other awards. Little Wang scratched her head. He won't call the police, will he? Ha Chi-Chi said bitterly. Why do we always manage to get into trouble with the police whenever we're overseas? Little Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said, I guess that's our lot in life. In any case, I'm used to it. Zhang Ye said, why aren't they continuing with the award ceremony? We can head back to Beijing after all of this is done. Ha Chi-Chi rolled her eyes and said, we might not even be able to make it back home. Zhang Ye shrugged and said, if anything happens, I'll just get locked up over here for a few days. You two can go back first. You make it sound so simple. Ha Chi-Chi said helplessly. I reckon Little Wang's and my passports are also going to get put on the global blacklist. In the future, I doubt anyone will let us into their countries. Anthony was a local. Zhang, if you really get into trouble with the police, I'll bail you out. Zhang Ye smiled. He turned around and said, just by that, I'm making you a friend. Then he laughed and said, there's no need to bail me out. I've had a lot of experience in situations like this. Little Wang pouted and replied in English, Mr. Anthony, you don't have to worry. In this aspect, our director Zhang has been through many of such experiences. He has already had many run-ins with the police of a lot of countries. Anthony said, huh? Felicia clasped her forehead. Their attention was no longer on the award ceremony. Behind, Bangalore was fuming and glaring at Zhang Ye. He wasn't looking at the stage at all. At this moment, an award staff member brought up a red card and handed it to the director. The foundation's director nodded and then gently said with a smile, next up, I will be announcing the winner of this year's Nobel Peace Prize. He raised the card and flipped it open. The director looked at it for a few seconds. The entire world's people were holding their breaths. Zhang Ye was still chatting with Anthony and the others. Bangalore was still glaring at Zhang Ye. All of a sudden, the director raised his head and looked into the audience with a smile. This year's Nobel Peace Prize winner is. His name is. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The director said calmly. The Chinese author, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was still in the midst of a conversation when he suddenly looked up. Little Wang was so surprised that she squealed. Ha Chi-Chi was absolutely dumbfounded. Anthony was stunned. Felicia was shocked. Bangalore fell out of his seat. In this moment, it fell silent in the venue. The entire world went silent. Chapter 1613. I have a dream. Chapter 1613. I have a dream. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. At the venue, it was dead quiet. So quiet that the sound of Bangalore crashing to the floor could be heard. So quiet that the sounds of a few Nobel Prize nominees doing spit takes could be heard. Zhang Ye was still leaning back in his seat with a posture that wasn't very proper, with his hand maintaining the posture from when he was chatting with Anthony and Felicia. He turned his head to the stage and looked dumbfoundedly at the director, then at the winner's card in his hands. Little Wang's jaw was hanging. What did he say? Ha Chi-Chi said in shock. Zhang Ye. Felicia looked like she had her tail stepped on. Chinese author? Anthony was going crazy. The Nobel Peace Prize? Zhang Ye pointed at himself in disbelief. Me? Bangalore became agitated. This is impossible. If the prize recipient was only known as Zhang Ye, everyone would surely think that it was just someone with the exact same name. However, When the announcement of the prize winner was made, the director added the prefix Chinese author to his name. Only one person had the name of Zhang Ye and could be called a Chinese author in this event. Instantly, everyone at the venue stared at him in shock. Instantly, the live broadcast cameras aimed at him in a frenzy. Then screams rang out. "Oh my God! The Peace Prize! A Chinese author? Heavens! This! Who can tell me what just happened? This is the Nobel Peace Prize we're talking about. The most important of the Nobel Prizes. Could they have gotten it wrong? Could the Nobel Foundation have made a mistake?" Watching TV, Zhang Ye's parents were dumbfounded. His parents-in-law were dumbfounded. His 3 sisters were dumbfounded. The staff of Zhang Ye's studio were dumbfounded. Yao Jinkai was dumbfounded. Ning Lan was dumbfounded. Spring Garden was dumbfounded. China, Japan, Korea, America, the UK, Russia, the entire world's people were dumbfounded. People around the world stared at their television in shock and could not believe their ears. Not just them, even Zhang Ye, who was sitting in the audience, could not believe it either. Perhaps he had thought about getting the literature prize, or even the mathematics prize and the physics prize. But the Nobel Peace Prize? He had never even thought of it before. Not a single thought at all. Me? The Peace Prize? Are you kidding me? How could I have anything to do with this prize ever in my lifetime? Suddenly, Little Wang exclaimed, "Director Zhang, the Americans repealed that Exclusion Act." Ha Chi-Chi also thought of something. And the peace talks that Russia is holding. Zhang Yi was stunned. Repealing the bill? The Russian peace talks? What the hell has that fucking got to do with me? At this moment, the Nobel Foundation's director who was standing on stage looked at Zhang Yi with a smile. He picked up the microphone and said, "This is the first time that the Nobel Peace Prize has been presented during the ceremony itself. Would the recipient please come up on stage to receive the prize and give an acceptance speech?" After a pause, he said, "Mr. Zhang Ye, please come up on stage." Anthony nudged him. "Zhang, go on." Felicia said excitedly, "Zhang, quickly go and accept the prize. Hurry up." Only then did Zhang Ye stand up in a daze. A lot of people were currently looking at the director in shock. Only then did they remember that this director of the Nobel Foundation was a black person. Bangalore went crazy. A lot of others at the venue also went crazy. Their minds were no longer able to process this. If Zhang Ye hadn't tripped someone, they might not have had such a great reaction. But what exactly happened earlier? Everyone around the world saw the Chinese man trip the Nobel laureate in literature to the ground. A person like this. A hooligan like this. Someone who was so full of violence. The Nobel Peace Prize? Fuck your sister. This doesn't make any sense at all. There must have been a mistake. Zhang Ye had gone on stage. That black director nodded while smiling and handed the medal to Zhang Ye. This is the first time a Peace Prize has been awarded to a writer. A novel that helped America repeal the last remaining Exclusion Act. A novel that saved the citizens of Russia and many neighboring countries from the baptism of war. A novel that helped the entire world realize the horrors of war and the importance of unity. It saved hundreds of millions, maybe even billions of people from going through war. Today, I am very proud and honored to be able to hand this medal to you. Zhang Ye accepted it in a daze. The director made a gesture to take it from there before walking off the stage. The rest of the time was to be allocated to Zhang Ye. The cameras of the media were all aimed at him. At this moment, the entire world's attention was on Zhang Ye's face. Everyone knew that this Chinese man must have not prepared a speech. Perhaps he did prepare one, but it would definitely have been for the literature prize instead. Zhang Ye took the microphone. He had no idea what to say. "It's me? It's really me?" Hans wiped his sweat away. Zhang doesn't believe it himself either. Anna could also see that. Who can believe it? Paige gave a wry smile. Do the Russian negotiations and the repeal of the American bill really have anything to do with him? A mathematician nearby added. Let's see what he has to say. Ha Chi-Chi clenched her fists. Come on, Director Zhang. Little Wang said anxiously. Say something. Hurry up and say something. Then Zhang Yi spoke. On the stage. Right here. On this day. Zhang Yi delivered a speech that would shock the entire world. He looked at the camera and everyone else. I have a dream. I have a dream that one day this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Africa sons of former slaves and the sons of former slave owners will be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream that one day, even India, a country sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression, will be transformed into an oasis of freedom and justice. I have a dream that one day every valley shall be exalted, every hill and mountain shall be made low. The rough places will be made plain, and the crooked places will be made straight. And the glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. The people in the live audience were stunned. The viewers watching TV were also dumbfounded from hearing the speech. Some people's blood was racing with excitement. Some people wanted to vomit blood. For example, Bangalore nearly blew his top. India? Sweltering with the heat of injustice? Sweltering with the heat of oppression? Fuck your grandpa. Zhang Ye said loudly. This is our hope. With this faith we will be able to hew out of the mountain of despair a stone of hope. With this faith we will be able to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. With this faith we will be able to work together, to pray together, to struggle together, to go to jail together, to stand up for peace together, knowing that we will have peace one day. With every word, he spoke louder and louder. Zhang Ye raised both his hands. And so let peace ring from the prodigious hilltops of America. Let peace ring from the mighty mountains of India. Let peace ring from the snow-capped Urals of Russia. Let peace ring from the volcanic mountains of the Atlantic. From every mountainside, let peace ring. The venue was shocked. The world was shocked. This was, of course, their first time listening to this speech. But if the people from Zhang Ye's previous world were present, they would definitely find it familiar, very familiar, extremely familiar, because this was one of the greatest speeches given back in Zhang Ye's previous world. It was called I Have a Dream. Immediately, applause rang out. Anthony jumped to his feet. Bravo. Felicia was also quite excited. Well said. Little Wang's hands were red from clapping. Well done, Director Zhang. Ha Chi-Chi was so excited she was overwhelmed by a rush of emotions. That was fantastic. It was so well said. Director Zhang was still Director Zhang. He would never drop the ball at the critical juncture. So what if he hadn't prepared a speech? So what if there was no draft? This was Zhang Ye they were talking about. On any occasion, at any time, he would not require a prepared speech. Applause. Screams. Cheers. A lot of people couldn't help clapping when they heard this speech. Quite a few people from the Nobel Foundation were also nodding in approval as they stood up to clap. The Japanese author rolled his eyes. Bangalore also found himself going crazy. You have a dream? Let peace ring? Like I'd fucking believe you. You don't need to write a draft to bullshit, do you? The world's #1 hacker. The panda burning incense that destroyed Korea. Making weapons for China. Trashing a Japanese hotel. Beating up a Korean celebrity. And even resorting to underhanded moves at the Nobel Prize award ceremony to hit someone. There really wasn't another person as much a hooligan as him in the world. He really was the most notorious bastard in the entire world. The Nobel Peace Prize? God damn it, did you make a mistake? How did you see any signs of peace in this bastard? On the stage. At this moment, Zhang Ye was also very confused. Even he himself felt that this was a tad nonsensical. He had thought that getting the literature prize would have been good enough, but he had never expected that he would actually end up with the Nobel Peace Prize instead. This was an even bigger award than the Nobel Prize in Literature. Chapter 1614. The entire world is made to laugh. Chapter 1614. The entire world is made to laugh. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Japan. Countless citizens closed their eyes in disbelief. Oh no. Oh my God. Please tell me this is not true. Why is it him? How can it be him? Yeah, how can it be this guy? That eunuch won the Peace Prize? Korea. There was a wave of cries in the country. Those who had been infected by the panda-burning incense virus years ago nearly flipped their tables and started cursing. This. They really gave it to him. Holy fuck. Is the Nobel Prize Committee stupid? He tripped over the Indian author just now. It happened just a while ago. Didn't you guys see that? Did you really not see that? Has the committee gone crazy? The UK? This is unbelievable. They actually gave it to a Chinese man? The Peace Prize is the most important award of the Nobel Prizes. This award is too unexpected. No one could have expected this. Zhang Ye? I'll remember his name. This person is truly capable. He was obviously unprepared before going on stage, yet he could deliver such a rousing speech. Impressive. India. The citizens were enraged. Countless people were cursing and swearing, sweltering with the heat of injustice, sweltering with the heat of oppression. He even wants the sound of peace to ring out from our country. You're the one who's sweltering with the heat of injustice. You were the one who tripped teacher Bangalore, yet you're still fucking making sarcastic remarks about us? Why don't you just die? This person is too infuriating. How can there be such a shameless person around? America. This dramatic news also shocked the American people. The Nobel Prize has been won by a Chinese person for the first time. The crucial thing is that it's the Peace Prize. There has never been a Chinese person who has stood on such a high pedestal. China these days feels different. Zhang Ye. This Chinese guy is quite different. An international hacker group. Many of the members were dumbfounded by the news. Holy shit, even a hacker can win the Nobel Peace Prize? What has become of the world? Boss, why don't you make a push for the Nobel Prizes next year as well? Get lost. Back at home, his mother said dumbfoundedly, "It's really my son?" Wu Ziqing acknowledged and said with a smile, "We've gotten the Nobel Prize." His mother asked again, "My son really won it?" His father got so emotional that his eyes reddened. "Yes, it's our son. The Nobel Peace Prize. You've been repeating yourself more than 10 times. Then his mother went crazy and took out her cell phone. "Quick, give our relatives and friends a call." His father said, "There's no need to do that. Everyone has definitely found out." Cece's childish voice rang out. "Daddy is awesome. Daddy is awesome." At Zhang Ye's maternal grandma's house, there were also screams in this house. "Our brother has won. He's won. So cool. It's really our brother. We have a cousin who's a Nobel Prize laureate. That's right. That's right. I can brag about this for the rest of my life." His grandparents were also looking at the television in astonishment. They didn't know how to express what they were feeling. At his in-laws' house, Li Qinqin was thrilled and excited. Wu Changhe looked very stunned. The Peace Prize. At Zhang Ye's studio, everyone was roaring in celebration. "We've won. We've won." Someone was crying. "We really did it. We really won. Director Zhang is gonna blow up. We'll be breaking into the International Celebrity Rankings Index soon." A lot of the studio staff were already in tears. They were crying and shouting at the same time. But no matter how many words they said or tears they cried, it was still not enough to express the excitement they had. At the Chinese Academy of Sciences, it was chaos here as the 8 buildings were overrun by shouting. "He's won it. Professor Zhang has won the Nobel Prize. Oh my God. Oh my God. He really pulled it off. Ha ha ha. Old Joe. What did I say? What did I say? I knew this kid wouldn't have a problem. I knew he could do it." At Central TV, in the live broadcast studio, the host was incoherent. The host said he won it. He won it. The Nobel Peace Prize is ours. The Nobel Prize has been awarded to a Chinese person for the first time. Even the guests stood up and declared loudly, "Please remember this day, everyone. Please remember this name. Zhang Ye. He has won the first Nobel Prize for China. I'm very proud right now. I'm proud of teacher Zhang, and I'm proud to be Chinese." The female host was also tearing up. "My current emotions echo Professor Sun's." Everyone witnessed how teacher Zhang missed out on the Nobel Prize in Literature and might have turned off their television right after. But who could have expected that at the end, at the very last moment, teacher Zhang Ye managed to bring a Nobel Peace Prize home? This moment belongs to the Chinese people. It is the moment when China's name is ringing out across the entire world. Amazing. Teacher Zhang, you're fantastic. At Spring Gardens Place, Amy's mouth was still wide open. She hadn't been able to close her mouth all this while. Xiaodong, who still looked very shocked, was unable to believe her ears. She pointed at the television and asked Li Shaoxian, who was next to her, "Zhang Ye?" "Yes." "The Peace Prize?" "Yes." Xiaodong nearly vomited blood. Dong Shanshan's house. His old classmates were all looking at one another. Several of them were floored. Zhang Ye has won the Peace Prize. When did the Nobel Foundation become so humorous? To award the Peace Prize to this fellow, can it get more ironic? I'm feeling faint. Someone get me some wine to calm my nerves. On Weibo, the Chinese netizens were writhing in excitement, face-smacking Zhang. The Peace Prize. This is too face-smacking. Who would have thought that this bastard could actually bring home the Peace Prize? Is he thinking of scaring everyone around the world to death? It's the Nobel Peace Prize, all right. Face-smacking Zhang is going down in the annals of history. Yeah, not only is he going down in the annals of China's history, he is going to fucking go down in the annals of world history. That Indian author is going to be crying. Don't mention that Indian author. Even I am fucking crying. There was still a minority who did not know about this matter. Some people had only just signed into Weibo. What are you guys talking about? What's going on here? What about the Peace Prize? Previous posters, don't you know yet? Then let me tell you all a joke. The joke is, Zhang Ye has won the Nobel Peace Prize. Don't joke. Do you guys think I'm an idiot? Ha ha. If face-smacking Zhang won the Peace Prize, then I'll go and run for the American presidency. Then tens of thousands of people replied to that Weibo comment. Go on then. Hurry and go. I'm cramping up from laughing. Bro, all the best. You people better go and watch the news. In such a short period of time, tens of thousands of people had come to join in on the fun, dumbfounding those people. Only then did they realize that something was wrong and quickly went to check the news. If they didn't check, it would have been fine. But when they saw it, they either vomited blood or fainted. What? It's true. In this world, many things were simply unacceptable. For example, pigs flying. For example, an iron tree blooming. For example, a vegetarian tiger. For example, Zhang Ye winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Everyone in China was cheering at Zhang Ye's Nobel Prize win. But the only problem was that this Nobel Prize made them slightly embarrassed, and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who was Zhang Ye? China, Japan, and Korea knew him better than anyone else. He was someone who would scold people regardless of the occasion. He was a hooligan who would unexpectedly lay a hand on others. He was an asshole who would make trouble out of nothing at all. Counting the number of times that Zhang Ye had done such things over the years, none of those incidents would fucking have any correlation to the word peace at all. Yet it was exactly this person who won the Peace Prize. Very soon, the news headlines were published as well. America, the UK, France, Japan, Russia. A similar headline appeared on the news all over the world. It was a very long headline that had never appeared in the history of the news before. The Nobel Prize in Literature nominee who tripped the Nobel Prize in Literature winner at the Nobel Prize Awards ceremony wins the Nobel Peace Prize. This joke made the entire world laugh. Chapter 1615. The people from the embassy arrive. Chapter 1615. The people from the embassy arrive. Translator, leg editor, leg. At the venue, the live broadcast ended. The award ceremony was also over. Everyone got up and left their seats. Naturally, the Nobel Prize recipients were the focus of everyone's attention. Many friends and colleagues congratulated them, as did reporters. In previous years, once the award ceremony ended, the media from all over the world would surround the Nobel laureates, hoping to get the first interview after the awards had been given out. However, the atmosphere today was a bit funny. When the live broadcast camera switched off, all the reporters were moved. Mr. Zhang Ye. Mr. Zhang. I'm with the BBC. I'm a reporter from ABC. I'm with the CBC. Please accept our interview. Can we have 2 minutes of your time, please? Countless people looked at Zhang Ye in a surprise. They just managed to blink their eyes before the international media surrounded Zhang Ye. The Economics Prize recipient? The Physics Prize recipient? The Mathematics Prize recipient? None of the reporters went over to them. Almost all the reporters were sprinting towards Zhang Ye with their microphones and cameras. A few foreign reporters couldn't squeeze in and even resorted to squatting down and pushing their microphones into the crowd. That scene, that situation, it was ridiculous. Little Wang felt very flattered. Ha Chi-Chi said in a hurry. One at a time, please, one at a time. Zhang Ye maintained his smile and stood there patiently, waiting for them to ask their questions. This was his chance to get on the international media and television stations to boost his international fame. For a celebrity like Zhang Ye, this was too rare an opportunity, so of course he would not reject them. A female Spanish reporter asked, Did you ever think you'd win the Nobel Peace Prize? Perhaps because she had been too anxious, she spoke in Spanish. When she realized, she immediately thought of asking in English again. However, Zhang Ye answered her in Spanish. Honestly, It never crossed my mind before. This award was indeed unexpected. The female Spanish reporter was startled. You can speak Spanish? Zhang Ye smiled. A little. The female Spanish reporter said, may I ask if Gone with the Wind will get published in Spanish? Zhang Ye smiled. Definitely. A German reporter beside her quickly said, did you make up your acceptance speech on the spot? Yes, Zhang Ye said in German. As I've said, I really hadn't expected to get this award, so I just said what I was thinking and shared my thoughts. The German reporter was taken aback. You know German too? The surrounding reporters were also stunned when they heard this. You can actually speak so many languages? Aren't you too professional? 1, 5, 10. Zhang Ye dealt with reporters from all over the world. At the end, a Chinese reporter finally squeezed in after much effort. He hurriedly said, Teacher Zhang, I'm with Central TV. I'm with Central TV. Zhang Ye smiled and said, go ahead. The Chinese reporter quickly asked, first of all, let me congratulate you for bringing home the first Nobel Prize for China. But when the award was announced earlier, I noticed a lot of people all over the world doubting it. They're saying that you're part of the grassroots and don't deserve the Nobel Prize. They claim that there are a lot of other people more qualified than you to receive this award. In the past years, this award was only given out to country leaders who have identity and status. This is very different from what you represent. So what do you have to say? Little Wang looked at Zhang Ye. Ha Qiqi had a grave expression on her face. This was a rather difficult question to answer. But nobody expected Zhang Ye to smile and say, I agree. With this viewpoint, he had remembered a famous quote from Guodi Gang. The Chinese reporter was stunned. Ah, Zhang Ye chuckled. I am part of the grassroots. The Chinese reporter said without thinking, is that so? Zhang Ye put up his fingers and raised a few examples. What exactly are grassroots? They're made of things like ginseng, lingzhi 1, and cordyceps. Ginseng, lingzhi? Every example that he mentioned floored all the people around him. You call those fucking grassroots? Those things are more valuable than gold. Zhang Ye sighed. It's stuff like these that can't even be shown off. I can't compare to those people who are like red tunes too, leeks, or cabbages you'd find in a greenhouse. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. They're all so green 3. The Chinese reporter did a spit take. Little Wang and Ha Qiqi were speechless. The two of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he was dealing with the foreign reporters, Zhang Ye spoke properly to them, perhaps due to restrictions in language. But when he answered the Chinese reporter, everything that Zhang Ye spouted was nonsense. In his mother tongue, Zhang Ye had gained absolute mastery in the language. He could scold people without using any vulgarities. The interview ended. The international reporters all had a great harvest. At this moment, Zhang Ye's friends came over. Anna said excitedly, Zhang, congratulations. Zhang Ye opened his arms and embraced her. Thank you, Professor Anna. Anthony laughed heartily. You're going to get famous. Professor Hans also laughed and said, Zhang, aren't you going to treat us? Sure thing. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'll treat everyone to lunch afterwards. All of you must show up. Suddenly, Ha Qiqi's expression changed. Director Zhang. Zhang Ye looked at her. He saw Ha Qiqi nudge her chin at the outside. Several English police officers arrived. Beside them, a furious Bangalore was pointing in Zhang Ye's direction. He was rambling to them after reporting him to the police at some point earlier. It fell silent. Quite a few people were looking in this direction. The chief police officer said, Are you Zhang Ye? Zhang Ye did not say anything. But Bangalore shouted, It's him. Anthony took 2 steps forward. What are you all trying to do? The English police officer said, We're looking for Zhang Ye to understand the situation. Please step aside. Zhang Ye tugged at Anthony and said, Don't worry, let me handle this. All of a sudden, another large group of people walked in from outside. From their appearances, the group of roughly 8 people turned out to be Chinese. All of them were dressed in suits and looked very formal, startling many people who were at the scene. The lead Chinese guy said, Wait. The English police officer turned around. Huh. The lead Chinese guy pulled out his identification. We're from the Chinese embassy. Professor Zhang Ye is on a special visa, so we cannot allow you all to take him away. If there's something, you can speak with us. The embassy? They've sent someone from the embassy? Bangalore's expression darkened. Anthony heaved a sigh of relief. Felicia also felt a sense of relief. They knew that with the embassy coming forward, this matter would definitely be resolved very quickly. Zhang Ye and Ha Qiqi had not expected that the Chinese embassy in England would get alarmed either. For China to come out and help handle his issues? Who else could possibly get such treatment? The Chinese embassy officials were very tough. The English police officers could only seek advice from their superiors since this was out of their hands. 10 minutes later, both sides were done communicating over the problem. The embassy official told Zhang Ye, "Professor Zhang, you're free to leave now." Zhang Ye asked, "It's settled just like that?" The embassy official said, "You can go back to rest at your hotel first. We'll pick it up from here to settle the issue with them. Once everything is fine, you'll be free to return home. We will arrange for your plane tickets as well. This is something that Ambassador Lin has specially instructed us to oversee. Just rest up and don't worry yourself over anything else." Zhang Yi said gratefully, "I'm sorry to have caused you all such an inconvenience." The embassy official gave a bitter smile. "As long as you know that, please don't be so rash again in the future." In fact, before Zhang Yi came to England, the Chinese military had already informed the Chinese embassy here through official channels that they must ensure Zhang Ye's safety in England. If anything happened, they had to make sure to send him back to China at all costs. The embassy staff obviously knew what Zhang Ye meant to China. He was one of the top 3 key protected scientists in China. Further, he was now the person who won the Nobel Peace Prize for China. Anything could happen to anyone, except Zhang Ye. Therefore, they had to come. They had to send Zhang Ye off. This greatly astonished everyone at the venue. Chapter 1616, Zhang Ye's debut on the International Celebrity Rankings Index. Chapter 1616, Zhang Ye's debut on the International Celebrity Rankings Index. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. A day later, Beijing, the capital's airport. Zhang Ye was all smiles. "We're finally home." Ha Qiqi smiled. "I still like China better. I was terrified each day we spent abroad." Little Wang giggled and said, "Director Zhang, if you have to go overseas again in the future, please don't bring me along. We should leave such good opportunities to our colleagues at the studio. It's fortunate that the embassy officials showed up and fished us out of trouble. Otherwise, we really might not have come back." Zhang Yi glanced at the 2 suitcases in her hands. "But it looks to me that you enjoyed the shopping." Little Wang blushed. "Not true." Ha Qiqi was also a bit embarrassed. "I bought quite a few things too." "Come on," Zhang Yi said. "It's time to go home." It had only been 3 days since he left, but Zhang Yi was already very anxious to return home. However, when the 3 of them exited the arrival gates, they were shocked. Both ends of the passage were densely packed with people who were here to welcome them home. 1,000 people, 5,000 people, over 10,000 people. Some of them were screaming. Some of them were holding up banners. "Welcome home, our hero. Congratulations, Teacher Zhang, on winning the Nobel Peace Prize." Face smacking Zhang's glory, shocking the world. Zhang Ye, I love you. Honor for China, glory for U.S. Chinese. Annihilate the Indian, a surprise win. Congratulations to Teacher Zhang on a safe return. All of those banners dazzled the eye. Zhang Ye has come out. He's here. How handsome. Teacher Zhang, look over here. Look over here. You're the best. We've finally gotten a Nobel Prize. Zhang Ye, I want a picture with you. Zhang Ye, I want your babies. Ah, I'm so excited. You're the pride of the Chinese people. Well done. You haven't embarrassed the Chinese people. It was very crowded, and everyone was screaming nonstop. Many reporters were also trying to squeeze their way in with their cameras. This crazy scene of over 10,000 people was spectacular. The situation kept going out of control. Little Wang exclaimed, "Why are there so many people?" Zhang Yi was very touched. He quickly hollered, "Thank you. Thank you." It was only a short 10-minute walk to the parking lot, but Zhang Yi and company took over an hour to get there. The crowd, reporters, and airport security staff had them surrounded the entire way there. In China, it was a common occurrence for people to come and greet their celebrity idols at the airport. However, such a large welcome party was complete unprecedented. This was no longer something that could be described as greeting a celebrity at the airport. It was more like welcoming a hero back home. 10,000 people, 15,000 people. The further they walked, the more people gathered around them. However, the trio of Zhang Yi and company were not angered by this, nor did not they get impatient. They just walked and stopped, giving thanks to the people who came to receive them. In the parking lot, the three of them finally got into their transportation. The studio staff were all in the minibus. Tong Fu exclaimed in surprise. Director Zhang. Wu Yi excitedly went up to give him a hug. That was so impressive. Impressive. Zhang Ye smiled and said, it was just a happy coincidence. I didn't expect to win the Nobel Prize either. It's such a surprise. Zhang Zuobelli laughed and said, you might not know how it was here in China since you were in England, but the internet, streets, and the media were all blowing up over this. Zhang Ye said, is that so? Huh. Chi-Chi laughed and said, let's get going first. The driver shouted, sit tight, everyone. We're leaving. On the way, everyone was pulling and tugging at Chi-Chi and Little Wang, asking non-stop about what happened. Little Wang said without reservation, you guys didn't see Director Zhang extend his foot and make the Indian author bleed from his head. Did you watch the live broadcast? Those of you who weren't there definitely can't get a sense of the atmosphere. For real, in that instant it happened. The entire hall fell silent, and I saw those foreign reporters staring with wide eyes. Ahem, but of course, Sister Ha and I also broke down mentally on the spot. We thought it was all over for us, that Director Zhang had caused yet another disaster. But in the end, who could have guessed that Director Zhang would go on to win the Nobel Peace Prize? Tong Fu got very excited from listening. Tell us the details. Zhang Zhuo also said, yeah, give us the details. Chi-Chi smiled and said, what details can there be? Everyone who was there was startled by what happened. They were all chatting. Smiling, Zhang Ye lowered his head to check his cell phone. He had only just turned it on to check the Chinese news and netizen comments. But before he could read much, his phone started ringing like crazy. It was fellow Chi. Why am I just getting through? I just got off the plane and turned on my phone. Haha. On behalf of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, I offer you our congratulations. Thank you, fellow Chi. Bring the medal over some time and let me have a look. There are a lot of people at the Academy waiting to take a picture with you. Sure thing, no problem. Grandma Zhang Xia also called. Zhang. Hey, Grandma Zhang. Congratulations to you. Thank you, and the same to you. You've surprised the world this time. Ninglan also called shortly after. You're back in the country? I just got off the plane. You're really good at surprising people. Haha, I guess. You will definitely break into the international celebrity rankings. Who knows? The International Rankings Index has not been updated yet. Dong Shanshan also called. Treat us. All right. Our old classmates are all demanding that you treat us to a big meal this time. All right, pick any place you guys like. How have you been lately? Has your movie started screening yet? What screening? It's been delayed. The news is all over you right now. Your name has been occupying all of the news, headlines, and television shows for the past 2 days. At this time, who would dare to vie with you for attention? Director Li's new movie knows to take a step back for now. Are you sure it's that exaggerated? Just take a look for yourself. The minibus was still on the road. Zhang Ye fielded calls one after another. All of a sudden, Chi-Chi's cell phone rang. After taking the call, she took a deep breath and hung up. Then, she looked at Zhang Ye and the others. I've just received news. Zhang Zhuo asked, what's the matter? Chi-Chi said nervously. The international celebrity rankings will be updated soon. Zhang Ye, who was still on his phone, also looked over. When? Chi-Chi said, in 10 minutes. Little Wang asked, shouldn't it be at midnight? Chi-Chi said, it's not like they follow our Beijing time. Ah, that's true. Little Wang face-bombed. Will we be able to get on the rankings? Will we? Zhang Zhuo was also getting anxious. This was something that would decide their future developments. Although Director Zhang hasn't appeared on the international celebrity rankings yet, and is definitely below the international C-list rankings, he must not be too far away from it. Furthermore, there is the attention gained from the global sales of Gone with the Wind and his Nobel Prize win. And then, there's also that trip that most definitely shocked the entire world so much that the other laureates from yesterday's Nobel Prize award ceremony combined can't take the spotlight away from Director Zhang. With this kind of exposure, if he still doesn't make it into the international rankings, it would be quite strange. Chi-Chi said excitedly. And there's also one more thing. The additional percentage to the popularity score from winning the Nobel Peace Prize. That's right. That's right. That's right. Tong Fu repeated. This is the most important factor of all. Little Wang said. What's the percentage? Chi-Chi said. I've checked it. It will be 1.3 times his international popularity score. Even at director Zhang's previous popularity score, which had him somewhere in the D-list international rankings, he should be able to get onto the international C-list rankings after this. Little Wang clasped her hands. Please let him get in. He must break into the C-list rankings. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was all quiet in the minibus. Everyone was both nervous and looking forward to the International Celebrity Rankings Index getting refreshed. Writing a novel, vying for the Nobel Prize. Everything they did before this was all for this day. Time slowly ticked by. All of a sudden, the people in the minibus shouted, "It's been refreshed. The International Celebrity Rankings Index has been refreshed. What spot are we? Did director Zhang manage to get onto it? Ha ha ha. Take a look for yourselves." Everyone gathered. On this day, Zhang Ye's name appeared on the latest International Celebrity Rankings. The International Celebrity Rankings Index. International C-List Rankings. Number 67, Zhang Ye, China. When the studio staff saw it, they shouted in surprise and thrill. International C-List? 67th place? How could that be possible? See, could they have gotten it wrong? Little Wang jumped up. Oh my god. 67th? 67th. Tong Fu screamed. Aren't there only 100 people on the international C-list rankings? A lot of them started to anxiously scroll down to check if this was the truth. Indeed, there was no mistake about it. There really were only 100 people on the international C-list rankings. What did this mean? This was too terrifying to think about. They had initially thought that it would be enough for director Zhang to break into the international celebrity rankings. Before this, whether it was them, the people, or the media, all of them thought that if Zhang Ye actually won the Nobel Prize, he would rank last or second to last at the bottom of the international celebrity rankings. A few Chinese celebrities had briefly appeared on the international rankings before, but they were always ranked near the bottom at around 99th or 100th place. So they thought that Zhang Ye would be the same. But this? International C-list ranking of 67th place? This was fucking near the middle of the international C-list rankings. Director Zhang's international popularity had already reached such a high standard. Chapter 1617, China's Troll Army Stuns the World. Chapter 1617, China's Troll Army Stuns the World. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. On Weibo. We're in. We're in. In what? Go and check out the international celebrity rankings. What? Zhang Ye has made it in. Not only that, he's ranked 67th on the C-list rankings too. That high. He's already closing in on the middle of the international C-list rankings. Holy shit. Face-smacking Zhang is soaring to the heavens. We have to call him International Zhang from now on. The Chinese media. He really pulled it off. Winning the Nobel Prize, getting onto the international celebrity rankings. Zhang Ye has undoubtedly become the #1 celebrity of China. Yeah, no one in China has achieved anything like this before. There's finally a trace of a Chinese person on the international celebrity rankings. And it's not a last-place spot either. To be placed 67th in his debut appearance on the international C-list rankings. Not even Lillian managed something that. Lillian still had to slowly climb her way up from the bottom. At a get-together in the entertainment circle, he really made it into the international celebrity rankings. God, he's already closing in on the middle of the C-list? Look at that person who's behind him in the rankings. That's the famous American host, Dave. Dave has been nudged down by him. He's now in 68th place of the international C-list rankings. Today, Zhang Ye has achieved what Zhang Yuanqi and Su Milan were unable to achieve. Face-smacking Zhang has really broken into the international scene. Zhang Ye's fan club. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Brothers and sisters, it's time to register on international social media. Once you've registered, add me. My handle is Big Knife. Uft, Big Saber. Bro, what are you trying to do? Big Knife? I can't even start to roast a name like that. Big Saber Bro's English is simple and violent. Are we gonna go international now? Yeah. Teacher Zhang has advanced into the international entertainment circle, so we cannot just remain within our country's borders. We definitely have to accompany Teacher Zhang to conquer the world. Got it. Haha. I've already registered my account. I'm here. My account registration is complete as well. Let the world experience the storm that our Chinese troll army brings. It's time for the world to know about the power of the Chinese troll army. Ha ha ha, that's right. We have nothing but people. Looks like I'll have to practice my English hard. Who has the book A Thousand Swears in English? Lend it to me so I can practice. Japan. What's happening? There's an update on the Asian Celebrity Rankings Index. Why is Zhang Ye's name on it? Zhang Ye has reopened his Asian Celebrity Ranking? Who reopened it for him? What place is he in? Third. He's in third place on the Asian S-List rankings. Korea. Zhang Ye's Asian Celebrity Ranking has been reopened. He won the Nobel Peace Prize, so he's practically unstoppable now. Quickly go and look at the International Celebrity Rankings. He's an international C-lister now. 67th place? America. The Nobel Peace Prize laureate has ascended into the International Celebrity Rankings. Is it that Chinese man? It's him. The rankings were refreshed. His popularity is that high already? Dave has dropped in the rankings. It's the first time I'm seeing a Chinese celebrity in these rankings. India. Your grandpa. Based on what? What does that Chinese man have? How can a person like this get on the International Celebrity Rankings? I can't accept this. Me neither. Come, let's go on social media to insult him. Let's do it together. On an international social media site. That Chinese guy has gotten onto the celebrity rankings? I don't like that Chinese guy. He's such a hooligan. Yeah, he's probably not going to last long on the International Celebrity Rankings. That's right. The competition in the International Celebrity Rankings is not something that the Chinese entertainment industry can match. There are changes in the rankings practically every day, and people fall off the top to be replaced by new ones. There have been many precedents, and even if they are the top international celebrities, a rumor or a scandal is enough to bring them down from the top overnight. The competition is too intense. It's like a meat grinder for celebrities from all over the world. It won't be that easy for that Chinese guy to gain a foothold. I'm not optimistic of his chances either. Haha. Let's see how long he can last on the celebrity rankings then. I bet 2 months. I bet 1 month. The American netizens. The UK netizens. The Australian netizens. The German netizens. The Japanese netizens. Netizens from all over the world were currently discussing the Chinese celebrity's ascendancy into the International Celebrity Rankings. If this were the Zhang Ye of the past, the world's netizens would definitely not have paid any attention to him. Even during the time when Zhang Ye was the most wanted hacker in the world, he still wouldn't have attracted as much discussion as he was now. After all, his Nobel Prize win of the Nobel Peace Prize and his entry into the international entertainment circle was quite a big deal for the world. Naturally, a lot of people would be discussing it. From this point alone, it could be seen that Zhang Ye's rise into the international celebrity rankings was based on his international popularity score. Soon after, the Indian netizens also appeared. Zhang Ye is just a hooligan. Punish this murderer severely. He's not worthy of being on the international celebrity rankings. If he can be on it, so can Bangalore. I suggest that we add Bangalore's name to the international celebrity rankings as well. Right? Remove Zhang Ye. Vitriol. Personal attacks. Discrediting. Denouncements. They were crazily attacking Zhang Ye. In an instant, the international social media site was bustling with activity. Finding it amusing, netizens from all over the world came to have a look. It was right at this time that a wave of anonymous new accounts appeared. The moment they showed up, the Indian netizens were surrounded. Idiots. Fuck you. What about Bangalore? He's dog's hit. If you won an award, keep quiet and don't come here to brag. Haha, what a joke. You should find out about who Teacher Zhang is first. Don't think you can have things your way. Be thankful that Teacher Zhang only used his leg this time. If he had used his hands, Bangalore would have been crushed. My big knife is again, unable to endure the thirst. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. It was all vulgarities. A lot of the comments had been censored. 10,000 people. 50,000 people. 100,000 people. The Indians were stunned. The Americans were stunned. The French were stunned. The Canadians were stunned. The world's netizens were stunned. It was the Chinese. Over 100,000 of them. The Indian netizens who were scolding Zhang Ye earlier had only numbered around 300 to 500. At most, there were no more than 600 of them. However, when the troll army from China showed up on a large scale, the Indian netizens did not even have a chance to speak and were drowned out. The Indian netizens saw red. What the fuck? Why are there so many people? Get them. Let's attack together. No, we can't outscold them. There are too many of them. That's right. They were drowned out. The overwhelming formation that showed up dumbfounded the world's netizens. They arrived together. They were well trained. There was a tacit understanding. It was just like an army. Each person only had to scold once, and 100 others would copy-paste the reply below it. It was a sight to behold. Just one attempt was enough to defeat the Indian netizens. It was as if this were a fight between an adult and a child. There was absolutely no chance of hitting back. On the international social media site, the netizens from the different countries were all stunned. How terrifying. Damn, what just happened? The Indian netizens were defeated? This is too scary. So this is the Chinese troll army? The Chinese are too scary. They came in a hurry. And left in a hurry. All they left behind were the stunned looks of the world's people. This was the first time that the Chinese troll army had gone international, but it was enough to leave an indelible impression on the world's netizens. A lot of people couldn't help but think of the same thing. The Chinese netizens play too dirty. In China, on Weibo, fuck, Zhang Ye's fan club has gone onto the international social media site to fight. Ha 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 ha, I saw it. How awesome. They were so ferocious. I thought it was really funny. Zhang Ye's fans are too fearsome. The Indian netizens must be crying now after they got scolded to no end. The Indian netizens are really weak in an online argument. We just showed up and they crumbled. There's no rush from the scolding battle at all. Can they not be so weak? Uft, do you think they're Chinese? Our Chinese people swearing has already reached the pinnacle. Besides, is this the first time you've heard about the infamy of our Chinese troll army? In particular, Zhang Ye's troll army has got the strongest combat power of all. They're considered unmatched in the entire legion of China's troll armies. So how could the foreigners possibly fight against them? China's troll army has become famous. Yeah, they must have fucking stunned the entire world. Ha 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 ha. The foreign netizens have all been shocked. When have they ever come across guerrillas as united and orderly as this? Along the way, the minibus was stuck in traffic. The studio staff also received news of the matter. Little Wang was floored. Zhang Zwe gave a wry smile. Zhang Ye face-bombed. Ha Chi-Chi said helplessly, I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing for the Chinese troll army to go international. Why do I feel like our reputation is absolutely going down the drain? Zhang Ye threw up his hands and said, just let it go down the drain. It's never been good before anyway. Ha Chi-Chi said nervously. You seem really accepting of that? Everyone laughed. Chapter 1618. A letter and a reply. Chapter 1618. A letter and a reply. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. Back at home, after getting stuck in traffic for most of the journey, the minibus finally arrived at its destination. Zhang Ye was so eager that when the vehicle came to a stop, he immediately jumped out after taking his luggage. He said with a smile, I'm finally home. Then the villa's door flew open. Pop, pop, pop. Confetti and streamers cascaded. A group of people rushed out cheering. Zhang Ye was startled. Whoa, what's with this? His daughter. His cousins. Old Wu's relatives. His relatives. Even Qinshin and Yang Shu were among them. His 3 sisters screamed, Brother, you're so awesome. His eldest younger sister popped a party popper. We warmly welcome our brother back home. Wu Mo belly laughed. Have you checked the international celebrity rankings yet? You're on it. You've gotten onto the rankings. Little Yi, his mother-in-law said excitedly. You've really done our family proud this time. His mother strode up to him. Where's the medal? Zhang Ye said. It's with old Ha. His second sister exclaimed. I want to see the medal too. I want to see it too. Let little Yi into the house first, his father said loudly. Daddy. His daughter ran over to him. Zhang Ye smiled, so broadly his eyes disappeared. He lowered himself and picked his daughter up. Did you miss Daddy? Cece nodded. Yes. Daddy, where's my present? Zhang Ye chuckled and said, It's in the suitcase. I'll get it for you in a bit. His first and second uncle also asked to see the Nobel Peace Prize medal and insisted on taking a picture with it. Ha Chi-Chi carefully handed it to them. Slowly. Handle it carefully. At this moment, Wu Ziqing walked out with a smile. She said to the studio staff, "Come on in. I've already made some food. Eat before you all go." Zhang Ye hurriedly waved his hands. "No, no." Little Wang also said quickly, "Sister-in-law, don't stand on ceremony with us." Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Little Yi has won an award, and every one of you has been working hard behind the scenes to make it happen. Come in and have something to eat." Zhang Ye also spoke. "Yeah, come in and let's eat together." The studio staff finally relented and went inside the villa. The celebratory feast was already prepared. There were 3 tables in all, and it was clear that the entire family had been waiting for him to come back. However, when Zhang Ye arrived, it felt as though he was no longer the star of the show. That honor belonged to the Nobel Prize medal. His family did not care about eating and began taking turns taking pictures with it. His mother refused to let go of the medal and made them take over 20 pictures of her with it. After taking pictures with the medal, they all started posting it onto their Weibo or Moments. It was a very boisterous scene. "This is the Nobel Prize medal. It's so beautiful. Haha, 70 people have already liked my post. Uncle, are you done taking pictures yet? Take another one for me. Wait a while, I'll be done soon. Io, let's start eating first." "All right, let's eat." The celebratory feast began. His family members were all very happy to the point of being thrilled. Although Zhang Ye had won a lot of honors in the past, it was very different this time. This was China's first ever Nobel Prize, and it was even the most prestigious Nobel Peace Prize. Ring, ring, ring. Old Wu's cell phone rang. A moment later, Wu Ziqing handed the phone to him. "It's for you." Zhang Ye was taking a sip at this second. "Who is it?" "I'll take it later. We're eating." Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "It's the Minister of the Central Publicity Department." It fell silent in the house. Zhang Ye was also taken aback. He took the phone and said, "Hello?" On the other end of the line, he heard a middle-aged man laughing. "Teacher Zhang, congratulations." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "Leader, I respond to anyone calling me teacher but you." The middle-aged man also laughed. "Come now, you're the first ever Chinese Nobel Prize laureate. Of course you're deserving of the title teacher in front of anybody. Let me congratulate you on behalf of the Central Publicity Department and thank you as well." Zhang Ye said, "You're being too generous with your words. It's me that should be thanking the country for cultivating and supporting me." Following, another few calls came. Some of them called Zhang Ye's cell phone, while others called Wu Ziqing's cell phone to look for him. From the military, from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, from the Chinese Academy of Engineering, from Central TV. The calls were all made personally by the key leaders of the various official departments. They were all calling to offer an official congratulation rather than a personal one. Finally, there was even an email. Ha Chi suddenly shouted, "Director Zhang, there's an email." Zhang Ye asked, "Who is it from? Read it to me." Ha Chi quickly came over, looking awe-inspired. "I'm afraid you better look at this yourself." Zhang Ye was taken back. He opened the email. The contents looked just like a regular congratulatory message. But when they reached the end of the message, everyone gasped. The email was from the General Office of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China 1. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat and looked towards old Wu. "Do I need to reply to this?" The studio staff all vomited blood. They shouted, "Of course you have to. You most definitely need to do that." His mother was fuming and kicked her son. "This is no ordinary congratulatory message. You don't even intend to reply to Central? Do you want to die?" Zhang Ye said nervously. "I was asking precisely because I didn't know." Wu Ziqing smiled. "Yes, it's better to reply." Zhang Ye asked, "What should I write then?" Wu Ziqing said, "You can reply however you want." His father-in-law repeatedly reminded, "Don't you dare reply however you want. Hear that?" Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and said, "Dad, with my literary flair, how bad do you think it could get?" Wu Chang'e curled his lips. "This is not about having a literary flair or not. When you reply to Central, there are rules to abide by, and you have to be formal about it. With that Beijing slang of yours, it would surely give Central a shock." Everyone laughed. Zhang Ye just had to prove him wrong. "Formal? I got it." He turned around and asked old Wu, "Where did we keep the 4 treasures? I'll write a reply to them right away." Wu Ziqing smiled. "Calligraphy." Zhang Ye grunted an affirmative. In turn, Wu Ziqing said to her nephew, "Little Mo, Go to the study on the second floor and bring the items for your uncle. All right. Wu Mo immediately went to get them. Very quickly, the 4 treasures were brought down. Everyone was very curious about what Zhang Ye would write, so they all made some space for him. Cici was blinking her big eyes and asking, Sister Qinshan, what is Daddy doing? Qinshan pulled her by her little hand and walked outside. Stay away, your daddy is trying to act cool again. Grinding the inkstone, picking up the brush. A beautiful semi-cursive was written onto the paper. Everyone was amazed by it. No one had expected that Zhang Ye would actually reply with a poem. Him too. A vast expanse of rolling peaks and rivers and grasslands. Countless dense villages, roosters crowing and dogs barking. Connected to an originally wild Asian land. An arid wind whistles across a wilderness of weeds. Low, dark clouds gather overhead the eastbound, gurgling. Stream. An untold number of years buried in somber forests. They quietly embrace me. The never-ending stories tell of never-ending disasters. Silence. Is love, or an array of eagles flying high, or dried-up eyes expecting a gush of hot tears to stream. When the steadfast gray ranks are crawling across the distant horizon, I have too many words, my feelings too long-standing. I want to use the desolate deserts, rugged paths, and mule carts. I want to use canoes, wildflowers on hills, and rainy weather. I want to use everything to hug you. The population I see right where. Oh, people living and working in disgrace, people stooping. I want to embrace each one of you with my bloody hands. Because you have risen up, one peoples. This is like the centuries-old, enduring wind. This is like the endless groans and chilliness, coming from the dilapidated eaves. It sings atop a withered canopy of trees. It has blown past barren swampland, reeds, and chirping insects. This is like the sound of ravens flying overhead. When I passed by, lingering on the road, I was lingering for the history of disgrace. Among vast rivers and mountains, still waiting, as we had suffered too silently for too long. But now we have risen up, one peoples. But now we have risen up, a nation. He signed off on it, and put away the brush. His feelings, his anger, his pride. It was all contained within. Zhang Ye said, send the reply. Ha Chi took a picture of the calligraphy piece in a daze and sent the reply. Wu Mo suddenly looked at Zhang Ye. A lot of people in the house also looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye asked old Wu, will this reply do? Wu Ziqing smiled. She held her husband's hand. There's no reply better than this. On the same night, People's Daily published Zhang Ye's reply. Xinhua News, Youth Daily, and many other mainstream media outlets also published Zhang Ye's reply prominently on the front page of their newspapers. It was headlined, We Have Risen Up, a Nation. Chapter 1619, Central TV International's Invitation. Chapter 1619, Central TV International's Invitation. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. 3 days later, the table on the first-floor living room was piling up with newspapers that reported about Zhang Ye over the past few days. Old Wu had placed them together after Zhang Ye's parents kept bringing over stacks of newspapers on a daily basis. This did not include the news reports on the various television stations and foreign media outlets, as well as those from the online media. Counting everything, they likely couldn't finish reading all of the news even if they spent 2 days and 2 nights reading them word by word. In the morning, after old Wu went to work, Zhang Ye got up early and stayed at home to take care of their daughter. Daddy, are you going out today too? Nope. I've finished all the business and entertainment for the past few days. Daddy, I want to watch a cartoon. Not today. But why? It's Army Day 1 today. We're going to watch the parade. Daddy, what is Army Day? It's a very, very important holiday. Oh, then Cici doesn't want to watch cartoons anymore. Good girl. The military parade began. Zhang Ye was cuddling his daughter on the sofa as they watched television together. He wanted to expose her to some patriotic education. Zhang Ye was very happy today, as well as very honored. Bringing home a Nobel Prize was considered a great gift for his country. Half an hour. The doorbell rang. It was the studio staff. When Ha Chi saw what was on TV, she smiled and said, You're watching it too? Of course. Zhang Ye said. Take a seat and make yourselves comfortable. Pour yourselves a drink if you want. Zhang Zhe chuckled and said, You're even making your daughter watch. Zhang Ye nodded. I need her to learn to love her country at a young age. Little Wang said nervously. Would a child understand? Zhang Ye said. She'll have to watch it even if she doesn't understand. My only fear is that she'll start worshipping foreigners when she grows up. Tong Fu cramped up with laughter. Director Zhang, you're overthinking it. I can't say if other people's children will worship foreigners, but I'm definitely sure that your daughter won't. On this point, the entire country's citizens will guarantee it, so rest assured that Cici will definitely follow in both your and Minister Wu's footsteps. What sort of a person was Zhang Ye? He was a well-known nationalist, the spiritual leader of the nationalistic youths of China. Would his child worship foreigners? The entire country's citizens wouldn't have any of that. Cici pointed at the television and said, Daddy, they're really good at walking. Zhang Ye smiled and said, That's called Parade March 2nd. These are our country's soldiers are. Cici said excitedly, Is Daddy also as amazing as them? Daddy doesn't know how to do the parade march, Zhang Ye said with a laugh. However, Ha Chi-Chi said to Cici, Cici, although your father is not a soldier and doesn't know how to parade march, our soldiers walking with such confidence today and with their heads held high is all thanks to your father. Look, this aircraft formation is made up of the latest fighter jets that your father designed. Then, there's also China's first ever Nobel Prize that your father won for us too. That's also why our country's soldiers are becoming stronger, and why our country's soldiers are becoming more confident. Only when they can hold their heads up high will they be able to march in such an upright manner in front of the whole world. You are still young and might not understand, but you will know what your father's name means to China when you grow up. Cici said happily, I understand. Daddy is the greatest. Zhang Ye patted his daughter on her head. Let's watch the military parade. Cici said, MHM. Zhang Zhua asked, Director Zhang, what type of missile is this? Zhang Ye smiled. It's AC-5 ICBM. Ha Chi-Chi blinked and said, Is it good? Zhang Ye said, It's the latest model of ICBMs and can hit the mainland of America. So do you think it's good? Little Wang said excitedly, How about this one? And this one? All of them knew that Zhang Ye had been working with the military after starting his prison sentence and had participated in many research projects and weapons research. Since he knew the subject inside and out, they asked him everything they wanted to know. Zhang Ye fielded their questions and detailed the military equipment that he was very familiar with. Soon after, the military parade ended. Zhang Ye put Cici upstairs to play by herself while he and the studio staff discussed some matters. They had to sort out the details of their future direction. To Zhang Ye and his studio, they had reached a new height that no other Chinese celebrity had reached before. From here on out, there weren't any prior references for them to follow, and they would have to figure out how to continue on this path they were taking. Everyone sat down for a meeting. Ha Chi-Chi said, Why don't you set a direction? Zhang Zhua asked, How are we going to carry on? Actually, Zhang Ye smiled. I don't know either. Little Wang exclaimed, Then what should we do? Zhang Ye spread his hands. I'm quite surprised we reached this height. So how could I have any plans? We can only take it one step at a time. Ha Chi-Chi said, In the past few days since we returned, we've been researching the International Celebrity Rankings Index. It's really too competitive and dissimilar to our domestic celebrity rankings that hardly see any change each month. The rankings change basically every day, with people getting onto the rankings and others falling off of it. This is why we're all quite jittery about it. Although the Nobel Prize win helped us make a shock entry into the rankings, our foundation is still pretty shallow. The popularity can come fast, but it can disappear quickly as well. These days, there are already hardly any additional reports and coverage in the foreign media. The attention we got from winning the Nobel Prize has almost faded. So how are we going to continue making inroads on the international scene? Zhang Ye asked, Do we have any jobs invitations? Ha Chi-Chi gave a wry smile. There are quite a few offers domestically, but nothing from the international scene as of yet. Zhang Zhua said, Our domestic popularity has become saturated. Almost every person in the country has become your fan, so there isn't really a point in taking on variety shows or TV series anymore. We won't be making any progress that way, so our goal is definitely to fight our way overseas. That's where our citizens and domestic industry want to see you heading as well. They want to know how far you can go and how much you can spread the name of China internationally. Zhang Ye said, But no one is extending invitations to me? Ha Chi-Chi suddenly asked, Are you very knowledgeable on military affairs and weapons systems? Zhang Ye laughed. What do you think? Then we still have a pretty good offer in China, Ha Chichi said. Zhang Ye asked with interest, what is it? Ha Chichi smiled and said, Central TV has contacted us regarding an interview touching on military affairs since we're in the midst of celebrating Army Day. Little Wang said, isn't that still a domestic broadcast? It's not. Ha Chichi said, it will be broadcast on Central TV International 3. Zhang Ye said, CTV International? Ha Chichi nodded. That's right. Almost every country in the world can watch it. And it's also the only international channel that China has. Although not everyone in those countries might catch it, they can still receive the broadcast signal. As for how the interview will turn out and how many people will watch it, that will all depend on you. I think with the popularity you've earned from winning the Nobel Peace Prize and your international celebrity ranking, you should still be quite popular internationally. It's likely that many foreigners will still be interested in you, so this should be a pretty good opportunity. Tong Fu scratched his head. I know about Central TV International. Some programs are dubbed in English while others have English subtitles, but the viewership ratings aren't that high, right? There are not too many people who watch it. In China, right? Zhang's was said, but at least it's an international channel. Its viewership range is incomparable and covers the entire world, so it won't hurt to try. In the past, CTV International didn't do well because the programs were all similar, and we didn't have any international celebrities to speak of. But now that director Zhang has stepped onto the international scene, his appeal and influence are certainly not the same as before. Perhaps that might have a positive effect. They discussed it for a long time. Finally, Zhang Ye made the decision. All right, we'll give it a try. Ha Chichi smiled. Okay, I'll go and contact Central TV and have them to set a time. Very quickly, Zhang Ye's first job invitation after breaking into the international entertainment industry was confirmed. Chapter 1620. Is this something that a Nobel Peace Prize recipient should say? Chapter 1620. Is this something that a Nobel Peace Prize recipient should say? Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. The next day, in the morning, the news had already spread around China. Teacher Zhang is going to be interviewed? Yeah, it will be on Central TV International. This will be his first appearance since breaking into the international scene. I'm looking forward to it. I've heard that it will be a military show. The People's Liberation Army has astonished the world with their military parade this year. That's right, a lot of foreign media outlets have given the parade full coverage, and even the Western media outlets are reporting about it as well. This is the first time that so much of our military equipment and weapons have been showcased to the public. Moreover, they are all our latest, self-developed equipment, and many of the weapons technology are at a world-first standard. I'm interested in hearing what Zhang Ye has to say. Would he know anything? Uft, you seem to have forgotten who it was that designed the new generation fighter jet? Oh, right. I forgot Zhang Ye is an expert in military science. I would like to know about Zhang Ye's opinions regarding military affairs. Yeah, in the field of weapons research, Zhang Ye is still an authoritative figure. The public was looking forward to it. The media paid close attention. The military attached great importance to this. In recent times, everyone's attention had been focused on the military. They were all very interested in matters related to this aspect. When they heard that Zhang Ye was going to be interviewed on a military show on CTV International, it immediately raised a lot of discussions. A combination of Zhang Ye and military affairs needed no publicity at all. There was a natural attractiveness to something like that. Meanwhile, at Central TV, at the recording studio of CTV International, recording had not started yet, but the guests and host were already here. Coincidentally, Zhang Ye happened to know them. Zhang Ye greeted, "Fellow Qi, I'll be partnering with you today." It was Qi Shui, one of the few female research fellows of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Qi Shui smiled and shook his hand. "So it's fellow Zhang, long time no see." Zhang Ye laughed and said, "What's with the long time no see? We just met at the State Science and Technology Awards." Yu Yingyi said with a smile, "You two are familiar with each other? That's great. It'll be easier to handle the program." Then she said to Qi Shui, "Hello, fellow Qi, my name is Yu Yingyi, and I will be the host for today's interview. You can just call me Little Yu. It's nice to meet you." Qi Shui shook hands with her. "Hello," Zhang Ye said in amusement. "You've grown taller?" Yu Yingyi rolled her eyes. "It's just the high heels." Zhang Ye said, "Since when did you get transferred from the sports channel to CTV International?" I just came over this year, Yue said with a smile. Qi Shui said in surprise. So you two know each other too? Zhang Ye laughed and said, more than that. We were even university classmates. The three of them started chatting. The producer also came over to communicate. All of a sudden, Zhang Ye's cell phone rang. When he saw the caller ID, he walked away to answer it. It was someone from the military. Hello. Fellow Zhang, it's me, Old Li. General Li, hello. Are you recording the interview? Not yet. You know about it too. Of course I know. That's why I'm calling to give you a heads up. You know too many military secrets, so you have to know your limits and not reveal too much. As for the projects and related military secrets that have not been announced yet, be sure to zip your lips. Don't forget you have a confidentiality agreement with us. Anything else that can be said and has already been announced to the public, go ahead and talk about them. There won't be any restrictions on that. Just be sure to control what you say. I understand. Also, this is an international channel, so you better perform well. It's likely that military organizations from all over the world will be keeping tabs on us. They are interested to see what our weapons construction and strategic thinking are like. Haha. All the countries have now set up specialized research groups to deal with China. If you find a suitable opportunity, feel free to throw them off with some misleading claims. Sure, I know what to do. After hanging up, Zhang Ye smiled. Qi Shui asked, what's the matter? Zhang Ye said, that was General Li. He left some instructions for us. Qi Shui giggled and corrected. You mean he left some instructions for you, right? Zhang Ye did not comment. The military did not give any notice to Qi Shui and had only informed Zhang Ye to pay close attention to what he said on the show. Clearly, this was because Zhang Ye knew much more than Qi Shui in the military science and research fields. In these few years, Zhang Ye had worked with a vast amount of military information that Qi Shui had no access to. Yue checked her watch. It's almost time. A producer came up to them. Teachers, please get to your seats. Fellow Qi, sit over here. Fellow Zhang, sit over here. This will be a recorded program, and if you feel that something is not right, we can stop at any time. This is the microphone. Try to speak as close to it as possible so that you can be heard clearly. If there's anything else that you don't understand, feel free to ask us. Yue said in a speechless manner. What's there to ask? The producer blinked. Yue pointed at Zhang Ye and said with a laugh. The person sitting in front of you has won the highest award in the hosting profession, yet you're instructing him on what to watch out for? What does he not know? The producer face-bombed after he was reminded about this. Hi, I forgot all about that. Zhang Ye had not been in any programs in a very long time. Furthermore, he also won the highest science and technology award and the Nobel Peace Prize this year. So a lot of people had already forgotten that this fellow used to be a professional host. Filming a television show? Recording a television show? He was the most veteran of veterans. Testing the microphone's volume. Tuning the equipment. 3, 2, 1. Recording began. On the same night, at 8 p.m. sharp, Central TV International Channel's Army Day special premiered. The program was to be shown over 3 episodes. The global satellite signals were transmitted simultaneously. There were already English subtitles as well. In China, it's beginning. The show has started. Haha, Teacher Zhang is here. I'm waiting to listen to Zhang Ye's professional views. Let's hope they'll reveal some secrets that we commoners don't know. Yeah, the guests that were invited onto the military shows in the past have always been laypeople. Even though they claim to be military experts, they're at most amateur military geeks. They definitely don't have any real experience with the military and weapons research. All they do is analyze the issue based on statistics and add their logic. But Zhang Ye is different. He's a real military expert who has participated in many weapons system projects. He definitely knows much more than the others, so we will surely hear about a lot of things this time. India. China's channel? Isn't this person Zhang Ye? Damn, it's really him. This goddamned fellow. Let's listen to what he has to say. Japan. Zhang Ye is on CTV International? Why is he on it? A military expert? Yes, I think he is the deputy chief designer of China's fighter jet project. Let's have a listen and see what he will talk about. America. It's the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. China has an international channel too. I guess we just didn't notice it before. China's military parade was broadcast to the world yesterday. It looked impressive. China's military strength is developing really quickly. Let's watch and see what other new weapon systems and strategies they have. Pakistan. It's our Chinese brothers. I know him, he's Zhang Ye. They're our all-weather ally. There's been a lot of clashes at the border recently. Let's see what their experts have to say about that. Canada. Come and see this. It's an interview on the military show of China. Looks uninteresting. Why is that? Don't you always watch military shows? China's military shows have always covered topics like peace, negotiations, and protests. There's nothing other than that, so it's really pointless. Should I change the channel then? Never mind. Let's just have a look. Russia, the UK, France, Korea. Many countries turned their attention to the television show. Needless to say, Central TV International's viewership ratings had blown up back in China. At this moment, in addition to China, there were also some people from around the world who were watching this program. Some of them had randomly switched to this channel, while others had tuned in specifically after finding out about it through the news or comments on the internet. First, they did so because they were interested in understanding China's military strength and strategy. And second, they were interested in a fellow like Zhang Ye who dared to trip someone at the Nobel Prize award ceremony. As an international celebrity, the appeal of Zhang Ye's name was no longer limited to just within China. It had spread all over the world. On TV, Ye said with a smile, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Central TV International Channel's Army Day Special. Today, we are honored to have fellow Qi Shui of the Chinese Academy of Sciences on our show." Qi Shui greeted the audience. "Good evening, everyone." Next, Ye introduced, as well as the famous scientist, mathematician, military expert, Chinese Academy of Sciences Research Fellow, Chinese Academy of Engineering's Research Fellow, and Nobel Peace Prize laureate, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye smiled. "Hello, everyone." Ye said, "It's Army Day again." Qi Shui said, "That's right." Ye asked, "Fellow Qi, what are your views on the military parade this year?" Qi Shui smiled. "It was very stunning to watch, and it also made my blood race with excitement." Ye grinned and said, "I have the same feelings as you. It feels like our country has become stronger. So next, I would like to ask a slightly more sensitive question. What is your understanding of the recent border dispute?" Qi Shui turned serious and said, "It's a provocation and a very serious matter. I feel that everyone should sit down and negotiate the problem by addressing the dispute clearly based on international law, to see who is in the right and wrong, to see who were the ones to cross the borders first. The issue itself is actually very clear." Ye nodded and turned her head. "Fellow Zhang, what is your opinion on the matter?" Zhang Ye smiled. "My opinion differs from that of fellow Qis." "Oh," Ye said, "so what's your take on it?" Zhang Ye said calmly, "There's nothing to talk about. Just attack them." Ye said, attack them? What kind of language was this?" Qi Shui rolled her eyes. The entire recording studio fell silent. Zhang Ye said, "We should always advocate and hope for peace. But if there are any unprovoked territorial disputes when the law is clear, there's nothing left to talk about. Just take them on. We should go out and fight. If we're afraid that such actions will start a war, that would be overthinking it. It's impossible that would happen. They're already in the wrong to begin with, so there's no reason for them to fight. Do you expect that they would hit back? No way. They wouldn't have the guts to do so, nor the strength, nor the rights based on international law. So what more can be said? Sometimes, we need to let the world see our country's determination in upholding the peace. This is why I say we should get them." Ye was speechless. Qi Shui was speechless. The Chinese people were speechless. People around the world were speechless. Attack them? Take them on? Get them? What kind of language is this? Aren't you being too harsh with your words? Is this something that a Nobel Peace Prize recipient should say? When has anyone seen a Nobel Peace Prize laureate talk like this before? Chapter 1621. Kelp that entangles submarines. Chapter 1621. Kelp that entangles submarines. Translator, leg editor, leg. At this moment, the whole world did not know whether to laugh or cry. Japan. Damn, what kind of person is this? This fellow is such a hooligan. This program is being broadcast all over the world. Korea. How bold of him to say something like that. What sort of a Peace Prize recipient is he? The Nobel Prize Committee is probably in tears right now. India. Your grandpa. Who are you thinking of attacking? How can he speak so recklessly? This Zhang fellow is too shameless. The UK? Quick, go and watch China's CTV International. What's the matter? The Peace Prize recipient is encouraging violence. Ah, China. Uft. I'm cramping up from laughing. What a brilliant answer. Ha ha ha. Well said, just attack them. This is indeed Zhang Ye's style. Seeing Zhang Ye still behaving like the old times is really reassuring for me. I had thought at first that this fellow would start behaving cautiously after winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Who could have thought that he'd still be as reckless as ever? He said it really well. Who cares about negotiations and protests? Just get them. Attack them. The interview went viral the moment it was broadcast. It started spreading on the web. More and more people came over to watch when they heard about it. They switched over to the Central TV International channel, wanting to see what kind of shocking words the Nobel Peace Prize laureate would say. Which of the Nobel Peace Prize recipients in history were not presidents or heads of large organizations? Which of them did not have a graceful demeanor to them and would speak prudently? So it wasn't like they had ever seen a Nobel Peace Prize recipient like that before. In this world, it wasn't only the Chinese who loved watching entertainment. Very quickly, they knew they were right in coming to see this, because Zhang Ye was about to say something that would dumbfound people around the world. On TV, Yu Yingyi hurriedly changed the subject. The three of them began conversing about the current military strategy of China. Zhang Ye drank his water and did not cut in at the beginning. Yu Yingyi and Qi Shui probably did not dare to ask him any further questions in fear that this fellow would say something staggering. As such, the two of them only talked between themselves. Yu Yingyi said, "If a war starts, will the Yellow Sea one become a crucial spot of contention?" Qi Shui said, "Of course it will. This is a very important location where the situation of the neighboring countries is very complicated, so the Yellow Sea will become a key strategic location to battle for. I was involved in a military project related to nuclear submarine data processing, so I know about the threat and terror they pose. Its technology has advanced greatly these days. For example, America has nuclear submarines that can sneak into the Yellow Sea without getting detected at all." Yu Yingyi asked, "Then what weapons does China have to take on such threats at the moment?" Qi Shui gave a bitter smile. "According to what I know, we don't have any measures against such threats yet. And even if we do detect such threats occasionally, we don't really have a quick response to strike back." Yu Yingyi said, "Perhaps there are some new weapons systems that haven't been announced yet." Qi Shui shook her head. "I'm not in the field of weapons research, so I don't really know." She then turned to look at Zhang Ye. "But fellow Zhang is in this field, so maybe he can analyze it better?" Only then did Yu Yingyi ask, "Fellow Zhang, can you give us an analysis of this?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "We definitely have new weapons systems, but it's not convenient for me to talk about them. However, about the Yellow Sea." He looked at the map and pointed it out. "The situation here is rather complex. If a war really does break out, China is still fully capable of finding ways to not let the enemy's nuclear subs in." Qi Shui said in surprise, "What ways?" Zhang Ye smiled and said, "The Yellow Sea is relatively shallow, so it's very dangerous for a submarine to enter into the territory. There's no way to dive deep, and they would need to surface to be able to pass into it." Qi Shui nodded. "That's true, Zhang." Yi smiled and said, "I'm not sure if you two have seen how they cultivate kelp in the countryside?" "Ah." Qi Shui was taken aback. Yu Yingyi was also dumbfounded. "Kelp?" Zhang Ye gestured. "Yes, kelp. In the Yellow Sea area, how do the villagers grow them? Nylon ropes this long are thrown into the sea, where the kelp slowly grow to several meters long after being planted. If we scale up the planting, without even needing to cover the entire area, and planting them at several key locations in a linear fashion, which submarine can enter the area? If they dare to come in, you know what the nylon ropes with kelp will do, right? Once they get entangled with the submarine's propellers, the submarine is as good as scrap. Every submarine they send in will get sunk. There won't be a need for any strategic weapons at all. In the Yellow Sea, kelp is the most strategic weapon we can employ against the nuclear submarines." Yu Yingyi stared blankly at him. Qi Shui nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire recording studio felt silent. "Kelp? Strategic weapon? Entangle the submarines?" Yu Yingyi stated, "Well, we have reached the end of our program today. Please join us tomorrow at the same time, and we will continue to hear about fellow Zhang and fellow Qi's views on military affairs." The first episode ended. Then the entire world blew up. China. I'm gonna faint. When did kelp become a fucking strategic weapon? I'm dying of laughter. Kelp that entangles submarines. What the heck? Only Zhang Ye would dare to raise a viewpoint like that. Misleading. This is fucking misleading. This is a military show? Military, your sister. Even kelp can become a fucking strategic weapon. I've been looking forward to hearing Zhang Ye's views on military affairs. But what is this shit about kelp? Teacher Zhang, do you have to be so funny? Kneeling to face smacking Zhang. America. What kind of military show is this? Kelp. Why doesn't he just die? This guy is too good at bullshitting. Japan. I have to take my hat off to him. I really have to take my hat off to him too. Can kelp really entangle a submarine? Like hell it can. You actually believed him. Korea. What the hell? Why does he dare to speak so recklessly? Don't you know Zhang Ye? Whatever he says, even the punctuation marks are not to be believed. I'm cramping up with laughter. The UK. What kind of a military expert is he? Kelp that entangles submarines? He should go to hell. This is bullshitting on a whole new level. China's kelp industry could soon become an asset in its strategic warfare. The entire world was shocked. Kelp that entangles submarines soon became a trending phrase. The various countries' media were all rushing to report about this. But to everyone's surprise, amid the laughter of people around the world, the matter got a shocking reversal. America, China's latest weapon, kelp. Russia, would entangling a submarine with kelp really work? Canada, China's CTV International's interview attracts controversy. China, there have been similar cases of kelp entangling submarines in the past. Germany, incidents of kelp entangling submarines have happened before. Many people around the world were doubling over with laughter. A lot of them nearly passed out at this revelation, while others cursed at it. They had thought that this was pure bullshit, but surprisingly, this was refuted by the various countries' media outlets that dug up cases of similar incidents happening in the past. Entangling submarines with kelp was really a workable strategy. Countless people were horrified. Even this can be done? Damn, it really can. People around the world found themselves going crazy at this discovery. Meanwhile, back at home, Zhang Ye's phone was exploding with calls. Yao Jinkai was on the other end of the line, laughing. Kid, are you trying to kill me with your jokes? Zhang Ye laughed and said, I was being serious, all right? That was not a joke. Soon after, General Li called. General Li said in a speechless manner, You really went all out to mislead foreigners, huh? Zhang Ye replied, Didn't you ask me to feel free to mislead them? General Li was floored. I said to throw them off, not bullshit them with such outrageous claims. Actually, this isn't really misleading either. Zhang Ye smiled and said, There's a basis to it. Of course, the people of this world hadn't heard of it before. But back in Zhang Ye's previous world, a lot of people knew of a saying that was very popular across China. Kelp that entangles submarines. Zhang Ye had also been thinking of what to say on his first appearance on a military show. What should he say? What topics would arouse the interests of everyone? As a result, he suddenly remembered the chief of the Strategic Fool You Agency in his previous world, Zhang Xiaozhong, too, and ended up bringing out his famous words onto the program. Chapter 1622, Smog That Stops Lasers. Chapter 1622, Smog That Stops Lasers. Translator, Leg Editor, Leg. In the span of a night, the phrase kelp that entangles submarines went viral. By the next day, products bearing this phrase started appearing in online stores. Kelp that entangles submarines totes, 10 renminbi each. Kelp that entangles submarines t-shirts, 35 renminbi per top. Kelp that entangles submarines caps, black, 15 renminbi each. Yellow sea kelp, Chinese strategic weapon, 7 renminbi per 500 grams. All kinds of products. A variety of choices. Most crucially, they were all selling very well too. Even the merchants on the streets and alleyways started hawking the same products. A lot of people were very amused by what they saw. There were also countless people sharing their purchases on Weibo. Ha ha ha. Check out my new cap. LOL, that's so cool. I bought a bag too. The kelp that entangles submarines typeface is too eye-catching. Everyone keeps staring at me when I'm carrying it out on the streets. The double take rate is 200%. Face smacking Zhang is too damn comical. Hasn't that fellow always been this way? Huh. Quite a few media outlets around the world are reporting about this. He's too good at misdirection. Will the interview be on today? Yes. The second episode will be broadcast at 8 p.m. There will still be a third episode tomorrow. I'm so looking forward to it. I can't wait either. Yeah, let's see what he's going to come up with tonight. I think it will be a more serious talk today. They can't possibly keep having nonsense on a program like that. At Central TV, the international channel, it was time to record the second episode. When Zhang Ye arrived, the program team went up and surrounded him. Fellow Zhang, the viewership ratings have totally blown up. Our domestic viewership ratings have increased by over tenfold. It's the same for our overseas viewership ratings as well. It's increased from our usual ratings by a few times. The viewership numbers for the overseas audience has broken a record. Our international channel has never seen such viewership ratings before. Everyone was very excited. The Central TV International channel was the only international channel in China. It might sound like the channel was very important and one of a kind, but in reality, they did not get much attention as very few people watched it. Whether it was domestically or overseas, the viewership ratings had always been rather embarrassingly low. When did they ever get such a good result before? All of this was brought to them by Zhang Ye, China's one and only international celebrity. Zhang Ye himself had not expected the broadcast to attract such a great reception. Not only did it blow up in China, but it also gained the attention of the overseas audience as well. He coughed and said, "You're here?" Zhang Ye smiled. "Yeah." He said, "The clips from yesterday have already gone viral. It's also viral overseas." Zhang Ye chuckled and said, "Then wouldn't you also become rather well known on the international scene?" Ye rolled her eyes and said, "I'll have you to thank for that." "You're welcome," Zhang Ye said. Qi Shui came over reluctantly and sat down. "Shall we start?" Ye said, counting down to recording in 1 minute. Zhang Ye said, "Okay." The second episode's recording began. That same night, on the web, an American netizen, "The Chinese show is starting." A Dutch netizen, it's starting. A French netizen, "This program is too funny. I didn't get to watch it yesterday, so I must have a look today." A Japanese netizen, "I invited a few friends over to watch as well. I would like to see what kind of outrageous claims this Zhang fellow will make today." A Korean netizen, "It's starting. After yesterday's,